So this is part 2 of the civilization overview video. Just to be brief, we're assessing all 52 civs, defining and looking at their strengths and their weaknesses, and then forming a conclusion based on that, relating to the overall game of Civ and their place within it and how substantial they are. We've done 26 so far. I gave a little bit of an introduction and a preface to my values on judgment and the overall history of Civ and the way that the game works, so we can have a scale to sort of fit each particular Civ to. That's in the first video. It's linked in the description. Obviously, that video is the same as this video. It's just that this will be 27 to 52, and wait till the end of this. Not only is there a summary of all the civs, it should be brief, but there's also some closing remarks by myself if you're interested in what I have to say and just curious about future projects and just maybe other work that I've done on my website. Stay for those closing remarks, and everything is timestamped, so just walk around. It's the same thing as the first video. We just looked at Wilhelma, the Netherlands, and I said that she was very good. I gave her a B, and a very strong B at that. I thought she had great economical prowess, and I think she had very, very unique traits and abilities. As I said in that first video, and I'll reiterate here for anybody who's just coming, I have a Python script that just has all 52 civs, and we've been randomly selecting them and then taking them off the board. So I don't know who's coming up. It's all random. We're just going to use our ability to inquire and assess, and then allow that assessment to be the basis for our judgment, right? As if we were building from the ground up. And so I've just rolled this, and we've chosen Tamar. So I will get into there. And where is she? There she is. So this is Tamar, and here we go. This is number 27. Let's go for another 9 hours. I'll see you at the end. Let's do this. So, in terms of a unique building, she has the Siki, the Titski. It replaces Renaissance walls. Wonderful. Renaissance walls come at, I believe, I want to say ballistics, basically end of Renaissance technology tree. Lower production cost, okay. Higher outer defenses, okay. And has a slot for any type of great work, okay. Gives +4 faith, +1 faith to mountains in the city. You get 3 tourism after unlocking conservation, which comes after natural history, which comes after colonialism, so that's kind of industrial era civic tree. When in a golden age, tourism and faith are doubled. Can be purchased with faith. This is actually a lot better than I initially knew. The Golden Age bonus is incredible. Although, actually, you know what? I'm sorry. I really am. I've misread the script. What this means, you foul creature, Tamar, is that the 3 tourism that you get, so I believe, so put this way, ancient walls give you 1 tourism, medieval walls give you 2, Renaissance walls give you 3. You get 6 at conservation, which is very late, but fine. That is what doubles at a golden age. It is not the I was thinking that it was like Teddy's film studio, which doubled the tourism for the whole city, right? It's like, no, it's just for the walls. So instead of getting 6, you get 12, and you get 8 faith. The 8 faith is fine, and I actually think it's fairly welcomed despite it coming so late in the game. It is the end of the Renaissance. The cheap production, the more defenses is fine. The free great work slot is fine. The bit of tourism that you do have, it's fine. It's not bad. It actually has a fair amount of things that are welcomed, right? And it's a nice addition to something that you may not build otherwise. But like the defenses, the free great work slot, the faith is fine. It's just it's not very strong, right? I would say it's pretty much like C tier, kind of average. I don't want to say it's weak. I kind of want to say, you know what? I'm in a good mood. I'm going to give it a B tier, but like the weakest B tier you can imagine, because none of these perks are very strong at all. They're very weak, right? And it's if these were ancient wall perks, like if you got 4 faith from ancient walls, that'd be fine. If they were cheaper, that'd be awesome. But this is Renaissance walls. This comes like when you get cuirassiers, right? Or it comes when you get the ranger, right? It comes too late in the game for it to be that impactful. And so I like that all the perks are there, and it's welcome that these things are here. The tourism isn't small. It's actually for an improvement to get 12 tourism. That's fine. You got 10 cities. That's 120. That's all right. It's just it's not very impactful. It's just there's substance here, but it's not very strong. So I'll give it a B tier, but the weakest B tier you can imagine. It doesn't make me angry, but we'll keep it at that. The Kefsir replaces the Man-at-Arms, which comes at apprenticeship, which means 10 iron, which I like. Plus 7 combat strength bonus when fighting on hills, which is nice for defense or offense, and no movement penalty from hills. And you can purchase with faith. I'm confused whether that means you have to purchase it with faith. Let's assume it doesn't. No movement penalty from hills is very nice. The combat strength in hills, whether you're fighting, so you can break defensive lines or you can defend yourself. The fact that it's cheaper. This is a very good unit. For medieval era units, I would say the Man-at-Arms is pretty much comparable to the Knight and the Crossbowman. I think it has 45 combat strength in general, so it's a good unit for defense and even sort of beefing through combat, right? Whereas your knights can sort of flank around while your crossbowmen support. The fact that it says purchase with faith means I think that actually it is only purchased with faith, which is kind of shit in my opinion, because it's probably like 250 faith, 240 faith, and that's way too much. Unless they have some bonus for generating faith, this unit is unfortunately unimpactful because you can't even get it. I do believe from reading this that it does mean that you can only purchase it with faith. And so that to me is a huge detriment. The unit itself, I think, is actually rather strong, but I think that because you can only purchase it with faith, it's less relevant, and in that case, it's not very effective. So that's a C tier unit in my opinion, but it's a strong one. If it was just normal purchasing or normal production, which I don't know why it's not, it would probably be B tier and fairly strong. It's actually a very effective melee unit with the combat strength and no movement penalty in hills. I like that a lot. But again, it's purchased with faith, so it's not as relevant. So C tier. Epic of Glory. Each envoy sent to a city-state following Georgia's majority religion counts as 2 envoys. This is fine. The issue is that, although actually what I'll say, I was thinking initially that like, okay, you have to you have to spread your religion and then send the envoy. I don't think it's just for the first one, like the diplomatics policy. Rather, it's just for all of them, which is actually very nice. It's very efficient to do this. It's makes it worthwhile to invest in, especially if you're going for religion or you want the religion. If you have religious city states which improve that religion, to get a few missionaries or maybe an apostle and spread your religion, you could probably just do it with like a missionary or two, depending on, because it is a city state. It likely doesn't, unless it's been spread beforehand. Seeing as this is probably early on in the game, and every envoy you send will be 2. So 2 envoys gets you 4. 3. So basically 3 envoys gets you increased benefit for your warship buildings at 6 envoys. So it's actually very nice and very powerful to keep suzerainty. When it comes to religious victory, there are a lot of religious city-states that have a lot of benefits as their suzerain perks. So this is actually a pretty relevant perk and fairly strong, especially when it comes to religion. Received the great person points from specialty districts and buildings owned by the city-state tributaries. That's kind of interesting as well. You have to be suzerains, which I feel like the previous bonus really allows for. You can plan for that. And so the thing is that city-states won't build too many. They're probably going to build a campus, maybe a theater square, probably a holy site. The holy site, great person points do not matter at all. They don't give you anything. They actually maybe give you a little bit of faith, as it does for your own city, but there's no great people after the prophets. So in terms of great scientist points, that's fine. Great scientist points are really competitive as it is, so it's not a huge advantage. If you were going for, what would you say? If you were going for tourism, then this could be helpful just to get more great writer points. I think this is a really, really strong perk in conjunction with the previous one. I just don't think it's as relevant because I don't think great people are as impactful. Put this way, there are impactful great engineers. There are impactful great merchants. There are impactful admirals and generals. And then you have the sort of the tourism-based ones, like with artists and writers and whatnot. In terms of like unique effects, like production towards wonders, or there's a bonus from, I think, a great scientist that gives you science based on your artifacts, kind of functional benefits. That's fine, and I like that a lot actually. It's just I don't actually know how much you're gonna get from this, because put this way, you'll get at most. Well, actually, now that I look at this, it says from specialty districts and buildings. So a campus gives you 1, a library gives you another. maybe you could expect a university. But that right there, those two great scientist points, those are good additions. I don't know what to say. I think I'm going to say this is actually a C tier perk, but it's very strong, especially in conjunction with the other one. I just don't think it's as relevant because you have to trust the city-states to build the right things, and they likely will not. And at the end of the day, it's like you're not going to have that many suzerains, like, because you put this way, in conjunction with the previous perk, it's super efficient. It's 2 for 1, right? And the condition, I think, is fair, just to spread a few missionaries for the city-states. But you actually have to get the envoys, so like it's not like you have very many in the first place. And so I think these two perks work very well together. I think the latter portion, though, that, like, because for me, envoys are for like for yields, like improving your shrines and your temples, getting great people points, like getting like 2 great scientist points, getting 2 great theater square or great writer points. If they have a commercial hub, that's great merchant points. That's fine. I just don't think that those bonuses they're not as impactful because I don't think they're as consistent. So despite it being strong, I just don't think it's very sort of as relevant. So I'm going to give it a C tier for that particular perk, but very, very strong still in that respect. Just I don't trust the AI to benefit myself. So I like how those two things go back to back. Very surprising, to be quite frank. I've given it probably too much thought, but really interesting. Training military units grants a burst of faith based on production. I don't like these perks because you don't tend to build a lot of military units. It doesn't seem that Tamar is specifically religious or tourism. She seems to have a few bonuses for each. Like, she has defensive walls, a better man-at-arms, these religious-based perks, as we saw before. Now you're getting faith for building military units. I would put it, I like, of the rewards for this type of, a bonus or whatever you call it from building military units, getting faith is better than getting science or culture, because it's not as effective. Like, faith is something that you want to accumulate, whereas science and culture is something that sort of it breaks down turns, for unlocking techs and civics, right? So it's not as effective there. The thing is that you don't build that many military units, and it's nice to get the faith in this case, but I don't think it's as effective, and I don't think it's that strong either. Gain access to the Protectorate War Casus Belli after unlocking the Defensive Tactics Civic. Defensive Tactics comes after drama and poetry in the classical era. It's where you get Mausoleum. Protectorate Wars, I think, is the case if you have suzerainty and someone declares war, you can declare war on them formally. That seems to be relevant for the fact that you might have suzerainty by your ease to do so, but formal wars are kind of, I feel like there's a bit of a conflict that I'm noticing, that there's an emphasis on religion and generating faith, but then there's an emphasis on military combat and domination, as you would suppose, being military. In that sense, the Cassiver, is a good, effective combat unit, but requires, in effect, a religion or faith generation to build. So I don't think these things run hand in hand. I don't think that religious victories or religious sort of attempts require that much military action. They really don't, because they can't do anything with it. You want apostles or you want warrior monks, but you don't really care about military. I think it's kind of out of place, right? I don't know. This trait is kind of, I'm sensing the same issues that Gorgo has, and to be quite frank, as it stands right now, my impression of Tamar was that she was the worst in the game. It was kind of a meme that her Renaissance walls were like somehow meant to be an improvement, and again, they're fair. They aren't as impactful because they come later. But this bonus, I would say, this bonus for the envoys, counting as 2 for following Georgia's majority religion. To me, that ability stands apart from everything. The faith from military production, the great people points, I'm not as enthusiastic about. The Cassiver, unfortunately, is kind of like, yeah, you can generate the faith to get it, but like, why do you even care? It's like, it's a good unit, but you don't really care. If you're going for religion or if you're going for faith, you care about apostles and whatnot. And so this particular perk, I think, is very effective in that regard. Like, this is not a military domination civ. There's nothing really here. It seems to be a religious civ that seems to have benefits and rewards for military from their faith. And it's like that. Like, I don't care. Like, don't give me those rewards. I would rather not get the rewards and sort of conserve my gains or my faith to go towards the religion. And military doesn't do that for me. So it's like, it's kind of, there's not as much effectiveness, in harmony with all these perks. And so I can't say that the trait is that good, but I think the bonus for, as I said, the double envoys is very nice. So this trait overall is not too effective in my opinion, but I do like that ability. Strength in unity. Isn't there always? Receive 1 extra wildcard policy slot in any government when in a golden age, which is very nice. You tend to get into golden ages, especially with religion. May utilize dark age policies at any time. At any time. Dark age policies are hit or miss. They basically have a really good benefit and a really shitty penalty, right? Like, you can get more food and production from domestic trade routes, but you can't settle or train settlers, right? So those sort of things. This is interesting. You could maybe make use of this, especially in the early game, where you may find that, like, okay, I've got 4 settlers. We're not settling anymore. Let's increase our domestic trade route effectiveness. So that's kind of interesting, actually. Very, very functional and opportunistic. Plus 50% production towards walls and encampments. That goes great with the Tixi. The production towards encampments is also very nice. To me, I always say this, that the military is present in every single victory condition. Every single strategy has domination, because you are going to be attacked. There are going to be barbs. You do need military, even if you're going for religion. But it's not an offensive capability. Encampments, for me, are more defensive. They hold choke points. They, to be quite frank, they're just that. They and as well, they build barracks and armories, which allow you to get military engineers, which allow for mobility of your religious units. So that's actually really well in tangent with religious victory. I like that a lot. And walls are very defensive as well. You're probably not building so many military units because you are going for religious victory, that having the walls is a great insurance policy. As well, you may purchase encampment buildings with faith, which I don't think, you're not going to build too many encampments. You probably you build one for the military engineers. You maybe build a second one for more military engineers. So I don't feel like that perk gets used very much. I think this trait makes Tamar much more effective than she would be otherwise. The free wildcard policy, in conjunction with her aims, I would say her tendency to be religious, is very approachable. Religion gives you the most era score out of everything, practically. So getting an extra wild card from doing so is very nice indeed. I think the Dark Age policies at any time, just reading that description, it literally means any time, is very interesting, very effective. It can be used for great benefits to your science, to your culture, to your combat. All the downsides of the cards may not be as relevant early on in the game at specific times, so you can use this for great benefit. And I think the production towards walls and encampments is actually a great addition for what you want when it comes to religious victory and the imperial backing of it, that you have the military to sort of defend barbs and, because people will attack you. It's like in religion, you still need science so that, when you're in the modern era with everybody else, you're not using knights while they're using tanks, right? Because you could just lose. You still need infrastructure, and you have to maintain that. The issue I have with this is that this civ could be much more effective if the training military units granting you faith and the Casevar weren't so limited to what I would describe as offensive capabilities for domination. You don't need this. Tamar, clearly, in my opinion, is a religious civ, right? She's not tourism, even though the Renaissance walls are, give you bonuses for tourism. I don't think so. I think those walls are just, they're walls, and they give you some faith, which is nice. And they come later, so it's kind of an irrelevant building in any case. But the extra envoys that you get for converting city-states, like, there are bonuses that improve your religion so much, more so than everything else, I would say, that you have way more effectiveness to do. And the extra great people points they can make up for, infrastructure that you may lack because you're focusing on tourism. And so I would say that Tamar is a fairly good civ, despite my preconceptions that she was bad. I don't, to be quite frank, as a religious civ, she doesn't have, put this way, she gets no real benefits for, or actually, let me clarify. she has no means for having a successful religion, which to me is a real problem. I can't say she's that relevant and effective at being religious because she has no, like Russia in comparison has the lavra, which is half price, gets you the profit way sooner. Now, Russia doesn't have so many benefits for being religious, right? He has the means to be so, but he has other benefits that are infrastructural, and it's like, okay, the lavra gives you faith. That's enough for me to say overall in the infrastructure that builds these things and whatnot, and the lavra that sort of offers, that he has the means and thus that he can capitalize on going religious, right? Tamar has the reward for becoming religious in the envoys, the great people points. Even you can make the argument that the Kesavar, the encampment buildings, etc., that these things can be used from faith, so that's a reward. I don't think it's as relevant, but in any case, like those are rewards for getting a religion. The thing is, and as well, the golden age from the wild card, which is also very impactful, that comes from getting a religion. The thing is, she has no means to having a proper religion. She has no benefits to generating faith. She has no production bonuses that get you the holy site. She has no back end I like the half price walls and encampments. That can really help when you're focusing on religion, because it can kind of keep your lands secure from other invading civs and whatnot. And it also gets you military engineers, which increases mobility. Like, those are supportive, but I feel like she lacks a sort of a core pillar that sort of makes the religion that is worthwhile for her to get. I don't think she has the means to achieve that. So what I want to say is that Tamar does not seem to be as effective she doesn't seem to be a very effective civ. She seems to have things that, again, as I say, benefit her for being effective, but she doesn't have the means to achieve that. I'm going to give Tamar a C, but a very strong C. She's a very strong civ. I like a lot of her perks more than I realized, but I don't feel like she has a good foundation to earn that success, right? She has a worthwhile stake in all this, but she doesn't have she doesn't have the discipline in terms of like the perks and the sort of the means, as I would say, to achieve anything at all. It's kind of just a vanilla civ that goes through religion, and then she gets a lot of rewards for succeeding, but she has no special means for reaching that success at all. So I don't think she's as relevant. She's not as effective, but I would say she's strong. I like her more than Gorgo. For me, Gorgo is kind of like an average civ, but a kind of in terms of strength, average as well. Whereas Gorgo, I think, is quite stronger in this respective field, being C tier. So I'm pretty fond of Tamar. I'm not too she's definitely not the best civ in the game, but she has some interesting perks, and I'd say fairly effective at that. I might be too harsh on her not to give her B, but I think it's not a comparison. It's just I feel like, judging her on her own basis, she's a very strong C, and I think that's fair. So next up is Suleiman, the Ottomans, right next to Tamar. In fact, this guy right here. Look at that hat. He is so proud. Yikes. Interesting. So the Barbary Corsair replaces the privateer, which comes at mercantilism, and its perk is that coastal raiding costs no movement, which is interesting. And it can only be seen by other naval raiders that are directly adjacent, which I believe is standard, and it reveals other naval raiders within sight range. These seem to be fairly common perks across the privateer. I believe those are standard, except for the coastal raiding costing no movement. There's a bonus that you get, or an upgrade rather, that increases the amount that you get from coastal raiding. So this is an alright unit late game. I would say that even though it comes later, that it comes at a point where I would want to do this sort of thing, where it's like, okay, I'm going to build like 10 of these things and go pillage the land. I don't think it's as big a deal declaring war later on in the game, because the repercussions aren't as strong, and you don't really have to make like an investment to sort of fend off the attack, which you would early on in the game, because they're going to be like, all right, it's wartime, and you don't want to do that. You want to build infrastructure. Whereas when this comes in at the end of the Renaissance era in the tech tree, or the civic tree rather, it's like, yeah, just declare war, or even just go pillage city states, and you can get a bunch of gold. It's not the worst thing in the world. it's not that strong. I'll give it a B tier, but a very weak B tier. It's relevant, I would say, just by that. What it does, I'd say, is nice. It's just not very strong. The Janissary, which I like the name, to be quite frank, replaces the Musketman, which means it's 10 Niter, which is a very, very expensive unit otherwise. Higher combat strength, cheaper than the Musketman, very nice. I think it has 60 in comparison to the Musketman's 55. It begins with a free promotion, which is very nice. Cities require a population of 2 or greater to train a Janissary, which I don't think is that relevant. You'll have two population. Cities founded by Ottomans lose 1 population upon training a Janissary. Bear with me. So I looked, and it's half price, which is ridiculous. It's 5 strength more, but you lose a population. The reason I went and looked at, I was like, okay, maybe if it's like 15 strength more, maybe if it's 10 strength, it should be like a specialty unit. It's 1 population. What insanity is that? I think this unit is probably the worst unit in the game, purely based on the fact that you lose a population. I'm not sure that any unit is worth losing a population. I wouldn't want to build a giant death robot if I lost a population. And for 5 extra combat strength, and the fact that it's cheaper is kind of a bigger insult, because it's like, you're telling me, what? So what? If it's half price and I build 2 for 1, I have to lose 2 population? What a nightmare! What a nightmare! Are you kidding me? I'm not sure why you would do this. Maybe, just maybe, it mentions specifically that cities founded by the Ottomans lose 1 population. So maybe if you were to take other cities, they wouldn't lose the population. In that case, you could run about with a bunch of musketmen. It's fine, and the production isn't that much. It's like 120 production versus 240, so you can build it fairly easily. I just don't know how useful that is when the cities that you're capturing are probably not that strong in the first place, or at least they're not going to be as able to. So I don't know. If that's what they're trying for, then I think that's all right. I just don't know how effective that is. I think this unit is. I don't know. I don't like this unit at all, to be quite frank. I don't like that restriction, and even the use of it elsewhere with these benefits, I don't think they outweigh that. So I'm not too positive. I feel like I would need more information, or actually, let's just say that the information is correct, and the idea is that when you capture cities, like in a later on war, because this comes at the Renaissance era, those cities that you capture, because maybe it's the capital that you capture, so it's okay, it has some production, and then you can just build more janissaries, and they're a bit more, they don't cost as much niter, they're a bit more, they're just not as expensive, they have a bit more combat strength. The thing is that it's not really useful in getting you, it doesn't contribute towards the war initially at all, because to me, it's unfounded that you would lose a population for a fucking unit. So, again, I don't think it's that effective. I want to try and find the benefits and the ways that you can make it work. I feel like there are too many negatives for me to say overall. Make it work as you will. The negatives to me it's not worth the praise of the civilization as a whole. The Grand Bazaar, which I think is kind of interesting, replaces the bank, which comes at I want to say economics. I think it does come in economics. It grants an additional great merchant point, which is fine. Not so much because it's later on in the game, but in any case, +1 amenity from improved luxury resources in the city, +1 strategic resource accumulation in the city. The strategic resource accumulation means that your niter at this point, and later on your oil will have more. Probably not the oil, because those cities tend to be out in the boons. Like you don't really have, they don't really spawn centrally, whereas niter can, and so getting extra niter is fine. The extra amenity from each improved luxury resource, I'm not sure if it means type. I think it does not mean type. In fact, I think it would say so. I think it means literally that for every luxury resource that you have, like let's say that you have 2 tobaccos, I think you get an extra amenity. So if in that case, it's totally worth it to build a commercial hub and then a Grand Bazaar later on in cities that have several resources. Not even types. If you're on a coastal city and you have a bunch of pearls, I think you get an extra amenity. And getting 3 or 4 amenities at this point in the game, where plus amenities aren't game changing, you can suffer through the -2 and be fine with it. But getting 4 can kind of just, I think it can kind of boister your end game. And so I think this is actually a pretty good building. It's situational, and I'm presuming that you get, if it was 1 amenity per type, so like if you had 3 pearls, and 2 turtles. If you only got 2 amenities because it was 2 types, I would say that's pretty underwhelming, or it's not as good, clearly. But if you get an amenity for every tile, which I'm taking into account, I think it's actually very strong. And it depends on how many. Like, every city's probably going to have at least one one luxury rather, and so maybe it's not worth building commercial hubs in every city, but it's at your leisure to choose so. And anyone that does have a fair amount, like at least 3 or 4, maybe 2 or 3, I think it's worth it. And so it's definitely a thing where you could just build commercial hubs later on in the game and get a boost from amenities, which, because anything negative is minus 10% yields. You live with it because the investment to get the amenities is not worth it, but it's 10% yields. And maybe you're average, maybe you have other benefits, and like you can get like plus 3 amenities, that's plus 10% yield. So it's actually, it can add up quite a bit. And I like how, again, I'm counting it as each tile, and I think the actual great merchant point as well is nice. I think great merchants they have some interesting benefits, although nothing too special. But in any case, I think this is a good building, not amazing, but worthwhile to build in some cases. Age of Splendor, my favorite age. Patronage of great people with gold or faith is discounted by 20%, which is effectively the power of Oracle. This is fairly nice. You tend to get great people throughout the game, whether it's for tourism or a great engineer, etc. And you tend to get the ones that have there's a great admiral that gives +1 movement to your navy units. Maybe you want to get that, right? That's functional. And then there's like the production towards wonders, etc. There are a lot of functional abilities, whereas there are other ones that give you like 3 inspirations, or like there's a lot of great merchants that will just give you an envoy or a government title. And if you want those, fine. But in any case, there are great people that are worth getting, and they tend to get really expensive, and they're very competitive, right? And you never know if someone else is going to buy it. So the sooner that you can afford to get it, or have the sort of the willingness to buy it because it's that much cheaper, is very nice. And the fact that it's for gold and faith, I think this is a very useful perk to have. You may not always use it, but I think that it's very strong, quite strong. In fact, I give it like a B, probably like a not the strongest B, but like kind of like a good B, I'd say, because it's fairly effective that you'll use it throughout the game, and it's a good bonus any of the times that you do. Unlocking a new government grants 2 governors, a government tier, that is. It's kind of like how Persia gets his 3 envoys and 2 trade routes for each tier. Solomon gets 2 governor titles, which is actually a pretty good value. So basically, when you get political philosophy, 2 governors, and then when you get monarchy, 2 governors, right? That's pretty nice, because normally in the base game, outside of any goody huts you get and whatnot, you basically get 2 governor titles at State Workforce and Early Empire, and then you get another one at the one where you get Great Library, and the one above that, which is Defensive Pacts, which is where you get Mausoleum. And so basically you have like 4 guaranteed governor titles, and plus the government plaza, let's say. So you can basically get you can get Pangala and get his culture and science benefits. Then you can get Magnus and put a perk into him, or maybe Liang. Having these extra 2, and then the other extra 2, means you can get you can throw you can throw the envoy lady. I forget her name, the one who doubles your envoys. You can put more perks into Magnus to help him with the trading and the settler reduction in terms of the population limit. You can upgrade Pangala even more and get the 100% great people points. Like, these are good. These are fairly useful, I would say, and they can make a big difference throughout the game. And I think it's pretty. I like Persia's, because you just get 3 envoys and 2 trade routes, and you get them guaranteed, like very, very easily, or simply rather, that when you get political philosophy and monarchy, you got them. And you get another one so you'll get another 2 governor titles at democracy, which is fine, but it's just so far away. But in any case, the guarantee, the natural course you'll take will lead you to monarchy very sort of quickly relative to the rest of your game. And so it's a pretty, I would say, soon to it's a fairly brief wait to get these bonuses, and it being 2 governor titles, I'd say that's pretty good. Gain access to the exclusive Grand Vizier unique governor. I have no idea what this guy does. Let's just say that the fact that you have a unique governor is quite interesting. He doesn't come until castle technology at the end of the medieval era, but in any case, it's very interesting. I can't comment on what he does. The one thing I don't know in this game. Gain access to the Barbary Corsair unique unit. Is that this fucker? Yeah, it is. And it comes at medieval fairs, which is medieval civics. And so actually you get the Barbary Corsair earlier than mercantilism, which is when you would normally get the privateer. So this is actually fairly nice and can make early game raiding, mid game rather, fairly, depending on the map type and who are your neighbors. Like if you have Denmark, maybe not, but in any case, you could use this for a good amount of gold and value. So I think this trait is fairly good. I like the patronage upgrade. I like the 2 governor titles, 4 effectively once you get monarchy. The unique governor, let's just say that is a bonus. I can't really comment how... Governors at heart are always subjective in terms of like what your land is, what your victory condition is. They're basically modifiers for cities, and just like, you put Pengala in your capital for more science and culture. Having more choices there is nice with the Grand Vizier. And I'll leave it at that. And the Barbary Corsair is a minor upgrade, but in any case, I think it's a good trait. Shadow of God. It's a pretty harsh shadow. +2 food and +1 housing from commercial hubs. Okay, this is an issue. This runs in tangent with the Grand Bazaar. The Grand Bazaar, though, is only it comes at economics, which is early industrial era, right? And it's a good timing because you get a bunch of amenities then. It's a good buff to when you're probably lacking amenities. The commercial hub probably isn't worthwhile to make until that point, and getting 2 food and +1 housing isn't really worth it. I would sooner have production bonuses towards building the commercial hubs. I don't think this... In any case, if the Grand Bazaar wasn't there, and we're looking at commercial hubs in isolation, I don't think 2 food and 1 housing is worth the build of the commercial hub. Maybe if you're in the classical... Maybe if you're in the medieval era and you have some cities that are they're not really building much and you have an extra district slot, maybe build the commercial hub, get a market for a trade route. The 2 food and 1 housing is fine. It's just it's not enough for me to go ahead and make it like sort of enthusiastically. +2 production, +1 amenity from holy sites. This is the most irrelevant perk I've ever seen, I gotta tell you. What is this doing here with Suleiman? There's nothing here that is anything to do with religion and faith generation. It's all combat. It seems to be a lot of, kind of economical with the Grand Bazaar, the patronage, the extra governor titles, etc. You could argue that getting holy sites is worthwhile for the cheaper great people purchasing, but I don't see how that's a relevant strategy. It's a very niche sort of use to squeeze it out. I would sooner say that getting the commercial hubs, just because if you knew that you were going to get the Grand Bazaar, and I would say that patronage is that benefit being 20% less is better for later on great people, because the savings are by a percentage amount so much more. Right? And so you tend to build commercial hubs later, and that's fine. You use the benefits, then you get the Grand Bazaar. But building holy sites to get this, you'd have to build so many holy sites just because there's nothing else here that gives you faith. So I find that to be a fairly useless perk, unfortunately. 50% production towards siege units. That's interesting. Siege units aren't the best thing in the game, but they tend to be very there's a window of timing, whether it's with trebuchets or with battering rams or bombards or artillery. They don't tend to be that expensive because you don't build that many of them. You tend to build, like if you had 4 cities, 3 of them would build military, like ground units. The other one would build, the 2 catapults you need, right? Because you don't need that many. So it's a nice addition. I just don't think it's hard to appreciate. Although siege units receive +5 combat strength against district defenses. I believe that this takes into account the battering ram, which makes early game sieging very effective. But in any case, siege units can be rather, they're very brittle. They can get taken down very easily. So you want to take down those walls as quickly as possible, obviously. The extra combat strength is actually kind of nice. So Suleiman, and again, I hate the Janissary for the population. And there's nothing here that actually screams out that, I would say that Suleiman has a lot of economical advantages or bonuses. Nothing game changing, but fairly strong, I would say, and it's nothing really that specific. It's kind of general. Like, here's 2 governor titles, here's cheaper great people. Okay, that's fine. And so to me, it's like, when it comes to domination, that's kind of, you welcome that. Like, it's not like he's pointed towards tourism or science or religion. Just like we just did Tamar, she was clearly pointed towards religion, but she had some domination bonuses, and I said that's useless, right? Suleiman just has general economic bonuses, which makes domination, I would say, a more welcome victory type, in my opinion. And so the ability to go for that with the improved siege, with the extra production as well, I would say that's kind of a good thing. It's actually one of the few times we've seen a domination or offensive benefits be worthwhile, because usually they're added in the worst places, like Gorgo or even Tamar. Like, it's like, those are tourism and religious civs. We don't need offensive capabilities. Suleiman's a fairly general civ. The Janissary aside, the Barbary Corsair is kind of an offensive navy unit, one that gives you gold as well. And in any case, I would just say that, like, commercial hubs, increased economic capacity, a few military specialty units. This is, okay, you can make a domination game work out of this, and siege is one of the best ways to do that. So that's kind of a welcome addition. Conquered cities do not lose population. This is very nice as well, because it's hard to say how much they'll lose, but cities that get captured, and this is why I think the Janissary is useless, because this perk notwithstanding, but captured cities they're under occupation. They don't produce as much production. They don't grow. They're not as effective, right? Not until the war is over effectively, or until you cede, or until the person you took it from cedes it from you, right? They say, fine, take it, right? And so those cities aren't going to build the Janissary very well, and so it's not going to be a way for you to snowball building Janissaries outside of your empire, or ones that you didn't settle, right? Ones that you took, because otherwise they lose a population, which to me is heresy in terms of domination and just anything. Like, don't take my population for a fucking melee unit. And so it's like, conquered cities not losing population is great for the economics that can follow. I would say that perk is good in its own right. It does not improve the Janissary, because it just reveals the fact that even though the population is still there, the cities are hampered from being occupied, right? It just means that they're not going to have to take as much time to recover. But by the time they do recover, it's for some other venture, some other sort of, strategy, right? And it's like, the Janissary just doesn't have much use there. It's like, fuck off. Cities not founded by the Ottomans gain +4 loyalty, +1 amenity, and +1 housing. I am realizing surely that the specific mention that cities founded by the Ottomans lose 1 population upon training the Janissary is meant to say that the Janissary is a way to snowball, that when you capture cities, those cities can then build Janissaries, and because they're more effective, you won't lose the population, and it means that you kind of have this new way to sort of push the front line forward. My issue is that cities that are captured are not immediately effective. They're just not. And so, and what you want from those cities is loyalty and amenity, and housing is fine, but the amenity increases sort of, it lowers the risk for, loyalty pressure, and the +4 loyalty is a defensive measure as well. So that's nice. If you're capturing cities, that's great. This goes in conjunction with the effective assault on cities with the siege weaponry. That's great. I don't think the Janissary is a welcome addition to conquering. I just don't. Perhaps I'm misunderstanding it, but just it's not an effective means. The Barbary Corsair is a good navy sort of like fuck you unit, just taking everyone's trade routes, but that's fine. The Grand Bazaar I feel like is effective. I like the patronage of great people. It's good for getting great generals or great admirals or great merchants, what have you. The 2 governor titles, the 4 in fact, once you get monarchy, it lets you maybe get victor. It lets you get governors and their improvements that you would not otherwise get. And so I think Suleiman is interesting. In terms of a domination civ, he's one of the most effective ones that we've seen. He doesn't have that many sort of like core, like he has no bonuses to his palace. He has no bonuses for tile growth. He has no hard sort of infrastructural benefits. He has good economical benefits in terms of like making things cheaper, but he has no, other than the production towards siege units, he doesn't really have any benefits. So I feel like his game will not start so strong. But in terms of a medieval push with trebuchets and whatnot, I think he has the means to do that, and I think he has a relevant buffer to sort of maintain and gain those gains, right, with the loyalty benefit and the amenity and the increased population. The biggest issue I find is that when you capture cities, they're susceptible to loyalty pressure because you're in someone else's territory. So that's a good buffer right there. It basically is like, here's an attacking bonus with the siege units having increased combat strength and production, and a way to sort of hold those gains. And so in terms of domination, and that being said as well, the Grand Bazaar I actually really like. I think that later on in the game, maybe after you're done your first major war at the end of the medieval or Renaissance era, you build your commercial hubs, you get your amenities, and that's just great. It actually levels out across the empire because it makes other civs more liable to get, or it diversifies what amenities you're getting, so that, maybe I'm wrong here, but I think that the captured cities that you have, they'll actually receive an amenity from the luxury resources that you had improved, because only 4 amenities are given per luxury, right? And so that's priority to like the bigger cities. But if those cities have amenities from the Grand Bazaar, then maybe those captured cities will get the more the improved luxuries. I think you know what I'm saying. I'm not sure if that's correct, but in any sense, I think this is actually a fairly effective domination civ. Here's the thing, though. I don't think he's that strong. I think he's relevant and he's effective when it comes to domination. Like, he's not a religious civ. He's not a tourism civ. He's clearly domination based, or that's where he can sort of excel. But I don't think he does it so perfectly. He's not so strong. The bonuses here are not game changing. I like the effective bonuses in terms of actually the domination itself, but there's no back end. There's no like, here's a way to get more gold. Here's a way to get more production. There seems to be modifiers like patronage, and you've got the sort of the support to sort of go about the domination. But I don't think he has the strength to sort of be freaking unstoppable, right? You still have to be smart. You have to build all the other units on your own, and there's no real bonuses for that. So I think, again, he's a good domination civ. He's just not that strong. So I'm just going to give him a B tier, and a fairly good B tier. Not exceptional, but kind of a little above average, I would say. I like Suleiman. He's not amazing, but I like his shtick. I like what he's very unique in terms of, most people have religious benefits or benefits to wonder production and whatnot. This is fairly original from everything else we've seen, and for that I give him props for being actually effective in doing so. And so we'll leave it at that, B tier, and a good one at that. This is number 29. That was Suleiman, but we have rolled John Curtin. Australia, mate. This little guy right here, the Prime Minister of Australia. Let's see what he's got. Zoom in for you. Alrighty, the Outback Station. Very interesting improvement. Something I like about it in particular is that most improvements, either they have food or production, but not really both, and they can't be placed adjacent to one another. With these, you can place them adjacent to one another. They give +1 food, +1 production, and then you get +1 food if adjacent to a pasture. And then as you go throughout the tech tree, I believe once you get to civil engineering, you get an extra production, right? Which is less impactful, but in any case, the +1 food, +1 production, and these come at guilds. So it's, let me clarify actually. I've meant to do this before each one, but I tend to forget. I've written it down. Where the fuck are you? So it comes at guilds, which is early medieval. It's really good. It's if you have a grasslands plains tile, and it doesn't matter if it's hills or flat. So hills tiles are amazing because they give a production. But let's say it's a flat grassland tile with 2 food. Basically, you have 3 food, 1 production. Those aren't bad tiles at all. If it's a plains tile, you have 2 food, 2 production, which are really good just to make a really shit tile fairly adequate. If it has a hill, like 1 food, 2 production, if it's a plains hill, now it's 2 food, 3 production. That's a really strong tile. Just for something that has no resources, and it gets more production as you go throughout the game, so you'll get a nice production boost as you reach the later portions. But in any case, I feel like it makes tiles that are useless very workable, and it's amazing because you can place them next to each other. It's one of the few improvements that allows this, and it's a nice sort of infrastructural boost compared to most other improvements, which are basically faith and culture and whatnot. So I like the Outback Station a fair amount. The Digger replaces infantry, which comes at mobilization, I believe. It comes in front of the Eiffel Tower, right? You get plus 10 combat strength when fighting on coastal tiles, which is fairly niche and limited. Plus 5 combat strength when fighting in neutral or foreign territory. I feel like those effectively mean anything outside your own territory. So it's basically 5 combat strength on offense, which is fine, but it's just this. Put this way, the early units in the game, like horsemen and knights, they require horses and iron. Those strategic resources are much more uncommon and hard to acquire than getting oil for your infantry. And there are way more options at this point in the game that these units aren't as necessary. And the 5 combat strength bonus is, to me, not that impactful, especially when you're waiting till the end of the game to get this. And the plus 10 combat strength on coastal tiles, in any case, is fairly uncommon, I'd say. So not the strongest unit, not really a good unit in any case. So a man of peace in a time of war. Interesting. 15% production towards buildings and civilians while at peace, and 15% production towards military units while at war. The war part is less common, and it's nice to get the production towards military units. But I think the more interesting portion is it's basically a flat 15% production towards buildings and settlers or builders, because you're not always at war. It's basically a 15% production, as I said, towards settlers and builders, and I guess building libraries, or I guess early on your monuments and your granaries. So it's just 15%, but it's definitely. It's very consistent. There's no condition. You just, when you start the game, you're not at war, you'll have this 15% production. I think that's fairly good. Trade routes with allies provide plus 4 food and plus 4 production to both cities. This is very interesting. There are a lot of bonuses that make allied trade routes improved, or you know what I mean. The thing is that these traits they come later, but the thing is that domestic trade routes are just so much better, right? They're not really worth substituting for international trade routes. Even if the civics will give you plus 2 food and plus 2 production, and you also get the gold and the science for it being international, it's not as powerful as the domestic. This makes up for that very well, to the point where if you have those civic trees or those civic traits, it'll be plus 6 food, plus 6 production, plus the international bonuses of extra science, extra culture, extra gold. So this is really powerful. It doesn't come till later on in the game. You have to get the diplomatic service to get, or I guess it's civil service to get allies, which is kind of early medieval, maybe a bit later. So it's not right away, but once you're able to sort of make those allied trade routes, it's a very nice sort of addition because of the gold that you will get outside of, because you don't get gold or anything other than food and production on domestic trade routes. It's just you want food and production, and so having that alongside the international bonuses makes this perk very strong indeed. Alliances generate additional alliance points while at war with a common foe. Alliance points take a long time. You get the alliance point probably turn 60, 70, maybe 80 when you get your first alliance. And it's always for that type, be it military or science, etc. And you get 1 per turn. So it takes a long time to get to the second tier, right? And you actually have to be allied with them. This basically doubles it, but it's only when you're at war. So it's not always the case. I tend to get military alliances because you each get 5 combat strength against the common foe. And I tend to just get it with people who are at war, and I want them to have the bonus because maybe it's a neighbor I don't like. So this is fine, and you get more alliance points. The bonuses from having an alliance in terms of like the traits and whatnot, and the improved ones as the level of alliance goes up, they're not too impactful. Although I can't comment on what they do exactly. I've never seen them be used very effectively. So this perk is I don't put it this way, it's average in terms of its strength, and I would say that it's kind of lower tier in terms of its effectiveness, its usefulness. So this trait is very nice. It's basically 15% production towards buildings and settlers and builders early on in the game and whenever you're not at war, which is probably more than not. And then the +4 food and +4 production for allied trade routes, which comes in the middle of the game and can be improved upon and can sort of be scaled as you go throughout the game. Like when you reach democracy, this is also improved. So this is an interesting way of, it's basically a gold buff and a bit of science and culture, because you're basically trading the domestic trade route. You would have, they had production in food, and you're doing internationally for the same result, but also getting the gold and the science and the culture that you would get then. So it's a nice little buff to the trade routes. And so this trait is it's not incredibly strong, but it's good, and it's fairly effective. I like how consistently, or how how applicable the perks are. So I think it's a good trait. Boundless plains to share. Let's hope so. Coastal cities gain 3 housing. That's fine. You got to spawn on the coast, but if you do, you get 3 housing, and that's housing is really appreciative, especially when it's probably not, if it's not on the river. This is especially good because being off the river, or fresh water at least, is not as, it makes your city very susceptible to it caps the growth, right? And so having that 3 housing on a coastal city is nice. Water tiles provide +1 production, which is essentially the perk from Auckland, which is a engineering city-state, the orange one. And this is nice. It basically means all tiles in the ocean have +1 production. So fish tiles, when they're improved, will have 3 food, a gold, and a production. Getting production on your water tiles is really impactful because they have lots of growth, but they have no production. So this makes coastal cities very productive, especially in tangent with the shipyard and the buffs that the harbor gives you. So this is a really nice bonus for that. Specialty districts receive +1 adjacency bonus on tiles with charming appeal, increasing to +3 on tiles with breathtaking appeal. This is amazing. This makes your campuses incredible because basically campuses, they get adjacency bonus for mountains. Mountains give the highest adjacency in terms of appeal. So anywhere there are mountains, the appeal will likely be breathtaking. And so like the best campus is always one where there's like 2 or 3, maybe 4 mountain tiles. If that's breathtaking, you might have like a 6 or 7 adjacency science or campus, right? And then when you get I forget what it's called. When you get the adjacency card for campuses, the fact that you have so much means that the doubling of that will also be very substantial. So this is a great way to boost your science. It's not as useful for theater squares and things like that because those things are usually built closer to your capital, and your capital has usually more things, whether it's improvements like mines or maybe there are marsh tiles and whatnot, things that are more central, and the appeal generally isn't as high. It's usually on the outskirts where there are mountains and there's less sort of muck, right? And so you don't get so much for those. You might find a great way to get like a good adjacency on an industrial zone, but this is for me an amazing sort of boost to your science effectively, because you always want the best campus, right? It's really, really substantial. And so this basically gives +3 to where you would build the campus anyway. So it's actually very, very effective and very strong. Building a pasture triggers a culture bomb. I like that it's an improvement that triggers the culture bomb in comparison to a district. The thing is that pastures aren't really that common, and so it won't be that many. The Gaul, in contrast, gets culture bombs from mines, which can be built wherever there's a hill, right? So this is not as common, but it's still fairly strong. I think this trait is perhaps better than the previous one. The specialty districts getting the adjacency, and the water tiles as well. The coastal cities the thing is that I don't know how much tendency there is for Australia to spawn on the coast. I feel like they're more inland, and you kind of want that for the outback stations. But in any case, if they are on the coast, the 3 housing is nice, but the production on your water tiles is it's a more substantial sort of addition. And then the adjacency on your districts, especially your campus, is a great boost. And the culture bomb is just fine. This trait is fairly strong and very, I wouldn't say it's always as substantial because a lot of it is conditional, but I feel like the conditions are they're not so strict. So it is fairly effective, but it's also very strong. I like that the a man of peace in a time of war. It's very effective in that the conditions are basically, they're nearly redundant. Like they're always met, right? Like you're not really going to be at war that much, right? And once you get your allies, you basically have better trade routes with them. And so I don't think those bonuses are as strong, but they're very consistent. And so other than the digger, I think Australia has some really good perks. They don't have any bonuses to the capital or any starting bonuses like that. They have good economical bonuses like the adjacency bonuses, like the water tiles giving production. The 50% production towards settlers and builders. It puts away. It's a given at the early point in the game because you're just not at war, right? But you also don't have that much production in the first place, so it's not really. It's a percentage of something very small, so it's not as impactful. But I would say like there's many points throughout the game where you're not at war, right? So it's like once you start getting to like 10 or 20 production, you're actually getting like 2 or 3, maybe 4 or 5 extra production towards settlers and builders and buildings for that matter in all your cities, which is amazing. Like it's actually a very impactful bonus, right? It's not so powerful, it's not so strong, but it's fairly consistent and it's widespread. And then the bonus to your trade routes, which can be further modified because they're international, actually makes it worthwhile to build commercial hubs, which maybe you can get some extra gold or adjacency rather because of the appeal. But in any case, I think Australia is pretty good. I wouldn't say they're that strong. I would say that they're fairly effective in all that they have. The Outback Station, both of the traits have really good perks. The digger is pretty much useless, but I think that they're very consistent. They have a lot of abilities that are very applicable and that they're not really limited by, like the Outback Station, you can place it next to how you can put it next to one another as much as you'd like. All the traits, rather all the perks and the traits, they're very easy to sort of apply, especially the increase of breathtaking appeal for adjacency on your campuses. It's actually a really good bonus. I feel like, I don't know how strong they are. I feel like they're fairly effective and they're fairly strong. They're not really strong. They're pretty effective. Like I would say that they're pretty much a B and they're a good B, right? They're not the strongest B I've ever had, and I kind of want to give them a stronger grade, so to speak. But I feel like they're a really good B. They're not like B++. Like I think the Gaul is a bit stronger. They're probably on par with Rome. I think they're a bit more effective than Chandragupta, but maybe in his own respect, in terms of his religious appeal, even his combat strength and bonuses, like with the Varu and whatnot, and his healing abilities. I think he's stronger in his own respect, but I guess he's not as consistent and he's not as compact and dense in his abilities, right? He's just a bit more, the abilities that he has are a bit stronger when they're in use. Whereas Australia, I don't think his abilities none of them are that strong. I think his best ability is the adjacency buff from the breathtaking appeal. But other than that, I think that, and I guess the Outback Station is fairly nice, but everything here is it's fairly strong. It's not amazing, but it's just good, right? But it's very effective, which is why he's definitely a B. And I'd say he's a good B, like kind of like a B, maybe 50 or 60, whereas that's maybe Rome and Trajan, whereas the Gaul is like a B, maybe 75, right? So he's good. He's just not amazing, but I do have a fair amount of praise for him, and he's a good general civ, right? He's got a lot of variety in his perks and his traits, and the improvement is very workable, and so I like that. So that was Australia. Pretty good civ, not the best, but just all right. I've just rolled Seondeok, which is Korea. Where's that bitch? Where is she? There she is. Look at that crown. Seondeok, oh my gosh, she is the science civ, can I just tell you? Like everyone else has their own little niche. Teddy's a tourism, Trajan's got the bath, Solomon's got, his fucking janissaries, and Tamar's got her Renaissance walls. But Korea, she got that science. She has the Sewon, which is a very interesting district, very, very particular. The interesting thing about it is that no matter where you build it, it gets +4 science, which is amazing. But you get -1 science for adjacency if it's adjacent to a district. It doesn't get any bonuses if it's beside mountains. It just gets the +4 science. So it's basically, it's built in. You won't get 5 or 6, but you will get 4, maybe 3 if it's next to a district somewhere. But it's a very strong district, it's half price. So that's very nice. You can build them in every city. Really good buff to your science. It also gives mines +1 science if they're adjacent to it. And it gives farms +1 food. It has to be built on hills though, which is a pretty strict restriction. In comparison to the Acropolis, which also has to be built on hills, the reason that is poor is that the Acropolis gets its adjacency from being, beside certain things, be it wonders or districts or a city center. This one is actually it's not such a big deal because you don't want to be next to anything, including the city center. You just want to be on its own, getting the +4 science. And so if it has to be built on a hill, that's fine. You may not have all the places to put adjacent mines and whatnot, but that is that's an addition. It's not the core of it. The core of it is actually very strong. The fact that it's half price is really awesome because you can build it in every city. It's a great boost to your science. The Huacha. It's kind of like Qin Shi's or China's flaming tiger, or his archer or his crossbow replacement, which is it's basically a strong crossbowman, but it only has one range. The Huacha replaces the field cannon, which is the upgrade of the crossbowman. It's stronger than the field cannon. It just can't move and attack in the same turn. So it's kind of like artillery or siege. So it's fine. The mobility is an issue, but it's great for defense because basically if you're attacking into it, it can just pummel you so effectively. And so in that sense, I feel like it's actually a very good unit because I like field cannons. I always say this, or I've been thinking now, that bonuses towards, whether it's through a unique unit or just buffs to your military, every civilization, whether you're going for domination or religion or tourism, you always want defensive buffs. You're always going to get attacked at some point, and whether there are barbs, whether it's just like aggressive civs, you always want defensive bonuses. The bonuses that you don't care about unless you're going for domination are offensive buffs. You don't care about those because you're not taking cities unless you're going for domination most of the time. So as a defensive unit, the Huacha is very effective, and it comes at that time where, for me, it's like I build field cannons, crossbowmen, and then field cannons. Those are my defensive units. This is an improved version of that. I think it's fairly strong. It's not so impactful. It's just it's basically just an improved archer, right? And you use it for defense. But in any case, it is a welcome improvement, and for that I have a little bit of praise. Not amazing though. Tower of the Moon and Stars. 100% great person points in the capital. This is effectively, it's identical to Pengala's third bonus after the +1 science and +1 culture for each citizen. You get the 100% great people points from Pengala. This is just that in the capital. It does stack. I've tested it, so it's very strong. This basically means that the same one that you have will get you double great people points. Maybe the commercial hub or the theater square or the industrial zone. It's not so widespread, so I feel like it's not as effective, but it's very strong because it just means for every district, right? Most great people bonuses in each civ, whether it's Alexander with great generals or it's Arabia with great scientists, they are for every single city, but it's for a specific great person, right? This is for all great people, but it's in one city. So I feel like, again, very strong, but not as effective because it's just the one city. Receive +1 governor title and +1 trade route capacity upon unlocking political philosophy. That's nice because you're going straight for political philosophy anyway. The extra governor title is nice. The trade route is fine. It's kind of a late comer for that, just one trade route. But this is not super strong, but it's I like how sort of guaranteed it is, right? Governors provide +3% science and +3% culture for their cities for each title. This means that when you get the governor, so when you get Pengala already gets 15% science and I believe 15% culture in that city, right? He now gets 18% of each. If you get the +1 science and +1 culture, now you're up to 24% science and 24% culture. This scales fairly well, depending on, which, because you don't always fill out the governor titles. You usually get like 2 or 3 titles, and then you get another one, because governor titles are limited. So you don't always, it's not like you're going to have Pengala filled out to the max, right? In any case, I would say that this is still fairly strong, just not as effective because it's only for one city. Like governors boost a city. They have nothing really to do with other cities. So it's not really an empire-wide bonus, but it's an all right addition. It's basically 3% science and culture in one city, effectively. Maybe 6 to 9% at the end of the day, right? So 10% bonus to science and culture in one city, right? So it's not so strong, but it's all right. It's not game changing. I think this trait is kind of, put this way, it's very strong, but it's not very effective because it's basically a bonus to one city. The 100% great people in the capital, the bonus to science and culture in one city. Although it is for, I should note that it is for each governor title or for each governor, right? So if you have 3 or 4 governors, you're not going to have 3 or 4 governors and those governors be sort of filled out with 2 or 3 governor slots. Maybe if you get the government plaza and you take that into account, you might be able to have, let's say you have 2, so you're basically getting 6% science and 6% culture in maybe 4 or 5 cities, right? At a reasonable amount of time, like after the classical era, right? Once you get defensive tactics and whatnot with mausoleums. So that's fine, and that's a decent chunk of science, especially that you're going to have the Seiwan, so it is going to be an albeit small modifier, but a small modifier onto a relatively higher base science, having the Seiwan. So that's fine. It's not game changing, but it's just all right. And the extra governor title and trade route from political philosophy is welcomed, but not terribly impactful. It comes a bit late in my opinion, but I think the governor title in this case is the stronger portion, but the trade route is fine. And then the 100% great people points in the capital, again, it's very strong actually, but it's just not as effective. It's one city. So this trait is all right, not game changing though. 3 kingdoms. Trade routes to foreign cities, gain +1 culture and +1 food per specialty district in the destination city. This pairs extremely well with Kumasi, although Kumasi only gets it for trade routes to other city-states, but it gives 2 culture and +1 gold for every specialty district in those city-states. It's always hard to tell whether foreign cities means city-states as well. I tend to believe that it means international cities, like from other civs. In any case, this is pretty good, especially later on in the game, where there's likely to be cities, their capitals at least, that have maybe 4 or 5 districts, and so that's basically 4 or 5 culture, 4 or 5 food, probably like 10 or 15 gold, and then whatever culture and science was there already. So you're looking at 5 or 6 culture, maybe 1 or 2 science, probably 5 food, 15 gold. That's really good economic boosts, probably in the Renaissance and Industrial era. So that's in terms of trade bonuses, this is amongst the best in terms of international ones, at least, right? It's definitely more worthwhile to do this than it would be in most other cases, because international trade routes lack the production and growth. But it does give you a boost to that, I would say. So it's good. Cities with at least 3 specialty districts gain +4 housing and +2 amenities. This is awesome because it lets you scale your districts very well, because once you reach the district limit, basically you get more housing so you can grow fast enough, and the 2 amenities to support that so you can build more districts. It's actually really nice because cities tend to cap out around 7 or 8, unless you build an aqueduct and you have some like wonder or whatnot, or you have a harbor, right? But generally you get like 7 or 8, and they'll grow to like 9 or 10, and that's pretty much it, right? In most of the cities, other than like your capital in your first expand or 2. This basically means that you're going to have cities that are like maybe 11 or 12, 13 or 14 later on in the game, very sort of comfortably. So I think that's a pretty impactful bonus. Like, it's hard to say how impactful, because it's just growth tends to go into production because you can work more tiles, but and this may come later on in the game, but even then it's like once you get the 7 population and you've built 3 districts, you basically can get 4 more housing, which means you can basically build 2 more districts, right? So I feel like you get stronger cities from this, and that is good in all cases. Receive a random eureka and a random inspiration upon entering a new era. This is fine. It's not great though, because eurekas and inspirations, they don't always trigger the ones that you want, and it comes fairly often, being in new eras. And I don't think that's great at all. I think it's kind of crap. I welcome it, but it's not that good of an addition. It might actually just give you something that you were going to get very soon anyway, so it's not really that much of a boost. Although it is consistent through every era, but in any case, I don't really care, to be honest. If it was 2 free techs, that'd be different, but it's not. I think Korea is kind of underwhelming. She has really strong bonuses, and they're very effective, but I feel like she's lacking a great number of them. The bonus she has to trade routes are good, but that doesn't take effect until later on in the game. The +4 housing as well takes into effect early on in the game, I'd say, maybe classical medieval era. Probably not classical, but about near the middle of the game, that comes into effect, getting the 4 housing for having 3 districts, right? And the 2 amenities. That's fine, but it's not game changing. It's just sort of, it's a fairly good addition, but it comes later on, so it's not a bonus in any sense to your beginning game. The Hwacha equally is a good sort of defensive unit, but it comes in the Renaissance because it replaces field cannons. The Seiwon is their strongest attribute. You can almost make a game just on having the Seiwon. It's basically a campus that always has 4 science, 3 or 4 science, half price. It's always worth it to get the adjacency multiplier, or the 100% bonus, because you're going to have enough adjacency at minimum, let's say 3, probably 4 in some of them if you can plan for that. And it's like, you have 6 or 7 cities, they each have a Seiwon because it's half price, that's 28, that's like 25 science, right? 24 science. To get another 24 science it's a pretty, reasonable return for that economic policy slot. So I would say that the Seiwon gives a huge science boost, and that's a really that's a great addition to have. It might be one of the strongest districts in the game for that reason alone. The Tower of the Moon and Stars, for me, is not as applicable because the Great People points in the capital is limited to the capital. The +1 governor title in trade route at political philosophy is nice, but it's fairly niche and narrow in terms of what it offers. The governor title is providing 3% science and 3% culture is fairly nice in conjunction with the Seiwon, but it ends up being put this way, it effectively is like a 10% boost to science and culture across your empire. Maybe less so, maybe 6 or 7% across your empire in its entirety. But in any case, it is nice. It's just, it's not as strong. If it were like 5 or 6, if it were 5% for governor title, I would say that's pretty good. But you have to get 3 governor titles just in one city to get 10%, right? And you're probably going to have, put this way, normally what you get is you get 4 governor titles after the classical era, right? You don't get any more until you get later on into the medieval, right? So there's a huge gap there. So like the middle of the game is overway or underway at that point. You basically get 4 governor titles. Korea gets another one from political philosophy, and then you have the government plaza, which gives you 1, and then the ancestral hall or the first tier building, which gives you another. So basically, at max, you have 6 standard, 7 is Korea, which means that you basically have 21% science and culture spread about all your cities, right? Not for every city, but it's like you could have 2 governors with 3 titles, right? So that's 9% science and 9% culture in 2 cities, which is fine. But then you basically have another 3% science and 3% culture in 1 other city, and it'll take a while to scale it any higher. You might get another, plus when you get those other 2 governor titles, I think it comes at guilds and whatnot, right? You basically get another city that has the 9% and for culture and science. And so basically, until the later portions of the game, like in the industrial era, like when you get civil engineering, you're basically going to have 3 cities with 10% science and 10% culture, which is fine, but it's only 3 cities, and it's only 10%, and it's not that strong. It's fairly effective, but it's just not great. So I don't think Korea has that many strong abilities. If you took everything away and you only kept what was fairly relevant, the Great People points in the capital is great, but it's limited to the capital. I don't think the science and culture buff is that strong as well. The trade route bonus is good, but for the late game. The housing for the districts is also very good, but it's later on. The Hwacha is good. It's also later on. The Seiwon is, let's call it what it is. It's amazing, and it holds Korea up. I just don't think there's that much meat around this bone. It's a very strong bone, but I don't think it's that good. I'm going to give Korea, I think some people would say you got to give her an A just because she's a science-based civ. The bonus to science is amazing. that doesn't mean much of anything. There's not much of a race in this game. Yeah, if you want to go for domination and you want to get knights and rush people, that's fine. But it's like, there are many things to do in every single game. It's never really a race. It's about how efficient you can be and how many benefits you have for going a certain way. Korea doesn't really have anything to go a certain way. She just kind of has a flat a boost to her science and a bonus to trade routes and housing later on in the game. That's pretty much it. So I don't feel like she's that strong. Or at the very least, I feel like she's not. She's fairly effective. She's fairly strong. I feel like she's kind of on par with John Curtin. Maybe she's better than John Curtin because of the science bonus, but she's not an A. Like, I feel like the Maya are so much stronger. They have a campus. They have a specialty campus as well in the observatory, which probably doesn't get you as much science, but it is a half-price campus, right? At the end of the day, and they have way more bonuses and buffs with the Holche, the defensive buff, the bonuses to plantations, and they get a free builder in every city. They get 10% yields in cities that are 9 tiles away. They have way more going on. Korea has nothing like that. They basically just have the Sewon, which is a good campus replacement. So I'm going to give Korea a B, and I'll give it a good B, but not a great B. I would rather play as the Gaul than play as Korea, but that's all she wrote. So that was Korea. Pretty good. I like the Sewon, but not very great in addition to that. So just a fine civ, but only that. I've just rolled Wilfrid Laurier, who is the Premier of Canada back after John A. Macdonald in 1870. He's on our $5 bill, and he is, in effect, the leader of my home country, Canada. So let's take a look. He has the ice hockey rink. The issue with the ice hockey rink is that only one can be built per city. And the thing about these improvements is that they are really effective and they're strong outside of the yields that they give. Really, you're looking for appeal, which only takes place later on in the game with your seaside resorts, your national parks. This does give appeal. However, only one can be built, so it's kind of niche there. And it can only be built on tundra or snow, which is a problem in its own right, because that can assist, if you're building national parks in tundra, but it's not imperative. Like, tundra has high appeal, so it's just an addition, but only one can be built, so it's not very good. You get 4 culture if adjacent to a stadium. This is fairly niche, and I wouldn't say it's too relevant. You get +1 culture for adjacent tundra or snow tiles. The snow tiles are shit because they're snow tiles. The tundra tiles are alright, especially if they're wooded, so the adjacent culture is fine, but it's like, I don't really care about like 4 or 5 culture at this point in the game, right? Let me check for a second. Sorry about that. It's unlocked at colonialism, which comes right before natural history. It comes after mercantilism and like sort of its early industrial era civic. So it's like getting 5 culture at that point, you might have 100 to 200 culture. So it's like, it's kind of a really, it's nice, but it's not so impactful. And, the amenity, the housing, the yields in this are fine, but functionally it's not that useful. I don't care about yields at this point for my improvements. I want appeal, like from the Paradisa or the Sphinx. And this doesn't happen because only one can be built, and it cannot help seaside resorts, which is kind of the main appeal. In any case, it's just very limited. So I don't think the ice hockey rink is that good, and I think that its strength is very average as well. The Mountie, and this is a pretty blatant opinion, but I think it's the strongest unit in the game, if only for the amazing, I say amazing because it's so powerful, but it's also extremely out of balance, so maybe it's not so powerful, right? It's kind of like it's cheating, but in any case, the faith it's worth is so significant that it's pretty much the most valuable unit in the game. The reason being is that it comes with the ability to make a national park. What? National parks are extremely expensive. They start off being like 500 or 600 faith, but after your 10th national park, it's going to be like 2,000 or 3,000 faith, which is a lot of faith, right? And it's like you can just build it at this. Effectively, the Mountie is a way to convert production into faith at an extremely efficient level. You can make, if you have production bonus towards cavalry, right? You could literally can just make like in like maybe 2 to 4, maybe 5 turns less, and it's like, holy shit, they're worth so much, especially if you get like a bonus towards, like I said, cavalry production, or I don't know, they're they are really powerful, and you can't get anything better than this, especially when Canada kind of has they're a tundra based, they're a snow based civ. They're kind of like Russia, and they just, man, getting national. They are the premier tourism victory. They're not even relevant because they're cheating. Going for Canada is an automatic victory for cheating, because you can just place down endless national parks because you're not limited by faith. They come at civil engineering, which is where you get Statue of Liberty. I'm only like 75% sure that's the case. I know it comes right around there. You do not get this in the medieval era. You don't get it around democracy. You get it in the industrial era, civic trees, and I believe it is civil engineering. In any case, it's right around there, but that's fine. You don't. It gets +5 combat strength when fighting within 2 tiles of a national park. Fine. It gets +5 combat strength if the national park is Canadian, right? Which is great. So it's a nice cavalry unit, but it's allows you to build a national park. And so it's like, holy shit, it's just so efficient, so effective. And national parks are one of the best ways to win tourism victories. They kind of make up a third of your tourism. The other third being maybe like improvements, including and especially seaside resorts, and like great works of writing and whatnot, and archaeological pieces rather. And this in conjunction with the ice hockey rink is fair, but it's not very strong. Put this way, you don't care about the ice hockey rink. You have unlimited national parks. The ice hockey rink is kind of irrelevant because it's literally only one per city, and it's just it would go if you could put as many as you would like, even if it was only in tundra. It would still, because this is for national parks. National parks thrive in high appeal, and tundra has the highest appeal, right? You can't build seaside resorts, but it has high appeal. But the ice hockey rink, unfortunately, does not allow for much. Plus, you can get some bonuses from it because it does give the +2 appeal, but it's also just it's very limited. So I think that it's not so strong, but it's also not so powerful. It's kind of an average improvement in combination or in unison with these national parks. These national parks shine on their own, and to me, that's the only relevant piece of Canada thus far. Kind of ironically, thematically, is the sunny way, which is woods provide +1 science, which is really amazing. Especially tundra tends to have a lot of woods. Canada, I think their preference or their tendency is to spawn in tundra, just like Russia. But in their case, they get +1 science on their woods tiles, which is amazing. And if adjacent to a river, woods will provide 2 gold and 1 production. This means that all the woods tiles are going to be 1 food, 2 production, maybe 1 food, 3 production if it's on a hill, right? +1 science. And then if you're on a river, which means that, like, again, the woods tend to group up amidst each other, right? So if you spawn near a river, which is kind of like the best spawn location because of this, but if you spawn near a river, there's usually a line of wood tiles, which means that there's several of them that have the +1 production, which means that you're probably having 1 food, 3 or 4 production without an improvement, for fuck's sakes, right? And the 2 gold is also nice because these are amazing tiles. You're going to work them anyway. Specialty districts receive a standard adjacency bonus in addition from woods, which is amazing because standard adjacency means that it's basically +1. Like a campus has standard adjacency from mountains. So basically, wherever there are woods, your industrial zones, your even harbors or your campuses, like, you can get really powerful if there are mountain tiles. If you can just because you can just plop, your campus or your districts in between a bunch of wood tiles, and it's freaking amazing. It's a really good. For it to be standard just from the woods tiles is really strong, very powerful. Completing a harbor or an industrial zone grants 1 envoy. This is fine. I don't think the harbor has much use. You probably don't have that many coastal cities in tundra, especially, I'd say. The industrial zone is fine, and you probably do want to build industrial zones as Canada because they're kind of like they're an infrastructural economic civ, and so industrial zones are fairly welcome. And so the 1 envoy in this case is fine. It doesn't happen probably till later on, early medieval, later classical, when you get the industrial zone and the harbor. I don't think it has that much. It puts away. I feel like it's fairly powerful just because I think these are probably the 2 best districts to build, and I think for the industrial zone at least, there's a pretty good reason to build it as Canada to assist their core tendencies. but I don't think it's so strong just to get one envoy from that. Just how many industrial zones are you going to build, how regularly, and when. So it's like powerful in that this is what you have to do, but kind of not so strong in what you get. So it's a good, this trait is really powerful. The +1 science in the woods, the extra production and gold for that matter, 2 gold, which is nice if adjacent to a river, and the adjacency bonus standard, which is +1 from woods tiles. Just I don't know why it's called the sunny way, but I love the bonus to woods because, you know, Canada is, like I said, a tundra-based civ. They tend to spawn in tundra, and tundra is basically, its only redeeming quality is a lot of woods tiles. And so you can get some amazing spawns with Canada. If you spawn on a river in the tundra, you basically won the game because you basically get science, production, gold. You get amazing districts because of the adjacency. It's just really powerful, and the +1 envoy it's a fair, maybe a little bit below average addition just based on the condition, but the condition is actually fairly welcome. Like, I'll build the industrial zones because the adjacency bonus to woods, and the envoy is just a sort of, it's like a bit of icing sugar on top. It doesn't make it, but it's nice, right? So this is a very good trade. Not that I like to joke around a lot, but I'm going to dock this next trait 1 point just because I don't like the way it's named. The last best west. It's got to be the oddest way to describe something. Like the sunny way kind of sounds interesting, even though it has nothing to do with woods tiles and their bonuses. But the last best west. Maybe it means something more, but it doesn't. It's not written well. So that's gonna take some points off. But in any case, you begin the game with a free governor title. This could mean a plethora of things. It means that you could put Liang in and have your builders be a little bit more efficient, right? Which is nice, especially if you get one in a goodie hut. More effectively is Magnus, which you can chop something really quickly. And in any case, when you get your first governor title, you know the first tier of a governor is usually not so powerful. It's usually the second tier, or one of the two choices, right? Whether it's reducing increasing trade growth from Magnus, or removing settler reduction of population, or even like Liang has a bonus towards district production. So like there are bonuses here, and Pangala especially has +1 culture or +1 science per population. The initial 15% science will be fairly meager, but in any case you can use this to your advantage just to, if you come across a goodie hut, or you have some sort of if you reach the point where you get early empire or state workforce and you get your first governor title, instead of having to wait to get to the second one, you can just put in the second tier, the effective tier of your governor, be it Pangala or Magnus, right? Like you can get early empire and then have that second tier free settler effectively, which is very nice. It's not game changing. It's a pretty put this way, I wouldn't say it's so powerful because it comes later. It's not so effective at the initial tiers. You kind of have to wait, but in combination with the first title that you do get, it's very strong. So it's kind of, I feel like it's limited, but it's fairly strong when you do get it. You know, when you get early empire, or you want to, you could even go for like if you had like a city-state ally or a neighbor that you wanted to get suzerainty from, you could get, I forget her name. You could get the envoy governor. I can't remember her name. She gives you 2 envoys, and you could upgrade her as well. In any case, you could just use her because her first perk is 2 free envoys, right? So that could be a huge game changer. This is a really strong perk to have. It's kind of limited because unless you have the right situation, it becomes basically a delayed addition, which is fine, but it's not like, I don't think the initial uses of this are as widespread that makes it so useful. But the uses that when you do use it, it is very strong. So it's a pretty good perk. 25% production towards builders, settlers, traders, and city center buildings in cities with a governor. So this is actually a huge addition to the free governor title. You might have a notion that you want to build a lot of settlers, so throw Magnus in there. You could chop if you want and grab Oracle or something. But in any case, well, put this way, I would say that you may not know if you want to use. I'm gonna search her name up. Civ 6 governors. I don't know what her name is. It's pissing me off. List of governors. Reina Magnus. Amani. Sorry about that. Her name is Amani. She's the diplomatic city-state. She gives you the envoys, right? That's the governor. If you don't know that Amani is who you want to use, like let's say that you find just name any city-state, right? And you're like, oh shit, I want to become suzerainty of this, right? It'd be so powerful for me right now. Whoever it may be, right? Maybe you want to get Zanzibar so you can get like 6 amenities, right? That's a huge boost. You may not have wanted to choose Magnus or Liang or Pingala right away. It might be worthwhile to wait. But in any case, here's the thing: 25% production towards builders and settlers, and traders, but more so the builders and settlers. You're not going to do this right away. Not only do you have to wait probably 10 turns to build your first settler, right? But builders usually aren't your first order of magnitude. You usually build scouts and warriors, then you build your settlers. So at the very least, when you get this free governor title, you basically have a decision to say. You might, with your initial warrior, maybe your initial scout, right? You're going to see which city-states are around you, probably before you have to make this choice, right? And so if you do find it out, you can build a Mani and just sort of have the standard production as you would towards your first settler, let's say, right? But if you do find out that there is one, and you're like, okay, I'm going to use... If there is nothing for you to put, right? It's like, okay, there's no city-states, right? You could make the choice to say, I'm gonna put whoever else, right? You're gonna put a governor in your city, right? And maybe whether that's in conjunction with technology and culture with Pingala, or maybe you do want to rush early empire and spread very quickly, right? With Magnus, whoever it is, if you don't have to put a Mani out or whoever else, if you're fine just putting a governor in your capital right now, you get a 25% bonus towards your settler production, which is very nice. Note as well, it's also towards city center buildings. So when you build your first monument, when you build your granary, this is pretty nice. And this scales very well because it's basically every city that has a governor, and this lasts throughout the game. So as you get more governor titles, you can just fill up your strongest cities, right? And they can build basically the infrastructure that you want in terms of the monument, in terms of the granary, whatever else, right? Maybe walls, right? And then you can build builders and settlers and traders. This is a nice production bonus, I would say. I think governor titles in effect are fairly limited in terms of when are you going to use them, what is the best way to use them, right? Because it depends on the situation. They're fairly inconsistent in that it's not that they're inconsistent in being useful. They're always useful. It's just they're inconsistent with how strong they'll be, right? The strength that they have it's always better to have these things, right? It's just their accessibility is a little less than I would say. The bonus towards woods tiles, getting +1 science and +1 production if on a river, to me those are absolutely inconsistently powerful, right? They're very effective, right? And they're very strong bonuses as well. Think of it like this: if it got 2 gold and that was it, that's not so strong, but it's a very good bonus because it's very consistent. It always works. It's always relevant, right? It's powerful in that sense because it doesn't have the damage per second because it's kind of low damage, but it's or it doesn't have a kind of like a fast fire rate. It's just kind of like it's not so powerful because it's just a bonus towards woods tiles, but it's very consistent, right? Like it's concentrated. Whereas governors are not concentrated. They kind of come and they go, right? Like whether or not you put this here or there, and you never really know. Like should I put Magnus in my capital? I don't know. Maybe you want to wait for Amani. There might be another city-state that you meet 5 or 10 turns from now, because there's bound to be plenty, and you're not going to meet them right away. You might want to reserve your use of these things, but the fact that you do get these bonuses are very strong, though, that if you do choose to put one in your city center right away, you will get a bonus towards settlers. And as you go throughout the game, as you put more governors in, you'll have you have more bonuses. You'll have more production bonus towards those as well. So this is a strong perk, a strong set of perks, I'll say. +1 food and +1 production from all tundra and snow tiles, doubling for city centers. This is better than Peter's in my opinion, because Peter has +1 faith and +1 production on tundra and snow tiles. This is +1 food and +1 production, which is much better. The doubling for city centers means that if you spawn in tundra, which you're likely to do, you're going to have 2 food, 1 production as you normally would. Now you're going to have 3 food, to production, right? That doubles in city centers, right? Or I guess effectively, you're probably going to have 4 food, maybe 3 or 4 production. Like, it's crazy what your city center will be, which is amazing to start. And to go in line with the bonuses that you'll have for the adjacent wood tiles, right? And just overall, I would say, and this goes great in conjunction if you use the mod where you can build farms on tundra. But let's say that you can't, because we'll just reference vanilla. But +1 food and +1 production on tundra tiles means that your woods tiles are all 2 food. Everything is 2 food because tundra is 1 food, 1 production, right? But it makes your wood tiles amazing. It literally, so get this. If you have a woods tile that's 1 food, 2 production, right? Let's say it's not on a hill. If that's on a river, it's 1 food, 3 production, right? Because of Canada's bonuses, though, or this next bonus, it's 2 food and literally 4 production if it's on a river. Every woods tile at minimum is 2 food, 3 production without having a lumber mill on it. It's crazy. And to boot, it's 1 science for every woods tile. So good. And if there's no woods tiles, it still is actually fairly powerful. Not only is every tile going to have 2 food, right? It's like a better plains tile that always has 2 food, right? But if it's a hill, right, it's like, it'll be, put this way, if it was a hill and it had 1 food, 2 production, right? Literally, it's 2 food, 3 production. You put a mine on it, it's literally 2 food, 4 production. Such powerful tools, right? Oh, get this. Water tiles adjacent to tundra or snow terrain provide +1 food and +1 production and +1 gold. This means coast. I don't even know what this means. This is insanity. Insanity. Canada is the most overpowered civ in the game, from what I understand, and I refuse to play them. Not only do they get the best unit with the Mountie, right, but they get these amazing bonuses to their woods tiles. But then, I think the modders kind of forget that Canada's going to spawn in tundra, so they give all these bonuses to tundra tiles. But what if you have a woods tile in the tundra tile and it's next to a river? By my estimation, you're getting a bonus of 1 food and 1 production and 1 gold if it's next to water tiles. I'm not sure if this takes into account rivers. Put this way, I played a game where this appeared to be so, and I had literally like 3 food, like 6 or 7 production lumber mill tiles. Insanity. So overpowered. All Canada has is the basically free national parks and amazing production and growth, infrastructural economic abilities, and that's it. But there's some of the strongest perks, and there's so much harmony. It's like he spawns in tundra, he's building national parks. Woods tiles are usually very abundant in tundra, and he gets science and he gets production if they're next to a fucking river, and he gets adjacency bonus to those woods tiles as well. The free governor title is really good too, and the 25% production if a city has a governor towards builders and settlers and city center buildings and traders is really nice as well. Like, these are all really powerful bonuses, and like they're almost too powerful to even analyze. Like, I don't know if water tiles take into account river tiles. In any case, it just means that you're going to get plus food and +1 production on most of your tiles, on top of the +1 food and +1 production. This is the game changer. Every single tile in the tundra will get +1 food and +1 production, which means that your woods tiles are amazing because they also have +1 science. If they're next to rivers, you get another +1 production. I don't know if this latter perk where you get +1 food and +1 production, if it's adjacent to water. It does note that if it's water tiles adjacent to tundra, right? But it's insanity to think that you're going to be in these situations. That's the issue here. They're so overpowered because they're in the position that, you know, if they were more likely to be kind of in grasslands and plains, then yeah, give bonuses to tundra, right? But you're in tundra, you get amazing city center starts. This to me is just like Peter. I think Peter competes because Peter competes with 2 bonuses, right? Maybe 3 bonuses. The third being minor. The first bonus that they have is that they start off with more they have initial territory for all their cities, right? They take like 6 extra tiles, and whether it's 2 or 3 tiles away, which is really nice for your cities, whether it's your capital or your starting city. They get +1 food and +1 they get +1 faith and +1 production to all tundra tiles, and it doubles for city centers. They don't get as much growth. They get the same production, so they do have very powerful city centers, right? They have the Lavra, which is a half price, a very powerful holy site, right? Which gives +2 great profit points. It's the best means to an accessory religion for any game mode because it's cheap. It gets you the great profit faster. It gives you great writer points. It's very nice. It's a very good district, and that as well, they get a free builder when they acquire their first tundra tile, which is fairly easy to do, even if it's further away, because they expand to it very quickly, or they grab it initially. So those bonuses are nice, and I like Peter. Peter has a reasonable approach to tourism, whereas Canada just has basically an auto win. They're the most overpowered civ in the game by a country mile. They're definitely A tier, and they are the strongest by far. I think they're the best civ that we've seen, maybe the best civ in the game. I'm trying to think who is also competes with them. Let me check for a second. So I think there's maybe 2 civs that compete with Canada. One of them maybe not be so obvious, and that would be Jaivarman. Jaivarman has the best growth capacity in the entire game with his beret, with his improvements to farms, with his holy site abilities and the prass set. He has really good abilities, and they're very powerful. They don't work directly towards anything, but he has the most capability at its core for growth, which is sort of applicable in all things, right? That may not sound like he's as good as Canada as we've described, but he's actually very powerful. He's a very strong, put this way, he's not as strong as Canada, but he is A tier, and he is fairly strong. The other one is Teddy from America. His film studio doubles the tourism output from that city, which is amazing. Like it's to me, that's almost better than having all the national parks. He also gets amazing production bonuses, and he has mobility movement, where any unit outside his territory treats terrain as if it were flat. It's just crazy. He can move around like nothing, right? And he also gets bonuses. He gets appeal. A city with a national park gets +1 appeal, which is really strong. Teddy has bonuses that increase, or that benefit, the tourism based sort of industry that he has, right? He doesn't really have means to making it easier, but what is there is improved upon. Canada just has unlimited national parks. They're not any better, and the ice hockey rink is fairly limited, so I don't think it makes a huge difference. The thing is, and I'll say this, is that I've said several times that there are civs that have means to nothing, and that they have a lot of good core mechanics, but they have no strict abilities that prop them up, whether it's towards religion or tourism or domination, right? They're kind of a basic civ with a few sort of economic bonuses, but nothing really specific. The Dutch are kind of like this. The Dutch have a lot of strong economic policies or bonuses rather, but nothing really specific. They're good. They're really good actually, but there are other civs which are kind of more basic, like Cleopatra. Cleopatra has some good economic sort of traits, and even her Sphinx is good, but the perks aren't that strong, and that's all she has. In contrast, you have civs that have a lot of benefits from achievement, right? Arabia is a good example. They get bonuses for having their religion spread, but they have no means to spreading their religion, effective that is. And there are other civs that are like this, that they get bonuses for reaching success, but they have no actual means to do so. Canada has these 2 aspects. They have the national park, which is basically the means for tourism, but it's the result. Like, you have to invest, you have to afford national parks, right? It doesn't really have a way to be improved like Teddy does, but having all the national parks is an improvement in its own right. Like, if you are a successful civ, you'll build a lot of national parks, right? Maybe they're not better national parks, but because there are so many, it's like, again, that's an improvement. But Canada has some of the best, the most harmonious, the most powerful and significant economic perks in the tundra bonuses, the woods bonuses, even the free governor title and its bonuses are very nice. And it's like they have the means to all, and they actually have a sort of aim through the national parks that they basically get for free because they can just build them with production. It's like, my gosh, they are the strongest civ that we've seen thus far, and this is civ number 31. We have 21 left to go, and this is the strongest. I would say that Teddy is probably number 2. I would say that Jaivarman is maybe number 3 because they have, you could argue that bonuses towards military, bonuses towards religion, etc., right? But it's always, the stronger the civ is at its core, the better it is for all, right? That's why Dido is very powerful. She has such a relevant and substantial influence and presence when it comes to navy, and her civ just thrives through the ocean, right? And she can really do what she wants. She doesn't have anything that's particularly strong or as powerful as what Canada has, or even Teddy, but she has a lot of core mechanics that let her do what she wants, right? Not as good as these guys, but she has that at her core, and she's very effective for that. Canada is just a fucking baller, and I to be honest, he's the one civ I will not play because it's not even a game. It's literally, I mentioned before that like what would happen if someone said that, okay, Ryan, if you reach turn 200, you get a giant death robot, or in effect you just win the game. You just have to survive, right? It's like there's not much point to play the game, and it's hard to judge the bonus in that case, because it's like, what I was trying to say was that if that was your only bonus, you would basically say, if I can be successful, I will win, right? But it's a success that doesn't really have to be effective. It's just like, if I survive, I will win, right? But I have no bonuses, I have no perks, I have no benefits or I have no support to survive. It's like I have to be very basic in order to do so. And so I was like, so how do you really judge that there are bonuses that are amazing, but you have no means to get so? It's like Canada basically has that, but they have, and this is why it's an issue, they have the strongest perks in order to get them so. Like literally, and it's literally 2 for 1, or it's both have been answered. The best sort of end game perk, unlimited national parks, and the strongest traits that get you there with the bonuses to woods, the bonuses to tundra, the bonuses from the governor title. It's just so powerful, and they have the crown at this point. They're on the Iron Throne, and they're gods. We'll leave it at that. Okay. That was Canada, the legendary god tier civ as it stands. This is number 32. We have 20 left at this point, but we got to finish it before we can say that. And I have rolled Montezuma, who is extremely interesting. I will give him a look. Here he is. Look at that hat. Yeesh. Let me zoom this in. Okay. Montezuma. I played with Montezuma a little while back, and I had a revelation. I realized that every civ, that even if their perks, their bonuses, etc., their unique features, like Montezuma has, or Qin Shi has with his builder ability, that everyone deserves their own unique assessment, because you realize that things work together in harmony more than you realize when you look at them sort of at a base level before your judgments are made. It's like, what if you actually looked at what it did and how that would maybe work in conjunction with other bonuses? And so Montezuma really taught me that lesson. Let's look at the fucking Talactli. Jesus. It's a replacement for the arena, which is basically the most useless building in the game, because who builds entertainment complexes, right? But you build the entertainment complex, and you build this. It gives you 2 faith, 1 culture, 1 food, a production. It gives you 2 amenities, as it normally does, and 1 great general point. It's not that good. It lets you purchase faith, units with faith in the city, which is fine, but it's not that good of a building. The thing is, there's a reason why it works in general, right? But we'll get to that. The Eagle Warrior, next, it is equivalent to, or it's on par with Nubia's Adamak Archer, which is an amazing archer replacement. The Eagle Warrior is what you start with. It's a replacement for the Warrior. It has 28 combat strength, which is 8 more. It's crazy. And when you fight barbarians or enemy units, you have a chance to grab a builder, which is also very nice. They're one of the most effective units in the game. It's like having a heavy chariot, but for a warrior. They're amazing. And it's like, and you can just go and pummel people if you want. They're extremely effective, and they're A tier and extremely strong. They're really powerful, especially because you get them right away. They're basically like Gilgamesh's war cart, but it's Montezuma's or the Aztecs' eagle warrior. They're incredible. They're amazing. Gifts for the Teolani, I hope so. Entertainment complexes provide +3 food and +2 housing. This is interesting. Normally, entertainment complexes don't give you shit, right? They basically give you one amenity, right? And that's it. And then you have to build the arena, and they're really shit. You can build a zoo later on for amenities that sort of reach cities from like within 6 tiles, but that comes at fucking natural history in the industrial era. They're useless, right? Getting 3 food and 2 housing makes them worthwhile. 3 food is a fair amount. 2 housing is all right. And the thing is that that right there being enough of a reason to build it means that the arena then has a place for you to build, and so you actually get a fair amount of amenities. And the Aztec have bonuses towards amenities so that you're fine and you want to build them, right? And so to me, it's like the +2 faith and the +1 culture, the +1 food and the +1 production. It's a nice little bonus to something that has more relevancy because the district that sort of houses it is sort of more legitimate, right? It gives you +3 housing, or +3 food and +3 housing at a baseline. So this building, the Talachi, has more value because, like I said, the entertainment complex has more value from the Aztec. This is really nice. Luxury resources provide an amenity to 2 extra cities, as standard and as it was in Civ 5, but in Civ 6, let's say, for amenities. If you improve a citrus, right, 4 cities get an amenity, right? Aztec means that you get 6 cities that get an amenity. It's really efficient. It's basically a 50% increase to your amenities from luxuries. It's really powerful. This is also amazing. Military units receive +1 combat strength for each different luxury resource improved in Aztec territory. This effectively means that, by the medieval era, you may have 4 or 5 luxury resources improved, at least 4, which means every single combat unit has +4 combat strength, which is not so bad. It's basically the bonus from oligarchy. Now, at some point in the game, you're going to have more cities, right? And you're going to have more luxury resources. I find that at some point during the game, you have like 6 or 7, maybe 8 or 9 amenities, right? In terms of types. There's a lot more than you realize. There's actually plenty. And having basically +8 combat strength to all your units is really powerful. And it means effectively, like early on in the game, you may find that you can improve maybe 1 or 2 amenities. That extra 2 combat strength early on in the game is really impactful. It's a really great addition, especially on top of the Eagle Warrior and whatnot. So I love this. They're very unique in that they are the one civ, I would say, that sort of goes for amenities. And amenities are kind of, put this way, their ratio of necessity and value is so far off. They're very good. They're all right, but they're so unnecessary. Like, nobody cares about amenities. It's not like happiness in Civ 5, but the Aztec get bonuses for amenities like no other. Not only in terms of their entertainment complex being more valuable, but the luxuries give more amenities to extra cities, and you get combat strength for each amenity, which is amazing. And in summary, you get +5% science, culture, faith, food production, and gold in ecstatic cities, which are cities with +5 amenities. This may seem hard to get. The thing is that when you improve the right amount of amenities and you put in, entertainment complexes in, which you are encouraged to do, you'll find that you can actually reach this point fairly easily, right? Most people don't have amenities because they don't really try and get them. There are policy cards that give amenities. There's the entertainment complex. You can invest in Colosseum. There are ways to get amenities. There's never really a reason. Not only do Aztecs have sort of fundamental reasons in their arena bonus, the food, the growth bonus towards entertainment complexes, but also you get a 5% bonus to all yields in ecstatic cities. It's not a game change. It's not game changing. The standard bonus is 20%. So getting ecstatic cities is really nice. And this is, to me, what this does is it takes something that is hard to reach, but very, very strong when you do reach it. It's just, it can be very inconsistent if you don't really prioritize it. But the Aztec have these little bonuses, like this case, where you get, it's like 25% versus 20%. That's a really 25% bonus to all yields. That's fucking awesome. 20% was always good. This just encourages you more. So I like that sort of, I like the sort of, I like the bait that it says go for amenities. We'll give you better sort of, we'll make you more effective if you do. And I like that. It's very original. It's very unique, right? This is a good trait. I like this trait a lot. It makes, like I said, the arena very good. I like the entertainment complexes being useful because they give growth. The luxuries giving 2 extra amenities is nice. I think the military strength from each luxury resource, you'll find that as you go throughout the game that you'll have like 5 or 6, maybe 6 or 7, just in the middle of the game. That's 6 or 7 combat strength on all your units. It's basically like if you had a knight which has 48 combat strength. Imagine if that knight had 55. That's a fucking musketman. It's crazy. Finally, Legend of the Five Suns. Hot days, I guess. Combat victories grant faith equal to 50% of the combat strength. I don't like these bonuses because I feel like you kill units too irregularly, and the combat strength that they have is generally poor, especially as you go throughout the game. Like, I feel like you probably fight more people early on in the game, and that's where it's more effective anyway. The thing is that those bonuses usually give you culture or science, whereas those are accumulation yields, and that, you know, you want a higher rate of science or culture so that you can unlock techs faster, whereas getting faith is like getting gold. It's something that you spend, so it's actually a worthwhile sort of yield, or so it's worthwhile currency to get. And so I don't mind this so much, especially in conjunction with the Eagle Warrior. It can get you a Pantheon fairly fast. It just gets you, with the Eagle Warrior specifically, which I don't think is irrelevant to sort of acknowledge, like they have it, right? But you know, it's going to do more killing because it's way more powerful. I feel like this perk is only really valuable when I'm getting things that I'm going to spend. I don't care about having, you know, 20 culture on top of, you know, like I've been generating like 20 culture per turn. If I just get another turn of culture, it's not so impactful. It comes to irregular. Whereas if I got, you know, 30 faith, that doesn't seem like a lot, right? But it's like that I'll use that more efficiently because, you know, I may only have, it doesn't matter. It's a bonus on something that I was going to spend rather than some sort of checkpoint I was trying to reach, right? Again, I don't think it's that good of a perk, but I think it's a bit more relevant because it's faith. So lakes provide +1 faith, +1 food, and +1 production. This is these lakes are really poor because they're really shit, right? And you don't really want to work them, right? Even if you use Hui Tuakuli, it's not really worthwhile. This makes them a little bit more strong, but they're kind of irrelevant, so it's not really that useful. Land tiles, though, adjacent to lakes provide +1 food and +1 gold. The extra food is really nice. Again, lakes give you fresh water, so in any case, it makes settling them a little bit more useful because the extra food can be nice. The +1 gold is all right. So these bonuses are kind of the weaker portion of the Aztec. Like, I don't care about better lakes. Lakes are shit. In any case, this is the big one. When constructing districts, you may spend builder charges to complete 20% of the original production cost. This is similar to Qin Shi's production towards wonders. This is towards districts. What this does effectively is that when you settle yourself a city, if you've been smart, you've kept this bonus in mind, you'll have built the government plaza and ancestral hall, right? When you build a city, or when you settle one, you'll start with a builder. What this means is that you can put basically one free district in very effectively. So if you have a coastal city, you can basically put in the harbor and just build it very quickly. Instead of having to wait 20 or 30 turns to build it, right? You can just build it basically for free because you have the builder charges to do so. This makes expansions so much more powerful, like extremely powerful. And, you know, one of the things that happens is that new settles are very ineffective, especially as you go on throughout the game, because districts become more expensive as you build them, and they have 1 population, they have to grow to 2 population, and basically what you end up doing is you build monuments, you build granaries, you build walls. You can't really build anything because they just have to wait. What you can do is you can build a harbor, or you can build, like if you're going for tourism, right? And it's later on in the game. I find that I like to settle in the tundra so I can find places to put national parks, right? Or wherever you're going, you might just settle more cities because you want land to put improvements in whatever you're going to do, right? If you want to build a theater square, right, because you're going tourism, theater squares are very expensive because you have to build amphitheaters, you have to build museums, and then you have to build the archaeologists, right? You can just hard build the theater square right away. It's so much more effective. And so while you're building the monument and the granary, and then later on having to build the district that you want, and just districts, like you can always send builders from your other cities, right? Or just buy them with faith if you have monumentality. You can just build it like for free effectively, right? If you can take production from your capital, send it to a random city, and build whatever you want, whether it's a harbor or an encampment or an industrial zone, or a theater square. And it means that the city is producing what it can in the city center buildings, but it's also building without hindering anything else. The districts that you actually need, it gets them going right away. It's really effective, and I think it's very underrated. And I didn't really, this is what made me appreciate the Aztec, that when it comes to tourism, especially, you just want theater squares so you can get more archaeologists. You want settles where you can put national parks. They're hard to bring up though, and this helps you do it right away. Not only can you make a notion to settle coastally so that you can build a harbor, which allows it to grow very quickly, which means more production because you can work more tiles, but you can build the theater square, right? And that in conjunction with the harbor means that settles are effective, and this is actually a great way to go for tourism. And I would say in summary, that the emphasis on amenities means that entertainment complexes are sort of great in conjunction with this. Entertainment complexes give culture for your tourism, or for your theater squares, right? So they're actually, they're ways that they actually improve your culture gain, because normally you don't give a fuck about entertainment complexes. You're like, piss off. Like, even if they do give you adjacency, right? They're not worthwhile to make. They're worthwhile to make in their own right, but in that sense, there is an additional sort of bonus towards getting better theater squares, which is great. And it's just, I feel like the Aztec just are an overall very powerful civ. Here's the thing though, I'm not sure how strong they are. Nothing here is game changing. I think it's all very relevant though. I think it's very powerful, right? I just don't think that it's not as hard hitting. There's a lot of weight behind this. It's just not as hard hitting. Like the Talachi, the arena replacement is not too great. It's nice. The entertainment complexes, getting 3 food and 2 housing, I think is really nice. You still have to build the entertainment complexes though. Like it's kind of, it encourages me to do it, and the bonus towards ecstatic cities, which is not so much like you don't want ecstatic cities for this bonus. You want ecstatic cities because you can, because you're encouraged to build entertainment complexes, right? And you get more amenities in any case from luxuries. You get the combat bonus from luxuries, and the ability to build districts with your charges means that you can expand a lot more efficiently, which is kind of, for me, a tourism requirement. And so I feel like the Aztec are actually a fairly interesting tourism civ, and they have a really good initial start with the Eagle Warrior, and even the extra amenity giving, being more applicable to more cities and giving combat strength. I feel like, again, they're not so strong, like they're not as hard hitting, but I feel like there's a lot of weight behind them. They're fairly powerful, and so I'm gonna give them A tier, but they'll be a low A tier. They're kind of in line with Victoria, right? I think like Dido is probably it's a bit stronger, but they're kind of lower A tier. That might be, like, I think the thing is that, like, you look at the Dutch, like Wilhelma, she has very good economic policy slots, but she's nothing really specific when it comes to any sort of victory condition, and that's fine, but I don't think that her bonuses are, they're not that strong. They're good, and they're really good, in fact, but they're just, they're specific, they're particular in how and where they're sort of applied, and they're strong when they do so, but they're a bit too specific, whereas the Aztec to me have a fairly general strength based on their use and their motivation to have amenities, right? And their builder bonus is amazing. And the Eagle Warrior, for that matter, these are really relevant and impactful bonuses. And I feel like just overall there is a strength here that says that, you know what, that they are A tier. They're a low A tier, but I think they are. I'm happy to place them A tier, but just kind of below average. But I'm happy to do that. So go fucking Montezuma. So 20 left to go. That was Montezuma. Pretty good, not amazing, but I would say again he's A tier, just not as strong of an A tier. I've just rolled Pachacuti, the Inca. Just a quick little story. The Inca in Civ 5 was so good because they could move over hills without any movement penalty. They could build the terrace farm, which was amazing in that Civ, and I think that was it. But yeah, being able to move over hills without any movement penalty was so powerful in that game. In this game, I'm not sure they're as strong, although they have interesting bonuses. So one of the most unique improvements is the Kopak Nan, which is a replacement for tunnels, I believe, and it basically acts as a portal on a mountain range. You can move into it and then move out of it. It costs 2 movement points, but you can basically put it wherever you want, and it comes very early into the game. I think it comes at, sorry about that, it comes at foreign trade. So basically when you get your first trader, you get this thing. And it's interesting. I don't think it has as much use early on, but it makes your troops very mobile. It's one of those things where you probably won't use it that much just because it kind of seems, it's almost too nuanced to really understand like how useful it is. I think you need more experience with it to make it useful because you have to have an exit. You can just place it next to your capital, let's say, and then you put it somewhere else, and that's fine. But it's an odd improvement, but it's a legitimate one, and one that I think that if you make good use of, is definitely fairly powerful and effective. So I'll give it props, but I don't think it's game changing. The Warcock replaces the Skirmisher, which is the scout replacement. It's stronger than the Skirmisher, which is nice, and it may attack twice in one turn if there is enough remaining movement. This is fairly good because the Skirmisher has ranged attacks, which is nice for a scout because you don't have to take damage. This means that if there's a barbarian next to you, you can just attack it twice, and that kind of, it means you have more longevity with your scouts. And scouts are kind of investments for, they travel across the map, and they're hard to replace because if they travel halfway across the map and die, then you have to replace that and go all the way to where they were and then continue. So your scouts dying is a huge delay, and skirmishers are kind of like the mid-game to late-game exploration unit. Your initial scouts, they explore around your starting area, but if you're gonna go across the map and find like little islands and nooks and just explore like where the other civs are, you kind of want a skirmisher because the other scouts, they're way too brittle and they'll be destroyed by caravels and crossbowmen. The fact that this one's stronger is really nice as well. So this is a good unit. It's just a scout replacement, and it comes when you get the skirmisher at engineering when you get crossbowmen. So it's not like it's replacing the standard scout, but I would say that. So I would say that it's not so powerful just because it doesn't come early enough, but it's very strong when it does come. So that is good, just not as powerful. And then you have the terrace farm. And the terrace farm is, in some cases, the most powerful improvement just because it gives flat out food and production, which is what you want. It gives a housing, which is nice. It has to be built on hills, which is its one sort of limiting factor. It can be built on tundra hills as well, which is very nice. What I like about it is that if it's placed next to an aqueduct, it gets 2 production, which is great. If it's placed adjacent to fresh water, you get +1 production as well, which is really nice, so that you can find that you're getting, like, depending if it's a plains hill or a grassland hill, you might have like 2 or 3 production with a whole bunch of food, because you get the +1 food anyway, and then you get +1 food for each adjacent mountain. So if there's a hill surrounded by 1 or 2, maybe 3 mountains, you're gonna have, if it's a grassland hill, it'll be maybe 4 or 5 food, right? And even if it's not next to any rivers, or you can't place an aqueduct at some point, you're still going to have the production as it is. So it's, hills are just good tiles to improve, because regardless of what you put on them, they still have production, and especially if it's a plains hill, you'll get a lot of production. And I'll find that not every terrace farm is going to be the best, but wherever it is that there is a river, or if you can put an aqueduct, and the aqueduct can go where there's an adjacent mountain, so you can make that in combination. And it's not as powerful because you have to get the aqueduct, which comes at a machinery. All right. Just to clarify, actually, engineering is when you get the aqueduct, and that precedes machinery, which is when you get crossbowmen and the skirmisher, or in this case, the warcock, right? So it comes a bit later, but still, the terrace farm is amazing. It replaces the farm, so you can build it right away, and it's really nice, because if there's a hill next to a river, and it's a hill tile, it's at least 2 production, 3 if it's a plains, and you're looking at several food as well. They're very powerful, and so. And their strength kind of scales as you go throughout the game, because you're getting aqueducts. They get more as you get more technologies. It's just a really good and substantial improvement, and one that I would always welcome to have. Most improvements, they give a little bit of faith, a little bit of gold, maybe some science, and they're not as powerful because they're hard to scale and substitute for growth-based or production-based improvements. And then you have functional improvements like the Sphinx, or the Paradisa that give appeal, which is great for tourism, right? But those come later on in the game, and they usually just give culture or something as a base yield, so they're not always worthwhile. This is a good infrastructural improvement, and to me, those are the best. Earth Shaker. Specialty districts receive a minor adjacency bonus from hills. This means that for every 2 hills, you get +1, and that's fine. I don't think it's as impactful because it's only minor, and it'll be maybe you get an extra production on your industrial zone or your campus, whatever it is, because you don't want to build on hills, so the tiles in between can become extra. I don't think it's too impactful, not as strong. Rather, it is a good perk. It's just not as strong because it doesn't give you that much considering the condition. All units ignore the movement cost of hills, so it retains that perk from Civ 5. This is amazing because hills are, well, the thing is you look at Teddy. Teddy has a really overpowered skill that lets him, outside of his own territory, he can ignore terrain, whether it's hills or features and whatnot. And so if everyone moves faster, but that skill is really overpowered. It's really cheating. This is a more functional and thematic skill that you just ignore the movement cost of hills, and it's internal. So it's basically obviously, being able to move outside your territory will have more application, but being able to move inside as well has application for initial sort of movement from settlers and whatnot, but also builders internally. So the movement cost of hills means that you're going to be able to improve tiles much more effectively. Even if you're going to build a terrace farm, you're going to get it 1 turn earlier, and that sort of adds up over time. So I think this is a really powerful and effective perk, just because it's very consistent. It works everywhere, and it's fairly strong because hills are kind of the things that remove the movement cost, or that they up the movement cost other than features. And so this makes mobility in times of war, like I said, internal improvements. It's a really good and significant perk in addition. Trade routes to Incan cities gain +1 food and +1 production for each mountain in the origin city. What this means is that if you're sending a city from Cusco, the capital, to Lima, the city that's receiving the trade route, right? You get the +1 food and +1 production from the city. It takes into account the city that you're sending it from, not the city that you're sending it to. And so, the Inca, Pachacuti, he has a tendency to spawn near mountains, and you can just buy the tiles. You don't have to be working them, you just buy them. And it's possible that, consider this, you can buy 3 tiles out in every direction. If there are mountains around, you're probably going to get maybe 4 or 5 mountain tiles. You might be able to get 6 or 7. These trade routes are amazing, and that's just it's one of the simplest additions in terms of, if you have an internal trade route, a domestic trade route rather, sort of infrastructure built from Magnus and your government plaza, your diplomatic quarter, etc., right? Cities with mountains will get +2 to 3 food and production, and that's kind of short selling it. Not every city will have this, but your capital will probably spawn near some mountains. And again, you can buy 3 tiles out. If you can buy all the mountain tiles, you could have some of the strongest trade routes in the entire game. And for that, and this in combination with the terrace farm made the Inca some of the most they're powerful in their growth and their production, which most civs cannot say. Even Wilfrid Laurier has, or Canada, had bonuses towards woods tiles and production towards from production of food from tundra, and that was really great. But it doesn't scale as well as this does. That one's more, it's more applicable because it's just for every tile. This is only for cities with mountains in them, which won't be for all cities, and it costs you gold, so it's not initial, but it's extremely strong, and it's amazing. It's reading it right now. It's probably the best thing we've seen, and it works great in harmony with a terrace farm in that you're actually on par, almost on par, with Jivarman, who has so much emphasis on growth that the extra emphasis on production as well really makes up for there's so much growth here as it is because it's +1 food and +1 production, right? So, and the food from the terrace farm is also really nice. Everything here is really leaning towards a sort of an economical based civilization that can sort of apply towards, be it tourism or religion, whatever it is. You're going to have the means to do whatever you want, and I really like those values in civs. Traders generate +1 great engineer point per turn while traveling adjacent to mountains. These perks are unclear to me, whether they mean that if the trader if his trade route, if his line that he travels, if that is near a mountain or adjacent in this case, you'll generate 1 great engineer point per turn as if you had a workshop, or is it only because the trader is a unit, right? It's like when you plunder the trader, it's because the trader is there on a tile, right? It's like a builder almost. If the trader itself has to be next to the mountain, does he just generate a great engineer point that turn when he's traveling adjacent to it? Because if that's the case, you're not going to have so many mountains across the entire trade route line. If it's a continuous great engineer point per turn, that's really good, as it is with the other bonuses of this sort, which will give like great scientist points, etc. If it is the latter description though, in that it's only when the unit itself is traveling next to a mountain, it's not so powerful. Because out of 30 turns that the trade route goes till completion, there might be 6 or 7 mountain tiles, right? But instead of getting 30 points, 1 per turn, you might only get it 15 turns when he's next to those, when he goes back and forth. If he's adjacent to those mountain tiles 2 times, like going back and forth, let's say, then it's like, that's not as powerful. So I feel like this is unclear, and it's a welcome addition. I feel like it's not that strong. It's just 1 great engineer point. But again, I think it's because it's too inconsistent based on the description. I don't even know how to make use of this tactfully. So I don't think it's that substantial. Gain access to the Copac net. This is one of the best traits I've seen in the game. The adjacency from hills is minor, as it suggests, but the mobility from ignoring hill movement cost is amazing. The amazing trade routes are incredible as well. I'm kind of including the terrace farm in here just because that also has a huge amount of food and production bonuses. Not so much production for the terrace farm, but tons of food. The +1 housing is amazing as well. And the sort of the fact that you can build it in tundra gives it an additional sort of usefulness, in my opinion, because most improvements in this case probably wouldn't be tundra as well. So I think that's a good sort of ability from it. And then the amazing trade routes are so good, and the increased mobility. This is a very good trait, and Pachacuti is very strong as I see it at this point. So. Each city receives a free builder upon acquiring its first mountain tile. This is for Mita. That's a really good and simple condition. It's similar to Russia, who gets a free builder when they acquire a tundra tile. Whoever else gets similar builder perks. In any case, this is a pretty simple condition to get a free builder, and getting free builders is awesome, right? Especially in conjunction with the tendency to have mountain tiles. This is pretty much a given. Mountains provide +2 production. So the issue here is that mountain tiles aren't always workable, and I'm not even sure what the vanilla thing is. I have a mod that lets you work mountain tiles. Mountain tiles as it is they basically give +1 production and or +1. I think it's like 2 production +1 food. This makes them literally +1 food +4 production. I think that mod is inapplicable with with Pachacuti just because it's cheating. I think the actual way this is supposed to work is that without that mod that lets any civ work mountain tiles, Pachacuti is able to work mountain tiles in his own right. That's his unique thing. And so mountain tiles become somewhat usable because they're basically like blank hill tiles, but mountains gain +1 food for each adjacent terrace farm. So this makes the mountain tiles basically 2 food, 2 production. It's actually pretty good, I would say. It's really good. They don't become the best tiles, but they become tiles that you could not work. And you're gonna put terrace farms around every single mountain tile, and so you're just gonna have you're gonna have like basically 2 food, 2 production tiles pretty much everywhere that you can't improve, but it's a good tile. It's like a forest tile on a hill. You can't improve it, but it's a good tile. +2 gold and +1 production from resources adjacent to a mountain. This is really good as well because, again, if you're spawning around mountains, there tends to be plenty of mountains, and so any resource, whether it's a mineable tile, a luxury resource, etc., if it's next to the mountain, getting the extra production is very nice, and the +2 gold is welcome. I find that a lot of these perks, they will sometimes give gold bonuses, and they give +1 gold, and +1 gold is not enough to get me off my seat. +2 gold is enough where I'm like, okay, this is a good addition to the tile that you'll work anyway, especially because you're getting production bonuses towards it, right? So I like that a fair amount. +3 housing and 0.3 production per citizen in cities with a governor. First off, governors are easy to put in cities as you like. You can't put strong governors in every city because if you want to put them in many cities, then you can't make them all very strong. But in this case, it's worth it to kind of have a wide strategy because, +3 housing is a fair amount. If it was +2 housing, I would still say that's pretty good, but this is +3 housing. It's pretty substantial. But the 0.3 production per citizen in cities is really good. I play with the production from population mod, but if you don't play with that mod, this is even better because, well, it's put this way, when you get 10 production, you'll have 3 extra production, which is not game changing, but it's a nice little bonus that comes along with, having a governor. And I think the 3 housing is really nice, especially with all these growth bonuses. It's actually kind of, like, if it was any more, it would be really good. I would just say that it's, but sorry, I'd say it's very effective. It's just not that strong. It's maybe 2 or 3 production over a reasonable portion of the game. But it's welcome. It's nice, and in conjunction with the +3 housing, it's a very good perk. I'm just gonna have a sort of blanket statement and say that the Inca is incredible. I kind of knew they were really good, but I didn't know they were this good. I think they're actually better than Teddy. The thing is that Teddy has some of the best means to a successful tourism game. Canada has infinite national parks and really good economic bonuses. I think the economic bonuses here are better for Pachacuti. He has no means elsewise. He has no sort of bonus that sort of is targeted directly at tourism or religion, etc. But he has some of the strongest. I would say he has the strongest economic policies we've seen. The terrace farm is amazing as an improvement. Just as a replacement for the farm, it makes really strong tiles. The +1 food and +1 production for mountain tiles. Each mountain tile makes traders so powerful because literally because you can just buy extra food in production if there are mountain tiles nearby. The mountain tiles being workable is fine. It makes your cities more, instead of having to work really crappy tiles, if you run out of just tiles to work, you're gonna have +2 food and +2 production. And the improvement to bonus resources adjacent to those, the housing from the governors, and the mobility from not having to move across hills is very nice, and the free builder is really nice as well. That's a really nice perk. And I would even say that the improvement to the skirmisher, the 2nd tier scout, is really nice as well. I think this is a really good civ. I'm not going to say they're as strong as Canada. Canada has, it has the Mountie, which basically gives you a free national park, and that's on Paramount, right? And that in combination with their very strong economic perks and traits, just sort of, they're more effective. They're way more. I would say that Pachacuti is stronger than Canada, but they're not as effective just because they have all the means to everything, which is enough when you have these amazing sort of benefits, but they have no real gain that they get from succeeding. It's a hard build towards tourism or religion, but with all these, they're so powerful that it's not a negative. It's just just considering that they have all these economic policies or traits for that matter, and that's it. That's fine. Like they're really good. Whereas Teddy, for example, has fairly good economic policies, not as strong as the Inca, but he has the film studio, which doubles your tourism output effectively, which is an amazing thing to sort of, it's a great sort of mark for your success. And so without that mark, the Inca don't have a sort of a reason to do anything. They can do whatever they want. He's better than Dido, who has her own sort of economical sort of concentration in a naval sense, but the Inca just have growth and production out their wazoos. I think he's better than Jaivarman. I think that he can actually beat him in growth. Maybe Jaivarman has more strict measures for growth in his beret and whatnot, but Pachacuti, all things considered, has very comparable benefits in that regard. And so I think Pachacuti is surely A tier, and I think that he's probably the second best we've seen. I would say that he's equal in strength to Teddy. I think he's a little bit more powerful though. I think his economic policies are too good to sort of make him, anything less. I'll keep Canada first, but I think Pachacuti is the second, and that's I thought he was kind of underwhelming. I knew he had these bonuses, I hadn't really assessed them, and so, man, I'm really impressed. And he has the silver at this point. And if Canada wasn't fucking broken with their Mounties, he would be first place. The fucking terrace farm, the traders, their bonuses from mountain tiles, and everything else, really impressed. Amazing. So that was the Inca, Pachacuti. He is extremely powerful, and in my opinion, he is second place, next to Canada. We just rolled Bai Trao, Vietnam. Very recent civ, at least in terms of the expansion paths. I like that picture. Big spear on her back. There's Ambiorix and Basil. Bitch Catherine next to her, but let's take a look at Vietnam. The Tan is an interesting replacement for the encampment. It doesn't require population, so you can build it wherever the fuck you want. It triggers a culture bomb, which is nice considering you can just build it wherever you want. You get +1 culture and +1 production for every adjacent district, which is fine, not too much though. Look at this. Generate tourism equal to its culture output after the flight technology is unlocked. I hate those bonuses, are so unimpactful, but in any case, this is fairly effective in my opinion, because encampments are things you'd like to build, but they don't have very good economic bonuses, and they're pretty much strategic in that they're tactical. They block chokeholds, and they defend your flanks. They let you build barracks and encamp or armories, which is nice, but normally they're not worth building unless maybe you build like one or two. The fact that you can just build it very easily and for half price because it's specialty, and it has the culture bomb, it's actually a pretty good district considering what it's trying to do, which is be a cheaper and more in that case applicable encampment, which makes Vietnam very hard to attack. The Vo Chien replaces the crossbowman. It's an elephant. It's more expensive, but it can move after attacking, and it has additional movement and sight, and it is stronger when defending, which means that it is stronger but doesn't have as much, or it doesn't have more attack damage. It just has more defense strength, but it can move more, and it can move after attacking, so it can shoot and then run away. So it's kind of like the camel archer from Arabia in Civ 5. That bonus right there is very nice, and it makes them very effective in terms of like open terrain combat, where they can pummel people, and they can focus fire, and then it sort of shuffle in and shuffle out. So it's a pretty good unit. It doesn't have any strategic resource costs, so it's not doing you that many favors. Because crossbowmen are pretty easy to build, especially when you have production bonuses towards them. But you can very easily just spam these things, and I'm not sure. I guess they effectively are crossbowmen, so they're good for defense. And having stronger defensive capabilities is nice, and the increase in sight is very good as well, because you can move further on and scout. So it's a pretty good unit. I wouldn't say it's the best unit. It's just a crossbowman replacement. But I like the idea that you can move after attacking, so it makes them very mobile. So I would say that they're pretty good, just not amazing. Eastern Wu Uprising. +5 combat strength to military units when fighting in rainforest, marsh, or woods tiles. So effectively, when you're fighting in forest tiles, right? You also get, and these bonuses are doubled if the tile is in your own territory. So basically, if you have a woods tile or a rainforest tile in your own territory, you get plus 10 combat strength. You also get plus 2 movement, because you get plus 1 movement when you begin a turn in these tiles, and that's 2 movement if it's in your territory. This makes Vietnam extremely powerful on the defense, because they can plop their units, whether it's the Voi Chen or a swordsman, in a woods tile, and they get plus 10 combat strength, which is a huge buff. And yeah, it's very powerful. And even on offense, it's pretty good, because normally these tiles are they already give good defense, so the fact that this gives plus 5 more, it's a pretty good military bonus. Military unit maintenance costs are reduced by 1 gold per turn. This is all right. It's basically the military policy slot that you get in the beginning that does this effectively, which will stack on top of this, but it's never worthwhile to do. But in any case, as you go throughout the classical and medieval era, this will save you some gold. It's not so impactful, but I think it's pretty it's not so strong, but it is useful, right? So it's very consistent. And recruiting a great general grants a random inspiration, which I find rather unimpactful, just because you don't get that many great generals unless you had some bonus to get them especially. But in any case, I wouldn't say that's too impactful. This bonus is fine. There's a lot of combat bonuses here, but I feel like they're more leaning towards defense. The encampment, I feel like the crossbowman is more of a defensive unit. It's good for offense, but it's not really for sieging. It's good for taking out units, which is kind of, it can be used in offensive situations to support your more your siege works and whatnot. But in any case, they're very good for defense, and so that in combination with the bonus towards woods tiles or forest tiles, rainforest included, and the increased movement as well in that case is nice, and the reduced military bonuses. Vietnam seems to be a military based civ. I'm not sure she's a domination one. I think she just has bonuses towards defense effectively. 9 Dragon River Delta. What the fuck? Land specialty districts can only be built on woods, rainforest, or marsh. This is a little annoying in conjunction with that previous tile. It actually removes tiles that you can use defensively, but in any case, there are probably many, so it's not too big of an issue. In doing so, in terms of building those districts there, it says the features aren't removed, and so that I believe that means that if you're in an encampment and it's built on a woods tile, let's say, you'll be in that encampment with 10 combat strength, which is crazy. So your archers, your crossbowmen can just pummel people. So this is very, very turtle based civ, which is not the worst thing in the world, but it kind of, the value there is reflecting, like if you have Gandhi and Poland as your neighbors, you're not really under that much threat for attack. So, but if you're next to Alexander and Genghis Khan, it's pretty good. So I would say that it's fairly strong, all these bonuses, but I wouldn't say it's so applicable. So it's not that powerful. Like the damage is not so high, but the sort of the DPS is there, because you can use it really effectively when it is applicable, right? In any case, the woods tiles and the rainforest tiles, they give minor adjacency bonus to all specialty districts, which is not great, because it means that you have to have 2, which means that at best you're going to have maybe 4 tiles that you're going to place between, which will give you +2, which is fine. I feel like, a standard adjacency bonus would be much more impactful. Buildings on these features provide bonus yields: +1 culture from woods, +1 science from rainforest, and +1 production from marsh. So the marsh tile is very niche and probably not as applicable. The +1 science from woods and +1 culture from rainforest, what this does effectively, or it's the other way around, +1 culture from woods, +1 science from rainforest. What this does effectively is that if you build the encampment on a woods tile, right? If you build a barracks, that barracks will give you a culture. And then if you build an armory, that will give you another culture. The issue I have with this is that until you get the armory, until you get the second tier buildings, which don't come till medieval era, the extra culture or the extra science in basically one of in the tier 1 buildings, it's not so impactful, unfortunately, because it doesn't scale very well. It's only for one. It can't be added to, like once you build the barracks, let's say, or you build the library, you don't really get anything. Other than that, you get a library. If your campus is on a rainforest, the library that has +2 and scales tremendously with all your city-state relationships. If it's built on the rainforest, it'll get an extra science. But that's it. It doesn't. And once you get the university will get another extra science. It doesn't scale very well. I don't think this is a very good trait. And I would say that functionally, having to build your districts on these tiles means that you can't chop them, you can't improve them, so there's no production, and you can't place them in better positions for other adjacencies. So like if there's no rainforest tile or woods tile next to a group of mountains, you can only build them. It's not even like you're encouraged to do so, and these are the bonuses. You have to build them here, and I feel like it's kind of underwhelming that these are the bonuses for doing so. I wish it was kind of maybe something else, like that maybe you got, like put this way, I wish you got extra production based on, or if you got a production bonus towards buildings in these districts or something, if something like that. But I don't think that these kind of base yields are enough for me to want to use this. I actually think it's kind of weak. Woods can be planted after unlocking medieval fairs. This is interesting, and it's funny because you can basically make your entire territory a huge fucking turtle, because you can just place every unit on there and they get +10 combat strength, which is crazy, and they can move very quickly. It also gives room for tourism, which is great for preserves and whatnot. But I don't feel like you can't build national parks, so it's like it doesn't really matter. The preserve is all right in this regard, but in any case, I feel like medieval fairs come very end of the Renaissance or medieval era, so it's kind of in the middle of the game in comparison to the industrial era at conservation. That's fine. I don't know how much use there is. It could be used again. It could be strong. I just don't think it's as applicable. In some fashion, I feel like it's kind of just average and maybe below average. Like I don't feel like you're doing me many favors, right? Like if you're going for tourism, you want archaeological museums, and you want to build all your holy sites later on in the game so that you can prepare. You want to sacrifice the faith that you'll use for national parks, which you'll build later on, and you want to invest your production into museums and archaeology, right? I feel like if you were able to build national parks alongside planting these woods, that'd be a different story. But you can't really do much with planting these woods. It doesn't do much. It has its own benefits for the woods tiles, but I feel like, I don't know, it doesn't seem that strong. And so to be quite frank, I'm a little bearish on Vietnam. I like her combat bonus and her movement bonus when you're in rainforest tiles and woods tiles, especially if you're in your own territory. The reduced cost for military units is nice. I think the Tan, the encampment replacement is really good too, and I think that the Void Chen, the crossbowman replacement is good. I think the Nine Dragon River Delta is their Achilles heel. I think limiting districts to woods tiles and rainforests is kind of shit, considering that it removes the potential of other placements that would have more adjacency, let's say, and giving me a minor adjacency, meaning that for every 2 woods or rainforest tiles, I get 1 extra yield. To me, those are pretty, like, I want standard and major adjacency bonuses, and I have less room to do that because they have to be built on these features. And to give me an extra yield on my buildings, to me, is kind of meager. And the only redeeming quality is that you get to build woods after medieval fairs. I don't really care about that. I want to plant woods to increase appeal so that I can build national parks. But national parks don't come for a huge amount of time. You can maybe have a strategy to build more preserves, but even then, I don't see the use here. I feel like there are great defensive bonuses here, but nothing else. There's no economic policies or attributes. There's no real bonuses here that I feel like kind of mean anything. Again, there are bonuses here for strong defense, the crossbowmen, the improved encampment, the cheaper encampment, the 10 combat strength in forest tiles, be it marsh, woods, or rainforest, is probably their best perk. It makes them really hard to attack, and in that case, they can hobble and build their city very sort of tall. But this doesn't let them. I don't think it's that good offensively. It's all right, but I just don't think Vietnam's going to have much place in the game. I'm trying to think. Here's the thing. Their abilities are relevant. They are consistent in that, whether you're in your home territory or you're in outward territory to a lesser degree, you have combat bonuses. That's pretty good. It doesn't scream domination, but it screams the tactics of your own defense, right? Which is nothing to sort of slight over. It's relevant, right? The reduced cost for military units is fine. I think the improved crossbowman is really nice as well, and the improved encampment. These things are relevant and they're consistent and they're useful. But I don't think any of these are that strong. The combat bonus in woods tiles, in rainforest tiles, is strong, but it's pretty much the only thing. I think Vietnam overall is not that strong. She has some power, she has some relevance, and there is use in her abilities, but they're not all that strong when put together. I feel like I tend to rank that tiers are based on power, right? Like imagine if you had imagine if you had a game-changing perk or ability, but it came at the end of the game. To me, that power is very limited because you have to take so much time just to get there. Whereas if you had a bonus that comes right away, it inherently has more power because it's right away. It may not be that strong though, but it's a great little bonus, right? Like the tan. The tan is not that strong. It's basically the same encampment. It has the culture bomb, and that's fine, and it doesn't require population, so that's good. But to me, these things just sort of increase the power. It's like the effectiveness isn't really that much improved, so it's not that strong. But the fact that you can make it for half price makes it so it's more useful in that respect. So I feel like there is some power in Vietnam. So I'm gonna give them a B. The thing is, I don't think they're that strong. They have some bonuses that I think have some strength, but when in combination and put together, there isn't overall that much sort of finesse. There's nothing really sort of effective about them in terms of their strength. So I feel like they are a very low B. I want to give them a C, but so put it this way. Alexander, in comparison, has very low power. A lot of his perks and abilities don't have that much relevance. They're kind of inconsistent. They don't have much use. They're strong, but very inconsistent in their use. So he's not that powerful. He's a very strong C tier, I put him, because there is strength in what he has. It's just what he has doesn't always have that much use in terms of its general and even particular sort of the operations of it. In any case, is much more limited. I feel like Vietnam, Ba Trao, she has more use. There's more consistent use of her abilities. They're just not that strong. So she is a B tier, just a rather a weak B tier. I think she's kind of on par with Cleopatra and maybe Arabia, but I'm kind of disappointed. I thought she has more. I think her limiting factor is the district restrictions and the sort of the lack of sort of benefits in doing so. So I think that's all I'll say on her. So that was Vietnam. Fairly disappointing. Maybe you disagree, but I didn't like her, to be quite frank. Other than her defensive bonuses, she didn't have much. I have just rolled Philip, leader of Spain. Look at how astute he is. Peter's got this little smile. Poundmaker's got this little smirk. Saladin's like, hello. And then Philip's like, what's up, motherfucker? What's up, indeed? So the mission is interesting. The unfortunate thing about the mission is it only becomes good at the very end of the game. What it does is that it gives +1 science, +1 faith, and the standard housing, but you get +2 faith and +1 production and +1 food if it's on a separate continent. Now, Philip has bonuses for settling on different continents, so that works in harmony, but in any case, this means that your capital and your initial cities will not have this improvement, which is kind of an issue, to be quite frank. Secondly, it comes to education, which is later medieval era. Kind of an issue, like it's not really an early game improvements. So basically it is a science, it is a faith. At this point you may have cities that you can maybe plan on settling internationally or on a separate continent to get more faith. No more science. You get extra science if you're adjacent to a plantation, which is kind of limited. I'm not actually sure if you can build them next to each other. Okay, so I've just clarified, and this is an issue. The Civilopedia hasn't updated it, but in this case, this is because they updated this at the end of the season pass, and they changed the yields and whatnot. But it has to be built next to a bonus or luxury resource. It can be built adjacent to another mission, which is nice, but having to be built next to a bonus means that, well, in any case, you can just circle around it, so it's not that harsh of a restriction. The thing is that if you're not building on foreign capitals or foreign continents, you're not getting the faith in the production, which means that that means on your home continent, it's kind of just like a one science and one faith, which is fine, but at education, it's just not as impactful. Another thing is that at cultural heritage, you get +2 science, which is crazy. So like you'll have three science, 1 faith, and maybe 3 faith if it's on a separate continent. This improvement is all right. I think it's fairly strong. Let's just agree on that. But it's not as useful because it comes too late, and it doesn't become very good till very late. And so it's not powerful. It's not that good of an improvement. I would give it a B just for what it offers, but I think that its strength sort of holds it up. But it's overall not good enough for me to say that it's amazing because it comes too late. I don't find the conditions that make it sort of, you can just place it next to a resource. I think that's fine, but I feel like until you get to cultural heritage, and especially, like, I don't actually care if you get the extra faith in production, especially at this point in the game. Like, that's nice, and you can get a bonus towards your faith and the sort of the additional production, which is fine. But, these bonuses only take place later on in the game, especially very late on for science when you get to cultural heritage. Cultural heritage comes after conservation, right? Which is basically in line with democracy. So these don't come very soon, or they don't come soon enough for me to say that they are as relevant and, in that case, impactful. They're strong. I feel like they come too late. So not thrilled about it, but it's a fairly good improvement. The Conquistador is a Renaissance era unit, replaces the Musketmen, which is nice. Musketmen are fairly expensive because they cost niter. You get +1 combat strength if occupying the same tile as a religious unit. This is fairly good. You can just plan on getting a religion for this case, even a ship religion, and just get like a missionary and have them basically assist your conquistador. So this makes sort of kind of late mid-game conquest and whatnot more effective. It says if this unit captures a city or is adjacent to a city when it is captured, the city will automatically adopt Spain's religion. This is kind of interesting. It's actually a very it's similar to the Janissary from Suleiman, except it doesn't suck ass because those units are terrible. They cost 1 fucking population, right? This is also similar to Byzantium's just basic ability. Not that it strictly converts cities, but it spreads the religion when you kill enemy units, and this is just kind of like an automatic conversion, right? You have to have the conquistador, so it'll only take effect once you hit the Renaissance. But in any case, it's actually kind of, I think that it's very strong, but it's not as relevant just because it comes too late. If you're going religious, you've already done a huge amount. The religious units themselves, actually, they move much quicker than the land units, military that is. So I don't think that they'll be able to keep up. I'm not sure why you would want to. I don't know why you would worry about capturing or having a military sort of conquest, right, in unison with religion. Like, it's not really necessary, because what this means is you have to actually take the city, which this unit does not really have a better way of doing. Yes, it does have the +10 combat strength, but at this point, every city has walls. You need siege works. That's hard to do. If you care about conquering cities, or if you care about converting cities in religion, right, you're going to be somewhere around the world, right? It's not going to be next to your capital. It's hard to get your siege engines over there. So I feel like capturing cities is actually fairly difficult. And even with these units, they're hard to move, right? Because the thing is that faith is just a purchasing strategy. You can have a city out in the middle of nowhere, right? That's closer to like a foreign continent, and you can just buy with faith missionaries and apostles. You have to build the conquistadors and send them from your capital or your homeland, and so it's not really. I don't see the use of doing that. It feels like it's much more effective just to buy more apostles, right, and invest in that sort of spread. I'm not sure that this is as useful, and that I don't feel like it has I don't think it has much purpose, right? It's strong in what it does, and I like the effect, but I don't feel like there's much use for it, so I'm not too positive about this. El Escorial, 25% science, production, gold, and faith in the capital. I like this one. I like the 25% science. This is the exact same as Cleopatra's, except Cleopatra has 25% culture instead of the science. So it's all right, but it's just early on in the game it's not a modifier that can modify. There's no base yield for you to modify. As you go throughout the game, the capital will be stronger, but and it is strong. It's not as useful as it would be in comparison to hard yields that you get early on in the game. I feel like those are better bonuses to your capital. In any case, this is a good perk, but not a great one, just because it's just a modifier, and early on is kind of when you want these bonuses for the capital. Constructing buildings grants a burst of science equal to 15% of the production cost. I like this more than the comparable boost from producing military units, which I don't feel like you do very much. Buildings are almost a guaranteed, especially in early cities, so that's fine. The science is pretty much the prime yield, so I don't mind that. I think I would prefer faith or gold, just because it doesn't really add that much when you don't accumulate science versus something like faith and gold, which you do accumulate and you spend. Science is just it helps you tick down the requirements for a tech. So this kind of it takes a turn or two off of the tech that you're doing when you build your monument or whatnot. So it's fine. It's just, I feel like it's too infrequent. It's a bit stronger because it is science compared, even culture I think is a bit weaker, even though it is relevant. It's not bad. It's just, I will say though that the perk itself is much more relevant because it's from constructing buildings, as I said, but it's an alright perk. Military units and religious units receive +5 combat strength against units of civilizations following other religions. Well, first of all, if they're not following any religion, this won't account. And B, you have to have your own religion, so let's say that's a given. +5 combat strength is not that strong. It's alright. There are better bonuses in the game, so I feel like this can be consistent and sort of relevant. It's just I'm not sure it's that strong. So it's just an alright perk. +1, remove heresy spread and eliminate 100% of pressure of other religions. I believe this is referencing the Inquisition abilities, which is fine. In any case, I feel like it's not always. I'm not the sort of person who plays religion and cares about other people's religion. I just sort of use my own apostles and whatnot to convert it, right? I just sort of defend it that way. So I'll say that this is fine, but to me it's a fairly, because inquisitions don't happen very often. I believe they're only actually able to happen once, but in any case, this is let's say it's a strong perk, but not a very relevant one. Just it's a very sort of niche sort of ability. So this trait is fine. I don't think it's that strong though. I think the science from constructing buildings is all right, but only because you're constructing buildings. I would prefer it to be faith, like Peter of Russia. In any case, if it was constructing military units, it'd be crap, but it's not. So I guess it doesn't matter. So it's fine. The 5 combat strength is all right. The extra remove heresy from the Inquisition is all right. The yield modifiers for the capital, that's also all right. You may think 25% science, that's amazing in the capital. You're right. It's actually quite strong. It's actually better than having the culture bonus. The thing is that it doesn't help you early on in the game because you want hard yields. You have. Put it this way, you start off with 2 science, right? Whatever you have, right? It's 25% is 0.5 science. That's fine, but it's just there are better bonuses for your capital and your palace for that matter, and this is not one of them. So I feel like it's relevant and it's consistent. It's just not that strong. So I feel like this trait overall is kind of average. This is the most underwhelming perk I've seen in the game. First one under Treasure Fleet, which I kind of like the name of that, and it's very thematic for Spain. But get 1 fucking trade route when you unlock exploration. Exploration comes at. You're not gonna believe this. Exploration is where you get Merchant Republic. It comes after. You get your fucking art museums. It comes at the very end of the Renaissance. It's terrible. 1 fucking trade route. Why? Why do I care about that? I'm actually really? You're gonna give me a trade route when I get to exploration? Thanks fucking Santa Claus. Like, how many trade routes did I need to have for it to even be worth it? Now here's the thing. +5 gold and +2 production and +2 food from trade routes between continents. Continents is a pretty harsh restriction. It's not even international. It can be domestic, which I like, but it demands that you expand intercontinentally, which is fine. It's just it's nothing that's going to take away until later on in the game. Spain clearly has these bonuses that from the mission and this trade bonus, I would say. They have these bonuses that demand a sort of investment early on in the game to expand intercontinentally, almost explicitly, right? So that later on in the game, you have better domestic trade routes. And here's the thing, the +5 gold and +2 production and +2 food is fine. It's just, I don't know how much better that is, or how much of an improvement that is in the fucking Renaissance. I'm not sure. It's all right. It's just, again, it comes so late that it's and because it requires an investment, it's like you're actually your early game and even your middle game is not really being contributed towards from these benefits, which is really hard to sort of say that it's good. I don't think it's that good. I think it's put this way, it's not that strong. It's good. It's just, it's hard to really praise. But my gosh, one trade route capacity. Like, thanks for the bonus towards my emphasis on trade. You cuck. Trade routes are immune to being plundered over water tiles. Considering that this is going to be intercontinental, which is basically most of them I would say are navy based. Then yeah, that's a good accompanying perk. But yeah, it's fine. It's pretty much a given at this point. You may purchase traders and naval units with faith. There are no bonuses towards getting faith, so I'm kind of like, okay, the traders are all right, but the naval units are fairly expensive, as most units are when purchasing with faith, so I don't think it's that strong. Or, I think it's strong that you can purchase naval units, but it's not very effective and useful because they're fairly expensive. Founding or conquering a city on a foreign continent grants a free builder in that city. That's all right, and it goes in conjunction with settling that. It actually makes it... And this does stack with Ancestral Hall. So if you have Ancestral Hall, you'll get 2 builders. So that's pretty good. If you're sending a settler halfway across the world, it doesn't really have support otherwise. It's nice that you have those free builders. So I think that's a pretty good, that's a harmonious perk in conjunction with the domestic trade routes and the mission, right? This is interesting. Fleets and armadas can be formed after unlocking mercantilism. It's interesting that both can be formed, because sometimes, like the Zulu, for example, he gets his corps and his armies earlier, but it's he gets corps at mercenaries, and then he gets armies at, I believe, mercantilism as well. This is just, you get both at mercantilism. What this compares to is basically nationalism and mobilization. Nationalism comes right underneath civil engineering, and nationalism, or mobilization rather, comes right before you get democracy, or it's right before you get ideology. It's in line with Crystal Redentor. It's about 2 tech tiers over. So, and mercantilism is before nationalism. So you get fleets a little bit earlier, but you get armadas much earlier. So this actually makes there's a timing push here, I would say, with Spain, where they can maybe do some international and sort of focus on being intercontinental sort of domination, right? Because they might have frigates, which they can have armadas, and they're extremely powerful, right? And if you get the first upgrade tier, they do more damage against walls. You could really take out some civs or just grab the land, which is kind of, like, for me at this point, the strategy for Spain, even though I don't think there are many sort of effective means to do this, but in terms of like an actual strategy, in terms of like a landing zone for you to sort of have some sort of profit when you get there, is you get the mission, you get a bunch of science because you rush cultural heritage, which is great. You do it intercontinentally so that you get the extra faith and the extra production, which is fine. In any case, you are trying to get that more improved mission, and you get the science regardless of the continent, right? But you're going for that mission. You do domestic trade routes between intercontinental cities, and you have a faith-based, or not faith-based, you have a navy-based sort of late game with frigates and then battleships and whatnot, and you can kind of, I'm not sure, this is not a domination-based civ. Getting armadas for navy at most in mercantilism is not enough for you to win the game in domination. It's a great addition, but there's nothing there for land military. I don't For me, it's more of a support bonus. The thing is that I just don't see much sort of, there's no real strategy behind Civ. You could say that the strategy is the science bonus. The thing is that bonus for science effectively only comes at cultural heritage. Cultural heritage is literally like you're at turn 150 easily. You still have to get conservation. Conservation is like basically ladder. It's like 2/3 into the game, right? Like much further actually. And then it comes after that, which is fine. But it's like, I'm not too positive about Spain. I think they have some. I like the improved domestic trade routes and the builder that you get. I like the armadas and mercantilism. The mission is fine. I just don't think it's useful until you get that extra science. The two faith and +1 production, and or at least on top of the +1 science and +1 faith, is fine. And you can build them wherever you want, or as many of them rather, next to resources. That's fine. But it only comes to education. Like there's nothing here other than the 25% production bonus and science bonus in the capital. Other than that, and even the science bonus when you produce buildings is fine. But there's nothing else here. I think one of the issues is that it feels like Spain wants to be a bit of a sort of an economic, an industrial, or infrastructural rather, a sort of international sort of navy-based, bit of a mix of military and whatnot. The thing is, they have all these religious tenets that are sort of sprinkled about. And to me, those things don't really go hand in hand. If I'm going for religion, I don't want a navy. I don't want anything. I just want 1 billion apostles and missionaries. I want to expand internationally for tactical gains, so I can send my apostles and missionaries out. There's nothing really here that gives me those benefits. They're kind of generic. Like you get +5 combat strength against units of civilizations following other religions. It's like that's fine, but like there's not enough coherence here. I feel like the strength of Spain, or the relevance of Spain, is his international trade, intercontinental rather, and a sort of navy-based play. But there's not enough meat on that bone for me to say that that's really what he should be doing, or that that's going to win him the game. I don't think it'll win him the game. There's not enough here. It's literally a minor improvement to your trade routes, and they have to be intercontinental. And the gall to give me 1 trade route as the first perk, mind you, when getting exploration, I feel like all these bonuses, they come much too late, and they're not that strong. They're impactful, but only because they kind of work together. It's not really that great of a civ. Let's run down our judgments. I think the issue here is that there is some strength here. It's not a ton though. I actually think that it's kind of a small amount of strength. In terms of the relevance and the sort of the impact of all these bonuses, like how powerful are they, right? What is the base damage, right? I guess the thing is that everything comes too late. There's nothing early on. I don't know what I want to give Philip. I kind of want to give him a C. I don't want to give him a strong C. I think he's kind of one of the weaker civs. I don't see much use for him. Here's what I'll say. I know this is harsh, but I would say that the bonuses that you get need to come very early, and it doesn't matter if they're weak or strong. Strong bonuses that come early, like the terrace farm, those are the most impactful. An improvement has to be incredibly strong for it to be worthwhile if it comes later. Because to me, the power of it is so small because it comes at turn 150, but it can be very strong, like the Mountie of Canada. They get the national park, right? That it's so strong that it doesn't matter that it comes so late. The thing about Spain is that I would say that the majority of their bonuses don't come till later. So the power is kind of lesser, right? That's kind of C tier. The issue is that most of those bonuses aren't that strong. The mission is good, but to me it's only good because you can get +3 science, maybe 4 if you're next to a plantation and whatnot, but that doesn't happen till cultural heritage. I don't think that's powerful enough to warrant having to wait so long. I don't think the Conquistador is as relevant in conjunction with, its bonus is really there to adopt religion, I would say. The increased combat strength is fine, and you can maybe use that to your liking, but its main tenet is that you convert Spain's religion. But why do you care about converting Spain's religion? And if you do, it's bound to be international, and having to bring a melee unit from your capital effectively is not really going to work. Like I said, you can purchase religious units at any random city, right, with a holy site. So it's fine, but you can't build the Conquistador. It's probably like 400 production. It takes too long. Everything else here is not that strong. The armadas at mercantilism is fine. The improved domestic trade routes is fine, but they're not that improved, and they have to be international or intercontinental, right? And it's kind of like, man, I don't know that these are that strong, and they come much too late for them to be that impactful. And again, if the impact was very strong, I would say, okay, it outweighs that, right? But these aren't that strong, and they come much too late. I'm gonna give Spain a C tier, and I'm gonna say that they're fairly average. I don't hate Spain at all. I don't dislike them. I feel like they're kind of hollow. They don't have enough. All their key perks and tenets are not that strong, and they come too late. The initial benefit for the capital is fine, but I feel like hard yields are much more significant, and the science from producing buildings is also fine. But I think I would prefer something that I'm trying to accumulate, right, from a given production. This is just a burst of 1 or 2 turns off of fucking shipbuilding or engineering. It's not that strong. It's fine, but nothing else is really that relevant. And so I feel like Spain is not that powerful, and whatever that they do have, however irrelevant it is that it comes so late, it's not that strong. And so I feel like Spain is kind of an average civ, unfortunately. And I want to give him more. I like Spain. I like the look of them. I like navy-based civs because they're interesting. And I like the idea of this international trade, or intercontinental, which I cannot remember. But there's no real improvements for it, and it feels like the actual bonuses towards that, the encouragement, or the motivation rather, it just comes too late. And so I feel like I can't be that positive with him. I don't want to be negative. Like, I hate Gorgo. I feel like I'm principally upset with her inconsistency with her perks and her traits. Spain just kind of lacks, like I said, some meat on the bone, and so he's going to be a C tier, and an average one at that. So I've just rolled Simón Bolivia, very not a recent addition, but one that was added later on. Let's see what he's got. I will go full screen for this one. So he's got the Finca, which I wish it would just say when it came out, because now I have to go look it up. Pardon that. There's an issue with the description here. I believe most people would consider the hacienda to be Bolivia's improvement, but for some reason it's being called the Finca. The hacienda comes at mercantilism. I'm not actually sure if this is the same. I believe it is. It's +2 gold, +1 production, +1 housing, +1 food for every 2 adjacent plantations. Plantations and fincas receive +1 production for every 2 adjacent fincas. Consider this to be the hacienda. I think it's an issue with the description for some odd reason. This is like the first one out of like 34 civs so far, so just consider it a fluke. The +1 production, +2 gold, and +1 housing is fine. They can be built basically anywhere. Actually, it can only be built on plains, hills, grassland, and grassland hills. So no desert, no tundra, which is fine. But it can be built on flat or whatnot. I think the +1 production for every 2 adjacent fincas is all right, but the thing is getting the +1 food for every 2 adjacent plantations. Plantations aren't that common, so again, I'm hard spent to comment on this improvement because I feel like it's perhaps inconsistent with the actual description. I'm familiar somewhat with the hacienda, and that's what this is. And so I think it's just, again, it's a text error. But in any case, this improvement, which I believe it is the hacienda, it comes later on in the game at mercantilism, which is a really kind of it's a pretty late addition, especially when you're just getting some economic buffs, basically a production improvement. Like, it's not really that strong, so I don't think this is too impactful. The Linero replaces the cavalry, and it's fairly interesting. It's lower maintenance cost, which is fine, but you get +2 combat strength for each adjacent Linero. So if you just pile these on, you can have fairly powerful cavalry, which is nice. A Liberator is a special type of unit when you get I believe it's every time you go into like a golden age, or every time a new era starts, you get a Liberator. And the Linero gets a bonus when you're in conjunction with that, but that may be more niche. I'm not huge on cavalry bonuses because they come too late, and I feel like it's the point in the game where when combat is being used, it's kind of the least impactful, because you've kind of gone through the Renaissance and the medieval era, right? And you haven't even reached modern and atomic. And so I feel like industrial era combat is kind of like, that's when you kind of want to take a break from your combat and kind of reset, right? So I'm not huge on cavalry replacements, and so it's an all-right unit in that case. But it's strong, but it's just not as relevant, or it's not as useful because it comes so late. The Liberator, as I said, is a let me search it up for a second. So I apologize again, but the text description and what I'm able to look up, even on the Civilopedia, it's not even considered the Liberator. It's called it's basically a replacement for a Great General, and it comes every time, as I said, when you start a new era, and it gives more of a combat bonus along with the additional movement. So that's fine in conjunction with the Linero, which for the Linero, it fully heals when it's in range, but it's an ability that it activates, so it's like a one-time use. So it's basically an improved Great General, which is fine. But I need to see what other perks they have to see if that's as relevant. But it's a fairly strong addition and fairly unique. Most civs don't get a random unit like this, so it's kind of interesting. All units receive Patria Grande. All units receive +1 movement on Gran Colombia's home continent. I like this perk more than not, because it means that it's outside of your borders, inside your borders. It just needs to be on your continent, and I feel like that application is fairly wide. Your home continent is probably in all directions from where you start, and to me that's where it's most relevant. It won't make exploration in foreign lands as feasible, but in any case, I kind of like this a lot, actually. I feel like it's because movement bonuses are very strong, but usually their conditions are it's internal or external. This is actually both. It's just limited to your continent, so I feel like it's still fairly relevant, so I like this a lot. Activating a unit promotion does not end at unit's turn. This is not that strong, but it's fairly useful in that, in terms of a military unit, you can upgrade your unit and then attack, or you can upgrade and then move away. If you're a scout, you can upgrade if you get just before the next turn goes away, so you can just get more movement throughout the turns. I like this perk a lot. It's not that strong because it's just not only does it's only for a unit promotion, which doesn't happen that often, but it doesn't have that much tactical use, but it can be used to your benefit to sort of squeeze out some efficiency, whether it's in attacking or defense or just mobility in general. So I think it's relevant and useful, just not that strong. Receive 2 free envoys upon unlocking a diplomatic policy card. I'm unsure if this means diplomatic policy cards come when you get political philosophy, and then you get more as you go throughout different government tiers. I don't think it means different government tiers. I think it just means when you first get political philosophy, effectively, or at the very least when you get classical republic or autocracy. If you get oligarchy, this won't apply because there's no diplomatic card. So if you get autocracy, which I recommend, or even if you go classical republic, you'll get 2 free envoys. That's pretty nice. It effectively means when you get political philosophy, you get 2 free envoys. That's fine. It's I think it's useful because it comes fairly quickly. It's almost guaranteed. It's not as strong as, say, Persia, who gets 3 envoys for each government tier and whatnot, but this is still fairly strong. Entering a new era grants the Liberator, and that's what the thing was before. And again, it's basically an improved Great General. Gain access to the Liberation War casus belli after unlocking the political philosophy civic. Liberation War means, and I'm not certain if it is only for city-states or if it's only for other civs. I believe it's for city-states, and that if you're suzerain and someone attacks your city-state, I believe if they take it, then you can declare war on that other civ without consequences because it's a liberation war. So I find these to be kind of irrelevant. I think India has one called early expansion casus belli, which is like if someone settles near you, you can attack them, and they have means for early war, so that's more relevant. But this is kind of irrelevant for me unless there's something else that says that I want to go to war. Patria Grande, this trait seems to be more economical and sort of functional rather than there's no hard yields or anything that says I want to go to war. The extra movement is nice. Being able to promote as you go is nice, but that doesn't make you more. That's more for your own benefit rather than a sort of a disadvantage for your enemy. Like when you have the Eagle Warrior of Montezuma, that's a disadvantage of your enemy because they're going to get their ass kicked. There's nothing here that sort of screams out offensive play. It's just kind of good economical bonuses. Congress of Sukuta, 20% production towards districts and buildings when in a golden age. I like this condition. Golden ages are always good to get, and you always try and get them. And it's like, okay, if I don't get them, I'll go without the bonus. If I do have them, it's just a really nice perk or ability to have alongside your golden age. It's basically 20% production towards your campus and your library or anything else. It doesn't mean wonders, but in any case, it's actually a fairly nice production bonus because it means your entire empire, which I like. When in a dark age, though, or a normal age, citizens exert loyalty pressure as if in a golden age. This can be good for defensive loyalty pressure. It's not too relevant, I would say, but it's actually kind of strong in some cases because you can get really screwed out of settling possibilities if you're in, especially a dark age, but even a normal age. If you're not in a golden age, you can't really, you have to settle much closer because the people who, especially if you're playing against the AI, most of them will get into the golden age, and so if you don't have the golden age yourself, then you are limited, as I said. And so this is kind of, I wouldn't say it's as relevant and useful, but it's fairly strong in the case that it is. It's not that strong. It's all right. +1 science, +1 culture, +1 faith, +1 food, +1 production, +1 gold from the government plaza in each of its buildings. The +1 science and +1 culture is fine. It basically means that when you build your first building, be it Ancestral Hall or the Antiquity Site, you'll basically have 2 science and 2 culture. I would say that this is fairly relevant just because you're going to build the government plaza. It's not that strong though. It's a little bit stronger because it's for each building as well, so it's fine. It basically means 2 science and 2 culture when you build the government plaza and its first building, and that's all it's really relevant for. But it's not that strong, but it's a nice little addition, I'd say. This is interesting. +1 culture and +1 gold from each envoy sent to a city-state. If you get the diplomatic corridor, if you just find ways to get more envoys, in any case, well, actually, you can even emphasize getting monarchy and even like Apadan or just whatever it is that gets you influence points so that you can get more envoys. And using the diplomatic card that lets you send 2 envoys initially rather than 1. So the thing is that there is a diplomatic card that gives you +1 gold, and it's a pretty good way of getting gold. I think it comes at medieval fairs, and you'll find that at that point in the game you might have 20 to 30. 30 would be a lot, but maybe 25. Imagine getting 25 fucking culture at like turn 100. You might have like 30 to 50 culture. Imagine it's a 50% culture boost, and this only increases throughout the game. It is not uncommon by like, the modern era to have 60 or 70, and I don't know how it is that you get 60 or 70 envoys, to be quite frank. That sounds like so much, right? I think it's because there are quests, there are, you meet people first, so you just automatically get them. You use the diplomatic card, you end up getting a lot, and the only reason I would say that you get 60 or 70, because I feel like you'd have to double check my findings, but my experience is that when I see this card, I use a mod called policy sort of notifiers or policy cards in depth, and it just it shows you the actual value of the effect of the policy. So like campus adjacency, it'll tell you how much science you'll get from applying that card. And when you look at this, when you look at the standard gold from envoys, I've found it very many times it's almost been up to 80. It won't really go past that, but imagine having 80 fucking culture. You'll find that like when you reach the later portions of your game, you're getting 50 or 60 culture. That's got to be the most impactful bonus in this regard I've really seen and I'm familiar with. This is incredibly strong. And the thing is that I like to say, put this way, it's a little, it's not as useful because it comes in the middle of the game, but the condition is so easily met that it's basically, it's so strong that it's worthwhile to wait. So it's not limited by that delay, right? Because you're gonna get like 20 to 25 culture basically when you get medieval fairs in the medieval era, and it's like that's so impactful, that's so strong, and so that's actually probably their best ability. So Congress of Sukuta, this trait is actually fairly good. I like the 20% production towards districts and buildings in a golden age. That's pretty much else. The government plaza and its first building getting some science and culture. That's a nice addition, but it's fairly minor. The +1 culture and +1 gold from each envoy is incredibly strong. Maybe the strongest perk. Kind of the culture is so interesting. It's crazy. You are bound to have at least 10 to 20, hands down, and that's so impactful at this point in the game. It's so good. I feel like the thing is that Colombia has fairly good, fairly put this way, not a huge amount, but fairly strong infrastructural bonuses. I would say economical ones. I feel like they're unique units and whatnot. Like I feel like the hacienda or the finca as it's described, but it's the hacienda. It comes too late. It's not that impactful. It's an alright improvement because it just gives you a flat production and +1 housing, and maybe some extra production from adjacency. But it's it's not that big of a deal, and it comes too late. The Linero is just a cavalry replacement, which I'm not too excited about. It's nice, but it's not amazing. And the Liberator is kind of interesting, but the thing is that I don't see Colombia as a domination civ. I really don't. I think the +1 movement, you could argue, is for military, but I feel like it's better for scouting and like moving builders around and whatnot, because it's only limited to your home continent, which to me is a mixture of logistics and movement outside your borders. The free promotion or promoting doesn't not ending a turn, I think is kind of. I feel like I want to rate it higher, but it's very useful, but it's not that strong, I would say. And so, and the 2 free envoys when you get political philosophy effectively is nice as well. And then the 20% production towards districts and buildings in a golden age is, I think, fairly strong as well, because it's a great bonus to the golden age, which you really want. And the +1 culture and +1 gold, the +1 culture and +1 gold, it might be a strategy in its own right because it's built in. You don't need that policy card, right? You could have a whole strategy about getting monarchy in diplomatic quarters to get more influence points and more envoys, and you could just have, it's almost like you could go for a diplomatic victory or effectively go for that for the envoys, doing all the quests, doing everything you can to get more envoys, right? Like grabbing Apadana, I don't know, but that perk right there is enough to make a strategy around, and it's so powerful in anything that you do. I feel like the thing is that I feel like there's a limit to all of these perks. There's nothing here. There's no bonus to the capital. There's no starting unit. There's no real bonus for early on in the game. There's a lot of mid-game bonuses here. Effectively, because you tend to get more golden ages in the middle of the game, because you can just you can build more wonders. You can just you can build the finca and the Linero and have the Liberator. Like you'll tend to get more as you go on. And so I feel like. But in any case, I still think that the +1 movement is a really nice addition. It doesn't make or break your game, but it's kind of it's a strong addition, I would say. And I like the condition that it's for the home continent. And again, the free promotion or the promotion upon without ending the turn is kind of useful. You can use it tactfully, but it's not that strong. In any case, I think the +1 culture and +1 gold is kind of amazing. I think Colombia has fairly useful perks, and I think they're fairly strong. I think their effectiveness, or rather, I think their prowess, their sort of their overall strength is kind of. I feel like it's more narrow, but I think it has the reach that I can say that it is fairly strong and it is B tier. I think they're kind of comparable to the Netherlands. The Netherlands have their own unique perks, kind of in line with this, but I think maybe the Netherlands is a bit stronger, but has the same kind of relevance and the same sort of utility in the timing of their perks and sort of what they do functionally. So I think Colombia, I'm going to give a B, but a good B, not a strong B, like a really strong B, but also not an average one. I would say a little like an above average B. And in that, I think again, I really like that culture from the envoys, but we'll leave it at that. So that's Simon Bolivar of Bolivia. Maybe that's redundant, but I've just rolled a Matthias. Where is he? There he is. Look at that knight. He is a gilded motherfucker. This guy is the king of suzerainty, or rather levying city-state troops. His black army is very interesting. It replaces Well, it replaces the courser, which is a light cavalry, right? And you get +3 combat strength for each adjacent levied unit, which is kind of interesting because the levied units you control, so it's not like they're not AI. And basically, what this means effectively is that you probably have maybe 2 or 3, at least 2 I'd say, but probably 3 adjacent units at any time from your choosing. So this might mean 6 to 9 extra combat strength, which is fairly good, I would say. The hussar is a replacement for cavalry, and you get +3 combat strength for each active alliance, which I think is a better condition because it doesn't matter about sort of temporary sort of adjacency buffs from units. It just means that you could have fucking 20 alliances and have fucking +60 combat strength. You probably have maybe 2 or 3, so it's kind of equal to the combat strength buff for the Black Army. I normally don't like light cavalry replacements. I think the courser replacement is better, but even like a cavalry replacement in this case, again, I need to clarify whether Hungary is a military civ, but in any case, that condition of having +3 combat strength for adjacent or active alliances is actually a really useful kind of condition because you can really just choose to do so, especially if you're going to war with somebody. You could get a military alliance, and then you have another +3, that's +8, plus another alliance, that's +11. That's crazy. Although it is only for the hussar, so it's not like it's for every unit. But in any case, these are both fairly strong cavalry units and or light cavalry units, I should say. But it's not the fact that they come late. That's the inherent negative of a cavalry unit, like the cavalry unit in the industrial era. But in any case, I would still say that they are fairly strong. The thermal bath, I've never actually read this. It replaces the zoo, which comes at natural history. It gives +2 amenities, +2 housing, +2 production, +1 science, +1 culture, and it has the standard extension to cities within 6 tiles. Multiple copies of this building within 6 tiles of a city center do not provide additional bonuses. It gives +3 tourism and an additional 2 amenities if there is at least 1 geothermal fissure in the city's borders. That's very interesting, because the thing is that entertainment complexes are fairly limited unless you have some bonus strictly for them. They're too particular to the city-state. You get them for the zoo, but the zoo comes too late. If you're getting 4 amenities, if you can find a geothermal fissure, which they're fairly common. You'll probably have 1 or 2 in your empire, and you put an entertainment complex that is most central to other cities. As long as the city that has the fissure is will have the entertainment complex in its borders, then you're getting 4 amenities from the zoo. And the +2 production is fine, but those are just kind of accessory bonuses. It's really the 2 housing is actually a bit more impactful, but the 4 amenities is actually fairly strong. Like 2 amenities is fine at any point in the game, but it comes so late that it's not so relevant. But this is definitely stronger, that it makes it a bit more useful. So I would say that this is kind of an all-right improvement, only because you can get an extra 2 amenities if there's a geothermal fissure, which I think is fairly nice, because 4 amenities is pretty good. It makes it worthwhile to build an entertainment complex for amenities in surrounding cities. So I think that's an all-right improvement, or rather a building upgrade. The Raven King, love that name. Receive +1 to all type bonuses from city-state tributaries. Okay, so what I think it means is that, and I think it's kind of lame, if I understand it correctly, is that if you have Taruga, which is a science-based city-state, and I think they give +5% science for each strategic resource you have in a city, right? If you're the suzerain of that, aside from those bonuses, I think it means that you get an extra science, receive +1 to all type bonuses from city-state tributaries. So the type bonuses means that, Jerusalem gives you faith. I don't know what this means, to be quite frank, and there's no real reference for it because it's an expansion mod bonus. But if I understand it correctly, and my only doubts about my understanding is that it's kind of crap, basically giving me 1 yield based on the tributary. It's 1 yield. Who cares? I think this is kind of an underwhelming bonus, unless I'm misreading it or I'm understanding it incorrectly. But I think it's fairly stated clearly and I'm kind of disappointed. Like, come on, like if I'm suzerain of Brussels, I get 15% production towards wonders, and +1 production. Like, come on. Levying troops from a city-state awards 2 envoys with that city-state. This is a great way to spend your gold to get envoys, which is very nice. I don't think you need to be a suzerain. I guess you do have to be suzerain to have to levy. I believe so. Let me clarify. So you do have to be suzerain. You have to be suzerain or tributary, to get that extra yield, right? But you can then levy the troops, and you'll get 2 envoys. The 2 envoys is what this does is that it you'll find that if you get 3 envoys in a city-state, economically, it's kind of reached it's the most of its potential, right? Because you won't get anything until like research labs or radio towers, etc. You want the bonuses for your libraries and your universities, right? However, every time the era goes up, or I always, for some reason, I don't know if this is just me, but when I'm suzerain of a city-state, the requirements for the city-state will just go up, whether someone has put in another envoy or not. It tends to go up, and in any case, if someone else puts more envoys in, you'll just stack more envoys, so it keeps the suzerain bonus there. So that's kind of, it's a nice bonus. I'm not sure how relevant it is, because it means you have to levy the troops, which costs you like 400 or 500 gold. So if you had a reason to do this is a nice buff from doing that. However, levied units gain +2 movement and +5 combat strength. That makes them extremely powerful because they're not always going to be up to par, but early on in the game you'll find that they are more relevant. Like if you're in the modern era, you're probably not running around with infantry and tanks. They probably have industrial era and maybe even lesser, right? Because they don't keep up so much. But early on in the game, this is a great way to go to war. And two movement is huge. 4 movement warriors is awesome. +5 combat strength is so much more powerful. So this bonus is amazing early on in the game. And all it does is that basically you're going to get a city-state that's your neighbor, and you're going to meet them, and you're going to try and get suzerainty, right? And you're going to get an amazing extra yield from the first perk, right? Which I still don't understand. But in any case, if you levy those troops to go to war, you get 2 envoys so that you keep the suzerain bonus and the sort of the diplomatic state of that sort of relationship more intact, right? You further it. But then the units that you get, just for like maybe 400 or 500 gold, they could have a whole bunch of units and you don't even know. And they have 2 movement and +5 combat strength. That's so much more impactful because it's early on in the game, so the combat strength is relatively higher percentage-wise. The +2 movement is amazing. It's actually very impactful and very strong. Gold and resource costs to upgrade levy units are discounted 75%, which is amazing. Oh my gosh, holy crap. This is maybe the best military civ in the game, because at any point in the game you can levy a city-states as long as they're your tributary. If they are and you're suzerain, you can levy them. It's never more than 1,000 gold. It's probably 500 to 1,000 depending on the amount of troops that they have and the point in the game. But the thing is that if you get a really shitty city-state and they have let's say it's medieval era and they have warriors and heavy chariots, right? You can buy them and they have +2 movement, which is amazing in its own right, plus the 5 combat strength, which is fine. But then you can upgrade them to knights and swordsmen for dirt cheap. It's better than the mercenaries perk that gets you 50% off upgrades on gold and resource costs. It's amazing. It's so powerful. I can't believe this is the case. It makes levying troops so impactful. And then you gain access to the Black Army after unlocking the castle's technology. So imagine this. If you want to go to war in the medieval era, which is kind of when you do that, if you're going for domination, right? Because it's when you have the knight, you have the crossbowman, etc. The Black Army replaces the courtier, right? It gets +3 combat strength for each adjacent levied unit. If you levy the units, and they're amazing in their own right, not only if they are warriors or swordsmen, they have +4 movement, but they buff you Black Army so much that it's like, wow, I'm really impressed by this in terms of military prowess. They're the first civ that I've seen that is sort of directed towards domination in a very impactful way. Most civs have offensive bonuses that are more in terms of defending themselves, right? They have sort of defensive capabilities in their in their combat, right? None of them actually have, aggressive and sort of expansionist and sort of ambitious means to conquest. This is amazing because it's not actually hard bonuses towards your military, but you can levy city-state troops, and the 2 movement, the +5 combat strength, the ease in which you can upgrade them, and the bonus they get for the Black Army, which comes at the right time that war becomes the most sort of concentrated, at least early on in the game, right, in the medieval era. So the Raven King is fucking, like, talk about like Tywin Lannister, the fucking king of the land. Like, you crush people with this, right? And this is all this takes is like maybe 500 or 600 gold. If you save up your gold and you want to go to war, you could just destroy people. And that +1 yield from city-state tributaries, you're a freaking baller at this point. And I think the +2 envoys from levying that city-state is also a nice addition in conjunction with, you want to keep your city-state relationship, right? You want to keep that because that's your means for war. So that's a nice perk that sort of supports you, or it extends your stay with that city-state necessarily, because you just get envoys when you levy. This is a very good trait and one of the best we've seen, probably the best when it comes to, as I said, sort of expansionist conquest, aggressiveness, etc. Like an actual push forward rather than a better way to hold back. Like Vietnam is defensive civ all through and through. But the thing is that Matthias Corvinus, he actually has means to assault her and have he has improvements that let him do it better, right? He may not win because she's very good on defense, but she cannot attack Matthias Corvinus, right? She has no offensive means. She only has defensive means. He has all the offense, and for that I have all the praise. Pearl of the Danube. What a great name. Cities founded on a river receive a free water mill. That's pretty good. Water mills give +1 food to farm resources like wheat tiles, which can make a certain spawn fairly powerful just because you're going to get way more growth. But in any case, it does give +1 food and +1 production. So if you found a river on a city, which is kind of like the premier spot to find a city, you're basically getting +1 food and +1 production. It's actually a really decent ability. +50% production towards districts and buildings constructed across a river from a city center. Okay. So I find this to be fairly strong, but it's fairly limited. It's only for districts and buildings, in effect, districts and their buildings, and it has to be across a river from the city center. The thing is that doesn't leave a whole lot. There's not a lot of spots for that for each district, right? Because it has to be. There's only one side. It has to be across the river. The fact that it has to be across the river, or you get to be on a river necessarily, is not such a harsh restriction. I feel like that's going to be fairly relevant. And in any case, I think that it basically means like 1 or 2 districts will be sort of improved upon in their in the production bonuses towards them. So that's nice. I feel like it's kind of limited by that specific condition because it has to be across the river. So it's fairly strong. It's 50% bonus, but it's fairly limited. Campus, theater square, holy site, and industrial zone districts receive a major adjacency bonus from rivers. That's pretty good, actually. The campus getting the bonus from rivers is fairly nice, especially if you don't have mountains around. The theater square is really nice as well, just because theater squares are kind of hard to get adjacency unless you have wonders. And the thing about a domination-based game is that most of your districts are they're propping you up so that you can kind of maintain your momentum, right? But it's all about sort of grabbing land and expanding through conquest, right? You're not going for a scientific victory. You don't care about religion. You don't care about tourism and whatnot. You don't even really care about science, but you do need these yields, right? And so you kind of the fact that you can get a fairly decent campus or holy site or industrial zone just by building it next to a river is kind of a pretty good perk. I think that this trait is kind of, I don't know, it's not that strong, but it's fairly good. I like the free water mill on the river. I like the emphasis on rivers, even though it won't be applicable to every single city. I think my main issue is that the production bonus towards districts is only on if it's across from the city center on the other side of the river. It feels very limited, even if it is fairly powerful. I think that the adjacency bonus on rivers is really nice. and sort of it makes it easy to sort of prop up your economic yields while you go about your conquests. That trade is all right. My thoughts on Matthias Corvinus is that I think that maybe the Pearl of Danube is kind of lacking in terms of economic prowess, right? They have a lot of means, or rather, they have a lot of sort of ways to take advantage of their success. I just don't know how many means they have to it. It's all very offensive based. The thermal bath doesn't come till natural history, when it's relevant from the four amenities from the zoo. Actually, to be quite frank, it is a replacement for the zoo, so that's directly when it comes. The bonuses, though, towards levying other units from city-states, the ease in which you can upgrade them, the improvements that they give to the Black Army, which is a light cavalry, or rather a courser upgrade, which is a very good unit. The envoys that you get from city-states when you levy them, like that's the heart of Matthias Corvinus. The Pearl of Danube, the free water mill, which I think is kind of a nice addition. It actually is kind of like it's literally getting +1 food and +1 production, maybe an extra food if you have a wheat tile or something, right? The better adjacency from rivers, and even the limited but strong production bonus towards districts across from the city center on a river. Those aren't game-changing sort of benefits that will sort of fuel your military, but they are nice. I think they're a mixture of being strong and relevant, but kind of also lacking a bit of relevance, especially with the city center sort of restriction. But in any case, I still think that it's kind of it doesn't need to be that strong. I think my feeling about Matthias Corvinus is that in terms of military domination, which is kind of their main goal, I would say this is not a tourism civ or a religious civ. This is a domination civ, and a fairly good one at that. I think they have absolute sort of the best means to achieve that I've seen so far. Levying the city-states, and I think that the thing that makes them, the thing that would, if it wasn't there, sort of prevent them from sort of keeping as strong as they are, is that they can upgrade their units that are levied in both gold and resources by 75%. I can't believe that is so useful here, because later on in the game, there's nothing really else here that kind of gives you that bonus. The 2 movement is always going to be great, but 5 combat strength in the industrial era probably won't do that much for you, right? And so I would say that the fact that you can levy city-states probably for cheaper, because if they have sort of weaker units, they'll be cheaper, right? But the fact that you can then upgrade them very simply to make them more relevant is just, to me, the thing that sort of ties this all together. And I'll say as well that I make a point that cavalry units and sort of industrial era units, they're in the middle of the game, and that you go to war in the medieval era, maybe the classical, maybe Renaissance, and then you sort of take a break. You come back to it in the modern and atomic era, etc. The fact that you're so focused on domination here, I think that the cavalry unit, the hussar, is fairly relevant, because you can extend the war. You can continue, right? Because I feel like you could really just snowball out of control with Matthias Corvinus Hungary, and I think the hussar is actually a really powerful and strong replacement, because it basically, you can easily have +8 combat strength by having a military alliance. And an extra alliance on top of that will mean 11 combat strength. That's so good. I think Matthias Corvinus is, at this point, the premier domination civ. I can't even think who else is a sort of a competitor. I'm trying to think who we've done. Anybody? No. No. Like Gaul? No, I wouldn't say so. Aztec? No. Pachacuti? No. Anybody? There's no one here. I'm trying to see. Rome? No, I don't think there's anyone else who is based in military, just like Hungary, like Matthias Corvinus. I think they're the domination civ, because, and it's funny that they don't actually have any bonuses for their own military, although they the Hussar and the Black Army are very nice, but all their bonuses really come at the heart of levying city-states, and I think the bonuses that contribute towards that are very strong, and they're very useful and long-lasting. The upgrade discount being the probably the best one. And so in any case, I would say that I like to say this. I like to say that the Civ is our judgments and our ranking is based on two factors: how useful and how relevant are your skills, and how strong are they. The whole point being that if you have a bonus that comes early on in the game, it's inherently more useful. Whereas if it comes later on in the game, it's less useful. If it's very strong though, then it makes up for that. Whereas a bonus that comes too late and is not very strong is like double whammy, right? Whereas a bonus that came early on and was very strong, that's the best. But if it comes early on and it's kind of average, it's still very useful, right? Because it comes early on. I would say that Matthias Corvinus has, being a solely focused domination civ, I feel like the bonuses here are they're measured on how early can you use them. They have middle game bonuses with the Hussar and the Black Army, right? But I would say that the ability to levy city-states and make those the heart of your military, that is always relevant. And so for me, they are useful and they can start right away and they're very strong. So I'm going to give Matthias Corvinus an A, and a good A at that. Not the best A in the world, but I think he's A, and I think he's a good one. So I'm very happy with what I've seen so far. Very, very, very impressed. So that was Matthias Corvinus of Hungary. He is an excellent military civ, perhaps the best we've seen thus far. The only real comparison I forgot to mention was basically the Ottomans, who have kind of a general domination sort of bonus. They have bonuses towards siege works and whatnot, but in any case, I don't think they're as strong as Hungary, who is very strong. I've just rolled Catherine, France, this lady with the wine. Yeah, very intimidating. Let me go first person. Oops. Okay. So the chateau is fairly interesting. It's not unlocked till sort of the middle of the game. I'm not going to bother figuring out which tech. Let's just say it becomes relevant later, because not only do you get +1 culture for each adjacent wonder or natural wonder, but you also get I don't even know, for Christ's sakes, why doesn't it say? It's like the most important thing ever. So the chateau comes at humanism, and it's a pretty good improvement because it gives a bit of gold, some culture, and some food. It's comparable to the Paradisa from Persia, except it doesn't have any bonus towards appeal. Actually, looking at it, it does have +1 appeal, which is not the +2 appeal that the Paradisa gets, which is an issue. And it has to be built adjacent to a bonus or a luxury resource, which is kind of a limiting factor. It gets an extra culture if it's next to a natural wonder or any other wonder, but that goes up to +2 when, let me check. I don't know. At some point in the game, you get an extra culture from being next to those. So it'll be +2 culture if adjacent to a wonder or a natural wonder. I initially thought that this improvement was a bit better than it was. I think the Paradisa is a bit stronger because it can be built anywhere. It can be built earlier. It has +2 appeal. I don't see the bonus of this. +2 gold if adjacent to a river. There's nothing. I'm trying to read and see whether you get. Oh, and actually, it does clarify. It does say that you get that extra culture comes at flight, which is very far into the game. You get the extra culture on the Paradisa in comparison at diplomatic service, which is very early on. It's like right at the end of the medieval era. So to me, that improvement is much better than the chateau. I don't mind this improvement. It's a nice cultural bonus, but the fact that you can only build it next to a bonus or a luxury resource, and I'm not clear whether that is a vanilla or an expansion mod attribute. I think part of me says that it is not vanilla, and that you can normally put it wherever you want. You can't put them next to each other, which is the same for Paradisa, but I think, taking it as it is right here, I don't think this is a very strong improvement. It's all right. Or put this way, I'd say it's fairly strong. It's just not as relevant as the Paradisa, which comes earlier, is improved earlier, has +2 appeal. I think it's a bit stronger than the Chateau, and I wouldn't say it's too impactful. The Guard Imperial replaces the line infantry, which comes after the musketmen industrial era. +10 combat strength when fighting on France's home continent, which is great for defense. Probably not offense, because you're probably expanding if you are further out. In combat victories, grant great general points. France is a fairly cultural and tourism-based civ. Just even just looking at the chateau, so I feel like these sort of units are always here in most of the civs, and I feel like they're fairly irrelevant. I would much prefer an early sort of a warrior upgrade, like the Eagle Warrior from Montezuma. He's not really a domination civ. He's more focused on his entertainment complexes. But having the Eagle Warrior early on helps your city in general. I don't think getting a line infantry upgrade in the industrial era helps you at all. Not really. I feel like it's not as impactful, and it's fairly strong because you get +10 combat strength. Line infantry are already fairly strong, but I just don't think it's as relevant. So I can't say that it's too worthwhile. Black Queen, 100% production towards the diplomatic quarter and its buildings. That's a strong perk, but it's kind of limited because it's only diplomatic quarter, which comes at mathematics when you get Petra. It's not too relevant, I would say, but it's nice. And also because it is for its building. So you build the diplomatic quarter to get a free envoy if it's built next to the city center. But in any case, it and its building as well, at least the first tier building, they're for influence points, which is, I think, pretty underrated and something I don't always go for. I never find the time. But it's definitely worthwhile. And so this means that you can basically ensure yourself having that. And that's a pretty good, again, it's a strong bonus, just not as substantial. +1 diplomatic visibility with all civilizations. This is difficult to make use of. I'm not an expert on what diplomatic visibility really entails for you strategically. I think it's more of a role-playing thing that you're meant to hear rumors and insights. You can see what their interests are. I don't really know. I think it has more impact on combat, especially when you get printing. But in any case, other than that, I don't think this is too impactful. I think I have to plead ignorance. I can't tell you how relevant this is. I don't. My experience has never been that I've never considered diplomatic visibility, and so I'm not sure that an extra one would be. I can sort of parse off the top of my head why it's relevant. I've never found it to be that sort of relevant, so I can't say that it's that strong. It's welcomed, I'd say, but I'm not sure the use of it, so I think I gotta plead ignorance. Receive +2 spy capacity and 2 spies after unlocking the castle's technology. This is nice because, well, first of all, you get spies at diplomatic service, right? But you only get 1. Now and so when you get castles is when you get cuirassiers and knights. So basically early medieval, I'd say. I would say that getting 2 spy capacity is very nice, and getting the 2 spies can be quite the not terrible, but they can be a significant production investment. And so just getting 2 of them, it actually makes your early gold acquisition and even like your insight to where what other civs are doing. It's actually fairly relevant and sort of fairly useful, especially for gold. That's what spies, in my experience, have sort of been best at, is getting gold. So this is kind of it's pretty good, I would say. I don't think it's game changing. I feel like spies are a great addition, but they don't really. I don't think they're as impactful as you may think, and that's just I'm not an expert on espionage in this game. I actually prefer not to play with it. I find it's kind of annoying, but in any case, at least in my previous experiences, getting gold was always the best way to use your spies and get like sort of literally do espionage like on someone else's capital, right, to see what they're doing. So having 2 spy capacity, which will then, I'm not sure how this goes in tangent with diplomatic service, but it will increase when you get nationalization in the industrial era, in the civics tree. So this is a pretty good perk and a fair addition. As well, each spy will start with a free promotion, which is pretty good because most of the time the spies, they have to establish themselves in the city for probably 10 turns, and then they can start their first, whether it's going to take gold or steal a tech. So the free promotion, it depends what the promotion is, but that can speed up the process, whether it reduces the time of missions, it makes them stronger, etc. So that it's pretty good that you can start off with that, because then when you do establish the spy and do your first mission, you'll be onto the second promotion, which means that they're basically bulletproof and they can take all the gold you want. So it's actually a pretty useful. These 2 perks work really well with each other. It's, in my estimation, it's basically a way to get you a lot of gold very effectively. So use it as you will, but it's fairly strong. Successful. I like all this emphasis on spies. Successful offensive spy missions grant 25% of the science, culture, faith, and gold earned by the targeted city that turn. So let's break this down. My opinion is that it's not that strong, but it's kind of interesting. So basically, spies come in the middle of the game. At this point in the game, your average civ probably has like maybe 100 science and 100 culture. As you go throughout the game, like let's say once you reach the industrial era, modern era, right, when you have like maybe 2 or 3 spies, in this case at least, you probably have maybe 200. You could target directly, referencing this perk. There's probably a civ out there. He's probably freaking Poundmaker. Poundmaker always has tons of science, right? He might have 300 science by turn 150, right? So basically what happens is it takes you, if you stay in his city, right, and let's say you have 3 spies doing this, right, it takes you, and again, you have to establish the spy first, but let's just say that you can go on repeat afterwards, right? And it's further supported by the free promotion. But in any case, if it takes you 10 to 12 turns, let's say it takes you, I don't know, it depends on which mission you're doing, and I can't say off the top of my head how long it will take for you to do. I think it's fairly regular. I think you can do it in like 10 turns, right? So in 10 turns, you'll get basically 75 science, right? And let's say you do that across 3 separate spies. So basically that's 225 science every 10 turns, which is effectively 20 to 25 science every turn. So that's what the spy becomes worth. That's not the worst thing in the world. Like, what buff or what bonus gives you that much? And it's for science and culture and faith and gold, which is probably less relevant, but still, I feel like if you use this perk efficiently with the fact that you have more spies, they have free promotions. If you reference this gain of yields perk, I think you could maybe. Again, it's not game changing, especially at this point in the game, but it's kind of I would say it's a fairly, put this way, I don't think it's that strong, but it's very useful that you can just get, because your spies are going to be there. They're going to get it in any case, and they'll get it necessarily. It's an addition, right? You can steal their gold and then get 25% of their science and culture and faith. And it's like, if that's worth 10 to 20, maybe 25, at later portions of the game, science and culture, which is per turn, because you're gonna get like probably 200 to 300 across, and I'm thinking across the board of like 2 or 3 spies, right? So I feel like altogether it's a pretty interesting and unique sort of strategy to sort of buff your own yields. I would say it won't win you the game, but it can definitely be a good bonus, and so I think it's fairly useful. It's not that strong. If it was 50%, that'd be huge, or much more rather. But in any case, I would say it's still fairly strong, but it's definitely useful and it's very interesting. So I think this is a pretty good, very thematic and unique trait. The production towards the diplomatic quarter is fairly strong, albeit sort of limited. The extra diplomatic visibility I can't comment on, but the spy bonuses really have their own sort of place, sort of better than anyone else will really have. And so I think that it's a pretty good trait. I don't think it's game-changingly strong, but it's fairly strong, and it's pretty good actually, fairly useful. So I would give it a fairly strong B. I don't think it's A tier, but it's definitely a good trait that has some strength. And finally, the Grand Tour. 20% production towards wonders in cities on France's home continent. This is effectively 20% production towards wonders, which is really nice as a base. It's not even like it's 15%, the 20%, I think it's actually a little bit better. That on top of the 15% you can normally get, plus the 10% you can get with autocracy, that's basically 45% production towards wonders, which I think is pretty good, Well, in any case, wonders generate 100% tourism and grant 2 envoys when completed. That's amazing. The 2 envoys is really good. I think it's just because envoys are very, they're very flexible in their use, because depending on the city-states that you have at your disposal for suzerainty, there might be bonuses there that really impact your game, and you can secure them probably the most efficiently, because getting 2 envoys when building wonders, which you have all the means to build, it's pretty darn good. The extra tourism is fine. It won't be too impactful. It's not like you're going to have 50 wonders, but it's fine. It actually helps early on in the game where it will stack up a little bit quicker. But in any case, it's the 2 envoys that matters. As well, if you're going for tourism, which I feel like France wants to go tourism, at least that's my presumption, you definitely want, and the most in this case, you want to, flesh out all your city-state relationships so that you can get the most yields out of your buildings, whether it's for support buildings in your industrial zones and encampments, or even campuses, but especially your amphitheaters and your museums. You definitely want to buff those through city-states, and having the extra envoys is a great addition. Receive a diplomatic favor per turn for every 100 tourism per turn. This is fine. It basically amounts to gold and maybe some later game Congress meetings, because you probably aren't going to have 100 tourism for most of the game. Maybe by turn 100 you could have 100 tourism, but put this way, once you get to the industrial era in the civics tree, when you start to get archaeologists and national parks, etc., then you'll start to ramp up your tourism, and you'll start to get several hundred. So this diplomatic favor, it's not going to be too impactful, but and I don't think it's that strong either, but it basically amounts to gold, right? And then maybe you'll have a few more points to defend or even attack through Congress meetings, but I can't say that, especially in a tourism game, that they will have too much impact there. Maybe besides like 1 or 2 types of sort of sessions, but in any case, it's just all right, but not amazing. This is great. 50% great writer points, and 50% great merchant points. It does say great artist points and great musician points, but I find those to be irrelevant. The reason being is the ability and the ease by which you theme is so ridiculous in comparison to theming archaeological museums, and I find them useless. Absolutely. They don't give you any more points in terms of tourism and culture, for that matter, than the archaeological slots, right? Why would you build an art museum that holds 3 slots, right? When you could build an archaeological museum and have 3 archaeological pieces, which you can gather so much easier. You have to generate basically 3 great artists to get a themed museum, right? You don't have to do that with an archaeologist, right? It's kind of just, I'm not going to go into too much detail, but that, along with the great musician, they don't stack up. Great writers are fine, especially when you theme them. You get, I think, 6 culture and 10 tourism, and that doubles in the tourism when you get the printing press. And so those are relevant. Those will give you maybe 150 tourism throughout the game, right? It's kind of like seaside resorts. They're great additions on top of your national parks and your archaeological pieces, right? But the great artists will not make up much. They just won't. The palace receives 4 extra slots for any type of great work. This is great for relics, especially early on in the game. And it's just a useful benefit. It's basically like having hermitage, right? So if you just want to put, I don't think it would mention, I think, as another civ has or does, that it doesn't automatically theme them. I think that's the bonus for Christina. In any case, the extra 4 slots is nice. It can just maybe things here and there can sort of be held, and that's where you would put maybe a great piece of music, whatever. I'm not against them. I'm not for them at all. They're so unimpactful compared to everything else. I don't care. And then these extra 4 slots, it's not a huge addition, because you really just, again, you care about your archaeological pieces and like your amphitheaters for pieces of writing. But in any case, 4 extra slots in the palace is great. I think this is actually a pretty good bonus towards tourism. The wonders themselves are very, in terms of function, they're very particular and very competitive. So if you want to build Eiffel Tower, if you want to build Crystal Redentor, if you want to build Kilauea Kisawani, or you want to build Oracle, whatever you want to build, right? You're going to have a better means to do that. And I like these sort of bonuses. There's something similar with the Aztec, but effectively how it works is that you could have a 15% bonus towards wonder production with a policy card. Not going to make a huge difference, right? You add autocracy, you get an extra 10%, 25% production. That's pretty good, but it's not gonna ensure you the wonder, right? So you kind of you're all in at that point, but it's still not going to guarantee it. This flat 20% production, effectively being on the home continent, really, it makes the baseline so much that putting those 25% bonuses from autocracy and the policy card really ensures you the wonder, more so at least, and it's worth investing all your time and effort into it, because you can extract so much efficiency from your production in doing so, right? So you can grab those wonders. I don't think the tourism from them is too impactful, but getting 2 envoys when that happens is amazing, so powerful, because you'll find that there are wonders throughout the game that no one builds. Like maybe no one has built Petra and it's turn 100. Just find a desert and make Petra. You get 2 envoys, right? Sometimes people don't build the Hanging Gardens. Sometimes people won't build Colossus, right? There'll be wonders there that you can build and you can get envoys. And envoys for me are the most useful in tourism games in terms of the raw yields, right? You really want every single cultural civ or city-state rather to have at least 3 envoys, right? And it feels like the abundance of envoys you can generate with France is a fairly proficient way of supporting your tourism, in that you can be very competitive in your culture, which translates into being successful with your tourism, as you can sort of reach the points in which you get the right perks and technologies and whatnot, and just buildings to sort of start spurring your tourism, right? So it's very impactful, and I like that so much. And I think the 50% production, I think the 50% bonus towards great writers is very nice as well. It'll help you start off your tourism in a great amount. So it's not that strong. Or rather, I put it, it's a very strong perk. It's just not as useful. It's just for great writers, right? So I would say that it's fairly effective. And then the extra 4 slots of the great work is fine. I would say that the Grand Tour is actually sort of the heart of France, and that she is a tourism civ. The Chateau is a welcome improvement. It's not. I wouldn't say as strong, or rather, it's not as strong because of its limitations, but those limitations are that its bonuses come later on. It's not unlocked till humanism, and it doesn't get an extra culture from its adjacencies till flight. It's definitely not as impactful as the Paradisa, which gets 2 appeal as well. And so I can't say that the Chateau is that substantial. The Guard Imperial I don't think is effective either, just because it comes so late. And then basically the bonus towards spies, it's a nice way to sort of I find that when you're going for tourism, you lack infrastructure because you're investing so much in theater squares and just archaeological museums, etc., that it's nice to have these free 2 spies, which is great. And even just using spies elsewhere to gather gold and gather yields upon their success. The gold especially is a great way to sort of boost your tourism, because in expansion cities, you can purchase the amphitheater and the archaeologists, etc. So it's actually, because it's very expensive to do so. Like an archaeologist is about 1,600 gold, and the museum is 1,000. So it's like, if you can use your spies to get more gold quickly, and in doing so get extra yields, which is awesome, right? I would say that goes really well. Even if it may not be the best way. I'm sure there are better ways, or there could be better ways rather, to boost your yields. But in any case, as unique as these bonuses are towards the spies, I would say that they are fairly effective. And so if this is what we got, I would say it's to me it's good enough, and it can be it can support, or it can be a great addition towards your sort of your base tourism sort of goals, right? And I think the Grand Tour really makes it clear that is the case, and I think it actually has fairly effective bonuses. I'm going to give France a B, and I'm going to give her a strong B. I don't think that she's that substantial. I can't give her A tier, but she's actually fairly effective. I think her bonuses when it comes to tourism are fairly strong, and I think they're fairly relevant as well. So she's going to get a B, and a strong B at that, and I'm fairly impressed. Not amazed, but impressed. So that was Catherine. Pretty good tourism civ, not the best, but fairly good. Interesting spy abilities, I gotta say. I've just rolled Afonso, the Congo. This guy's got some very interesting names and whatnot. First thing is the Mabanza. The Mabanza is a very interesting and pretty impactful specialty district. It's a neighborhood replacement, and it comes at guilds, which is a medieval era in comparison to, I'm trying to think, I think it's mobilization, or no, it's urbanization in the industrial era for civics, which is basically, probably turn 100 to in comparison to turn 150. So you get this much earlier, which is interesting because I think that the neighborhood comes much too late for me to care, and it's limited by the appeal that you place it on, which is not always available. So the Mabanza, not only being half price, but it gives +5 housing, like necessarily, which is amazing, and it gives 2 food and a culture, which is fine. And it triggers a culture bomb, which is also nice, but it has to be built on a rainforest or woods tile. So that's kind of a limiting factor, but not too limiting. I would say that this means that the Congo, when you hit the medieval era and your cities are basically 6 to 10 population and they're hitting their housing cap, the Congo can just explode in growth like no other city can, even more than Jaivarman. I guess Jaivarman has housing bonuses from his farms, but in any case, the Congo has its own interesting way of basically upping their housing caps like way past 10, probably 12 or 13, and it just means that their cities will grow more powerfully. If this came when neighborhoods normally do, I would say that it is much less substantial and impactful. Even if it is stronger than the base neighborhood, I think that because it comes so late, its impact is less relevant, and I'm waiting to use it, right? There's so much more that I have to do. I don't really care by the time I get there. The fact that it comes at guilds means that it's a fairly cheap district, and because it boosts my housing, it's like awesome. Like it comes at the right time where I would want this sort of thing. So I think it's impactful, and I think it's very strong. It's definitely an A-tier district and makes the Congo very very relevant throughout the game just because of it. The Mabera Nago replaces the swordsman, which I like because swordsmen are expensive and iron is hard to get early on in the game. So this is a 10 iron or a half-priced, effectively, swordsman, and it gets 10 combat strength when defending against ranged attacks. I make the point of saying that melee units, and a lot of people will say this if they're hardcore Civ people, they say that melee units are for defense, whereas ranged units like crossbowmen, they're offensive units, right? You want your military, or you want your melee, your swordsmen and your warriors, you want them to block and hold choke points. You don't want to attack with them. They're defensive units, and you want your crossbowmen to pelt enemy units as they go. Effectively, then, you don't care, like, put this way, let them slam their melee units into you. They're doing themselves way more of a harm if they're on the offense. If they're pelting you with their own crossbowmen, then you're kind of in trouble. It's hard to defend against that. The Mabera Nago have 10 combat strength against range attacks, so to me, they have the most relevant range attack defense. It actually makes the Congo fairly hard to attack. You can't really attack without ranged units, right? Unless I, as the defender, have no defensive units, I'm just going to have my own crossbowmen, right? But I can also I'm going to need blocker units, and the best thing to do as an aggressor is to take out the melee units, push up with your siege works, and take out the city. If you can't take out my melee units because you can't rain fire from your crossbowmen or your archers, then it's like you're kind of screwed. And I think the Congo have a really good defensive unit here. It also ignores movement in woods and rainforest, which makes it way more mobile, and it has increased sight. So basically, you can plant these guys in woods tiles or rainforest tiles. They act as scouts because they can move through them and see further, and they can. It's very hard to take them out. So I think it's a really good unit, and it's a replacement for a swordsman. A swordsman is relatively strong at that portion of the game. They have 36 combat strength, other than basically other swordsmen, and then later on the knight. Nothing else really challenges it, I'd say. So it's a pretty good unit. Baptized King, 25% production towards holy sites and their buildings. I find this to be kind of weak just because it's only 25%. It's nice that it's for the district and the building, but I find it to be kind of limited just because it's only 25%. It's fine, but it's not great. Receive a free relic upon constructing a temple for the first time. So I just had to look something up, and it's definitely improved my opinion of the Congo. You receive a free relic upon constructing a temple for the first time. That's good. The thing is about the Congo, as you'll see in the Blessing of Nagisi, is that shrines receive 2 slots for any type of great work, which means they can hold these relics. So building the temple and getting yourself the relic is pretty darn good. They also have bonuses for those relics, but we'll just say that they're able to put 2 relics from their shrines, and they get a free relic upon constructing a temple. which is great. Trade routes to foreign cities gain +1 culture and +1 faith per specialty district in the destination city. This perk is difficult to analyze because when it means foreign cities, does it mean foreign civilization cities or foreign city-state cities, or both? I think it means both, but my gut tells me that it actually only, or part of me says it only means actual civilizations, because there's a city-state called Kamasi, which has this exact same bonus, except it gives 2 culture and 1 faith per every specialty district, which would stack amazingly with this. Not regarding that, we'll say that that's an amazing buff in its own right. This means that international trade routes effectively have, basically from the middle of the game to later on, they basically have probably 3 to 4 culture and 3 to 4 faith. If it was an extra science, I'd say that's much better. It's not, so I think the extra 3 to 4 culture that you'll get is, in conjunction with Kamasi, this might make it necessary or extremely useful, but in any case, I would say that it's not that strong. It's fairly relevant, but just, I don't love international trade routes, so that's kind of my bias, but I think it needs to have something more than giving me faith that from specialty districts, which are going to be like maybe 3 or 4 in the city that you send it to. And then finally, 3 loyalty and +1 amenity to all cities while in an active alliance. The 3 loyalty is fine, but the +1 amenity seems kind of meager, right? But I feel like the condition that you need to be in an active alliance is pretty easy to get once you get diplomatic service. Or even civil service, I think, is when you get alliances. And you just get an amenity in every city, so that's actually pretty good. It's not that strong, but it's fairly substantial just because you get it very simply. This trait is kind of underwhelming. I think the free relic upon constructing a temple is good. You have to construct a temple though, and I don't see, there's nothing about the Congo, as we'll see, I think, that has anything to do with religion or building holy sites. Like I feel like it's kind of out of congruence, right? Like I feel like the Congo, they have this great defensive unit in the classical era. They have the great Mabanza, which allows for growth. They have an amazing perk, as we'll see, towards relics and artifacts. So like to me, they're actually more of a tourism-based civ. I feel like all the perks here are kind of irrelevant. Again, getting the free relic and having a slot to put it in the shrine is awesome, but I don't think the bonus towards holy sites and their buildings is very relevant. And I think that the culture and faith from trade routes internationally is kind of weak on the emphasis that it is international. So because it is to foreign cities, strictly speaking. So I feel like Baptized King is kind of, I don't think it's that strong, and I feel like it's kind of unimpactful, so kind of weak, unfortunately. Blessings of Nikisi, 100% great artist points. I've mentioned before that I think great artists are pretty much useless. They're too hard to theme. They're a bitch to, when you put an art piece or whatever, a great work in the museum, it takes 10 turns before you can even move it, right? And the biggest issue is that when you're theming, things have to be of the same type but from a different artist, which means that you cannot theme something because you need at least 3. You need at least 3 great artists. It's so much more limited and harder to acquire. This makes it easier to acquire the great artists, but I feel like the actual structure of, I feel like the great artists I feel like their great work should have more tourism and even more culture, but even extra tourism would be fine because they're much more limited and unique, but they're not. They are identical to artifacts from archaeologists, and those are so much easier to acquire. So I'm so bearish on great artists that I don't feel like the bonus towards generating them is that useful, but it's definitely substantial, just not very strong. Receive a random inspiration upon earning a great artist. This is too inconsistent to be useful, and I don't feel like getting inspirations later on in the game when you would get the great artists is that it's just not going to be as impactful, so I don't think that's very useful. This is the perk. This is one of the best perks in the game. +4 gold, which I like, +2 food, +2 production, and a faith from each relic, artifact, and religious great work of art or sculpture, right? Really, it comes down to, plus way, the relics are fine. Relics there are a lot of bonuses towards relics that you can get, and they're never worth getting because relics are too far in between, or more importantly, you have nowhere to put them, so they don't actually generate. The fact that you have so many spaces to place them because you have 2 slots for any type of great work in a temple, right? And you get a free one when you build it, or rather, you have 2 slots in any for every shrine, and you get a free relic when you build a temple, means you'll have lots of relics in places to put them. So those will give you some production of food. But really, it's about the artifacts. It's the fact that when you're going towards tourism, at the heart of your game, aside from national parks and seaside resorts and great works of writing in your amphitheaters, you want archaeologists so you can get artifacts, right? When you theme it, you get like maybe 36 tourism, like 18 culture, and they're so much easier to theme than great artists. If you have 10 archaeological museums that are fully full, probably 6 or 7 of them will be able to be themed. And the thing is that they're always going to be full. It's always easy to get artifacts. It's just not always easy to theme them, right? Or 100% rather. But if you have 3, that means that for every museum, you get 6 production and 6 food. 6 food is fairly impactful, and 6 production is fairly welcome. If it was 1 food and 1 production, I would say that's kind of crap, or it's not strong enough for me to care. But I think the 2 food and 2 production and the 12 gold, which is not irrelevant, but again, it's just gold. But the 2 food and 2 production means that this is fairly substantial and very strong. It won't take into effect until you get archaeologists at natural history in the industrial era. But in any case, it is worth the wait, because once you get that, it's very impactful. Let me be cynical for a second. I want to give all the praise to this perk, and I do. It's amazing. But the thing is that once you've built your archaeological museum and you've got all of the artifacts, like, what do you need production or growth for? That city is effectively done. All it's going to do is work projects to generate more great writers and whatnot. Like, there's not really much you can do other than support other cities. But in any case, that could actually be useful, because with tourism, it's a very wide-based strategy where you want as many cities as possible, so you can get as many museums and so you can get as many artifacts, etc. And you want land for national parks and seaside resorts. You may find that getting builders and building more holy sites, there are things that you can do, and having that extra production and that growth to support that is definitely welcomed. It's not, I would say, put it this way, I would say it's very strong, but maybe it's not as substantial as I'm giving it credit, because it's not the fact that it comes late, it's the fact that the very relevance that it has to the strategy, what sort of depends on it to be sort of present, kind of makes it obsolete, because you've again, it's the whole idea that, like, a great bonus upon reaching success, no means to attaining it. This is a great bonus for reaching success. I'm just not sure what you'll do after this, but I'll be more humble and say that there's stuff that you can do, especially not every city. Like, when in your expansion cities later on in the game, they're going to go right towards theater squares and amphitheaters and getting these artifacts. But you are going to want to generate faith to get national parks and whatnot, and even rock stars for that matter, or rock bands rather. And so you'll build holy sites, and there is a production bonus towards that, so that you can use that later on. And so it's not as impactful, I would say, but it is very strong. I like it as a perk. It really benefits those who have succeeded in their cultural and tourism based strategy. So I think it's a really good perk. And then the final one is the shrines receive 2 slots for any great work, which is great for relics and just random great works and whatnot. So I think the Congo is pretty good. I don't think they're great though. They're definitely not A tier, and they are B tier. I think they're held up by the Mabanza. I like the Mabir and Nago. I think all the baptized king is kind of poor, not really that effective. I think that pretty much, other than the shrines having 2 slots for great works and a free relic upon constructing a temple, which I'll also say that temple will not come for every city, because there's no priority for religion or holy sites as you are going for tourism. Like, I think that the artifacts giving production of food is a much more there's more benefit from succeeding in tourism, which I would, and it's a very strong benefit. So I would say that even though it doesn't earn you that success, it rewards your success. And so I feel like that is where the relics and the production towards holy sites and whatnot will have their fullest sway. It's just those things come too late for bonuses towards them to be impactful, right? And they're not that strong as it is. So in any case, I would say that the Congo is, I would say that they're just all right. They're not great. They're not bad. I would say that they're B, and they're pretty much the most average B. To me, the Congo, they're actually the first civ in the alphabetical order, right? They're A, right? I think the next one is Alexander, so it comes a bit later. Afonso, he's basically the most standard civ, right? He's got a good district, a good specialty unit, one or two perks that go towards a specific strategy, in this case tourism, and that's pretty much it. He's not amazing, he's not bad, he's just standard, he's very average. So basically he's got a B, just a hard B, just B average, right? And I can't complain about that. I love the bonus towards the artifacts, even though its impact is kind of posteriori, or whatever you call it. It comes afterwards, but in any case, I still like it, and we're good on that. Alrighty, that was Afonso, the Konga, Mabanza, and he was just alright. I've just rolled Mansa Musa, who's my favorite civ, just because he's a big old jolly salesman. Look at him, he's so peaceful. I think he's the Mali. Interesting. So let's look at their unique district, which is the Saguba. It replaces the commercial hub, which is the only one in the game. It gives an amenity and a housing, which is fine, I guess. But units and buildings and districts are 20% cheaper to purchase with gold and faith in the city. So that's kind of interesting because it's half price. It doesn't take up a district slot. I'm not sure how good the gold purchasing is. It's all right. It's not gold purchases. It's purchasing units. So you can't upgrade units cheaper. It's just if you want to buy a warrior or a settler or a builder, more likely. I think this goes really well in tangent with monumentality. I'm fairly sure that it does stack. So the 30% decrease in faith towards settlers, traders, and builders. This would add another 20%, which makes them half off, which is pretty good. That is all it does, though. So, although actually there are other bonuses. Plus 2 gold for each adjacent holy site. Plus 2 gold from each tile containing a river edge, and plus 1 gold bonus for every 2 adjacent district tiles. The plus 2 gold for tiles on rivers is kind of nice because you're bound to have several of those, and you're bound to work them. Just because if they're close to your city, you're going to work them, and so that's a good amount of gold. There's no bonus here for other than it being adjacent to a holy site. There's no bonus here for adjacency, so I'm not sure that, and I don't think commercial hubs are that strong as it is, because like gold is fairly easy to acquire as you go throughout the game, and it's just not much of a priority. So I don't know how useful this district is. Let's come back to it and just say it's all right that you get that bonus. I'm just not sure how useful it is without looking at the rest of their bonuses. So the Mandakalu cavalry replaces the knight, which I like. It's half off knight. Traders traveling on land within 4 tiles are immune to being plundered. Fairly unimpactful. Combat victories grant gold equal to 100% of the combat strength. So most of these perks are generally for the civilization itself. And like with Gorgo, she gets 50% culture of the combat strength when defeating units. The 50% is all right, but the issue is that combat units, especially around this era, don't have very high combat strength. So like if it were a Gorgo and you killed a knight who has 48 combat strength, you would get 24 culture, right? And the thing is, you don't kill that many units. Even if you're going to war, you tend not to kill a huge amount of units, right? And so getting 100% it's much stronger. It is only gold though. So it's basically like if you kill a unit, you're getting probably 30 to 50 gold. Right, because it's only with this unit. So I feel like, put it this way, I don't think it's weak. I think there is some strength here. I don't think it's as relevant just because it's only for this unit. It's only when you kill units, and yeah, it doesn't even have any extra bonuses. It's just a cheaper knight that gets a bonus for killing units. And knights are great at killing units, so there's some harmony there. I don't think this unit is very impactful. It's nice, and if you're going to war at least it comes early. If this were a Renaissance or God be it an industrial era, like if this were a cavalry or a cuirassier replacement, I would say that this is kind of useless because it just comes too late for me to be getting gold at that point and me to care. This comes early enough that you could somehow make it relevant, but it's still, I would just say in essence, it's just the fact that you have to kill units and you just get some gold. The fact that you get 100% gold from the combat strength, it makes it a little bit stronger. It's just not as, I would say, as substantial, so not the best unit. Sahil merchants. Trade routes to foreign cities gain +1 food and +1 gold for each flat desert tile in the origin city. This could stack very well. Mansa Musa has a tendency to spawn in desert, and you'll find that, and especially if you could just purchase out the tiles, but you'll find that probably maybe 5 or 6, maybe 7 or 8. It's not going to be the strongest city if it has all these desert tiles, but in any case, it can more than make up for that by having, pretty substantial trade routes. In comparison to Pachacuti, the Inca, who gets +1 food and +1 production for every mountain tile, the desert tile, I would say probably, it's not going to get you that many more sort of perk or spots, right? Because like in his case, Pachacuti, you are going to have a lot of mountain tiles because that's his tendency. Whereas I feel like Mansa Musa probably has more desert tiles. They're each very substantial, and so it's kind of like having 6 or 7 mountain tiles versus 8 or 9 desert tiles. The thing is that Pachacuti gets +1 food and +1 production for every mountain tile. This one only gets +1 food and +1 gold. So I feel like it's not as strong, but I feel like it's surely relevant because it makes a city that is kind of underwhelming because of the desert. It makes that sort of useful because you get food out of it. No production, but you can definitely grow your cities in this case. And so I think that is a useful bonus. I'm a little familiar with Mansa Musa, so I know there's something else coming up that will make this perk a bit more substantial, but we'll get back to that. Earning a golden age grants 2 trade route capacities. I like this a lot. The condition is a bit more strict than, say, someone who gets a trade route when you get political philosophy or when you get a religion or whatever, right? Maybe not the latter case, but there are people who get bonuses when they get like a certain technology or whatnot. Getting a golden age is fairly simple. It basically means that if you can put all your effort into getting a golden age in the classical era, you'll have this bonus. What I like about it and why I think it's very strong is that it gives you 2 trade routes. There are a lot of bonuses like this so for example, Dido. Actually, you know what Dido does get? So when Dido settles a city on a separate continent from their home capital, they get 2 trade route capacity. I'm trying to think of somebody who gets... So Arabia, for example, not the best example because it's kind of crap from the condition, but when they get a religion, they get a trade route. Now, that condition is it's not really worth the benefit because you have to get the religion. It's a pretty tall order. But the thing is that you only get 1 trade route. Even if the condition were simple, like unlock political philosophy, get a trade route. That's a pretty easy condition. So it's relevant and useful, but it's not that strong. It's one trade route. You get 2 trade routes, and I feel like that's a huge difference, especially in conjunction with this growth bonus for being in desert. So I feel like that works very well together, and I think that the fact that it's a golden age, you can make it happen. I think so. I don't think it's too out of reach for you to obtain, and I think the reward is very substantial. Traders generate +1 great merchant point while traveling on or adjacent to desert terrain. These perks are really confusing to me. I would have to do more testing, but effectively, I want to treat them like you get. I don't know if it's in perpetuity because let's say that you have a trade route that's 20 tiles away from the cap, or let's say it's 10 tiles away, right? Let's say that there are 5 desert tiles in between, you're sending it from an expansion city to the capital, and there's 5 desert tiles in between. And the trader tends to go back and forth, and that generates the trade route, the trading post, and the road. My question is that if that trade route is adjacent to the desert in terms of its route, right? Does that mean that you're going to get 1 great merchant point in perpetuity? Or is it only when the trader unit, because it is a unit, right? It can be pillaged. Is it only when the unit is actually next to a desert tile, which means that it will get a great merchant point that turn, right? And it'll get it the 5 turns in subsequently. But then when it goes closer to the capital and it's next to a plains tile, does that mean that you don't get it? I'm not sure because I feel like these perks are way less impactful. They're not as relevant and they're not very strong when it needs to be the unit next to the actual tile. Because Dido has this similar perk where she gets +1 great scientist point when traders are in range of a campus. And I believe there's someone else who gets it when they're next to a holy site or something. These perks are very confusing because the issue is that most of the time, if you're sending, like, let's say you have 5 different trade routes, right, and they're all sending it to the capital, right, most of the time those traders are not going to be next to the particular tile that they have to be next to get the point. The route will be, and you can make sure that it runs through, but if it's only when the actual unit is next to it, it means that throughout, let's say that the length of the trade route is 20 turns, right, before it's completed, right, it may only be half the time, maybe less so, that the actual unit is next to the tile. So it's not the case that when you place a trade route that runs along, these particular tiles, that you'll be getting, the great person point, in this case a great merchant point, subsequently, as if you had a shrine or a market in this case. You just get it in perpetuity, right, so long as the trader is active. No, it's only when the unit itself is next to it, which means that out of the 20 turns, it may only be 10 turns, maybe less. It could be more, but it won't be all of them, right? Unless there's like a fucking, desert line from one city to the next. My suspicion is that is the way that it works, but I can't tell. I would say that this perk has, and these perks, because they're different variations of them. The great scientist one being Didos. It has strength. I feel like it's too hard to tell. So I feel like it's just, let's just say that it's not as useful, but there is strength here. You may purchase districts with gold. It depends on the expense of the district. I feel like it works in conjunction with what it would be in terms of production. So districts will be like more than $1,000 as you get later on into the game. They're probably $500 or $600 or $700 early on in the game, which is a fair amount of gold. I feel like, unless you have ways to generate gold, which I feel like Mansa Musa, actually, let's combine this with the trade route bonus. So you're gonna get a lot of food, which is great, which has its own sort of harmony with other things, as we'll see. But the gold that you'll get, you might have plus 8 or 9 gold trade routes, right? So that kind of, and the Saguba will give you access to markets very quickly. So when you're with Mansa Musa, you're going to have lots of trade routes, and those trade routes will have lots of food and lots of gold. So having gold is kind of something Mansa Musa sort of, like he has that means. He can be proficient in purchasing power. And so being able to purchase districts, I would say, is pretty good for expansion cities, because you can purchase the Saguba, or you can purchase a harbor or an industrial zone. So it kind of gives you it lets you decentralize your resources, so that, like, if your capital is very powerful and it generates a lot of gold, you can settle a city far away and just basically spread the resources because of the strength in your core city. So I feel like this is it may not be totally consistent, and you may not always have tons of gold, but it's fairly, here's the thing, I think it's fairly relevant. I just don't think it's that strong, because I feel like it does cost a lot of gold to make this useful, but in any case, I think in conjunction with Mansa Musa's sort of core features, especially the trade routes being the most notable, he can still sort of make that work. It's still a pretty hard toil. I think this trait is really good. Again, the trade route, or the great merchant point from the trader, is kind of ambiguous, but I think that the 2 trade route capacity when you get a golden age is really good. I think the trade route getting +1 food and +1 gold for desert tiles is also really good, considering where Mansa Musa is likely to spawn. That in conjunction with just the emphasis on trade with the Saguba and whatnot. So also, this is actually this is another point. The districts themselves are 20% cheaper because of the Saguba, which is awesome, right? Units and buildings as well. So I feel like that works very well. So Mansa Musa at this point has means for generating gold, right? A lot of emphasis on trade routes and that sort of thing. But and he has a reason to do so he can purchase other districts, right? Which helps sort of make his empire spread faster, right? So I think this is a pretty good trait, and it's fairly strong. Songs of the Jedi. +1 faith and +1 food from all desert tiles, doubling for city centers. This is amazing. There are I don't know which city state it is. I believe it is a faith-based one, and they give you improvements that you can put on desert tiles. I think I forget what it's called. It's I think you know which one. It's like the one where you have like the little sort of like tattoos on the ground, on the desert tiles, and it gives like a faith and a food. In any case, this makes desert tiles not workable, but it does, well, actually, it can improve. So like if you have hill tiles, this goes great with Petra. It actually goes really good with Petra because Petra gives +2 food and +1 production and +1 gold. That in conjunction with this makes Mansa Musa like literally the Petra god. And it also, I like the doubling for the city centers because it means that if you spawn on a desert tile, the 2 food and +1 production that you get means that you'll have, I believe you'll have 3 food as a standard, but it will double and you'll have like 4 or 5 and you'll have a faith. So it's actually, I think it's a really useful perk. Each city immediately receives a trading post and a free heavy cavalry unit upon acquiring its first desert tile. I like the heavy cavalry unit. It's only from settling a city, which is a bit more limited, but the free trading post is really nice as well because it means that you can send trade routes from far off cities. It is when you acquire your first desert tile, so that may not be for every city. Deserts are not exactly, they don't cover the whole map. But in any case, this can go well with the Mandalite cavalry. So I think this is a pretty good bonus. It's not that strong, especially when your capital will get, I guess, your capital will get a heavy chariot, which is a pretty good early game unit, especially to have right away. Can help you defeat Barb. So this is I would say it's fairly useful. It's just not that strong. Completing a trade route grants +1 era score. Fairly limited. It is true that Mansa Musa will have lots of trade routes, so this will have some effect. But actually, now that I think about it, the thing is that trade routes will probably complete maybe once every era, right? So if you have like 2 or 3, maybe 4 or 5, it's not that impactful. It'll work, but like out of like the 30 to 40 era score you need to get a golden age, it's fairly minor. Mansa Musa may have 10 trade routes. Fairly reasonably, especially because his specialty district is the Saguba. So it's kind of like a guarantee. It's basically a 25% reduction to the era score required to get a golden age. So I think that's all right. May purchase commercial hub buildings with faith. I don't see a lot of means for faith. I feel like there's this sort of notion that Mansa Musa is a sort of a commercial-based, economical, but also a religious-based civ. Maybe you could do so to add benefits, but definitely he's an economical civ, which is a general approach to what, like, he could go for tourism, he could go for domination, etc. But he's sort of a trade route, a gold base, kind of a tall base, not tall base, but he's a lot of growth in his cities because of the trade routes getting plus food, etc. He can work the desert tiles, so I don't think that being able to purchase with faith I don't mind that bonus because you can just purchase your markets, right? But I don't think he has that he doesn't have the means to generate that much faith. So it's kind of, you would need other bonuses there. So this one I don't think is too impactful. Mines provide -1 production and +4 gold. That's kind of a hit to your production. But in this next portion, -30% production towards buildings and units. Oh boy, this makes your early game very difficult because aside from the heavy chariot you'll get from your capital, it's really hard to get settlers, it's really hard to get builders, it's really hard to get military until you can start generating gold and purchasing these things, which is not an easy thing to do. The thing is that you basically, I would say the strategy for Mansa Musa is you want to get over the hump that your core military and your core your settlers and your builders and whatnot, they're going to be really difficult to come across. So what you want to do is find the best way to spread your empire as wide as possible so you can get as many Sagubas and thus as many trade routes so that you can grow your cities to be very powerful and purchase the rest of your districts with the gold that you're generating, which I would say will sort of outpace the reduction to production. That rhymes. So for me, that basically means that you want to get your government plaza so you can get 50% production from the ancestral hall towards settlers. You want to get early empire. You want to get Magnus. You basically want to go, I feel like, put this way, you're going to be at a severe disadvantage early on in the game because you can't make defensive units, you can't make settlers, etc. What you want to do is maybe you want to invest in a holy site to get some faith, but so you can purchase the builders with faith because there's no reduction there. But basically there's two things with Mansa Musa. You want to get currency so that you can unlock the Saguba. Once you do this, the gold will be cheaper so that you can start to maybe that won't be as relevant because you still won't have that much gold, but that's just that's the long run strategy. But it'll also reduce the faith costs, so that if you can get monumentality and get those two trade routes, you can actually purchase the builders and the settlers, which will definitely help mitigate these negatives. But the thing is that what you really want to do is you want to get state workforce, so that you can get your government plaza, so that you can get ancestral hall. You want to get early empire, so that you can get the policy card for settler production. You have to overcome the fact that your settlers, I would say, fundamentally will be much more expensive and much harder to get out. So you need to outweigh this, because the only way to be successful with Mansa Musa is to have a bunch of cities, each with sagubas, so you're generating a ton of gold, so that you can spread out your resources, because it's just a purchasing power, right? You grow them very tall because you plant them in deserts, etc. And in that case, you actually have because you can purchase industrial zones, you can purchase whatnot, because there's no production limit for districts. It's only buildings and units. So when you're producing the market, when you're producing the lighthouse, etc., or a library, these will be more expensive, but you can purchase them very, very cheaply. It's actually such an interesting point, because units and buildings, so that basically, and faith as well. So there is a reason to maybe purchase or invest in holy sites in ways to get more faith, so that you can purchase, I would say, so that you can purchase the markets, but you can also purchase support units and your settlers as an addition. But the more sagubas you have, the more gold you'll generate. And the cities that have the sagubas means that you can purchase the building, so that when you purchase an amphitheater, it's like 150 gold off than it would normally be. So that kind of stacks up. So this is, I would say that I actually think that this ability to purchase everything for much cheaper and the means to sort of generate that income is actually very strong. The thing is it starts off very slow. Until you get currency, you're at a huge disadvantage. You really have to get your city around, or your empire around, getting as many settlers out with the most efficiency as possible. Like I said, with ancestral hall and I guess it's called colonization, or whatever the early empire perk is, right? Or the policy card. Without that, you're going to fall behind, because if you don't have a ton of sagubas and thus a bunch of cities, you're not going to generate enough gold to sort of overcome the production in sort of limitations, right? That perk is there to counterbalance the benefits for gold, and how much cheaper it is to purchase things with gold. So I would say that it's a very interesting, a very unique sort of strategy, as one I think that could be very successful. It'll definitely be very effective later on in the game, especially once you get democracy and there's an additional 15% reduction in gold prices. So I think Mansa Musa overall is fairly strong. I feel like he's not as effective. He's a little his overall power is kind of lesser, just because these negatives that counterbalance his bonuses towards gold and purchasing power in that respect. So I feel like, and again, he just starts off much slower, but I think he works up to be quite strong. So I'm going to say that he's a B tier, and he's a fairly strong B tier. I'd love to give him an A. I'd love to give him an A, but a kind of weaker A, but I don't think that's the right case. I think that he does have a lot of strength, but I feel like he's not as substantial, just because of his limitations that counteract, where that strength comes from. That gold sort of advantage is not something that takes that has effect right away, and so that handicap is going to really hold you back, and it makes the success that is rewarding much more difficult to achieve, which is why he's a lower tier, and I'll give him a B tier. But you can even argue, like, if you wanted to say that the production sort of limitations, right, the handicap in the gold not really being as impactful in contrast, that he's actually like a C tier. I still think he has a lot of strength, but maybe that handicap makes him so less substantial that he's actually C tier. I don't think so. I think you can get around it. I think he has a lot of other bonuses that helps the cities grow, that helps them generate the gold. I think there's some strength here, and I think he is still relevant, but minus 30% production towards buildings and units is a really huge handicap early on in the game. So I feel like, in terms of how effective he can be, it's really your ability to get state workforce and early empire, and and get your Sagubas at currency. And I feel like once you do that, he starts to really pick up the pace and he can be fairly relevant, and that strength can really show his way. So we're going to give him a B tier and a fairly strong B tier. Probably not like absolute strength B tier like maybe the Gaul, but I would still say like he's above average in that B tier. So we'll leave it at that. So that was Mansa Musa. Pretty good civ, kind of interesting strategy with his gold purchasing. But yeah, he's kind of very unique in what his limitations are and what he has to do to be successful. But like I said, pretty good civ. I've just rolled Hammurabi Babylon, who's a very interesting civ. So here's the thing. Hammurabi in the standard game has this bonus, which I don't believe is carried over in the expansion mod. And what that bonus is that when you get a Eureka, you don't just get one. You get the whole darn tech. So that when you spawn a city on the coast, you get sailing. When you build 2 galleys, you get shipbuilding. When you send a trade route, you get currency, right? You get that sort of thing. It's extremely powerful and fairly broken. It's kind of like the most broken thing in the game, because you can build an aqueduct and get military engineering, and you can build cavalry units, right? Like, it's crazy. And so this one's a bit different, and it's kind of interesting. He's definitely he has an emphasis on science, but we'll run through them, okay? So he has the Palgum, which replaces the watermill, which comes at the wheel. And normally the watermill is kind of underwhelming. It would be a great building. It doesn't come right away. It's a bit too much of an investment, and other things take precedent. What the watermill normally does is it gives +1 production, +1 food, and an extra food on farm-based resources like wheat. What the Palgum does, and I can't actually comment whether it's half price. I believe it's just a standard price, but it has +2 production, which is great. It gives an amenity, which is awesome, and +1 housing. The watermill does not give a housing, so this is actually kind of it's almost like building the granary, right? What it does as well is it gives +1 food and +1 gold to all tiles next to a river or a lake, fresh water, right? Which is actually pretty strong, because this is actually kind of like Mansa Musa, who had he had bonuses where effectively he had the same bonus, right? But this one's from the building, right? So if the city is not on a river, you can't build the Palgum, and you can't get this bonus. If you do build it on the river, which I feel like this is worth doing so, and it's just a river, you're going to anyway. But it means that you have a little bit more growth, because the tiles will be. It basically means that most tiles on a river. It depends. You don't always find hills next to rivers. It's usually floodplains, marshlands, probably wheat tiles, plantations perhaps. They'll all have an extra food, so it means a bit more growth. The +2 production is really nice, because at that point in the game, it's hard to invest something for 1 extra production. 2 extra production is pretty good. The extra amenity is really nice, and the extra housing is nice as well. This is actually a fairly substantial early game building that is a huge improvement from the watermill, in my opinion. So it's fairly strong. It comes right away, so it's very impactful. I think this is a pretty good building. The Sabum Kabitum is a weaker warrior, so you'll start off with this, but it has 3 movement. And it has more sight, so it acts as a scout that is a bit more powerful, which I kind of like. I don't need that initial warrior to be that powerful. I'll build archers, or I'll build heavy chariots, right? I'm more interested in getting around to meet civs in city-states and to find goody huts. There's this weird bonus that says that you get 17 combat strength against cavalry units, in addition to the usual +10 strength against anti-cavalry units. So it seems to bear that it has bonuses that your spearmen would have against cavalry, or light horsemen, for example, or the heavy chariot, as it will be early on in the game. So I don't know how useful that is. Let's just kind of forget about it. It's basically it's a less powerful warrior. I don't actually know how much strength it has. I think it has like 17 instead of 20. So it's a bit weaker, but it has more movement and more sight. So I feel like it's actually fairly strong. Or actually, let's say this. It's not as strong, but it's more impactful, I would say, because it has this more sort of tactical benefit rather than a sort of an offensive one, which doesn't really get used that much. So I feel like it's still pretty good. These 2 bonuses are fairly unique, and kind of they come right away, and it makes Babylon, or Hammurabi in this case, or literally rather, it makes him fairly relevant early on in the game, because he has these unique advantages, and they're fairly strong. So So, Code of Hammurabi. This is amazing. You begin the game with Code of Laws. This is a game changer. Code of Laws is it unlocks chiefdom, which is the first government policy. So you'll get a military and an economic policy slot. Normally it takes about 10 to 15 turns. Depends, like if you have Rome and you start with a monument, it'll take like 6 or 7, but normally it takes like 10 or 12 turns. This is amazing because it basically means that you can get an extra production from the policy card. You can get your pantheon earlier. You can I play with a mod that gives scouts an extra movement as a military policy card, or you can get bonuses towards barbarians. I think the extra production is very nice, and in any case, it just means that you can start working on foreign trade and craftsmanship. You can reach Oracle faster if you want to rush there at mysticism. It's a very, I would say it's nearly flawless in that how strong it is, but it's absolutely, it might be the premier example of something that is impactful because it literally takes that first tech that everyone has to research. Nobody in the game can get past Code of Laws, right? And he removes that, so it's literally like starting like 10 steps ahead. So it's like really substantial. Training a melee unit in the capital grants a duplicate of that unit for free. This is amazing as well. In the modded version of Wonders that I play, it's called Wondrous Wonders. Terracotta Army makes it so that when you it gives us the exact same ability, right? But this one just it's automatically in the capital. Now I can't say that when you build the Sabum Cabitum that it will give you 2 of them when you spawn, because it automatically gives 1. I think it means that you have to actually train 1. So, and I think that it does account for scouts as well, because they're classified under melee. But in any case, put this way, this lasts throughout the game, but it's only for melee. So when you build archers or you build horsemen, it won't matter. It's only when you build the Sabum or you build swordsmen, etc., which is all right. I don't think it's not that strong, but it's fairly impactful, especially early on in the game. If you want to build a couple of warriors, you're basically getting 2 for 1. And in actually, the thing is when you're building one, you get a second one free. So that when you build your Sabum, you get 2. So it's like it actually lets you scale very quickly in that respect. So it's pretty good. This is a hard one to understand, but I'll see if I can explain it properly. Constructing a specialty district for the first time grants the lowest production cost building available for that district. So basically the tier 1 district. So if you build a campus, you'll get a library. If you build a theater square, you'll get an amphitheater, etc. What I believe it means is that it's the first specialty district across your empire. So in your capital, when you build the first district that you've ever built, so if you build a holy site, it'll automatically build a shrine, right? It's not per each city. It's the first district that you've built in the game. Because it goes on to say that constructing any other district for the first time grants 2 envoys, right? What it means is that the second district that you build the second time will give you 2 envoys. I believe I've read this correctly. I understand what this means, and effectively it means that when the first district that you build, probably in your capital, whether it's the government plaza, which could really be a great thing because you just automatically get Ancestral Hall, you'll get the first building for free, which is all right, especially if it's Ancestral Hall. But when you build the second district, you're given 2 envoys. I think that's pretty impactful, right? There's no bonus towards building these things. 1 free building is all right. 2 envoys is also all right. These things aren't game changing, but it's nice that, all these bonuses I find are very very substantial and that they happen right away. The Palgum, it comes at the wheel. The Sabum, you start off with, you begin the game with Code of Laws, so you're starting on foreign trade right away. Huge culture boost. You get 2 for 1 melee units early on in the game, and then when you build your first district, you get the first building for free, and then when you build the second district, you get 2 envoys. I think that's all very impactful. None of this is extremely strong. Like none of it is sort of like if it came later, I would say that it's pretty unimpactful, obviously, but it lacks strength. But the fact that it comes so early means that whatever strength is here, it's leveraged so much more to your benefit. So I feel like it's Code of Hammurabi is fairly good. I think beginning the game with Code of Laws is so impactful. So overall, very good trait. I'd probably give it an A, like A tier trait. Not the strongest trait. Like Code of Laws is great, but I feel like it's more substantial than it is sort of strong. It's just you start the game off right away, but everything else is pretty much the same, like in isolation. So very good trait. And then finally, begin the game with from star cartography. Begin the game with 3 random Eurekas. This is just fine. Most of the early game techs are really easy to get Eurekas, so this isn't so strong. It's nice, but I can't say it makes too much of a difference. Plus 25% production towards campuses and their buildings. That's pretty good. It's a great boost to your science. It's only 25%, and I don't know. It's basically you're getting a buff towards building the campus, building the library, and then later on the university. So that's all right. Not too strong, but fairly relevant. Campus districts, though, receive a standard adjacency bonus from other districts, which means that whether it's the city center or any other district, you get +1. Instead of it needing to be 2 districts for one, you get +1 from each, which means that the government plaza will give +2. Everything will. So it's actually a really great way to get strong campuses. One of the things that I would remember about, or I would suggest about camp or adjacency bonuses for every district, right, is that the more that you have, the more worthwhile it is to have a 100% bonus from the policy card, right? So for example, if you're building a lot of harbors and you build the seaport, which gives a production bonus equivalent to the adjacency bonus, right? If you have a 3 adjacency harbor, right, you can 100% that for an extra 3 gold and an extra 3 production. That is just fine. It may not be worth it to take up an economic policy slot, but you can maybe manage that, right? If it was less than that, it wouldn't be worth it. It's basically like saying we're going to make this crappy harbor into a good one. But it takes a lot of investment. It takes a policy slot, right? It's not always worth it. The thing is that if you have a +4 or a +5 harbor, doubling that means that we're going to make this really good harbor amazing. And so campuses are similar. I don't put we'll put it this way, the simplest or the most willing I am to put an adjacency bonus on a district is the campus, right? Even if it's +10, right? If you have like 5 cities and you have 5 campuses and they all have 2 adjacency bonus, right? I'm willing to put that economic policy slot for 10 science. It's that because science is so worthwhile. But if all your campuses are very strong because whether they're next to mountains or they're next to districts or the government plaza, if they're all +4 or 5, it's like now you're getting like +20 campus adjacency. So it's really worthwhile, and that in its own right is very, very, very very impactful for your science. So that in conjunction with the game with starting off with Code of Laws means that you have a really good initial start to your culture, and you have a really sustainable sort of interest in campuses. And the truth is that getting a production bonus towards those campuses is fairly relevant as well in conjunction with this. So it's really a good boost to your science. And then finally, +2 science, +2 gold, +2 food, and +2 production from trade routes to city-states. I gotta say that, well, there's 2 things to say. First off is that the city-state of Kumasi, which is a cultural city-state, gives you this bonus, effectively, that if you're sending a trade route to a city-state, you get 2 gold, or rather you get 2 culture, and +1 gold for every district in the origin city. So if you're sending it from your capital and your capital has 3 districts, you get 6 culture and 3 gold, right? That in conjunction with this, it strictly says city-states, but that in conjunction with this means that, and again, this is not to say that you'll have Kumasi, but effectively when sending trade routes to international cities, whether it's city-states or foreign cities, basically you're getting yields that reflect the districts that are there, so that if they have a campus, you'll get food, but if they have an industrial zone, you'll get production. Effectively what it does is that international trade routes are for gold. You'll get maybe 10 gold, and you get like 1 or 2 culture or science, right? That's it, right? Maybe a faith. You don't get production, you don't get food and growth. What this means, and again, aside from having Kumasi, what this means is that if you want to send your trade routes to city-states, the small amount of gold, or rather the small amount of culture and science that you would normally get, plus a good amount of gold, now has even more science, and it actually has 2 food and 2 production, which to me is actually enough to say, you know what, this trade out is fairly beneficial. Not every trade out is going to have 4 or 5 food and production. If it's to the capital and you have Magnus, yes, it will, and I prefer those domestic trade routes. But this is actually a fairly good advantage, especially with the emphasis on science. I like put it this way, this trait, or this perk rather, is kind of, I would say it is substantial, but it's kind of limited by it having to be non-domestic, right? And most other civs and their perks toward international trade routes, to me, they're never enough for me to sort of substitute that for a domestic. To this, however, I think is fairly strong. I like the fact that you get science. I like the fact that you get food and production. But the thing that gives the strength is that the value of the yields. That it's 2 food and 2 production and 2 science. If it only gave me 1 food and 1 production, it would not be enough. It would be too meager. I would need to have more. It would have to give me, if it gave me 2 science and 2 culture, I would take the food and the 1 production. But it only gives me 2 gold, but it gives me more production and more food. It actually makes international trade routes, the city-states in this case, worthwhile. And in combination with Kamasi, it would be more than game-changing, but that is kind of limited. So I actually think this trait has more strength than Code of Hammurabi. Its relevance is not, this puts away, Star Cartography, this trait has relevance throughout the game because it improves your campuses, it improves your trade routes, and that fuels the rest of your game. Whereas the Code of Hammurabi fuels the early game in that you get more melee units from the capital. You get 2 envoys and a free building when you construct your first and second district, and you start the game with Code of Laws. And so to me, that's a really good early game trait, where Star Cartography is a great sort of long-term trait. And so overall, I think Babylon is a very strong civ. I think the Palgum is very good. I think the Sablum is really good. Here's what I'll say though. I think there's a fair amount of strength here. It's not absolute strength, but it's not amazing. I actually would compare the strength to Mansa Musa, which we just did, right? Nothing here is game-changing, right? So, but here's the thing. Strength is, it's per the tier, right? There are good civs that are very strong. There are amazing civs which are very strong. Victoria is a really good civ, but she's not that strong, right? She has A tier perks, but they're not very strong. Whereas Teddy Roosevelt or Wilfrid Laurier, they are also really good. They're A tier, but they're very strong, right? They're very effective. I would say that Hammurabi has very impactful, very relevant perks. The Code of Laws, the bonuses towards his campus, the Palgum, even the initial sort of warrior improvement that has more tactical abilities. I would say these are all very relevant and very impactful. So I would say that Hammurabi is A tier. I don't think he's as strong as Teddy Roosevelt or Wilfrid Laurier. I don't think the strength is here. Most of his perks are substantial in that they come very early, not because they're amazing. The Palgum isn't amazing because it gives you +2 production and an amenity, right? It's amazing because it comes right away, and those benefits are effective, they are strong, but they're not that strong. They don't make him A++. He's basically I would say that he's A tier, but he's average, right? Maybe a little bit above average, but Teddy Roosevelt and Wilfrid Laurier, Pachacuti, they're A tier, but they're like 60 or 70%. I would say that Babylon is kind of like A tier, maybe like 55%. I say he's on par with Dryvarman, on par with Dido and Byzantium. Very concentrated, very very good civs. They're not as strong, but despite but regardless of how much strength is there, their perks they work well together, and they're relevant and they're impactful. So I'm happy to give Hammurabi an A, and a good A at that. So that was a Babylon, Hammurabi, very good civ, very interesting civ in terms of all his initial benefits, but very impressed. I've just rolled who is potentially the god tier civ, at least you may think so, and that is Frederick Barbarossa, the king of the land. He has the best district in the game. It's called the Hansa. And what the Hansa does is it replaces the industrial zone, and it's half price, and it's just incredible. And it has such good bonuses. Normally, industrial zones give +2 production if adjacent to an aqueduct, a canal, or a dam. So you always want to place them next to an aqueduct. But this one you get +2 production if it's next to a commercial hub, which is a great emphasis on building trade routes, because that's what commercial hubs are for. But the Hansa gives a trade route, which is amazing, because if that harmony between emphasizing trade routes goes hand in hand with more production from adjacency from commercial hubs and the markets they carry, plus the trade route capacity that basically comes at a half price district from the Hansa. As well, you get +1 production for every adjacent resource, which is amazing. So whether it's strategic or luxury or a bonus, it's for all resources. So you can get the strongest Hanzas as you can ever be. And since the game recently changed industrial zone production, or adjacency bonus rather, to be a military policy slot, literally you can have such powerful cities, right? Even early on in the game, because the Hansa or the industrial zone, it comes at apprenticeship, which is fairly easy to get. It comes basically middle of classical era. So this district is so impactful because I'm not an industrial zone junkie. I tend to just hard build the stuff I want to build. The Hansa is half price. It gives you more production. It gives you the trade route. It works well with commercial hubs. And Germany has a bonus towards trade routes. So it's just amazing. It's so strong. Plus, it's definitely A tier just because it's not like it comes at the end of the game. Something comparable to like the Mabanza from the Congo. It comes at guilds, which makes that fairly strong district. It makes it much more relevant because the neighborhood comes in the industrial era. To me, that is irrelevant. However strong it is, it's irrelevant. The Hansa comes at apprenticeship, which is like kind of it's before medieval era, which to me is the cutoff for relevancy. So it's very strong and thus impactful as well. Secondly is the U-boat, which is kind of the worst part of Germany because it replaces the submarine, which comes at it basically comes around radio, so it's like modern era. It's cheaper, which is fine. It doesn't cost any. I guess it does cost like oil or something, or maybe aluminum, but I don't care. It comes so late. It gives 10 combat strength when fighting on ocean tiles, +1 sight, reveals other stealth units. It's a fairly effective submarine replacement. I just don't care about a submarine replacement. It's much too late in the game. So I'd like to preface this, not to spoil anything, but Germany has an amazing bonus towards their trade routes. They also have a bonus towards their district limit, right? And a few other things in the Hanseatic League, that trade. The Holy Roman Emperor has bonuses towards military. Now, I've made points in the past. For example, Gorgo has a theater square replacement, the Acropolis, right? But then she has a trait that's all about military. And it's like, well, those districts don't run in line with each other. It doesn't make much sense. Now, here's the thing about Germany. I don't see Germany as a military civ. The thing is that they can kind of be whatever they want. Like most civs that are economical, right? Like Dido, for example, they have means to be very powerful in all senses, right? So they can do whatever they want, right? Germany has the best means to do whatever they want because the Hansa gives so much production that it just means that you can do whatever you want. So if they want to go for military, they can. They're not limited to it, but they can, right? And so the bonuses that they have towards military from the Holy Roman Empire, I'm not going to discount. I will treat it as if they actually did want to go for military. Then these would be the advantages they had towards that. Even though, and maybe to my point is that if they didn't have any bonuses towards military, they could still go military because they can build whatever they want. These are just these are additional traits that sort of lean them towards and sort of support them, and how effective they are with the troops and whatnot that they've built. So, because again, I would say that like production to me is more of a, it's more necessary for tourism, right? You have to build lots of buildings. Military bonuses or military domination, let's say, is more limited by your effectiveness of the troops. Obviously, having a bunch of troops is effective, but you kind of want, like Hungary, for example, can leverage or levy city-state units very cheaply. You can upgrade them very cheaply. They get more movement and more combat strength. Those are more effective troops, right? Germany will just, from the Hansa alone, will not have more effective troops. He'll just have more of them, right? So I don't see him as, again, he can be whatever he wants. But I tend to think of Germany as someone who can kind of be more infrastructural, which to me is more tourism, maybe a science victory, whatever. But if he does want to go military, this is like it's overkill at this point with the Hansa, right? So let's see what he has towards specific military troops or sort of that victory condition. And this is under the Holy Roman Emperor trait. First of all, you get 100% production towards encampments, which is pretty good encampments are really defensive buildings. They don't give you any bonuses towards the military troops other than experience gained. However, those encampment buildings, so that the barracks and then the armory, will give 2 culture and 2 faith, which is nice. I'm not sure this is necessary. I feel like bonuses towards encampments, unless they have production bonuses or they improve your units, I don't feel like they're relevant. They're there for 2 reasons. One is to defend your territory, like they're basically strongholds, as well as they increase the stockpile of your strategic resources so that you can accumulate more to build more units, so that's nice. I don't think you need to build a lot of encampments. Also note that it's not production bonus towards encampment buildings, so it's just towards encampments, and I'm not sure how many encampments you really want to build, so I'm not sure. It's a very strong perk because you get 100% production. I'm just not sure how useful it is because it's for encampments. You build like 1 or 2 and that's it. And the culture and faith thus doesn't really stack that much because you don't build that many. Military units receive +7 combat strength against city-state and free city units. Free city units are ones that have flipped independent, which is very uncommon. City-state units are, okay, that's fine. You can take them out easier, but I don't feel like you want to do that very much. I feel like city-states are kind of like, it's kind of the opposite of what you want to do. They give you yields, and they can give you suzerain bonuses, right? And everyone hates your guts when you take out a city-state. So it's like, I don't really think you'd want to do this. So again, put this way, if it was +7 combat strength against standard units, I would say that's pretty darn good. But in this case, the strength is the same, but it's not very useful. It's actually, I think, counterintuitive. So I don't think it's kind of relevant. Land military unit combat victories against non-barbarian units grant great general points equal to 25% of the combat strength of the defeated unit. I mentioned before that these perks are kind of unimpactful because you don't kill that many units. The reason being is that because you're getting yields, whether it's faith or culture or gold, correlated with their combat strength, whether it's like Mansa Musa, actually, yeah, Mansa Musa had a cavalry replacement that gave 100% gold equal to the combat strength. Whereas most of the time, like with Gorgo or whoever else, they get like 50% culture from all units, mind you, not just a specialty unit, but they get like 50% culture from defeating units. The thing is, they don't kill that many units. When it comes to great general points, this is interesting because, a great general probably costs, it starts off at around 100 points, and then it goes up to like 200 or 300. Eventually, it's like 400 or 500. The thing is that, great generals are fairly impactful. They're just more difficult to acquire. In that case, I should say that you do want encampments. And if you are going for military aggression and domination, then yes, you will want great generals. The thing is that the efficiency of killing units and getting great general points is so much more impactful than just getting some culture or some science, right? Because you need less great general points in comparison to how much science that you would need and you would get, right? So getting, put this way, killing a knight gives you, it's 48 combat strength, so it gives you 12 great general points. That's 12 turns of great general points. Just in one thing, it's actually fairly strong, fairly impactful, and especially when it comes to domination, which is where this is relevant, it's actually fairly strong. And I'm not giving a good explanation, but I feel like this is in particular, it's because it's a great person point, which has lower threshold. It's much harder to acquire. It's much more significant than getting like 20 culture whenever you kill a unit. It doesn't happen very much, but the 20 great general points that you would get is much more useful, and the ratio of how much you need and how much you get is way higher there than it would be for hard yields like science and culture or faith, whatever, right? So fairly strong. May purchase land military units with faith. Fairly unimpactful and not that strong because they're too expensive. There's no other means to build that. You don't want to go build a bunch of holy sites to generate faith when you're going for domination. You want to put all your production towards military and whatnot. So I don't feel like that's a very useful trait. Here's my thing. I would say that if you're going for domination, which is what this trait does, right? And if we're meant to see how it adds to Germany's prowess, in terms of their general strength from the Hansa, how it pertains to actual domination, I think the only bonus here that is really relevant is their ability to generate and sort of, I guess, that generate great generals, right? That's the only real bonus. They get points from defeating units, which is fine. You'll be doing that if you're going for domination. And again, it's only because the reward for doing so is more relevant here because it's just more efficient than getting hard yields, but also being able to build more encampments, which I did not give credit for, but that means more great general points, easier to acquire, something that you would not normally do. So great generals are not that competitive. Most people, they're building campuses and whatnot. So in that sense, you can get more great generals. It doesn't make your great generals more effective. It just means you can have more, but that's still pretty good. It makes mobility and a bit of strength and a consistent amount of strength because, they only work for certain eras, right? So it's fairly useful to have a more continuous stream of great generals. I can't say that is too strong or too impactful. I would give this whole perk maybe like a B and a kind of a below average B. Just all it does is give you great generals. I think that the combat strength against city-states is not relevant because you don't want to do that. And purchasing land military units with faith is kind of irrelevant as well. They're too expensive and you don't have any means to generate that. So when it comes to domination, all it does is give you great generals, and that's pretty good. So I'll say it's a B tier, but kind of maybe an average, below average, nothing too out of this world, but still a good addition when it comes to domination, right? And finally, you have the Hanseatic League, which is actually sort of like their trade league in terms of their guilds in the Rhinelands of Germany and whatnot. And this is next to the Hansa their best group of perks, right? There's 3 perks. The first one is that cities may construct more than one district without exceeding the limit. Considering how powerful Germany's cities are in terms of how much they'll grow from their trade route bonuses, this is fairly relevant because normally what happens is that you build your first and then your second and then your third district and you're pretty much done. It's hard to get a city to population 10, if not even higher. This means that you can build your encampment without having to worry about district limits. You can build holy sites. You can build additional districts that will not impede the Hansa, although building the Hansa will not take up a district slot because it's a unique one. So maybe there's nothing that you could really want to build. You build a campus, you build a holy site, you're going to want to build commercial hubs, so this helps there as well. So it's it's not terribly strong, but it's fairly relevant, I would say. And particularly when it comes to Germany, which is where it is only relevant, it's his perk. But the fact that you want to build commercial hubs because of the emphasis and the sort of the synergy between adjacency and trade routes that will sort of go in line with the extra trade route from the Hansa means that will sort of, that extra district limit sort of can be utilized there very effectively. So it's a very good perk. Here's the big thing. Trade routes to German cities get +1 food, +1 production, and +1 gold for each specialty district in the destination city. What you do effectively is that you take a city and you put Magnus in the government plaza, the diplomatic quarter, you put an industrial zone, the Hansa, you put an encampment, and those 4 districts right there, the diplomatic quarter and the government plaza each will give +1 food and +1 production to trade routes. Magnus himself will give +2 food. The encampment and the industrial zone will give +1 production. And basically what you want to do is just get as many districts as you can in there. Only specialty districts, so no aqueducts. But if you get like 5 or 6 districts in there, it stacks so much. And I like how it's in the destination city. So it's not the origin city, it's the destination. So basically you get one central city that will be your trade port that has Magnus, that has the government plaza and the diplomatic quarter, etc. And it means that your trade routes are freaking phenomenal. They're as good as Pachacuti's and Musa's. The thing is that they apply to all because it's in the destination city, whereas those ones are based on mountain tiles or desert tiles, respectively, in the origin city, right? So it's more limited. It will not apply to every single city. Every single city in your empire can trade with this one city. And the thing is that the Hansa gives a trade route. It's encouraged to have commercial hubs for adjacency, and there's more district limits so that you can build the standard kind of irrelevant commercial hub. But now you can make that again for the adjacency, but the fact that you can do it for free effectively, right? And so the thing is that there's a huge emphasis on trade and extra growth and production and gold, and you're gonna have it's not gonna be a shock that by the middle of the game you'll have +8 or 9 food and production trade routes, which makes all cities amazing. You can just send them to new cities and grow them so fast. It makes Germany a freaking baller that on top of the Hansa, it's just they're unstoppable. They're the most productive civ in the game by a country mile. They're too strong. It's ridiculous, right? And then finally, they have a production bonus towards universities, factories, and banks. And these buildings provide double yields as well as +1 amenity. The double yields is fine. It means that the university will give you 8 science instead of 4. The factory will give you 6 production instead of 3. Or maybe it's 4 production, so 8 production, right? And then the bank will give you 10 gold instead of 5. Those are fine. These don't come until the industrial era, so they're not too impactful. Fairly strong. The extra amenity is kind of, it's just kind of, it's a nice addition, but nothing too game-changing. And the production bonus towards them is nice, although at this point you could sneeze and make them in 3 turns. So not too impactful, but anything is welcome at this point. How do we judge Germany? Let's summarize. So Germany has the Hansa, which is a half-price free industrial zone that has way more adjacency bonus because they can use the commercial hub. They get a production for each adjacent resource. It gives you a free trade route. It's an amazing district. The U-boat is irrelevant. The Holy Roman Emperor is an irrelevant trait aside from the ability to generate great generals. So if you're going for domination, it has that. And so in general, Germany is bound to go for whatever they want. They have the production to do everything. So it can be tourism, it can be domination, it can be religion, etc. And they have an emphasis on domination from the great generals. The U-boat becomes relevant at that point, but not till the end of the game. So I can't say it's that. It's a strong unit, and so when you get it, it's strong. It doesn't come till the modern era. Whereas the great general benefits, that comes fairly early. So if you go to war in the medieval era, you'll have that bonus then. It's the Hanseatic League with the district limit, which allows you to make commercial hubs and encampments willy-nilly so that you can generate great generals, have more trade routes, right, for free effectively. And then the bonus is towards your trade routes. And it's the very particular but impactful distinction is that it's in the destination city rather than the origin. So all the cities can participate, which makes them really strong, very amazing. There's 2 factors to judge here. How strong is Germany and how relevant are they? The Hansa doesn't come till apprenticeship, but that's still early enough that it's still impactful. It's not, if it came in the industrial era, it would not be as impactful however strong it was. The great general points they're relevant, but put this way, I wouldn't say it's that strong, but it is relevant just because they actually come fairly early and they can be used throughout the ages. The district limit does not take much effect until you get a bunch of districts, so it's not going to be very relevant until like later on in the game, probably around classical medieval, right? But it is fairly strong. The trade route bonus is also very strong, but it's not as relevant because you need specialty districts. So until you build the government plaza, until you have Magnus with the upgrade for extra food, until you build the diplomatic corridor and the Hansa and whatnot, you won't have the true benefit of these perks. I have a very unique position here that my judgments are based on assessment and their actual ability. They're not comparisons or contrasts. They're based on the object, in this case Germany himself. And so for me, the overall power of Germany does not take place until probably the middle of the game, effectively. In the ancient and classical era, there will be no benefits, not one. There's nothing here. There's no benefit. There's no bonus towards the capital. There's no starting warrior. It's in complete contrast to Hammurabi, who has like 5 or 6 like starting and early game benefits. They're not as strong as Germany's perks, but they are more relevant. And I gave Hammurabi an A, but I gave him like an average A, right? He's not that strong, but he has more prevalence early on in the game. Germany has no prevalence early on in the game. Until you get the Hansa and until you build up your trade city, he's basically a basic civ. If he didn't have the Hansa and he didn't get the +1 food and +1 production from specialty districts in the destination city, he would have no bonuses. He would basically be able to generate great generals easier, and he could build more districts, but have no real reason to do so, right? He'd be terrible. So these 2 perks, in conjunction with the extra district, which is better because of the Hansa, right? His relevance doesn't start till basically the medieval era. Once you get apprenticeship, right, which is the end of the classical era, until then he's basically a vanilla civ. But here's the thing: when he gets those perks, he's one of the strongest civs in the game. His production is paramount, like bar none. He's the god tier civ in that respect, and so he's absolutely the strongest civ in his tier. The thing is, I can't give him an A. I don't want to. I don't. It doesn't make sense to me. He's not relevant. He becomes relevant when he gets this, but he's not relevant till then. And I feel like that's what tiers are for. His state is only impactful once he gets to the middle of the game, whereas he's just standard and vanilla up till then. And he's very strong, but that's per tier. If he got production and growth bonuses from trade routes that took place early on in the game, he would have more relevance. He would be more A tierish, right? However strong it was, but he's not. And so I'm going to give him a B tier, but he's the strongest B tier by a country mile. He shits on the Gaul. The Gaul have the Oppidum, which is a industrial zone replacement as well, and it comes earlier, right? The thing is that it doesn't have the adjacency bonus for the commercial hub. You don't get production bonuses for adjacent resources. He doesn't have, as the Oppidum has 2 housing. It gives +1 food if adjacent to a farm, and it has a ranged attack. It's a bit more of a functional industrial zone, right? And it has the same benefits of being a specialty district in industrial zone, but it's not as strong. The Hansa is so much better, and it gives the free trade route, right? So, and the trade route bonuses that he has in conjunction with this, and his ability to make extra districts, so which means more trade routes, more adjacency in the case of having the commercial hub. It just means that he's so powerful and strong. It just takes some time for it to happen. Whereas Hammurabi, as I said, he's not as strong, but his benefits take place literally immediately. He starts with Code of Laws, right? He has bonuses that are immediate, whereas Germany's are a bit more delayed. And I don't take this lightly. I'm not trying to say that Germany is a bad civ. They're amazing, but I think that in terms of our judgment, it makes more sense to be the fidelity of our mind here sort of takes precedent, and we say that, you know what, Germany's presence does not take place till the middle of the game, and when it does, he's incredibly strong. But he's not A tier. He's not. He'll win the game if he can be successful then, but he's not guaranteed that. He's just not as relevant because it comes later, and to me that's the main factor, right? And so he is the strongest B tier civ. He is the strongest civ of his class, but I don't think. But wait, he can make do in the A tiers, but he'll get his ass kicked. It's like you're playing a soccer game, right? Or rather, it's like this. You're playing a hockey game, right? There are 3 periods, right? You get all the bonuses in the second period. You have no bonuses in the first period. Even if somebody has average bonuses in the first period, they're going to beat you, right? And so even if when you get the best bonuses ever in the second period, you're already down by 3 goals. To me, that's not an A tier civ. That is a civ that can come back because they can start to be awesome then. But to me, that doesn't mean you're A tier. It just doesn't, right? And so I think, and again, I'm not saying that if you have a crap perk that you start off with that you're A tier. It just means that, if you have a strong perk, like Hammurabi, he starts with Code of Laws, which is a huge cultural bonus. It's not as strong as having the fucking Hansa at apprenticeship, but it happens right away. It's like having a bonus to your capital, or your palace rather. You start the game off so much faster, right? Like any sort of and any strength that you have there that is much more relevant because it's initial makes it so that you have more prowess. You're more powerful because of that, right? Germany doesn't have this. He reaches a point where he's incredibly successful, but he's not successful in his own right, whereas other civs have those initial benefits. And so I feel like I'm fair to give him a B, but the strongest B, right? Because of his delayed strength. So that was Frederick Barbarossa, a very strong civ. I just felt that he wasn't A tier because his bonuses come later on, and to me, it's a little shorthanded for me to give him anything above B tier, but the strongest B tier you could have, because the bonuses that he does have are so strong, only when you get them though. So I've just rolled Gitarja, who I really enjoy. She is a very interesting civ. She's probably the naval civ in contrast to Dido. Dido has comparably a wider appeal in that she just wants to sell as many cities as possible. She gets bonuses from trade, and just she gets production towards coastal districts, or districts in coastal cities, the initial one at least. So she's very wide based build. Now, Indonesia, or Gitarja, she can do that. But the thing is that she has amazing infrastructural and economic abilities. Something akin to Wilhelma of the Netherlands, right? I would just say that she's a bit stronger. So let's see what she does. So her improvement is the Kampung, which trumps the guild house, or whatever, the polder house of Wilhelma, right? Not to have a strict comparison, I just kind of thought of her, but the Kampung is a production bonus towards coastal tiles. It has to be built adjacent to a sea resource, which is its limitation. But I find that, well, two things. First off is that I find that the coast generally has a fair amount of resources, so this isn't too much of a limiting factor. And it can be placed on reefs, which is nice because they will give a production as it is. And the main benefit of the Kampung is twofold. One is that you get +1 food for each adjacent fishing boat, which means that effectively you're going to improve the sea resource. So that means that it will have, depending if it's a coast or if it's a sea base, if it's an ocean tile, the food may be different, but basically it'll be 2 food with the Kampung, because it has to be adjacent to a fishing boat resource, so it's fine. But it'll also have a production and a housing, which is nice. It's a full production and a full housing, which is great. And when you get to civil engineering, which is when you unlock Statue of Liberty, which to me is kind of like, that is the limit for something to be effective. If it came any later, it would just come too late. But I feel like it's kind of, it's still relevant enough that the upgrade is still, it'll be a nice sort of late game boost, right? And it comes early enough to take effect, right? It's kind of the earliest industrial era civic that you'll get, so it's all right. So it'll be 2 production, right? The thing is that the Kampung comes at shipbuilding. So when you get shipbuilding in the classical era, and you can bring your troops and your settlers and whatnot onto coastal tiles, you can build the Kampung, and it really makes coastal cities that much more effective. Because other than the resources that you have, the ocean tiles and the sea tiles, the coastal tiles, they're pretty much useless, right? You can basically put the Kampung all around. They can be built next to each other. They just can't be built outside of, they have to be next to a resource, right? So they're all going to have 2 food, 1 production. You get +1 gold for each adjacent land tile, which may mean 1 to 2, maybe 3 gold sometimes. So basically you're going to have a 2 gold, 2 food, 1 production, +1 housing. It's a generally good tile, and it gets really good once you get civil engineering, which is not an early game benefit. So it's not, I would say that it's fairly strong and it's fairly impactful. It's a pretty, it's not the largest offering, but it's a pretty good offering, I would say, and there's some strength in what is there. So I would say this is a fairly good improvement. It's not going to make or break your game, but I feel like, obviously if you're a coastal civ like Gitarja, right? Or you're a coastal civ like Dido. Coastal civs have access to housing because they have harbors, and they have access to more trade routes, etc. And navy allows for exploration and an interesting way for combat. But the coastal tiles themselves, outside of the resources, and some of the resources, like a crab's tile, is just 2 food and 3 gold, right? You want like a fish tile or a turtle's tile. There just isn't much to use on the coast outside of the infrastructure that you can build, but the actual tiles themselves are rather weak. This makes up for that, unlike any other civ, and it's actually, they're not great tiles. They're effectively plains tiles with a farm on them, right? Except it's a +1 housing, and they become better at civil engineering. So it's like, initially it's pretty good. I say it's really good, but it's still rather short because that improvement comes later on. I say this is a fairly good improvement. Now, the Zhong is one of my favorite unique units. Outside of its inherent awesomeness, it has an amazing benefit that it can basically place units in formation with it so that they take the movement of the Zhong. So the Zhong will have 5 movement, right? It replaces the frigate, right? So it has 5 movement, and if you have great lighthouse or you have some other benefit, right? Whether it's from a great person, like a great admiral, whatever the movement it has, you can basically effectively, whether it's you're transporting troops or you're transporting a settler, which is probably more common, you link it just like you would in any other, like if you were linking your settler or a builder with a warrior, right, on land, it carries it with them. With this, the warrior or the settler, let's say, inherits the Zhong's movement, and it takes it with it. So instead of having settlers that have 2 movement when they're embarked. You have 5 movement, and they're stuck with the jong, so that they're not vulnerable. It's amazing. It allows for vast exploration in a rather mobile sense. The jong itself is amazing because not only does it replace the frigate, but it has more combat strength when it's in that formation. It comes earlier than the frigate. So the frigate comes at square rigging, which comes after cartography. Cartography is cartography comes in the middle of the game at the Middle Ages, right? Okay. The thing is to then go get square rigging, which means you have to get a kill with a musketman, which is you're not going to get that at that point. So you have to hard build it. It probably takes you at least 15 to 20 turns. It's kind of late middle game when you get the frigate. The jong comes at mercenaries. Mercenaries is in line with serfdom, right? And it's like, you can get that fairly early if you try for it. It's a fairly amazing unit that it comes so early. It has the 2 range. It has all the damage. And I just referenced the Civ wiki. It actually has more movement than the frigate. The frigate by itself only has 4 movement. The jong has 5, and it has no resource cost, which I was kind of unsure about. And I'm like, no, it's probably just 10 niter. Frigates are so expensive. Niter is one of the hardest things to acquire, I find. And so building musketmen and bombards they're pretty difficult. And frigates, to me, are one of the most effective units, especially at that point in the game where they dominate the seas. But they're hard to build because of lack of niter. The jong, coming earlier as it does, having these mobile benefits, having combat strength that comes along with this, and an extra movement, it costs no resources. You can litter the land with your jongs. And to me, Gitarja, and I'm spoiling this, but they're a naval civ, right? They're a coastal civ, right? This naval improvement and this naval unit being an actual navy unit, right? To me, these are top tier. Their offerings are so impactful that it's like it makes the harmony, or it makes the theme of the civ being coastal so much more prevalent, because the benefits they have, the unique improvements. I look at Germany that we just saw. They have the U-boat, right, which is a submarine replacement, which comes in the modern era. It's a better submarine, but it's a submarine. Who cares? This is a frigate replacement that comes earlier and is just more powerful and cheaper, right? It's like, it's so much more relevant, and I think that synergy adds to Gitarja so much, that you have not just these great economic benefits, as we'll see, but that she has this really good improvement and this amazing unique unit that sort of, they're all relevant. They're not just a great civ with these sort of, everyone's got these random cavalry upgrades, but they're useless, right? They're fucking cavalry upgrades. But Gitarja has an amazing frigate replacement, and the fact that it comes early, to me, is one of its most strong benefits. But also the mobility it allows is amazing. So that's a really, really strong and impactful unit. So exalted goddess of the 3 worlds. Coastal cities gain 2 faith and +1 housing. I like this a lot. The +1 housing is fine. The 2 faith is pretty good. There is a pantheon, although I think it might be a modded version, but there's a pantheon that gives you a free settler, right? I think one of the versions, and I know different pantheon mods, they have obviously different pantheons, but one of them has a settler that when you get it, it gives you +2 faith in all your cities, right? I think the vanilla version gives you a free settler, but it also gives you maybe +10% growth. I'm not sure. In any case, this benefit is really good. It's only in coastal cities, but that's fairly relevant to Gitarja. And it may not seem like a lot, but you may find that after you settle like 2 or 3 cities, having having a built-in 6 faith, early on in the game, having 10 faith is pretty good when you consider that when you get monumentality, which is what you'll go for, I'm guessing, in the classical era. Builders are they're like 75 faith, and after you get like a couple, they're like 120. So it's like having 10 to 15 faith is actually fairly substantial in that respect. It's not going to win you a religion, but this is just a good passive amount of faith, and so I think that's a fairly welcomed addition. Coastal cities within 9 tiles of any capital generate +1 influence per turn and gain +1 amenity. So 9 tiles is a long distance. Like if you think of an entertainment complex or Jebel Bar Call, things that have sort of these sort of adjacency sort of requirements, like if they're within a certain range, right? 9 tiles is a lot. The standard is normally 6. 9 tiles is a lot. Effectively, what it means is that basically You probably have one city in every single direction that will take this into account, and there's probably at least 2 or 3 more cities that have this in account as well. And so maybe they're not all coastal, but again, you can make that happen. There are benefits that sort of limit the even if it's off a river, you still get the extra housing. Like, there are reasons, and there you can just have your own initiative can sort of solve this limitation. If it's a question of like how many coastal cities can you get a fair amount, and they all get +1 influence point. It's so interesting and so unique. The +1 amenity is fine. The influence point is fairly strong, because normally what happens is that when you get monarchy, for example, the influence points that you have are increased by 50%. The influence points that you have at that point are, I think the government will give you, I think, 3 influence points per turn, right? And it increases that to like 5 because of the increase, right? Something like that. Depending on wonders that you have, there are a few benefits. Like diplomatic quarter is a great example. You can get influence points, but getting 6 or 7 influence points, which then stacks up with monarchy. So basically you're getting 10. It's crazy. It's such a good way to get envoys. And envoys are envoys run really well in tangent with coastal civs, because they are always exploring and finding all the city-states. It's a very wide and sort of an expansionist mindset when you're playing coastal, right? Because it's not really an infrastructural based build where you have, tall cities with industrial zones, etc. You kind of have a bunch of cities on the coast. They're a bit weaker, but you have a ton of them, right? And so you're going to have a lot of cities, and you want that scale with city-state relationships, right? To get better harbors and campuses, etc., right? But you need envoys, and this is a great way to generate envoys. You can purchase harbor buildings and water park buildings with faith. I like the harbor buildings with faith because that means you can just purchase a lighthouse, which is probably the best building in the game, so I like that a fair amount. And then all units ignore the movement costs of embarking and disembarking. Really nice as well. It's great for your scouts if they're scouting. It's great for just, if you're on the coast, you're going to find that whether you're moving troops or you're moving settlers, or builders, for example, if you're trying to improve like a fish tile, you're going to be going in and out of the ocean, and this makes mobility a lot stronger, especially in conjunction with the Zhong. There's a great sense of mobility with Gitarja when it comes to the inherent limitations of naval sort of movement, right? So I think that's pretty good. I think this trait actually has a fair amount to offer. The influence points are not going to give you that much benefit till later on. The movement reduction of embarking is not going to, it can't even take place until you actually get shipbuilding, so that won't happen right away. Purchasing harbor buildings is, I think, fine, because you can get lighthouses very quickly, but you have to generate that faith. They're probably I think it's like 150 faith, so you're going to need some room for that. The starting 2 faith in housing makes all cities good if they're settled on the coast. So I think that's a bit more immediate, but maybe not as strong. I think, however, that there is a lot of strength here. I think the influence points that you get amounts to a great amount. I think just being able to purchase lighthouses is fairly good as well. And the increased mobility from reducing embarking costs, there is a fair amount of strength here. I would say that this trait is definitely B tier. It's not an A tier park, and I would say that it's not the strongest trait I've ever seen, but there's a fair amount of strength. So I would say that it's above average in terms of that, and it kind of in like a B class. So it's pretty good, and there's a good amount of strength, but it's not great. It's just pretty good, right? Finally is Spice Islands Archipelago. This is awesome. +2 gold, +1 food, and +1 production from all sea resources. This stacks wonderful with the Pantheon that gives you production from sea resources. In any case, just getting +1 production is great because it makes like a fish tile. A fish tile on a reef would normally give you 2 food, 1 production, and I think a gold, whatever it is, because it's a reef, right? But you get a production because it's a reef. Now it'll be 3 food, 2 production, and then when you improve it, you'll get an extra food. So it's a 4 food, 2 production tile +2 gold, right? It's amazing. Even like a crabs tile. A crabs tile is 1 food. A crab's food is 2 food, 1 gold. When you improve it, it becomes 2 food, 3 gold, right? Now it'll be 3 food, 1 production, and 5 gold. It makes all your resources so powerful. The extra gold is actually fairly nice because you're going to work these resources, so the extra gold is good. The extra food is awesome, and the extra production makes all the difference. It doesn't improve the Kampong because they're not resources, But it makes all the resources that the Kampong surrounds that much better. So your whole naval sort of economy is so buffed by the Kampong and this bonus right here, and it makes settling on the coast so much more encouraging because you can actually work the tiles. This next trait is one of the best in the game. Campus, Theater Square, Holy Site, and Industrial Zone districts, so all of them, receive a standard adjacency bonus from water tiles. You will find that there are little archipelagos, little tiles that are setting out by themselves that have maybe 4 or 5. At least every single district that you build with Gitarja will have at least 3 adjacency. Aside from the standard adjacency, like if you're building a campus, right? If it's next to a mountain, if it's next to a reef, just being next to the water will give it a +3 because the reef is obviously on the coast, right? It makes all your adjacencies so awesome, which makes using economic policy cards way more effective. It's so impactful, and it actually, to me, is the most impactful perk that they have, because when you build your first campus, when you build your holy site, when you build your theater squares, etc., the campus most particularly, it basically means that you're going to have a huge boost to your science because your adjacency can just be so universally acquired in the highest sense, even like in a random expansion city where there's no mountains or geothermal fissures. Like a little outcropping of land can give you maybe +3 or +4 campus, right? It's so good. It's strong, which I like as well. 100% production towards harbors and water parks. Fuck the water parks. The production towards the harbors, well, you're on a coastal civ. What's the best district in the game? The harbor. Why? Because the lighthouse is the best at building. Campuses are second, which that previous perk really addresses. But being able to build harbors at double the speed is freaking awesome. There are bonuses from Nubia or Dido that give bonuses towards districts, and it's like, okay, that's awesome, right? But it means for all districts, right? Like with Dido, for example, it's the first district that you build. If you're in a coastal city, it'll have 15% production bonus. It's like, okay, that's pretty nice. This is 100% production. You'll build your harbors in a newly settled city with two housing and like one freaking, like with three or 4 production. You'll build your harbors in 10 turns, right? If they're any good at all, if they have a trader, whatever benefits that once they have the 6 or 7 turns it takes to grow, and they have like 6 or 7 production, it's like a 6 or 7 turn build, and then you can buy the lighthouse with faith, which you can generate from holy sites in the more core cities, which have a great way of getting adjacency because of the coast. Like when you build a campus, for example, I generally find that you're limited by, okay, here's some mountain tiles. I can put a campus in there for +4 science, or I can put a holy site there, right? And you can't really have it both ways. Only one will have high adjacency. Whereas with the coast usually runs like north to south, right? It runs very long. There are always places to get a bunch of adjacency here. So you have a lot of availability for multiple districts to have high adjacency, which means that a holy site is welcomed here. You can generate the faith, and every city will have +2 faith, which means that you're gonna be able to purchase these lighthouses in these harbors that you can build very fast. It's awesome. And then finally, +1 great merchant point from city-state tributaries that own a harbor. This is interesting. So basically it means that coastal cities that have a harbor, which I would say is fairly common, they're likely to build one if you're suzerain of them. And it's not, so for example, when you're okay, so Wilhelma, not to mention her again, in France has a similar effect. But when you're a suzerain of a merchant or a mercantile city-state, like a gold one, right? When you're the Netherlands, right? You get a trade route, right? And then when you're France, if you're a suzerain of a cultural city-state, you get a trade route, right? That's fine, and I like the trade route. This gives you a great merchant point when you are just suzerain of any city-state, if they own a harbor, right? But if you're playing on a navy-based map, which you are as Gitarja, this is bound to be fairly relevant, and you need envoys. But you have ways to generate envoys. This works great. This works really well with the influence points that you can generate. And the thing is that getting a great merchant point may not seem so relevant. I find though that, we'll put it this way, if you're playing monopolies and corporations, great merchants are very impactful for your economy because they can get they can build what would you call them, corporations. But in any case, I actually find that there is value in getting great merchants. They kind of have functional benefits like great engineers and admirals, etc. So, if you just want to build a commercial hub somewhere, maybe for extra trade routes and whatnot, but just one commercial hub, you can generate a whole bunch of great merchants, because great merchants are not that competitive. You don't find that people are really, there's no one with like plus 20 great merchant points, right? Whereas with a scientist they are. You may be able to sort of build one or two commercial hubs and have like maybe like, put this way, if you're playing on a large map, which I recommend, especially with a navy map, it's not uncommon for you to have maybe 6 or 7 suzerains, like kind of in the middle of the game. That's 6 or and let's just say this: it's very easy to generate maybe 4 or 5 great merchant points from this, and that's a great standard. There's a general buff that will let you get some great merchants, which is so. The thing is that. I would say this is really relevant, very, very substantial, very impactful. It's just not that strong because it is admittedly just a great merchant, right? So let's bring this all together. Gitarja is a navy-based civ. She has bonuses for settling on the coast. She gets great benefit from doing so. She has amazing economical advantages from her camp hung and her bonus towards sea resources. The adjacency to all relevant districts from the coast is amazing. The 100% production towards harbors. The Great Merchant Point is kind of it's not that strong, but I would say it's fairly relevant in what it can offer if you want to use that. The mobility from the Zhong and the free disembarking and embarking. The great amount of influence points from nearby coastal cities to your capital means that envoys can be generated for suzerainty, which gets you great merchant points, but in any case, it also just makes your wide empire much more impactful. So it encourages that wide play. I think the inherent faith and housing from coastal cities just sort of helps them start off a little bit better than they would, which I think in conjunction with previous success that you may have allows for harbors to be built and lighthouses to be made. And it's like, it is only one thing, but it's the best thing, so it's definitely relevant. And I think that the prowess of the Zhong just makes them so much more just relevant and sort of substantial when it comes to their navy, their naval empire. And so I want to say this. Gitarja is A tier because her bonuses are consistent, not only in what they offer in their strength, but also that the best thing about Gitarja is that she gets 2 faith and +1 housing in coastal cities. All her early districts, all the initial districts rather, have great adjacency, which is a great boost to science. The ease in which you can build harbors, the production in gold and food to sea resources, which is awesome. And then soon after that, the Kampung, and then soon after that, the Zhong, and then the accumulation of envoys through influence points that you can generate, the increased mobility and sort of ability to spread empires, because there are slight bonuses to settling coastally for some random expansion city, but the fact that you can build harbors very quickly and purchase the lighthouse means that you can scale them very quickly. And overall, I think that there's a really good amount of strength here. I want to say that it's hard to distinguish. Is Gitarja, put this way, is she B tier but a very strong B tier, or is she an A tier and kind of a good A tier? I don't think she's put this way, I would say that she's on par with Jaivarman and Dido, probably stronger than Dido. For me, Dido was A tier because there was a sort of concentration and functionality to her ability to spread and sort of take over the world in a naval sense, right? But I didn't think that her abilities were that strong. So I think that she was kind of like just a slightly below average A tier. Whereas I actually think that Gitarja is a slightly above average A tier, right? I think she's like Jaivarman. I think she's kind of maybe a bit less effective than Teddy. Like, she does have great abilities, but maybe there's not as much strength as I'm giving credit. Just overall, it's basically like this. You have the coastal cities, right? Or you have the coast, which is kind of irrelevant. Gitarja actually makes them really good, but they're not amazing. They just make them workable. In some sense, they are good, and there are a lot of unique benefits, from the influence points, the production towards harbors, the Zhong. Like, these things are strong, but basically they're making a crappy situation, which is kind of barren coastal empires, into something that's actually workable. But they're still she's on par, perhaps not as much as civs that are they start much higher. Like Teddy gets all these cultural and scientific and tourism-based benefits. Like, he runs on top. Whereas I think Gitarja she has all these means to make a sort of, as I said, a fairly, initially at least, or standard rather, kind of basic and underwhelming situation, fairly workable and fairly strong at that. But I would say that she's just not as strong. So I'm going to give her an A tier because of her relevance, and that she has consistent early game and late game abilities, and that there is a fair amount of strength there, but just maybe not as much. Let's say that she's an A tier and a good one at that, just not great. So that's Gitarja, amazing navy-based civ, comparable to Dido, perhaps a bit stronger. In fact, she is a bit stronger. Just really good overall economic policies. And so I've just rolled good old Pedro, leader of Brazil. He's got the street carnival and the Copacabana. They're the same, except the Copacabana is a water park replacement, which is irrelevant. It comes too late. The street carnival is the interesting part, if it's interesting at all. It gives 2 amenities instead of 1, 2 housing, which is fine. It gives the carnival project, which gives you an amenity, which is fine. And basically what it does is that it gives you a slew of great people points. So basically, when it comes to cultural great people points that you would get with a theater square project, and that you would get great writers, artists, etc., the street carnival gives you the same thing, and it also gives you half of what you would normally get with great scientists, engineers, etc. So those projects are basically, they're not as impactful here, but you get all of them, so it's all right. I'm not sure it's really, because you have to actually work the project, so it's kind of, it's never really worth to do unless you're later on in the game. So I feel like it's kind of underwhelming. The fact is that this is a half-price entertainment complex that gives you an extra amenity. I don't think it compares to the Hippodrome of Byzantium by any means, because that one gives 3 amenities, so it's better. No housing, but okay. But when it does that, it gives a free heavy cavalry unit for free. And in Byzantium's case, that's their unique unit, the Tagum, which is an amazing knight replacement. So it's actually a bit better, the Hippodrome, I'd say, than the street carnival. But in this case, it's still, in any cheaper entertainment complexes are fine in that they are just cheaper entertainment complexes. They give you some amenities, right? They're not so expensive. And yeah, I can't say that it's amazing, but there's a little bit of strength there because it's half price and it's just some amenities. So the Minas Gerais replaces the battleship, so already it's a bit of a short offering because it comes so late. And all it is, it's stronger than the battleship, right? I can't say that it's that strong in general because it's a battleship. It's like, who cares? It comes you know, in the it basically comes in the atomic era. It's like, how unimpactful, right? It's like, I can't give that much praise. Even if it was an amazing battleship, it's like, I don't really care. It's not really a benefit for me. I don't mean to be harsh. I don't really have patience for that sort of thing. It's just like, it's like Germany's U-boat replacement or the submarine replacement. It's like, it's however strong it is, it's not impactful. It's too short of an offering because it comes so late. Magnanimous, favorite word. 50% production towards district projects in the capital. The issue is that you're not really working district projects in the capital. You don't really work district projects as it is. Maybe if you're trying to get a great engineer or a merchant or a scientist and you want to work maybe 1 or 2 projects, fine. But you tend to do that in separate cities, external cities, not the capital. The capital builds wonders and settlers and whatnot. So I feel like that's kind of, put this way, I don't even think it's that strong because it's just for district projects. You don't work them that much, and you kind of want, and you do want to work the projects in a high production city, just not your capital. Or in any case, it's just like the fact that it's only the capital, it makes it less substantial, and I don't think it's that strong because it's just a bonus toward district projects. It's something that you don't do until later on in the game when you're kind of done building things. It's kind of I don't think it's that great. However, upon earning a great person, 20% of the great person point cost is refunded. This is interesting. So obviously when you find a great person, the next one is more expensive. So the value, it's not like you get 20% off your great people. You still have to get, basically, if a great person was 1,000 great people points, you would get 200 back towards the next one, which was probably 1,500 or 1,200, whatever it is. So you basically start off with more. So it demands that you still have the rate of great people acquirement. Great people are kind of, put this way, obviously in Civ, it's a priority of where you settle. It's a priority of your diplomacy with other civs. You want to meet city states to get their yields. You want wonders, etc. Great people are kind of, they don't really make or break the game. Even with tourism, I don't think they make that much of a difference. The great artists and musicians are pretty much irrelevant. The great writers give you like 100 or 200 tourism, but like you get the rest of your tourism. Like if you have 2,000 tourism, like, let's say you have 2,500 tourism and you have environmentalism and computers. It's like most of that is from national parks, archaeologists, and seaside resorts. You get maybe 200 from great writers, but you have like 100 at most from great artists and whatnot. So great people just aren't that impactful. There are good great scientists like Albert Einstein and Hypatia, and there are good great engineers for building wonders, etc. And it's fine. It doesn't. It's kind of the least of your concern. I would much prefer better yields that made my city stronger, and I could choose to build more districts and work the projects when I wanted to. This doesn't make my city stronger. It gives me a very niche reward for being strong, and so I don't think it's that impactful, unfortunately. Receive +2 science, however, for each great person ever earned, up to a maximum of 30%. This could be interesting. So this works for great writers, which are the easiest to acquire, I'd say. It works for great admirals, which aren't very that competitive, great merchants as well. You could have a strategy to get a bunch of great people for a science buff. And in that case, you're basically looking for a wide empire with a lot of districts so that you can generate the most great people points. The 50% production into the capital. When it comes to this strategy, you could use that to buff. If you were competing for a great scientist or a great engineer, you could use this to buff that, but that's going to be a niche offering, but it kind of works in harmony. But overall, I would say, okay, this being magnanimous in this case means that you basically want to generate as many great people as possible. Basically, you want to generate 15 great people, because that's where the bonus caps out. 30% extra science is pretty darn good. It's a pretty substantial amount, right? I'm not sure how quickly you could obtain this, but if you just had a very wide-based strategy where you could get as many cities as possible, you could get as many commercial hubs, as many harbors, as many theater squares, and even encampments, right? Because great scientists are too competitive. You're better off letting the AI or your competitors grab those while you grab the cheap admirals and whatnot. And you probably, by the middle, probably industrial era, you probably have this 30% boost, which is pretty darn good. And in that case, maybe the Miniscaris is not so, put this way, the Miniscaris maybe is not as such a short offering because you can get it sooner because of the science boost. It's still fairly short, but maybe it's a little bit more relevant. So this is fine. It's basically this whole trait is a boost to your science, and it requires a bunch of management and strategy to do so. So I can't say it's that strong, but it's a little useful, I'd say, so you can make that work. Interesting. The Amazon rainforest. Rainforests provide +1 science, which is pretty good if you spawn in your rainforests. Pretty darn good. If adjacent to a river, rainforests also provide +1 food and +1 production. I kind of like rainforests more than wood tiles because they give an extra food. So a rainforest hills tile will be 2 food, 2 production. Whereas a woods tile on a hill would be 1 food, 3 production. So obviously woods tiles will give you more production, but I like the extra food that you get from rainforests. I think the perk or the civic that you unlock at mercantilism that lets you put lumber mills on rainforests is criminally misplaced. I don't even like the fact that you get lumber mills at construction in the classical era. I think you should get them earlier. I play with a mod. It's pretty much the only mod out there that you get lumber mills at the wheel, and it lets you build them on rainforests and woods. But even then, you could still make it so that when you get lumber mills, you should be able to build lumber mills on rainforests at the same time. They're pretty much useless otherwise. But in any case, getting +1 food and +1 production and +1 science as a standard, if adjacent to a river, you get that +1 food and +1 production. You could have some really good tiles. If you spawn next to a river and there are a lot of rainforest tiles, they're all going to be really good. Probably maybe 2 or 3 food, maybe 2 or 3 production, each one with an extra science. Really good starting buff, but it may not be as consistent because you need rainforest tiles, and to be quite frank, if you want to make it really work, they need to be on rivers. So that may not be as consistent, but it's fairly strong, really strong in fact. So specialty districts receive a standard adjacency bonus from rainforests. That's pretty good. It means that you +1. It combines with the campus so that if you're next to 2 rainforests, you basically have +3 because you get +1 for being next to 2 and +1 from each, so that's +3. So that's all right. It's not the best adjacency to have. There tends not to be that many rainforests. Even if you spawn in a patch of them, they don't really spread across the land. They're more woods tiles and plains tiles, etc. So it's not the best thing to have an adjacency bonus to. Like the Gaul, for example, has an adjacency bonus to hills, which are way more common than rainforests, but still, it's still fairly substantial, right? +1 appeal from rainforest instead of the -1. Who cares? There's nothing here that suggests you're going for tourism or anything of that matter. You don't care about appeal. To tell you the truth, I think Pedro is kind of bare. Take his magnanimous trait away for a second. He has a buff towards his rainforests, and they're very good in the right case. And let's just give it some credence that you could, if you made it happen, that you spawned next to a river and some rainforests, really good starting tiles, which you're going to start your game off very strong. There are no other bonuses here. The adjacency towards rainforest, a standard adjacency that's all right, but there's not going to be that many, so I can't say it's. Plus, it's fairly strong. I don't know how relevant it is. It's a good perk, right? But those are the only two. The street carnival is all right, but like it doesn't take advantage of any of these. It's basically just an economic boost of 2 amenities and 2 housing. And if you feel like buying the arena or building it, it's fine. And I think the carnival project is fine as well. But like, actually, let me because here's the thing. I think this civ is pretty weak. Fairly weak indeed. I want to say that it's C tier because there's really nothing here. The thing is that there is a strategy here, and it is led from their magnanimous perk, which basically means if they generate great people, which they have a little bit of a buff to do because when they get one, they get some points back. They can help at the very end of like a race towards a great scientist or an engineer. They can boost it with their capital because they can work a bunch of projects very quickly. Because you're not going to want to work projects endlessly in your capital. Maybe because projects will be maybe 3 to 4 turns, especially with this production boost, probably more like 3 turns. And so you can acquire great people very quickly at the end. But you're going to need consistent sort of projects being worked, right? The thing is that the street carnival allows for basically less efficient industrial. Basically, it allows for great people points to be acquired less efficiently, but more widespread for generals, for admirals, for engineers, for scientists, and for merchants, right? So basically, if you have 2 street carnivals, or rather cities with street carnivals working the carnival project, you basically have projects being worked for every single great person, and it basically acts as a theater square project, so you get the full thing. So it's basically double, which means this actually lets you generate a lot of great people, which means you get a great science boost. The only 2 relevant things here for Pedro are that he gets a bonus towards rainforests, which will give him the benefit of the doubt and say that those will be I know those are his tendency. I'm just not sure how widespread it will be. It might be a boost to the capital, but that might be everything else. There may not be that many other rainforests. That's the only benefit I'll give him. So he does have that great starting boost, and basically he has means to generate a science boost, right? Outside of the rainforest giving an extra science, the 30% science he has, which is interesting because it doesn't actually tell you if it must be empire-wide. Like if you have 10 cities and they each have 20 science, or let's say that they have 30 science rather, right? So you're generating 300 science, right? Now you'll get 90 science, right? Because 10% times 3, 90, right? So you have 390 science. It's a fairly substantial benefit, right? It's basically like when you get Oxford University, that 50% boost to science, which I believe is in that city, but maybe in any case, if it were for your empire, it's a double that. So it is a pretty substantial boost, and I think that with the street carnival and the sort of these little means that they have to generating great people, I think they can actually make that work. And so in that case, the only thing Pedro has is a science boost, and that's it. I'm not sure what I'm not sure what his goal will be, whether he wants to go for tourism or diplomacy or a science victory, but he basically just has a science boost. And so I don't know if I want to give him a B tier or a C tier. I think here's the thing. I would say that all of these the bonuses towards the rainforest is a great little bonus. It's the only bonus though initially, in my opinion. The bonuses towards great people and are the rewards for doing so. That's a huge undertaking to say that we're going to arrange our whole empire from generating great people, right? So that we can get a science bonus. We have no rewards for doing so, but we have the means to acquire the science, right? Well, the thing is that, this but again, it's a huge task. And I feel like the fact that they are fairly effective at doing it means that it's not something that will come that late. This is not a late game strategy. It's more of a mid game strategy, right? Like you generate throughout the classical and medieval era, you generate 15 great people and you get 30% extra science. Okay, that's pretty good. The thing is that it's still not a bonus early on. I feel like until you get the science bonus, it's basically a vanilla civ, except for the bonus towards rainforests. So let me ask you this. If Pedro, because I did something similar with Nubia, and I said, take away all her bonuses except her production bonuses towards builders, range units, and districts, right? You would say, okay, that's relevant. That's very, very substantial, and it's fairly strong, right? What if I took everything away from Pedro and said that he gets +1 science from rainforests, which is good, and he gets +1 food and +1 production if those rainforests are next to a river, which is a fairly niche thing. And you might say that the specialty district is getting a standard adjacency bonus is fine as well. I just don't think that will be as relevant, but fine. Basically, these rainforest bonuses, I'm not sure that that's enough to make him B tier. There's nothing else here that gives him that relevance. Everything else he has gives prowess to later on in the game. And there's some strength in that prowess, but I would say that he has there's no substance here. There's no impact. It's too bare. And so I feel like the only other C tier civ I've given was to Gorgo, and that was kind of I've given 2 C tiers. One was to Gorgo, who I said was all right, but she was a C tier because she had no synergy in her perks. And I said that Alexander, albeit there was some strength in his perks, I just found them to be very unimpactful, so he was a C tier. I'm going to give Pedro a sort of a comparable C tier as Alexander. I think he has some strength in his perks. I just don't think they're that relevant. I think they're fairly unimpactful. And maybe the impact, put this way, he's a bit more impactful than Alexander, but he's still kind of, put this way, he's a bit less C-ish. He's a bit more B-ish than Alexander, but not enough for him to be B tier. In contrast, one of the lowest B tiers is Arabia, who has pretty weak ways to acquire religion, but he has some benefits from doing so. So I gave him a kind of a meager B tier, right? I thought that there was some strength and some relevance. He just had more to him. Pedro has nothing to him, right? Alexander has a bunch to him, but it's all very irrelevant in my opinion, not very impactful. So he's a C tier. Some of the things he does, like he starts with bronze working. Okay, he has +1 movement outside of his territory. And that's pretty much it. But okay, there's some strength there. So he's a strong C tier. Pedro is not that strong, right? But he is he's a bit more impactful, I would say, than Alexander. But he's just so bare in his impact that he is a C tier. And I would say that he's kind of, put this way, Gorgo to me is the weakest civ in the game. Almost by principle. She's like a C tier and a 50% C tier. I would say Alexander is a C tier, but a very strong C tier. So he's like a C tier, but 70%. I'm going to give Pedro a C tier, but like a 60% C tier. He's a pretty good C tier, but it's not amazing, right? But he's better than Gorgo. So kind of, again, I find it interesting that this strategy is all about generating great people. I just don't feel like, and the fact that you get a science bonus is great, but there's nothing else to the civ that gives me any room to sort of say what I'll use that science for. If you had an extra bonus or if you had a unique unit that like made like the Middle Ages or something more impactful, I would say that's awesome. But there's nothing really here. I don't think he can do much very effectively. So I can't see much use to do this. I like the means. I like the strategy of generating the great people. I just don't think there's much purpose in doing any of it. So again, not that impactful, despite there being some strength. So C tier and a above average one, but not amazing. So that was Pedro, and I don't think he was great, but he was just fine. Interesting, let's say. I've just rolled Gilgamesh, who's very interesting. Gilgamesh starts off with the ziggurat, which is a unique improvement, and it basically gives science and a bit of faith. What it does is that wherever you build it, and it can be built everywhere except for on hills, and it cannot be built next to another ziggurat. And it gives +1 science and +1 faith, which is fine. If it's built on floodplains or a marsh, floodplains are basically, they look like they're kind of discolored in a beige sense next to rivers, and so you may find a couple of those. And marshes are a bit more niche, but in any case, you'll have 2 science and +1 faith. If it's adjacent to a holy site, you get an extra faith, which is kind of niche. However, if there are two farms next to it, which can be used very efficiently to be next to two ziggurats, right? You make like a diamond, you get another science. And you do get a faith if you're next to a luxury resource, which is kind of, maybe you can make that a bit more relevant, but in any case, it's not so hard to get 2 science and +1 faith on your ziggurats. And when you get to natural history, which is fairly late in the game, you get an extra science, so that's fine. These are all right improvements. The thing is that if you don't have any floodplains or marshes, they can be rather underwhelming just because you have to go out of your way to put a lot of farms, which you don't have to work, but it takes a lot of builder improvements, and it depends if there are hills. Like, you may not be able to get that much out of these. If there are floodplains and marshes, you'll find that, ask yourself this: how much is it worth in the early game would you give up a 2 food, 2 production tile for a 2 food, 1 or 2 science, and 1 faith tile? So would you give up the production for the science? And I would say that if your city has like 4 or 5 population and it's early on in the game, it may be worth it to work 1 or 2 ziggurats just to boost your science. So I would say that they are. Here's the thing: you begin with the ziggurats, so they're immediately relevant, right? It's not like even the Paradisa from Persia, which is a great cultural boost, doesn't come till early empire. So this one is. It's fairly substantial in that it's not too restrictive in where you can place it. There are ways to scale it. The thing is, I just don't think it's that strong. I feel like the ways in which you scale it are too niche. It's not gonna apply for a vast majority of them. It's not gonna be that strong. But I do think it's impactful. I think you can make it work. I would say that it's probably like a B tier and an average B tier. I would say it's an A tier. I just don't think that it's naturally that great. But it is a good addition if you can make it work. The war cart, on the other hand, is impeccable. Now, I don't even feel like I give it much credit, because it's almost like it's like trying to say Darth Vader is an awesome Jedi or Sith Lord. It's like, yeah, I know. It's like tell me about Grievous or Count Dooku. Like those guys are worth analysis. Darth Vader, it's a given, right? So the war cart, it's a given, right? It's the war cart from day one. It was the best unit, and I like, for example, Nubia's Apandemic Archer. I like the Eagle Warrior from Montezuma. The war cart's just a really good unit. It's basically a heavy chariot, so it has the same damage. It's cheaper to produce, which is crazy. You start with it instead of having to get the wheel, and you get +2 movement when starting a turn in open terrain instead of the +1 as you would normally get. It also doesn't take additional damage from spearmen, so it's just an overall great unit. And early on in the game, you'll probably build warriors to defend yourself from whether it's aggressive civs or barbarians. Most likely, the war cart's just so efficient in doing that, and it's just a great little unit. It's definitely very strong, and it's definitely very impactful. The one thing I would say, maybe the reason I don't give it that much credit, perhaps Darth Vader is a bit better, is that early game units for like this, it's so good that I have to say that it's not that good, because it's just a melee unit, right? It's the same thing as the Eagle Warrior, and I love the Eagle Warrior, but it's just a melee unit. It's only good for the ancient era, and then it's fairly irrelevant. The war cart is really good, but don't go on thinking that it makes the game. It's a great support bonus, but that's it. I don't recommend going to war in the ancient era in any case. I don't know why you have to. I would rather you seize priority lands using the war cart for strategic gain, rather than have to go and focus all your resources in taking someone else's cities. It doesn't feel like that's useful. So I would say that, put this way, it is an A tier, and it's a very strong A tier, but it's not like a god tier thing. It's not like, put this way, the size of its offering is limited by its nature, which is it's basically a starting melee unit. It replaces as a heavy chariot, but it's just a stronger melee unit, and it has more movement, right? And that's great, but that's all it's going to do. It's not going to win you anything in the classical or the medieval era, which to me is when combat and warfare are the most relevant. So again, it's really great for defense and sort of keeping your empire tightly knit in the early game, but it's only good for that, and its strength lies in there. So I give it all the props, but I only give it those props. I don't have blinders on to its actual usefulness. Darth Vader is better. He runs the empire. The Epic of Gilgamesh. We'll sing it every single day because it's amazing. Each city receives free ancient walls. This makes Gilgamesh the most user-friendly Civ in the entire game. If you're playing Civ for the first time, and this is literally number 45, the 45th Civ we're doing, so I'm not sure how many, or if anybody's even watching this, albeit the entire video, but if you're a new player, play as Gilgamesh because you get free city walls. Walls are pretty much the defensive factor of your game because unless the enemy has trebuchets or battering rams and they need some sort of competence to use them, you are unstoppable, right? The thing about walls is that they don't come till masonry, and if you're building them in expansion cities, which you probably will do, instead of building like a granary or a monument, they still probably take 10 turns. You just start with them, right? It's so useful because you're basically invincible throughout the game. You can never get destroyed as Gilgamesh. It's very challenging, and so it makes expanding and whatnot very, very smooth and sort of without risk. You can put your cities wherever you want. You never have to worry that they're vulnerable because they have freaking walls, right? So it's so impactful and it's very strong. Which is the first note in this song. You may purchase city center buildings with faith. There's a city-state that gives you this ability. I believe it's a military state, but that's going to be very uncommon. Not to discredit it. It's relevant when it's there, but it's just the actual perk being here for Gilgamesh as a given is to me much more relevant. And it means that you can purchase monuments, granaries. You start with walls, but you can purchase additional walls. That's pretty much it. And maybe I'm forgetting something, but basically it's the monument and the granary, and you can purchase it with faith, which is nice. You might I don't think Gilgamesh is a religious civ. I think he's more of an economic civ. You can maybe. I don't even think he is for domination. I think he's more about generating lots of science, using his sort of his tactical and his functional abilities to sort of gain leverage over land and sort of he has means to securing an economic victory, which is basically a tourism or a scientific or a diplomatic victory, right? Things that require a lot of production and output. He can pave the way for that to happen. So for me, the faith that he may have, because I don't like purchasing units with faith. It's a pretty poor investment. They're fairly expensive and it scales significantly. So like knights are fairly expensive to purchase with faith, whereas a monument is always the same price. It's like 160 faith. Like you can get that fairly easily, and it lets you scale your culture and your expansion cities, which already have free ancient walls. So like when you get monarchy, early medieval, every city's gonna have more housing, right? Just because they have free walls. So it's these two bonuses make expansion cities particularly really. It lets you funnel your internal resources from your capital and your more powerful cities to outward cities, and that's to me one of the best ways to have a wide empire. And your ability to do this efficiently means that your economy is going to be much more powerful. The limitation of wide empires is that they lack production, they lack resources because it costs them more for unit expenses, and it's hard to. You have to bring builders around. Gilgamesh has a much easier way of doing that because his cities have more means to thriving in that sense. And that's not the only thing. There's one more bonus which is even better, but these are great additions in that regard as a wide sort of economic sort of trajectory. Military units receive +5 combat strength against barbarians. This stacks with the standard card, and even without that card, that leaves you open to more experience from your settlers. Maybe if you want to build naval units, so you can get the extra production from that. This just makes you so much more not only offensive for barbarians, but very defensive as well. Even if you didn't get city walls, not so relevant with the barbarians, but they're kind of a nuisance. And you have the war cart, and you can crush them with this extra combat strength. It makes clearing barb camps so simple. And additionally, when you capture a barbarian outpost, you receive a tribal village reward in addition to the usual gold. The gold is fine, it's like 25 gold, but getting a tribal village reward, you can get free techs, you can get settlers, you can get builders. I love goody huts. They're my favorite thing in the game. It's like little pockets of drugs, like gimme, right? And you can go kill barbarians, which you're gonna do anyway. It gives you experience. You have to do it in some respect to get the boost for bronze working, and the Eureka. Rather, the boost being for military tradition when you clear the post. And even if you if you stack the actual policy card with this, you're getting plus 10 combat strength against barbarians. You crush them, right? Gilgamesh has such an easy starting game because nothing can fight him. Not only does he have the war card and the offense to clear out barbarians and any brave adversaries in terms of other civilizations who would even attempt to attack you. It's going to be a hard freaking war for them. But you also have, again, those free ancient walls, the ability to purchase granaries and monuments. And it's just like, it's with faith, I should clarify, but it's so powerful. The Epic of Gilgamesh is effectively, we can do whatever we want. Now, they don't have bonuses towards production and growth, etc., but they do the things that you want those for in the early game. They pretty much have them already. They have a built-in military supply that's so effective, right? The free ancient walls makes all defense like impeccable, right? And the fact that you can purchase monuments and granaries with faith, it's actually a very efficient way. One of the few efficient ways to actually purchase things with your faith outside of builders and settlers, right? It's worthwhile to do that. And so the Epic of Gilgamesh is something that we'll sing forever because it's the thing that lasts, because they're invincible in this respect. And that's why they're, to me, the most impactful civ in the early game, at least. And that kind of does mean in the game, because the earlier it is, the better. But they have the most stable roots to their whole civ, because they're just, every single thing that is most substantial in the early game, Gilgamesh has everything on par. He has a science available with the ziggurat. He has the war cart, which is the best early game unit, effectively. He gets free ancient walls, like I said, offensive abilities against barbarians, rewards for doing so. He's so solid, right? But that's not it. You have cuneiform, which is ancient Babylonian writing system, right? You begin the game with a random technology. This is hit or miss. The thing is that so for example, Lady Sixth Sky of the Maya starts with pottery. Egypt starts with irrigation. I forget who. Someone else starts with writing. I think Dido starts with writing. Starting the game with a free tech is always a great thing because it's actually a boost to your science, right? Because you don't have to invest that science. However, if you get this tech and it gives you horseback riding, or rather, if it gives you animal husbandry, if it gives you mining, or it might even give you astrology to get a holy site, it can really turn in your favor. So to me, it's a given boost to your science, but it's actually a very useful perk. And I find that you'll get mining and animal husbandry fairly often, and those are great perks to get. It's basically, so for example, Babylon, and this is the expanded mod version, which is what we're referencing. He starts the game with chiefdom, which is a huge boost to your culture, right? It's the first thing you have to research in your civic tree, right? He just starts with that, right? Which also gives him the actual policies he can use, but he doesn't have to research that culturally, right? I find that you're always going to start researching animal husbandry, so you can see where your horses are because they're great tiles. If you start with that's like a 10-turn boost to your science, and it might be more functional. If you start with mining, it's fine, and if you start with astrology, that's fine. But in any case, I think this is a very impactful bonus because it's literally right away, super powerful. Newly founded cities begin with one population and one housing. So this is in addition to the Epic of Gilgamesh. This is like the high note. This is the peak de resistance, the crescendo. Well, first of all, getting an extra housing is pretty good, and it's every single city, no conditions. Every city gets an extra housing. So if you're off the river, instead of starting with 2, which limits growth right away, you start with 3, so that's fine. But every city starting with an extra population means that every city has 2 population. This makes growth in production so much more feasible because instead of working one tile, which to me is usually a growth tile because I want to grow my city, instead of having to wait those 6 or 7 turns and have very little production, you probably aren't going to grow that much because unless you have improved tiles, you'll find that to get to 3 population, it might take 10 or 12 turns. But you can just start working 2 production tiles and you'll have it's like having 6 or 7 production versus 2 production, which you would normally have. It's like you're doubling your production, maybe tripling it in some respects. And you can build your granary, you can build your monument, etc. It's so impactful. And that in addition with the free city walls makes Gilgamesh the best when it comes to spreading his cities. He doesn't have means to do so effectively. Like other civs, they have bonuses for spreading their cities and settling like in a wide sense. they have a lot of means to do so. Like Rome, for example, his settlers have 2 movement, right? And whatever else, right? But Gilgamesh is rewarded so substantially by having 2 population, an extra housing, free ancient walls. Just game changing. He's the best early game civ for this, in my opinion. His capital starts with 2 population. It's practically unbeatable. It's so substantial. I don't think it's the strongest thing in the game. It's so relevant because not only is the condition nothing, it just happens, but it's so relevant from turn 1. So that bears all the rewards throughout the rest of the game, which is why I'm praising it so much. All units ignore the movement costs of crossing rivers, which is in terms of mobility pretty useful. You don't always cross rivers, but rivers they halt all your movement, so it makes your scouting, it makes your military a bit more feasible. It's likely that your enemies will place their cities strategically across from rivers so that they can defend it easier. This means that you don't get any offensive penalties, and you can move more quickly. It makes warfare actually, in times where it's necessary, much more effective because you're not limited by rivers, which is probably to your opponent's surprise. Like, fuck, he's not gonna care about my river placement. And then finally, but not least, farms adjacent to a river provide +1 food as well as +1 science if adjacent to a city center, and you get +1 faith if adjacent to a ziggurat. So the thing is that ziggurats get +1 science for being next to 2 farms, which I would say the best way to do that, outside of, if you're sort of restricted by it being on floodplains or marsh, because you can put ziggurats wherever you want. Basically, you want to make a diamond where you have a ziggurat, 2 farms, and a ziggurat at the bottom, right? Which will mean 2 science in each. And the thing is that each farm will have an extra faith from being next to the ziggurat. So each farm in that case will have 2 faith, right? Because 2 ziggurats, right? So it's pretty good. The thing is that if the ziggurat is next, or rather if the farm is next to a city center, it gets a science. That's fine. And if the farms are next to rivers, they get +1 food, which is really nice. So the thing is that Gilgamesh doesn't have any substantial means for production. He has all these rewards, and he has all these built-in things that sort of, they make up for that in very effective ways, I would say. But he actually has strong means for growth by the improved farms, the motivation to actually make farms to increase his science effectively. And I don't think that putting a farm next to a city center is going to be something that you do, like across the board, right? And it doesn't. I'm trying to think if it works. I guess you could surround the city center with farms, right? So in any case, I feel like that maybe not be so impactful, but the farms being able to have more food, getting a little bit more faith, improving the ziggurats, which is an improvement to science. Gilgamesh actually just has a great early game because not only does he have all these sort of tactical and offensive capabilities, but he has these infrastructural bonuses with the free population, the free walls, the increased combat strength against barbarians, and the rewards he gets for doing so. I think overall Gilgamesh is just a wonderful civ. He's so simple and easy to play that you're never going to have a game with him because he's basically invincible. The sky is the limit. Even if you have a terrible starting position, it doesn't really matter. In the worst case scenario, if you're cornered in and you need to expand, the war card is always your best friend. It's just, I don't even think that you're gonna. It's unlikely that you'll find a starting position that doesn't have at least some room for expansion, right? And you can just go from there because your cities they're so successful when they start because of that extra population, and the free walls just make it so like come at me, like I'll settle where I want, right? So it's just such a good civ. Here's the thing though. I would say that Gilgamesh has the most to offer out of every single civ. He's the largest offering. I'm not sure that the quality, though, is as pristine as some other civs that we've seen. The reason being is that although the initial population is amazing, I like the production. I like the boost to combat strength against barbarians. I'm reiterating, but I'll just say it again. The free walls is amazing. The war card is awesome. The ziggurat is great. All of these things, though, they are initial bonuses to the early game, which is why it's such a large offering. But nothing here screams out that it's game-changingly strong. The actual strength of it all is not that much. I think the extra population when starting is very strong, but like put this way, free walls in your capital is actually not that strong. It doesn't actually do much for you because no one's actually attacking your capital, right? It's more relevant for expansion cities, but it's just free walls, right? It's not that strong. I love it, but only because it's kind of just. It just works, but it's not actually that strong. It's not it's not that effective, right? It's substantial, but not actually that again, maybe it's hard to explain, but I feel like there's so much here that is useful and relevant, but what it is actually offering, that it doesn't have that much strength. There is strength here, and you can make things work. Like the war card is amazing, but it's like, again, I don't. So I'm gonna say that Gilgamesh is an A tier and a strong A tier. He's not the best A tier. I would still, again, he's so A-ish, right? He just has so much to offer initially that it's like you can't really go wrong with playing Gilgamesh. He has the easiest game ever, but that's all he really has. He just has early game bonuses. Outside of his extra population, nothing really stacks, right? There's nothing here that's that strong. Like farms next to a river, I like that, but it's not that strong. You know what I'm saying? So I don't want to undersell him. I don't have a scaling option where I can say, basically, like I said, it's basically C, B, and A tier, and then there's a strength in between, or there's a strength within each tier. I would say, like, of the A's, the tiers really relate to the size of the offering, whereas the strength amounts to the quality of that material. I think Gilgamesh has the most to offer, but I don't think there's anything remarkable about how the quality of that material. He's not that strong, you know what I'm saying? So I'll average it out and just say that he is an A tier and a good A tier, but I would rather play as Teddy or Wilfrid, Laurier, or Pachacuti. I think they have stronger traits, and they're all very good as well. I think that Gilgamesh is, in terms of like the amount that's on offer, as I'm repeating, but just to clarify, I think he has more to offer than those civs, but I think what those civs have to offer are just a bit stronger, albeit maybe less in quantity. But the amount that you get here from Gilgamesh is so much that I can only say that I'm the most confident out of any civ that he is A tier. He's not that strong, so just somewhere he's a good A tier, but definitely an A tier. So we'll leave it at that. So that was Gilgamesh. He is incredible, and maybe not the best civ in the game, but definitely the easiest. And so we're closing in on the final civs, and at this point I've rolled Genghis Khan, the terror of the world, supposedly. So his unique building is the Ordu, which I actually kind of like. It's a replacement for the stable. It gives an amenity and a culture, which is it's a fair addition, but not that relevant. No maintenance cost as well. However, heavy and light cavalry units trained in the city gain +1 movement, which I like quite indeed. It's not something that other civs have in their unique buildings. They're kind of just, they're multipliers, modifiers. This contrasts to Alexander, who has a barracks replacement that gives science when you make a unit, which is fairly limited because it's only units that you make in that city, which, again, you're making units in this city, but this city, or this improvement actually, I feel like, has a longer lasting effect. Whereas in Alexander's case, if you build a horseman, you'll get like 20 science, right? Which is just a one-time thing. Whereas here, if you build a horseman, it has +1 movement, and that lasts forever. So to me, I think this is fairly, it's not that strong, but I think it's fairly impactful because, especially with Genghis Khan's other abilities, his emphasis on cavalry and offense, to me, works very well with this particular ability. The Keshik, comparatively, or in addition to this, is a crossbowman replacement, which is kind of unfortunate because you can't get crossbowmen, but this is basically a crossbowman with 4 movement. It also lets units inherit the movement so that you can transport settlers and builders, etc. So that's nice. And with the Ordu, it'll be 5 movement. It cannot, I feel like it's not as tanky as the crossbowman. The crossbowman, I think, can maybe I'm not representing it properly. I believe it is as effective as the crossbowman, and obviously you can fortify as cavalry. I find cavalry to be less, they're more susceptible to melee attacks and whatnot, and I feel like a crossbowman, maybe they're the same thing, and it really is just a crossbowman with 4 movements. So if you kind of treat it like that, it's a pretty good unit. And I don't believe you can get horsemen or coursiers, right? The light horseman improvement. Although I'm not sure that's the case. All I know is that it's a replacement for the crossbowman, and it's a pretty good timing push to have a bunch of Keshiks running around with 5 movement, more experience because you have the Ordu. It's a very good unit, and because crossbowmen, they're basically on par with the knights and the frigates of their effectiveness in relation to everything else. So Keshik, very good unit and very impactful. Mongol Terror, indeed. Begin the game with horses and iron visible. Now, you cannot improve these. You don't have animal husbandry or mining. The thing is that, well, there's a second part to this, but the thing is that horses, to me, are a very good starting resource because they have more food. Iron is also very good because it gives us science. The thing is that strategic resources provide 2 production and +1 science. If you have the unholy fortune of spawning next to one of these tiles, which you just might, but perhaps not, but if you do, basically you'll have a horse tile that has maybe 2 or 3 food and like 2 or 3 production plus a science. If it's an iron tile on a hill, let's say it's a plains iron tile, so basically, or plains hill as it likely is, normally it'd be 1 food, 3 production, and or rather it'd be 1 food, 2 production, and 1 science, right? The iron gives a science, right? It'll be 1 food, 4 production, 1 science. Once you put a mine on that, it's 1 food, 5 production. These are some amazing tiles, and they are improved obviously when you get the actual improvements, but starting off with them is awesome because they're already good tiles to spawn next to or be close by, but the fact that they just get a lot more inherently means that you can have starting tiles that are just so good. It's not so reliable because strategic resources are kind of, their notoriety is that they're uncommon, not mechanically, but just kind of like, I find that in my experience at least, and I'm sure other people agree, that they're not littered through the land, so maybe you won't. But perhaps there's I find sometimes like when I play as Genghis Khan, I do spawn next to a horses or an iron tile, and my starts are incredible because of it, because they give you a science, they give more production, they're awesome. Cavalry units have 3 combat strength, and they can capture defeated enemy units. Cavalry units, that is. That latter part is kind of unimpactful, or it's good, but it's not as strong because the units that you capture are fairly weak. They don't inherit the place of your units. They just stand there, and they get peppered by enemy units standing behind. So it's not that good. The extra 3 combat strength is fine. It's a good little addition. It's not too much, but you know you're going to be using cavalry, so it's a good bonus. Siege and support units gain 2 movement when starting a turn adjacent to a light cavalry unit or a Keshik. So the light cavalry unit can basically be used as a mobility booster to bring catapults and trebuchets, etc., which basically means that the Mongols can have all their sort of their melee and troop-based fighting through cavalry, but they can also use like I said, like siege works and whatnot, to move around very quickly and take out enemy cities. So the Mongols definitely are an offensive-based civ. They're not a culture-based civ. They're not science. They're not religion. They're domination. Right? They want to kick people's asses. The Ordu, I think, supports this very well with the extra movement. The Keshik is a very good ranged unit. If you have knights and coursers and light horsemen, those are the offensive units in the game. They're better than warriors and swordsmen. They're susceptible to other crossbowmen and range units, but they can sort of break those lines. They kind of get crushed under the weight of hoofs and sort of and saddles, right? And so and the Mongols have better cavalry, especially with the support of the Keshik. So the fact that they can funnel in their siege and support units to basically take out the cities after they clear out the infantry makes them very effective at obviously seizing land and whatnot. So I think Mongol terror, I don't think it's that terrifying. I think that there's something to be afraid of, but it's not really, like, put this way, when I'm next to the Mongols, I never feel like, oh gosh, it's like camel archers or it's like eagle warriors. There's nothing here that's that strong, but it's all fairly relevant and impactful just because, well, in the economic sense, the strategic resources improvements is really noteworthy, as well as them both being visible for you to work them before you actually unlock them, like at bronze working, let's say, for iron's case. The combat strength for the cavalry is nice. It's not that much of an increase, but it is fair. But I feel like the ability to, because cavalry is already that strong, but it's only good for infantry. So the fact that you can basically focus on destroying other people's infantry with the support of the Keshik and more movement from the Ordu, right? But the fact that you can funnel in your siege works to then take out the city makes them that to me, that's the terror, that they're going to be able to bring siege works and take your city, which is the real risk of any war, is them taking your cities. That's the victory right there. And so it's very hard to defend against the Mongols because they clear out your units and they can shuffle in their catapults and trebuchets, and there's a bit of terror, but I don't think it's like god worthy terror, right? It's not like, it's not like the undead army from Return of the King. Like, you're not going to get schmucked from this, but it's definitely something to take note of, and I think that gives some relevance and strength to the Mongols. The Ortige as a trait. 100% production towards traders, fairly unimpactful. Traders are not that common, and especially if you're going for domination. You're not building commercial hubs. You will not have that many trade routes. Unless you have bonuses to having them, you're just not going to really use them. So it's kind of, I would say, it's a strong bonus, but not really relevant because traders are fairly cheap. However, sending a trade route to immediately creates a trading post in the destination city, which is just fine. Although if we're talking about the actual economic yields, it does not really matter unless you have a particular bonus. For example, Dido has bonuses for cities that she has. Dido has bonuses for sending trade routes to her capital, right? And she has a wide expansionist mindset because she's naval, right? So obviously, if you're in a faraway city, it's hard to send trade routes to the capital. So you want trading posts. A perk that she has that works very well in Tangent is that trade posts are automatically created, right? So it's just, you can send her trade routes to the capital. There's no bonuses here for sending trade routes economically, right? Although it does say that trade routes gain +1 culture and +1 production for passing through trading posts in Mongolian cities. That's fine, but you're not going to have that many trade routes. You might have 1 or 2 trade routes, or trading posts rather, that you'll go through, but that's at max, and so that's fine. But it's going to take a long time for this to take into effect, and I feel like it's too limited, it's too niche, it's not relevant for internal cities, like cities that are near the capital, and you have to be fairly far away to make use of this, and that's just very limited in my opinion. So I feel like that's fairly niche. The relevant thing here for trading posts is that when they send a trading post to let me read this. So +1 diplomatic visibility level for civilizations with a Mongolian trading post in any city, right? And units receive double the usual combat bonus for having higher levels of diplomatic visibility than their opponent. So France, for example, has an inherent visibility bonus. The Mongols do not. However, when they send a trade route, it automatically creates the trading post so that you can send that trade route, declare war, the post remains. You get more visibility, which you also get when you get printing. But in any case, based on the amount of visibility that you have, which is it's basically comparing how insightful you are to their civ, and that civ is to you. If you have more diplomatic visibility, which means you'll have more combat strength. You actually get a decent amount on a normal basis, but that amount is doubled for the Mongols. So they basically have, it's not uncommon to have like 6 or 7 extra combat strength against people that don't have as much diplomatic visibility, and so which is easy, and you automatically get more because it's from the trading post, right? Normally that can be counteracted once if your enemy gets the printing press, right? They can sort of defend against that, but in any case, if it's before this, you can really just crush them because not only is your cavalry more strong, but you have more diplomatic visibility, which is good in any case. It's usually like 3 or 4, and then I think it's like maybe 8 combat strength because it's doubled, right? So you're just a monster in that case. That's the Mongol terror, that they will declare war on you, and right beforehand they'll send a trader that automatically establishes a trading post, which gives more diplomatic visibility, which means more combat strength for the Mongols, and it's doubled for them, so they're just going to wreck you, right? So that's what you do as the Mongols. So in that case, you want traders, so you want commercial hubs, but only so that you can use it offensively. You don't care about the culture and production. That perk, which I'm trying to get back to, is kind of irrelevant in my opinion. So effectively what you have here is, I don't think it's not that substantial to have more production towards traders, even though you want them, right? But they're fairly cheap, and you don't have that many. The real bonus here, the only bonus I would say, is that if you send a trade route to a city that you're going to attack, you will have more combat strength against them, and it depends on the amount of diplomatic visibility that you have over them. At some points in the game, it will not be much, but early on in the game, it will be, especially with the bonus being stacked from the trading post that you establish. In any case, the amount that you have is doubled, so you're always going to have more, And that in combination with the increase to cavalry and the ability to funnel in siege units means that you're just going to be able to wreck shit with the Mongols. Like, you really are going to destroy whoever you want. I'm not sure that they're that impactful. I'm trying to judge them. So I think in terms of domination civs, we have Hungary, who can levy troops and makes those troops much better. You have the Ottomans, which have improved siege works and a few other economic things that go on board. The Ottomans aren't that effective as domination, but they do tend towards that. I gave him a B tier and an average one at that. I gave Hungary an A tier. Who else was? We just reviewed somebody who was a domination civ. Who was it? It was. So I was just looking at who else we said was domination, and it was Hungary and the Ottomans, as well as I was remembering it was Frederick Barbarossa, who has production towards encampments and getting great generals, and he also has the Hansa, so he has no benefits, he has no improvements to his military, but he has so much production that he can build as much military as he'd like. The thing about the Mongols is I feel like they have. Hungary has its own unique thing where they levy troops and they're better, but it's not really, without that, he doesn't have anything else. And like I said, the Ottomans have improved siege works. Genghis Khan, Mongolia, actually has some fairly effective and sort of direct traits towards domination. I think that his improvements to cavalry with the Keshik, the Ordu giving the movement, the inherent combat strength, the fact that they allow siege works, they allow siege weapons, so catapults and trebuchets, bombards, etc. It allows those things to have way more mobility, which is their limiting factor. And if you can move those in quickly, you can take out cities very quickly, and that's the end game. And the fact that you can send in a trade route and have basically a 5 or 6, maybe 6 or 7 combat strength bonus on top of your already +3 bonus makes the Mongols fairly effective. I feel like the only thing that's holding them back in terms of their relevance is that I feel like everything they have is fairly niche. It's only cavalry that they have a bonus towards. The siege works that they have aren't actually improved. They just have more movement when they're next to cavalry, right? They do get the extra combat strength for diplomatic visibility, which they can get from sending trade routes, but that will run out later on in the game. The Keshik is fine. It's just a higher movement crossbowman, and the +1 movement that you can get to cavalry it requires an investment because you have to build encampments and you have to build the Ordu, and it's only in cities with the Ordu, so it's like that may not be always as applicable. I feel like when everything comes together, the Mongols are very effective and they are very strong. I'm not sure that they are. There's not a ton here. What's here I think is good, and it's fairly good for offensive play. I'm just not sure that it's that substantial. So I'm gonna give the Mongols a B, but a fairly strong B. Maybe not the strongest B, and they have things that sort of make me want to say that they are A tier, but I don't think they have enough here. And I feel like albeit some things are strong, I feel like it's not as consistent, right? It's only at portions in the game where you really are going to be able to hit the enemy hard, and when you do, you can do it very effectively. But it's kind of outside of that, it's not going to be that much of a difference than any other civ. So I feel like there's strength here, but not enough strength for me to say that he's worth being A tier. I think he's just a B tier and a fairly strong B tier, and I think probably better than the Ottomans. But I would say that Hungary is probably the better offensive civ. He just has way more at his disposal. But still, I like Genghis Khan. He's just fairly limited, and all he really has is his strategic resource bonuses and some cavalry bonuses towards offensive play. So good on that, but not the best. So that was Genghis Khan, pretty good civ, pretty good domination civ overall, but very a bit more limited in my opinion. So he doesn't stack up with Matthias, but I think he's fairly effective in the things that he does have, however limited. We have 6 of these fuckers to go, and I am more than excited to be done with this, but I'm still very satisfied in all this work. And I've just rolled Hojo, this guy right here. Look at the piece he has. Look at John Curtin. He's a little bit short fucker with a smug little sort of, he's kind, but then you got Denmark and he's like, "Arr," and Hammurabi's like, "Oh, I'm stern," and Gitarja's like, "What's up, bitch?" and Gorgo's like, "I suck ass, but I'll sit here anyway," and Gilgamesh is like, "Hey," and then you have Hojo, he's like, "Hello," right? And that's what makes the civ. I'm gonna go full screen actually, just for the laughs. There we go. So the Zaibatsu is a factory replacement which comes at industrialization. Pretty good building. The thing is, I find this underwhelming. You get bonus science equal to the production adjacency of the industrial zone, which is fine, especially if you double the industrial zone adjacency with the military policy slot. So that's fine, but I think it comes a bit too late to be that impactful, but there's some strength there. A great merchant point for some reason. A bit too late to be getting these. +4 culture after unlocking electricity, which comes after steam power, which is when you get the ironclad and like Panama Canal. So it's kind of early modern era. This comes out at the end of industrial era. So that's fine. It's just, and again, it's I would say that's strong because it's just inherent with the building. You just have to unlock electricity, but it's not that impactful because it comes much too late in the game. And then the standard adjacent or extension bonus to the cities surrounding. I find this building to be rather underwhelming. The factory itself is a good building, but it comes at the end of the game. So it's kind of like, it's a way to sort of, it'll boost your production by like 20% because, the bulk of your wonders and buildings, your infrastructure, etc., they've all been built. This is like turn 150, right? And so to get 4 science or 5 science and then 4 culture later on, it's like, because that's all this does. It's not any better of a factory. It just gives you science equal to the adjacency of the industrial zone, which could be a fair amount, but it's like you probably have like maybe a couple hundred science at this point. It's like it does not really matter. And it also requires an investment of industrial zones prior, which I'm not sure that there's no real bonus towards that as far as I can tell. So unless you're Germany and you have the Hansa, it's like industrial zones are kind of, to me, they're great support districts, but they're never the key districts. So we got to see what Hojo or Japan is actually focused on necessarily, like whether they're domination or tourism, etc. But I think that having this buff to a later game industrial zone is kind of like, well, do I even want an industrial zone in the first place? I'm not sure. So I think this building is fairly underwhelming. It has some strength. It's fairly unimpactful because it comes so late. The samurai equally has some strength, but it's also underwhelming based on some of its limitations. It replaces the man-at-arms, which I like because it's cheaper in terms of iron. It doesn't suffer combat strength penalties when damaged, which is kind of like, so a man-at-arms has 45 combat strength. If it has 50 health, the damage it will do is comparable to like, it won't take 10 off. It might take it takes between 5 to 10 damage off. So it definitely is a reduction, and this makes you stronger. But it's, the thing is, it's only for this unit. So it's like, okay, I don't think it's going to make too much of a difference, but it might give you an edge if you have a bunch of samurai and you're going to war in the medieval era. So that's fine. But it's purchased with faith. And, I make the notion sometimes that perks that are expansion mod bonuses are to be treated as if they are the case, because even if it's not vanilla, it's like we can't judge it on that. This is the case. This whole mod is, it's a complete rework or a complete addition to the standard game, which to me is fairly bare, right? And so what we get from that is, perhaps a concession that, because I looked on the Civlopedia, right, which doesn't actually have updates for recent civs, like even for vanilla features. So perhaps that's why it's not the case. But in that case, it was not purchased with faith. So I can't speak to whether it is an expansion mod edition or if it has, or this was changed like maybe later on in the new season pass, etc. So in any case, treating it as it is, purchasing a unit with faith and being limited to do that is kind of it's kind of a detriment in my opinion, because faith is for me for purchasing builders and settlers and religious units, because if you're not purchasing religious units, you probably don't have that much faith to begin with because you're not investing in doing so. And the faith that you do have, like maybe you have 10 or 20 faith, right? That's going into builders and settlers, right? It's not going into buying a samurai, which is probably 150, maybe 200 faith, which is a lot of faith for a melee unit that will probably die. Melee units aren't really offensive units. They're defensive units at heart, or at the very least, they're buffer units, right? You send them in, they soak up damage while your catapults take down walls and your crossbowmen take out other infantry. They're not offensive units, right? And so it is good that they'll have more defense. If they are taking damage, they'll be able to take more damage because in their damaged state, they don't have a reduction to their overall strength. Because it's not about offensive or defensive, it's just overall combat strength. But the fact that you have to purchase these with faith, I feel like it's very inefficient, and it's not that much of a strength in my opinion. There is strength there because of the sort of the neutralization of combat penalties from damage. But it's like, is that enough to justify the purchasing with faith? I'm not sure. I really don't think so. To me, I like these sort of replacements at heart because they reduce the amount of strategic resource costs, right? In this case, iron. But in other case, I don't think it's actually that much more useful in terms of its actual like offensive or defensive play, notably because it's purchased with faith. So I can't say that this is a very substantial unit, and I feel like it's kind of it's limited by that faith purchasing. First trait, Divine Wind. Water tiles provide +1 faith. This is an alright perk, getting 1 faith from water tiles. There are generally plenty if you're working them at all. The issue is not all water tiles are relevant. Effectively, sea resources like fish and crabs, turtles, etc., those are worthwhile tiles to work. They give you a lot of growth and some gold, some production in some cases, but mostly not. The thing is that outside those tiles, it's never going to be worth it to work a coastal tile or an ocean tile that has 1 food, a faith, and a gold. So to me, this kind of improves sea resources effectively, but it's not that great of an addition. I don't mind having the faith. I just don't feel like it's going to be that useful because it won't be as applicable because of the limitations on working water tiles in general. So 100% production, however, towards theater squares, holy sites, and harbors. This makes me think that Hojo is more of a cultural civ. It can be a religious civ, but I feel like holy sites are not, bonuses towards holy sites, I should say, are not strictly, encouraging you to go religious victory, because a religious victory needs bonuses towards religious units, right? And that sort of thing, in my opinion, towards religion. Whereas holy sites and faith, to me, go hand in hand in some respect with tourism. So bonuses towards that are actually very, very powerful. And being able to build theater squares and harbors means that you can basically grow your cities to be very strong and tall because of the harbors and their growth benefits. And the theater squares are what you want to build, for tourism and whatnot. If this gave 100% production towards those districts and their buildings, that would be one thing. But in any case, being able to build theater squares rather easily along with holy sites to support those and the harbors for economic growth, I think this is a very strong and very impactful bonus, probably the best that Hojo has, unless there's something better, but very substantial. May purchase buildings in these districts with faith. So, I make the point that purchasing the samurai with faith is kind of a poor choice because it's a melee unit. It's fairly expensive for what it does. It's going to die. However, if you're purchasing a lighthouse or an amphitheater or a shrine or a temple, right, with faith, that's a better purchase in my opinion. Depends on the building, but like if you want to purchase a lighthouse for 160 faith in an expansion city, that city's going to grow so much faster that it's actually a worthwhile investment. And I find that, this way, I'll concede that Hojo can generate more faith because they can make holy sites for basically double the production, which I like. So there's more room to do that as an accessory to your theater squares and your harbors, right? So you will have more faith. And so the fact that you have to purchase samurai with faith is not such a reduction because you'll have some. I still don't think it's a worthwhile investment. I think that the faith is fairly limited. It's like a more concentrated version of gold. I don't think that it's worthwhile to purchase the samurai, albeit there is faith to do so. I feel like that faith is, put this way, in conjunction with this perk that you can purchase buildings in theater squares and harbors and holy sites, I feel like the faith is better spent there. And I actually think that these two perks in conjunction actually are fairly substantial and give Hojo a fairly economical, he gives them some strength economically. So land military units receive +5 combat strength in coastal land tiles. This means that tiles that are adjacent to the coast, this is where this is applicable. I find that to be rather nuanced and not very likely. You would imagine that your land military units, it's more likely that they will be closer inland because that's just where all the land tiles are. It feels very kind of not very common. However, naval units receive +5 combat strength in shallow water tiles. This is where your galleys will go. This is where your quadriremes will go. And mostly this is kind of where you'll fight, whether it's offensively or defensively. I don't think that's not a poor trait, or perk rather, it's actually fairly substantial. It's not that strong. It's only 5 combat strength, but in any case, naval combat is it's like fighting in flat terrain. So every bit of advantage you have is fairly multiplied, because there's no way to counteract that. You can't fortify. You can't go in trees or on hills, right? So this advantage actually has a fair amount of strength, and I would say it's fairly relevant, just because there's an emphasis on settling in coastal tiles, and I feel like at heart, and this might be stretching it, but I think it's a good point, that tourism at heart is a wide strategy, where you want as many cities as possible so you can get as many archaeologists and have the most land to put down national parks and seaside resorts. In that case, having offensive abilities, which I feel like, in most cases, improvements to your navy are pretty much, they outweigh other people's naval sort of norms, right? It magnifies, plus 5 combat strength to melee units on land is less effective than, or less impactful, I should say, than naval units having that combat strength, because it's just, everyone is wide open. The damage is, there's no hiding from it. So all the bonuses that you have will, they'll have more impact, I would say. So my point is that, being able to settle and capture cities offensively, and having through this ability of having increased naval strength, I think is fairly relevant. It's not that strong in that regard towards capturing cities, but it is. I would still say it's a fair addition in regards to the fact that the Hojo in this case does tend to want to settle many cities, and doing so offensively is perhaps permitted by this naval benefit, in conjunction or with the notion that this is a very coastal civ in terms of where he's bound to go, because of his harbors and whatnot, and he does have these bonuses towards obviously the navy being stronger and the water tiles giving faith, etc. There's a coastal tendency. It's not like Dido and like Denmark, for example, but it's basically, it's a naval economy, I would say, but not necessarily like a naval civ where they have all these benefits for being on the sea. But your coastal tiles, I would say, kind of that makes up for that. That's partly the play space, whether it's defensively or offensively, and having increased navy does have relevance there. So all units are immune to hurricane damage. This can be relevant. I find that out of all the natural disasters that do happen, it's usually hurricanes that can get you a fair amount of time, because deserts are fairly niche. Tornadoes don't really happen that much. It's equivalent, in my opinion, to blizzards in tundra, which Russia, interestingly, has a similar perk where he gets immunity to blizzards. And the second perk, which he also shares, that units in enemy civs receive 100% damage from hurricanes in Japanese territory, and Russia has the same thing, that units receive 100% damage from blizzards in their territory. These are very niche. It's barely welcomed, because it's fairly irrelevant or uncommon, but it's kind of interesting that it's there, and it can be kind of funny if it does happen. So if you're playing apocalypse mode, this can definitely be fairly useful, and you'll find that maybe once or twice during the game an enemy will get crushed because they're in your territory and a hurricane will just destroy them, whereas you are immune. Note, however, that it's only units and not improvements. In any case, I think this trait is all right. I think that there's a sort of, I think there's something lacking to Hojo in Japan. There's not really a lot of strength in there. I can't even say Zaibastu, the samurai, the water tiles giving faith. I think is kind of, there's a little bit of strength there, but it's not. I would say that it's only applicable for actual resources, which you don't really have that many, so it's not going to be that usable. I think the heart of Japan is, and not to undersell this, but the 100% production towards theater squares, holy sites, and harbors, and the ability to purchase buildings in those districts with faith, and the fact that your navy units are stronger in coastal tiles. I think that's all together makes for a fairly strong economical, a naval economy with the sort of the aim of tourism, I would say. This is not a domination civ. You can make this a religious civ. I just feel like, the fact that there is production towards holy sites, to me, suggests that, you can generate faith, but there's no actual bonuses. I've sort of scoured through the rest of his traits and whatnot, and there's nothing here that sort of improves his apostles, for example, or gives him bonuses to actually going for religion. He can generate faith, but I feel like like at its core, if that's all you can do, I feel like that lends more towards tourism, right? And the ability to generate harbors means that you can grow cities very easily in your expansion cities. The cheaper theater squares is very nice, and the fact that you can build holy sites to generate faith and purchase buildings in the theater squares and the harbors, I think there's a sort of there's a good harmony there that I think tourism really sort of asks for. So I feel like overall this is a fairly good trait. I don't think it has that much strength because it's basically just production bonuses towards districts and the ability to purchase with faith, and then I like the +5 combat strength on naval units, but I think the strength is kind of it's maybe a little bit above average, but I think the relevance here is kind of it's a B tier trait, no A tier here, and the strength is kind of it's all right. It's not bad, but it's not amazing either. So it's just a good trait, I would say, and I think it's kind of like the one redeeming quality of Hojo, although there is another one, as we'll see. That second trait is the Rising Sun, which I like the name. +1 amenity and +1 housing to coastal cities. That's not too strong. +1 housing is all right. Gitarja, for example, has the same perk, except she gets 2 faith in 1 housing. So the housing is nice. It makes settling coastal a bit more encouraging. The amenity is also fine, but I'd probably take the 2 faith. In any case, this is an alright perk, but nothing too substantial. All specialty districts receive a standard adjacency bonus from other districts, which includes districts themselves, their standard adjacency bonuses, whether it's from mountains or reefs or woods tiles, etc., aqueducts, and city centers. So what this means is that if you're settling an industrial zone next to an aqueduct, it gets +3, right? And likely perhaps +4, very simply because if it's next to the city center and the aqueduct, that's +4. Although it's actually +5 because you'll then get a minor adjacency from. Normally you get. Actually, I should clarify that. Normally, what you do is you get a minor adjacency bonus from districts, right? So you get a half yield, right? Basically what it does is that if you're next to 2 districts, you'll get an extra yield. What this does is that it basically doubles that. So basically, if you're next to 2 districts, you get 2, right? You don't then get, or at least what I'm trying to consider is that if you're next to 2 districts, right, do you get the standard +1 for being next to 2, but also an additional +1 from being next to each? I don't think that's what it is. I think it's changing the minor adjacency to the standard adjacency, and it amounts to the same, that the +1 you would get from 2 will now be 2 because you get 1 from each, but you do not get an extra 1 from being next to 2. That 1 was coming from the fact that you would normally get a 0.5 from each, right, being the minor adjacency. So this is actually really substantial because it means that your yields in terms of science and culture and whatnot, they're going to be higher, just because if they're next to the city center, if they're next to aqueducts, if they're next to the river, etc., any districts that they're next to, you're just going to have very high adjacency districts, which amounts to a fair amount of economical substance, I would say. So it's not. It seems like a rather standard and rather like a fairly simple perk, but it ends up being very impactful. Just like it's very easy to get very high adjacency campuses and theater squares. What I would note the most, or what I would argue in this favor, is that normally not every district you have will be able to have a high adjacency. It's possible that you make a theater square and there's no wonders. There's no place to really put it. You just put it there because you need a theater square, right? And maybe you get like +1 or +2, or if it is next to a wonder, it is +2. The thing is that the normal ways to get adjacency are included in this, and so the fact that you can maybe get +2 or 3 adjacency campus, right, means that you could probably get 4 or 5, just because there are going to be districts everywhere. This means as well that government plazas give +2 yields to all surrounding districts, right? So it's fairly substantial in the way that you can arrange your districts as you normally would to get that adjacency. The thing is that usually takes into account surrounding districts, right, which are going to give you more yields as it is. So basically, if you're well organized, that those good adjacencies that you'll normally get are going to be boosted even more, and that's really good for your economy. So I think that's fairly strong. Campus, theater square, holy sites, and industrial zones get a minor adjacency bonus from water tiles. If this were standard, that'd be great, but it's not. It means that for every 2 water tiles, you get +1. Not so common, not so great. Gitarja, for example, gets a standard adjacency from every single one, which ends up being so much more impactful, right? This is fairly limited in my opinion, and never worth doing unless there's an obvious. If there is an outcropping, you're bound to get maybe. It's fairly easy in some places to get 4 water tiles around you in like some peninsula, let's say. The thing is that it only amounts to 2, whereas Gitarja gets 4. It's kind of, I think the minor adjacency aspect of this is kind of, I would say our judgment, or that's my opinion of this perk. It's minor, whereas the standard adjacency bonus from before is actually fairly good. And gain access to the fishery improvement upon unlocking sailing technology. The fishery is normally a unique improvement that you get through Liang in her tech tree, or her government tree. The thing is that it comes at the very bottom of her tree. You never get it. The fishery improvement itself, basically, it can be built on coastal and ocean tiles anywhere you want, mind you, and it gets +1 food if adjacent to a resource. So you'll find that it gets a +1 food as it is. So basically, an ocean tile or a coastal tile, it'll be 2 food, 1 gold normally, right? If it's next to a resource, it'll be 3 food, 1 gold. Maybe you can get it next to 4. It's all right. It's not too impactful. It basically lets you build farms on coastal tiles or ocean tiles rather, or water tiles means both, right? So that's fine. It comes at sailing, so maybe you could have some use of this. So again, there's some substance here, but I don't think it's that strong. It's just some food, and a rather niche amount of food, because it has to be next to a resource, and you'll find that the resources are fairly spread out to the point where you'll only get +1 food. So it's like 3 food and 1 gold and 1 faith, mind you, because of Hojo's water tile improvement. So that's a little bit better, I should say. So there is some strength here, but I can't say it's too impactful. So I think this trait is pretty much bare, except for the standard adjacency you get from other districts, which I think is good for yields in your economy. And overall, looking at Hojo, I think he does have some fairly strong some perks that if they were in other civs would be really relevant and substantial. The thing is that there's nothing really surrounding them. Like I said, the standard adjacency bonus from other districts, the 100% production towards theater squares, holy sites, and harbors, the ability to purchase faith in those districts, and the +5 combat strength to naval units in shallow water tiles, so coastal tiles, let's say. Those are all good. Everything else, I think, is pretty underwhelming. The Zaibustu, I think, comes too late. Albeit there is some strength, it just comes too late. The Samurai, I think, is an all-right unit, but the fact that you have to purchase it with faith, to me, is a poor investment, so irrelevant. The water tiles receiving +1 faith is fine in conjunction with the fishery. I just don't think that it's that worthwhile. You're better off working mines and lumber mills, etc. The +1 housing on coastal cities can work a little bit in terms of this naval economy, which I feel like is sort of the fact that you can build harbors so easily, and that you get some combat strength from your navy units, to me sort of leans Hojo towards being naval, right? Again, not like Dido or Gitarja, but kind of like just like that. His economy, it takes advantage of the navy. He does have improvements for the actual water tiles with the fishery and the faith, but those aren't as strong, admittedly. So I feel like overall there is some economical perks here that I think are fairly strong and relevant. And so I would, if I was playing Hojo, I would say we're gonna make use of those perks and go for tourism. And I feel like he has some fair means to do so. I don't think this is a C tier civ. I'm not sure that he's that strong. I feel like he is a B tier, but he's kind of, put this way, he's not a poor B tier. I think he actually has more strength than someone like Arabia. Arabia has more perks that are relevant, but they're not really that strong. And the strength that is there, it's just a bit too unfocused, right? It's like he's confused between religion and science, whereas I feel like this is clearly, all the merits here direct you towards tourism, right? And they're fairly good at that. So I would say that there is a good amount of strength, but I wouldn't say an above average. I would say that maybe slightly below average, maybe like a B40, right? So like, let's say that he is a B tier, and he's kind of just slightly below average in terms of his strength, right? So like a B43, something like that, right? So yeah, I want to give him praise, but I just can't, and I don't want to undermine him either. But I like the production bonus towards districts and the adjacency that you get, and the fact that you can purchase with faith. These are good perks. They're not really. I think he's just a bit too narrow for me to say that he's obviously not A tier, but to say that he has more strength, than he does, I feel like he's just a bit too bare. But there is strength there, so we'll say B tier and a fairly good one, but not a, just maybe a little bit below good, to be quite frank. So that is Hojo. So that was Hojo. Pretty good civ, but not a great one. Kind of a below average one, to be honest. But he did have some strong perks when it came to production and specifically towards tourism. But in either case, a fairly average civ. I've just rolled Qin Shi, who, in my estimation, is one of the god tier civs. But we will have to clarify this because perhaps I'm wrong. So this is a this is a standard civ, but Kublai Khan has a variation from him, and he has the Chinese perks, and then he has his own particular trait. Qin Shi has the first emperor, which is his own. In any case, I'll reiterate what I said there. The Great Wall is a pretty good improvement. It gives you production and a gold. For every adjacent Great Wall, you get two gold. When you get castles in the medieval era, you get science from the adjacencies. In the standard game, I believe it's culture. And you do get an immediate fortification bonus along with the improved defensive bonus of being 4 strength. When you're in the Great Wall, you'll have 10 combat strength. It's like the Roman fort. It's a pretty good unit, or improvement rather. I think its limiting factor is that it can only be built on the edge of your territory, and I don't know. I feel like it basically is a defensive building that has good yields. The fact that it gives production is nice, and the goal, or rather the science in this case, or the culture in the standard game that you would get when they're next to each other from castles is also nice. There's strength here. I feel like it's just not as impactful, and it is unlocked at masonry, so you'll be able to make it fairly soon. I feel like it's an all-around good improvement, but not the best I've seen. I think that there are better economical improvements, but this one does have the function of being defensive, so that it's a good improvement. The Crouching Tiger, I feel like, has an issue in that it is good for defense because it has 50 combat strength versus the 40 of the Crossbowmen, which sounds great in combination with the Great Wall. The thing is that it only has one range, so it can't be offensive. And I just feel like the beauty of Crossbowmen or range units is that they are range. You can attack them basically 2 times, because if you're in rough terrain, they have to move in to a point where they have to move next to the hill. You can shoot them, and then they have to actually go into the hill and then you can shoot them again. So it's kind of like you lose your mobile or your range advantage because it's one attack range. It's like using a powerful slinger, and it has this bonus where you get science equal to 50% of the combat strength of a defeated unit. I find these perks to be underwhelming. You don't kill that many units, and in any case, it's only with this one particular type of unit, which replaces the crossbowmen and machinery. I find this unit to be, it's substantial. I just don't think it's that strong. Its extra combat strength is great, but I feel like the lack of range kind of limits it, and so I don't give it too much praise. And note that Kublai Khan has these in his Chinese variation, so you can give him the praise as well. But I think that China has a bit more consistency with what it's used. But in any case, the dynastic cycle gives Eureka's and Inspirations a 10% boost. I've heard the argument that early on in the game, or just in general, you can tell fairly simply. Actually, the thing is that I believe when the game first came out, Eureka's and Inspirations gave 50%. And so the argument was if you got 60%, you couldn't really tell when you should stop researching a civ or a tech or a civic, because it wasn't clear when it would be at 60%, whereas it was easy to see at 50% just for efficiency's sake. Whereas now it is 40%, so now you'll get 50%. So it's actually reversed that argument to the point where it's actually better, because it's very clear when you are halfway there and you can stop researching the tech, because you'll just automatically get it with the boost, right? And so it's a little bit of science, it's a little bit of culture. I wouldn't say it's that strong, but it's fairly consistent, right? So it is, especially early on in the game when you are bound to get most of your boosts and inspirations, more so the tech tree. But in any case, it's a fairly substantial perk. I just don't think it's that strong. This is incredible. The capital receives double amenities, so 4, double housing, so 4, double science, so 4, double culture, so 2, double production, so I think 4, and then the double gold, so 10. Wow, your starts are so much more powerful with China because it's hard yields. You get an extra culture, so it's basically like having a free monument. You get 2 more science because you start with science. You get 2 more amenities, so you're actually in a surplus at this point, and you probably have, you're probably happy, which gives 10% bonus to yields. You have like 6 or 7 housing. The extra production is amazing as well, which means you can build your scouts and your settlers faster. It's probably the best starting bonus in the game, in my opinion. It's just so impactful. It's so strong. It makes China a freaking baller. 15% production towards wonders when in a golden age. Really nice, I would say, because outside of like Temple of Artemis and Oracle and like Stonehenge, for example, everything after the classical era, where you're prone to get golden ages because you're just going to try and get them, right? Having that 15% production built in is really nice, on top of policy cards and government tiers and whatnot, like autocracy. So I think that's a pretty good addition. And then you receive 1 extra wildcard policy slot in any government when in a dark age. You don't plan on being in a dark age. I don't mind dark ages later on in the game because you can get a heroic age, but in any case, this is probably not so useful because you're not going to get dark ages. If you're getting a dark age, it's like it's once a game, and it's not very common. So it's awesome to get a wildcard policy slot, but I wouldn't substitute one for the other. I would just take the normal age and go for the golden age for the production bonus. This is a really strong trait. It has the boost to Eureka's and inspirations. It has the amazing palace start, the 15% production effectively towards wonders when you're in golden ages. I would say that obviously the boost to the capital is the most relevant thing. I think the boost towards Eureka's and inspirations is consistent but not so strong. It's a minor improvement. The 15% production towards wonders is really good. It's only for wonders though, and it is limited by your ability to get golden ages, which you will not get like regularly. You can get them consistently, but not every single time. I would reckon. And so these are fairly impactful, but they're just. Put this way, the 15% production towards wonders is fairly strong. It's just not the condition is fairly harsh, I would say, although you can make it happen, but still, very there is a challenge there. And the boost improvement is, again, regular, very consistent, but not so strong. It's just the bonus towards the capital makes them the best starting civ in the game by far. There's no better bonus. Everything here is just the fact that it's hard yields. It's not like Cleopatra, for example, gets 25% production or 25% production, culture, gold, and faith in the capital. But it's 25% production. It's a bonus in terms of a modifier to very little yields, right? This just gives you like hard yields, right? It gives you science, it gives you culture, it gives you production, it gives you gold. It's really strong. It makes your start so substantial because you can build settlers and builders and its scouts so much quicker. It's really the best starting bonus in the game, and it makes this trait very, very powerful. Of which Kublai Khan has. The thing is that Kublai Khan's sort of unique trait, I feel like it's a bit weaker than China's, but we'll see what that is. And that is the first emperor. The first emperor, in China's case, gives you 2 builders, an inspiration, and a eureka when you unlock political philosophy. I think the boosts are kind of unimportant. The free builders are really nice, especially because China has +1 charge on their builders. It's similar to the Gaul, but in this case, they have more use for their builders. Or their use here, I think, is a bit more impactful. So getting 2 free builders at political philosophy is great. And in any case, +1 charge on your builders is very strong, very consistent, just really efficient for your whole empire. Here's something unique. I think other than the Aztec, these are the only 2 builder charges, or builder-related sort of functional sort of perks that you can use. The Aztec lets you contribute towards district production with builders. In China's case, you can contribute towards ancient and classical era wonders. So if you want to build the Great Lighthouse, if you want to build Petra, if you want to build Colosseum, if you want to build Temple of Artemis, etc., especially in expansion cities where the limitations of wonder construction based on adjacency, for example, that they may have that there, right? So you can't really build the wonders there. Like an expansion Petra city where there's a bunch of desert hills, it's going to be hard to build Petra with that city because it's a pretty crap city. You can funnel production from your capital or a stronger city, making builders, and it takes 6 charges. In China's case, it takes 1.5 builders. Insanity. You can get so many wonders early on in the game, that ones that are a bit more competitive, ones that are just hard to build because the places where you're building them are just kind of crap in expansion cities. It's just so much easier with China. In addition, and note that as well, in the classical era, if you're building Great Lighthouse or Petra, if you have a golden age, you'll get 15% production, which is just, it won't add on to them, because basically the builder charges is basically if put this way, if it's 150 production for the wonder, you will get 30 production for each charge. It's based on the starting production, right? There's no modifiers, there's no extras on that. It's just, whatever the starting production is, basically a 50% of that. So basically a sixth, right? A sixth of the production will go into it every single charge, right? So, but as you contribute production, like as you roll over your turns, you'll have more of that if you're in a golden age, right? In the classical era, at least. So there's some means to getting wonders here, and particularly in the ancient and classical era with these builder charges, it makes them so competitive in getting all the wonders that they want. However, or in addition, substantially, I would say, really substantial, is wonders give 4 science. It might be a little overpowered in my opinion just to give 4 science to every wonder, especially if you're building hanging gardens or colossus or just wonders that are very cheap and no one's built. You just pump up your science, and so that in combination with the ability to acquire them early on in the game and the consistent, I would say, a production bonus in golden ages, makes China just a powerhouse of a civ. The first emperor is so much stronger than Kublai Khan's. Kublai Khan has an economic policies card like the Netherlands, which is fine, but he has nothing else. China here, in my opinion, has +1 charge on his builders, which are great. He gets 2 builders at political philosophy, so in terms of like a timing push, I think that's a great addition. The contribution towards ancient and classical era wonders is a very useful and strong perk, because it can get you wonders that will change the game, whether it's Petra or Great Lighthouse. Maybe you want to get Oracle. It lets you grab Apadana, whatever you want, right? I wouldn't say, or even pyramids, for example, for you to stack your builder charges even more. They're very impactful wonders early on in the game, and I think there are equally good ones later on, like obviously Eiffel Tower or even Forbidden City, for example. But in the early game, like Temple of Artemis, Petra, etc., they're Great Lighthouse. I personally like. In any case, you can acquire wonders at your leisure, because you can funnel production wherever you want, and you can make them so quickly. It puts away, every single wonder effectively takes 6 turns, nothing more, because you can just contribute building charges. And the fact that those wonders throughout the game, mind you, get 4 science, you really have a big boost to your science from this, and it's a way to sort of, it's a very clear wonder strategy, I would say, that is supported by your initial palace improvements, because you can grab lands, you can build builders, you can funnel the awesomeness that is your capital towards expansion cities to get wonders, which will give you science, which is just, it's so efficient, and I think China is one of the strongest civs in the game. I think that just reading all this, I don't want to give them too much credit. Other than the starting palace, they don't really have any other harsh bonus, right? I don't think the Great Wall is that impactful. It is strong, but I feel like its strength comes later on when it gets science or in the standard game culture adjacency. But that doesn't start till castles in the medieval era. The Crouching Tiger, similarly, is a crossbowman replacement, but there's nothing here that really suggests that you're going to be offensive. Obviously the Great Wall is a defensive improvement as well, and the Crouching Tiger is a defensive unit at heart, so those work well in tandem, but I'm not going to give too much props for that. I feel like it's a good addition, but that's about it. I feel like the +1, I feel like the thing is that the only thing that China really has going for it is that they have a great starting capital, the best starting capital, and they have means and rewards for building wonders. It gives them science. It gives you the actual abilities of the wonders. And that's pretty much it. The efficiency in improvements throughout the game with the +1 builder charge is also nice as well. But that's pretty much it. I feel like I want to give them... So here's the thing. I think that the perks that they have... Put this way, the fact that they have such a strong capital, and the fact that they have the ability to acquire early game wonders so efficiently, and the science that they get from that, means that they are A tier, because the impact that they have starting off is just so powerful that I can't say that they have anything else really going for them other than the efficiency throughout the game of their builder charges. But I would say that because the early game they have is so strong, in a really, like, in a narrow sense, there's not too many perks here that are great, but the perks that are here, they're extremely strong, right? But they're strong because of their relevance, right? They're really powerful. And so but I feel like there is a lack. There isn't that much here that is much better than the +1 charge on builders and the starting capital and everything about wonders effectively, right? Giving science, which kind of wears out its effect as the game goes on. But starting off, it's really great, and the fact that you can acquire wonders so efficiently that makes them A tier. But I think it's kind of, I would say that. I would say that he's stronger than Dido. He's strong. He's stronger than Byzantium. But I would say that Teddy, for example, or Wilfrid Laurier or Pachacuti, to me those are really the god tier wonders. And I would say like if there was an S tier, I think China would be in that S tier, but he would be rather weak. I think that Teddy has better means for winning tourism. He has his film studio literally doubles his tourism output, so he's legendary in that regard. Wilfrid Laurier has the Mountie, which lets you build national parks with production. It's amazing, and he has all these other benefits as well. Pachacuti has amazing trade routes and production from his terrace farms and a bunch of other things. Like he's a powerhouse. And then who else? I'm trying to think who else we gave legendary A tier. I think those were the three, right? In any case, I think Qin Shi he's running behind that pack. I think there's a group of people like Jaivarman, Dido, Byzantium, Gilgamesh, etc. I think Qin Shi maybe is the better of those. To me, those are kind of like they're A tier and they're like 40 to 50, whereas I feel like Teddy and Pachacuti and Wilfrid Laurier, they're like A tier, but they're like 60 plus. I think Qin Shi's like a hard like 53, 54. He's slightly above average in terms of his strength, but I think that sort of puts him sort of maybe in 4th or 5th place in the entire game. And I want to give him all the credit in the world, but I also want to be sort of grounded and say that, his bonuses, they only impact him at the early portions of the game. His builder charges do not contribute anything more after the classical era, and so the extra builder charges he has is more so for improvements in efficiency there. The 15% production towards wonders and golden ages will not be so consistent that it's game changing, but it's still relevant, but it's just 15%. So later on in the game, he's going to have to really make use of the improvements and the advantages that he had early on in the game, and he has no real means outside of that. So he's a very economical civ, more so towards science than anything else. But in any case, I feel like just because he has such a powerful start that makes what he wants to do later on much more feasible in a general sense. So I would say that he is A tier and a fairly strong A tier, but just I wouldn't say he's the strongest. I don't think he's legendary god tier. But anyway, he's the weakest god that there is. But I want to say that he is that because I feel like there's something very I feel like alone his starting capital is so powerful that like he is fairly legendary, and the force science from wonders is amazing as well. But I don't know that there's enough here for me to say that he's on par with Pachacuti, Wilfrid Laurier, and Teddy Roosevelt. I forgot somebody. That's Matthias Corvinus. Matthias Corvinus is, for me, the premier domination Sith. All his abilities when it comes to levying troops and making that efficient in warfare, he's paramount. He's A tier, and he's a strong A tier. He's not as strong as Teddy, but he's stronger than Dido and Byzantium. He's like, put this way, in terms of the middle pack of A tiers, Matthias Corvinus is the best. I would place him alongside Qin Shi. Qin Shi is the leader of. They're not the generals. They're not the leaders of the entire civilization series, right? But they're like the sergeants. They're the majors. They're second in command on top of like kind of average A tiers like England and whatnot, right? And they run the B tiers into the ground, right? Like Persia and even Trajan, for example. But Qin Shi, to me, in that sergeant class, that the people who report to the gods, which is Pachacuti and Teddy Roosevelt and Wilfrid Laurier, Qin Shi to me is like he runs the department, and Matthias Corvinus is like he's like the CEO, right? He's the executive officer, but Qin Shi is the president of basically all the employees, right? Whereas again, the gods are freaking. Here's a better example: the Pope runs the church, right? He's the head cardinal. He's the vicar of Christ, right? He speaks to the gods, and again, Teddy Roosevelt and Wilfrid Laurier, etc. They're the gods, right? I would say that Qin Shi is perhaps the Pope in this case, whereas Matthias Corvinus is like the Archbishop of military. Whereas I would say that to me, Dido or even Gitarja, for example, they're the bishops of the sea, and Gilgamesh is the bishop of early game sort of strength. And who else is amazing? Menelik to me is one of the bishops of faith because he has because of his rock-hewn church, and Jaivarman, for example, is the bishop of growth and whatnot. Like these are the cardinals. These are the sort of the sentries of these particular fields at the top of the pack. I think Qin Shi just sort of runs that pack, and so he's not a god, but he's definitely the pope of all this. So we'll leave it at that. So that was Qin Shi. He is the leader, as I said, of the APAC, but he's not a god. He's no Wilfrid Laurier. He's no Pachacuti. He's not even Teddy. Teddy's kind of like the sergeant general of the gods, right? But in any case, he is a very good civ, and I think his strength is outmatched in most places. We have 4 to go, and number 4 is Pericles. The let me zoom in. He is he's the duo of Gorgo. What's interesting is that he's not a variant of Gorgo. In some cases he is, but there are versions of Teddy like Bull Moose. There are versions of Catherine. I don't know what her name is, but they're and Eleanor as well. Even Kublai Khan has different variants. Pericles and Gorgo, they're vanilla civs. They're both Greek civs. They're kind of like the initial sort of use of this, where they each have their own unique ability plus the standard Greek abilities. So the Acropolis, as I mentioned, in Greece. So we'll just go over basically what Greece has in general. What the Acropolis itself is a pretty good theater square replacement. It gives an envoy when completed, which is nice. It gives an influence point if it's next to a wonder. The interesting thing about the Acropolis, there's 2 things. One is that you can get better adjacency because you get +1 for every adjacent district, including the theaters, including the city center. Government Plaza will give +2. Actually, it's noted that it's +2 if it's next to the city center, and then you get the standard +2 for each adjacent wonder entertainment complex. The issue is that it can only be built on hills, so unless you have a lot of hills, you might be limited where you can place it, obviously, but in terms of where else you can put adjacent districts and wonders more specifically. So I think this is a pretty good replacement. It's half price. I think the envoy is very nice. We'll see how that works well with Pericles. The hoplite is a very good early game unit. It's basically a spearman replacement, and spearmen are fairly subjective to melee class units. Other than cavalry or horsemen, they take way more damage from warriors and swordsmen, so they're kind of frail. But with the hoplite, you get +10 strength if adjacent to another hoplite, so it goes to 35. So that really makes up for their lacking when it comes to a melee-based combat. Not like 1-to-1, but like against melee units, right? It actually notes that there is no combat penalty against melee units, so they're better spearmen, and they're really good units when they're next to one another. It's like an actual hoplite in real life. They have 35 combat strength, and you get this at the spearmen, so it's actually fairly early, and it's one of the stronger units in the game, I would say. And it's a good defensive unit. Like, you're not going to win a war with a hoplite. And then Hierophany, you begin the game with 3 random inspirations. I don't think this is too strong just because you're bound to get them anyway. You just have to discover a continent. You have to have 3 improvements, have 6 population in your empire. The only benefit is if you get state workforce, because you don't get the Acropolis till games and recreation, or rather drama and poetry, which is after political philosophy. Or it's in line with that. So you're going to have to work state workforce, and you don't always build districts in that time. So if you get inspiration for that, then it is a bonus. Otherwise, it's fairly redundant. You don't really need this. It's not going to give you much of an advantage. And the 25% production towards wonders is nice. It only applies, though, if you have less than 1 or less districts. So that's fairly easy to sort of make happen, just because you can have basically, you're going to have no districts, obviously, or 1 district, whether it's a campus or maybe the Acropolis. In most cases, the early game wonders will have this boost, and it's a pretty decent boost considering the condition is not that harsh. And then only 1 wonder applies this, but you get +2 science and +2 culture, +2 gold and faith, but the +2 science and +2 culture is pretty good early on in the game. You can only get that once per city, even if you had 10 wonders, but in any case, early on in the game, it's a pretty good benefit, I would say. And that's pretty much it. This is what Greece has for both civs, being Gorgo and Pericles. What I'll say though going into this is that the issue I had with Gorgo is that her unique trait was all focused on military. She had an extra military policy. She had combat strength from military policy slots. She got culture from killing units. Nothing was really in line with her going for tourism, which is what I would say is what you want to do if you have benefits for culture. The Acropolis is, to me, leaning you towards a tourism-based game, or at the very least, it's one that's not. You're not going for a domination. Like, you don't need aggression. You don't need offensive capabilities, right? The hoplite is not really a war-seeking unit. It's a really great defensive unit, but it's not going to win you wars. It's just not. There's not enough there, and there's nothing about Greece in general for both of the civs that, to me, suggested they want to go for aggressiveness. They kind of want to go for tourism. They have an amazing Acropolis. It's half price. It gives an envoy, which we'll see has advantages for Pericles, and it just has more culture possibilities, right? And so it's like, why wouldn't you want tourism benefits? And Gorgo has no tourism benefits. Hierophany, the universal trait, does have bonuses towards wonders, and you get some science and culture for wonders. Wonders are for economic builds. You don't build wonders. You don't build Oracle or Apadana. You could build Temple of Artemis, but you're not going for wonders. Like, you're not building the Colosseum if you're going on for a domination victory. You kind of want to attack sooner than later, or at the very least be building encampments and things that will sort of prepare you for, like your medieval war. But like, there's no harmony when it comes to Gorgo with her military emphasis and the sort of the general Greek emphasis of what I would say is culture and tourism, most clearly being the Acropolis, right? So look at Pericles in contrast. Surrounded by glory is his trait. He gets a free wild card. That's better than a free military policy slot, but I would say that both are still fairly as impactful and equally strong. You could always just pick specific governments that sort of counteract. If Gorgo has the extra military, she can go for classical republic, which gives 2 economics that balances out. Because Pericles has the extra wild card, he can maybe go for autocracy or even oligarchy because he has extra room for an economic policy if he chooses so. So these, I wouldn't say that there's too much of a disparagement, but obviously the wild card is a bit stronger, but I think they're equally impactful. Here's the difference though. Pericles gets 5% culture and 5% gold, but specifically the culture for every city-state that you're suzerain of. That is, well, put this way, when you're playing against Pericles as an AI, you will find that he is unbeatable in tourism. He will just rack up culture more than anybody else, and he's extremely difficult to win against when it comes to tourism. Being Pericles, you're going to find, I find easily that early on in the game, it's not so hard to have 1 or 2 suzerains by the classical era, maybe 3 or 4 as you get the medieval era, but by the end of the game, like when you get environmentalism and when you get even just rock bands, you're probably going to have at least 5 or 6 suzerains, right? That's 30% culture across your entire empire. It scales wonderfully, and there are no conditions of what type of city-state it is. It's any city-state, and truth be told, if you 2 things. If you employed the extra envoy that you got with the Acropolis, if you made use of the diplomatic quarter to get more influence points, you also get influence points from the Acropolis if it's next to a wonder. So you have more access to getting suzerainty, right? But even if there's always, usually the limit of suzerainty is whether it's worth investing the envoys. Obviously, you want some of the envoys for economic yields, but you don't always invest it into faith-based city-states, to military city-states, or commercial city-states are fairly useless, right? But you do want it in your cultural city-states and your scientific city-states, because there's no condition here for what type of city-state. There's bound to be city-states that have nothing really invested in them. They're not very competitive, right? The AI will usually go for cultural and scientific city-states. So you might be able to get like 4 or 5 by the middle game, and that means you have like a 25% boost to your culture, which is amazing, and it has so much more synergy with a tourism-based sort of approach, right? Which goes wonderfully with the Acropolis. The Acropolis actually supports you in doing this. I think Pericles is much stronger than Dido, or Gorgo rather. Again, the issue with Gorgo is that she has personal benefits for aggressiveness and combat, which is to me is the least thing you want to be worrying about with tourism. Tourism is an economic build. It requires so much production and focus on that, and basically it's a race for culture. So having this huge benefit for culture from Pericles that is supported by the Acropolis itself, to me means that he has way more sort of there's way more harmony when it comes to tourism. If someone said, well, I think Pericles is actually a domination civ, I would say, well, he's actually worse than Gorgo then. But when it comes to tourism, he's way better. When it comes to tourism, Gorgo sucks as well. She has no benefits. The Acropolis, in my opinion, is a very good theater square, but there are no actual bonuses outside of this that give actual tourism benefits. Christina of Sweden, for example, her archaeological museums are automatically themed. That's a great benefit. She doesn't have culture bonuses to get her there, but she has a great sort of reward for her success. Pericles, there's no bonus here for achieving a tourism sort of success, but he has a huge means to doing so. And so for that, I think he's much stronger and he's way more impactful because the relevancy of Gorgo in comparison is just not there. He has his other accessory bonus, which maybe has some strength, but I find it to be just sort of irreverent, that he gets 25% production towards harbors and their buildings, and each harbor buildings each provide +1 food and +1 production. I don't mind that it's for the buildings as well. It means that you can build lighthouses quicker, and those lighthouses will give +1 food and +1 production. That's all right. The lighthouse is already the best building in the game. I don't know how much emphasis there will be on building harbors, though. Pericles isn't exactly a coastal civ. He's bound to maybe settle inland, and so especially seeing that the Acropolis needs hill tiles, and that just means that like the more land tiles there are, the more chance that you have a better spot to place that. And again, I'm not saying that you don't want to settle coastally with Pericles. I'm just not sure that he has any tendency to do so. Maybe historically and thematically, Greece is a navy-based civ. I just don't see that this is going to be as useful. There's actually a bit more strength than when I first read it, but I don't think that it's going to be that impactful just because like Denmark, for example, has a huge bias towards settling on the coast, or Gitarja and Dido. I don't think Pericles has that much of an emphasis, so I don't think that this perk, albeit fairly strong, just harbors are probably the best district next to campuses, but in any case, I don't think it will be used that much. But in any case, it's a nice little addition. But I would say that in any case, put this way, the wild card is a really good extra perk. It's actually probably one of the best perks in the game. But in contrast to Dido, I think she has a free military policy slot, which is not as strong, but I would say equally relevant. You can arrange them so they amount to the same thing, but it's the huge bonus to culture that Pericles has, which works way better with the Acropolis, which to me invites the more defensive use of the hoplite, that he can actually make use of the hoplite more effectively, for his cultural sort of ambitions, whereas Dido's cultural ambitions kind of have nothing else to support her, and her domination ambitions don't make any use of the Acropolis, and the hoplite doesn't really add that much for it either, I would say. And when it comes to hierophany, the general trait, it's basically a bonus towards wonders and getting some science and culture for doing so. I think that bonus lends itself more towards tourism, which has you building more wonders. Whereas if you're going for domination, it's just not as relevant. And so my issue again with Gorgo is that when it comes to domination, which she has unique, her unique trait leans her towards, she has nothing else besides that, and the perks that she has for domination are not that effective. She gets rewarded, she gets culture from defeating enemy units, but she has no bonus for defeating enemy units. It's not in line with desiring culture. If you want culture, build the Acropolis, get bonuses like Pericles for culture, right? She's not really effective for culture, and she's not effective for domination. Pericles is not effective for domination, but he's fairly effective, maybe really effective, for culture. I'm going to say that Pericles is a B because he does have some strength with the wild card. The culture bonus is fairly immediate, I would say. You could arrange it so that by the ancient end of the ancient era, entering the classical era, that you have 2 suzerainities. That's 10% culture. That may not seem like a lot, but it's for every single city. It scales wonderfully as you go throughout the game. It makes you a powerhouse when it comes to culture, I would say. And I don't actually think that the production bonus towards wonders is negligent either, because the only condition is that if you have more than one district, which means that with no districts, which most cities will have, or that will apply, and if you build one district, be it the Acropolis or a campus, it'll still apply. And 25% production is nothing to sort of wipe your brow about. It's actually, it's not the most impactful thing, but there's some strength there, and the +2 science and +2 culture for doing so, I don't think is negligent either, and I think the hoplite is a good unit. I would give all these praises towards Gorgo, but I feel like her emphasis is just too much on combat and aggression, which she has no real substantial sort of use or ability to do so, whereas Pericles, I think, obviously has more strength when it comes to supporting a tourism victory. So I'm going to say that he's B tier for that relevance and substance that is on offer, but I also think that there's some strength. I don't know how much strength there is. I would maybe put him on par with Chandragupta, maybe Trajan. I would say that he's probably fairly equal with Trajan. Trajan, I think, maybe has a little bit more to offer in the substance, but I think Pericles actually might be a little stronger. His Acropolis, the hoplite, the culture bonuses, the free wild card. He's definitely stronger than Trajan. Trajan just has a few more perks that are a bit more relevant, but maybe not as strong across the board. So I would maybe put him a little. He's not a great B tier, but I would say that he's above average, like Trajan is, and maybe a little bit better than Chandragupta as well. But he's actually a pretty good civ in comparison to Gorgo, who's, in my opinion, the worst civ in the game, just because she's effectively useless when it comes to domination and tourism, and that to me that just means that whatever strength she has, it can't be used very well. And the only reason I'm drawing on the comparison is because they're literally the same civ. They're just different leaders, right? And it's not even variants or like Bull Moose Teddy and Teddy Roosevelt, right? They're literally two separate civilizations. They just both happen to be under the culture of Greece, but they are leaders in civilizations. They are a choice in their own right, and in comparison to Pericles, Gorgo just doesn't stand up, and I think Pericles is actually fairly strong, so we'll leave it on that. So that was Pericles, a much better civ in my opinion than Gorgo, although every civ would apply to that. So we have three more, and this third one is the Cree Poundmaker, who is fairly dignified. Look at that guy right there. Okay. The Cree is very interesting. I want to look at the Meekwop, which is one of my favorite improvements in the game because it basically gives you +1 food, +1 production, and +1 housing. You get +1 food for every 2 adjacent bonus resources. It has to be built next to a bonus resource or a luxury. It gets +1 gold for being adjacent to that luxury. At civil service, you get +1 production and an extra housing. So civil service is the first civic that you'll get in the medieval era of the policy tree. It's where you get alliances, and to be quite frank, it's where you make the Meekwop freaking incredible. So not only do you get +1 food and +1 production and +1 housing, an extra food if it's adjacent to 2 resources, which you'll find can be fairly often, and the +1 gold, which is kind of, say it's irrelevant, but this is a very good improvement, and it only gets better. At conservation, which is very late in the game after natural history, you get +1 food for every adjacent resource, which is great, but it's fairly late, so not too impactful. But besides the fact that you can't build them next to other Meekwops, and you can only build them next to bonus resources or luxuries, strategics don't count. It's just a really good improvement. So here's the best case scenario. You have a Plains Hill tile, which is 1 food, 2 production. When you build the Meekwop, it becomes 2 food, 3 production, +1 housing. At civil service, this is incredible. At civil service, you basically will have a 2 food, 4 production, 2 housing tile. 2 housing on 1 improvement. You're bound to have at least 3 or 4 improvements in your cities, right? They're scattered about, right? Now take away the +1 food for every 2 adjacent ones. That means that you're basically getting a mine and a farm, basically a mine and 2 farms in terms of the housing. And basically you get apprenticeship when you get this as well. Like apprenticeship gives your mines an extra production, right? Well, this gives an extra production at civil service, which might come even earlier. Maybe not I would say pretty much the same time. And it's like the fact that it gives food and housing is just so awesome. It's one of my favorite improvements, and the thing is, it's unlocked at pottery, so you get it right away. It's freaking awesome. It's so possible. I think there's a lot of strength, but it's very impactful as any improvement is that you get early on in the game. However, compare this to the ziggurat from Gilgamesh, which only gives science. Science is great, but like it doesn't have any sort of growth yields, which is pretty much what you really want early on in the game, right? It's hard to, make way for anything else. The fact that this is a growth-based improvement, and a very strong one at that, to me, makes the Kree very, not only substantial, but very strong, just because they have this early game growth and production oriented improvement that is not too harsh to build. It is limited by being built next to bonus resources, but you can't build them next to each other anyway, so it's like you're going to build them everywhere effectively. You're going to have at least 2 or 3 in every city because there are resources everywhere, I find. So it's like it's not limited by that, in my opinion, and it improves, as I said, at civil service even more. It becomes like a mine with an extra food and 2 housing. It's crazy. Absolutely amazing improvement. One of the best in the game. I think it's on par with the rock-hewn church of Ethiopia, and that makes their civ incredible. So I will be weighing it with that strength. The unique unit is the Akichita, which I think is really strong. Some people have argued that because it costs more production, that it hurts you early on in the game. There's 2 things I'll say. One is that a scout is an investment, right? Now, if it takes 2 turns longer to build, but it's a better scout, then I would say, okay, you may miss out on one thing or here or there, which is perhaps a limitation, but there's 2 reasons why there's a benefit to this unit. Not only does it have more strength, it has 20 combat strength versus 10, so it's not going to get pummeled by barbarians, but it starts with a free promotion, which means that you're going to be able to run through woods or hill tiles much quicker. As well, when you get the next promotion from gathering the goody huts that you would normally get, you're going to be able to get a second upgrade pretty much by the time you get the first upgrade in a standard scout. So for me, it's like it is worth the production cost, despite it being 1 or 2 turns less than you would hope for. But the other thing is, again, this is a vanilla, or rather an expansion mod edition, but you start with this unit, right? You start with a scout, right, which is this unit. So the initial limitations are mitigated by this mod, right? Which I don't think I have to apologize for that. This entire video, which is like 15 hours, for fuck's sakes, it's taken everything at face value based on the mod, right? I guess I'm referencing criticisms that I've heard about this unit, that it has those limitations. They're negated by the mod, which maybe doesn't negate it wholeheartedly, but I would even say wholeheartedly that because it's such a strong scout, that the investment actually is worthwhile, that those 1 or 2 turns don't take away from the strength that it will have. It can actually move faster than the standard scout as it is, so I feel like it balances out and it will last longer. So I feel like it's a really good unit. It's not a defensive unit, it's not a warrior replacement. It's actually as strong as the warrior, but it's not as relevant, I would say, because it can't be upgraded, and it's going to be used for scouting, but able to last. So I think it's a fairly substantial unit and fairly strong one as well with the free promotion. So Legacy of Peace. You cannot be targeted by a surprise war, which means that you have to be declared upon with a denouncement, effectively, which means that in 5 turns you can formally be attacked. The thing is that this works better in multiplayer, because if someone denounces you, which they would only do if they wanted to get less points against them in terms of diplomacy, let's say, war aggressions, I think it is, then it's not going to happen, because the thing is that most of the civs, most of the AIs, they denounce you as the game goes on, just for any sort of, just continuously almost. So you can't really use it so tactically. And the downside to this is you cannot declare surprise wars either. So you have to denounce them and then attack, right? So I don't think this has too much benefit for you. Put this way, in principle it does, because it does give you time to respond. But I find that most civs will denounce you as it is, and then they will declare a war. So it doesn't actually have that much effect. So, and I guess it limits your ability to literally declare a surprise war, but I find that declaring formal wars earns you better credibility, to other civs who kind of hate on you when you just surprise people. So I don't think it has that much effect, to be quite frank. Receive 1 extra diplomatic policy slot in any government after unlocking political philosophy. This is fine. You don't really choose your government based on which diplomatic policies there are. You kind of welcome them if they're there, but you don't really care if they do. You're worried about military and economics. I think what this does is that it makes up, so when you get political philosophy and you grab oligarchy, for example, because say you want some combat strength, there's no diplomatic policy slot, so you can't get the extra 2 influence points or the free envoy upon first sending one, right? So this allows for that. And in any case, I do think that there are diplomatic policies that are useful. There's just not a plethora of them. Basically, you have the one at guilds, which gives you, or medieval fairs rather, which gives you gold for every envoy sent, so that's good. You have production bonus towards spies. There are loyalty bonuses, and you get bonuses later on in the game, like at colonialism, you get production and gold on foreign continents. So there are some civics that make use of this, but they're not always going to be as useful. I would say that you basically have ones that are niche and strategic in terms of like the influence points, the free envoy, etc., those sort of things. But then you can always just have the gold from envoys, which might be 20 or 30 gold at this point in the game, maybe 40. It tends to stack up, so it's basically free gold. So I don't. It's probably the weakest of the free policy cards, but it does have some use. It's not going to be. You're not going to be able to use it right away. Like Pericles, who we just saw, he has a free wild card, which means that obviously you can work economic and military-based policies right away. So I'm not sure how strong this is. It's definitely, there's some substance here just because it's a free policy card. I think there are a policy slot rather, and I do think there are some cards to do it, but I don't think it takes much effect until you get relevant ones or useful ones rather that kind of come around the medieval era. So however strong this is, I feel like it's rather limited in the substance just because it doesn't take much effect till right away. And so I think it's not underwhelming. It's kind of average, not a huge benefit. Whereas if it were economic or military or a wild card, you know what I mean. You get +1 diplomatic favor for each diplomatic policy slot in the current government, which basically means 2. I think until you get to the later governments, none of them have more than 2. So basically, this just means that if you have a government, which is most of them, that have 1 diplomatic policy, now you have 2 as 2 diplomatic favor. I'm not sure that amounts to much. A suzerainty gives you +1, and you're probably going to double that in terms of just having 2 or 3 suzerainties. So I'm not sure that adds too much. I would say if I was trying to be optimistic, I would say that this extra policy slot amounts to a lot of gold, because the diplomatic favor you can sell, and this is an addition. It's basically having an extra suzerainty, as well as it's not just for the one that you've gained in terms of the diplomatic policy slot, but the one that would already be there. So it's basically like 1 or 2. Well, I would say it's probably 2 diplomatic favor, which you can sell for gold, and you can always have the medieval fairs gold from envoys card in there, which I like to have in there, but sometimes I like to switch it out for that free envoy or the influence point. So this basically amounts to gold, which is fine, but I think overall those 2 perks are not too game changing, but there's a little bit that you can make use of, just not a terrible amount. Trade routes gain +1 food and +1 production for each camp or pasture in the destination city. Now, camps are luxury resources like truffles, ivory, deer, obviously. Pastures are cattle, sheep, horses. It's pretty much it. So I think you're bound to have probably 2 or 3 of these things, maybe 4, I would say. And so these aren't trade routes that are comparable to Pachacuti or Germany, Frederick Barbarossa, right? Who are bound to have like +8 or 9 trade routes. This one's probably more like 4 or 5. I like that it's a great addition. And Frederick Barbarossa, in comparison, he gets +1 food and +1 production for every district in the origin city, or in the destination city rather, which will take time to invest in. This just takes into effect right away. So when you send your first trade route to the capital, probably, if there's any camps or pastures there, you, instead of having a +2 food and +1 production trade route as you would, you might have a +4 food +2 or 3 production trade route, which is a fairly nice addition. This goes in hand with a trade route bonus they have in their next trait. But in any case, I think this is a fairly good addition. It's just not as strong as you would see otherwise. But again, bonuses towards domestic trade routes particularly are very good. As well, Cree cities gain +1 gold from incoming trade routes for each camp or pasture within the borders. I'm not sure if this means internationally or from other civs, or if it means that effectively when you send in domestic trade routes, that you get this gold. The wording is rather strange, especially because it says from incoming trade routes for each camp and pasture within their borders. Does that mean the borders? Does it just mean within the city, or does it mean in the entire civilization? That's kind of crazy. That would be kind of overpowered, and I'm not sure if this means domestic trade routes from yourself. I would kind of throw this off. It might mean, put it this way, in one case, it means that you'll get gold from the camp and pastures in the city, which might be 3 or 4, so that's fine. Otherwise, if it's from other civs, it's out of your control. It's hard to say how many civs will send you trade routes, but in whichever case, you'll get gold from that. So it's a little bit of a bonus, but not a huge one. I think this trait is fairly underwhelming. I have a fairly high opinion of the Cree, and I feel like maybe it's just me, but whenever I play against the Cree, they're always at the top of the science. Like when we're at turn like 130 or 140, and I have like 200 science, and everyone else kind of has. There's some people with 224. Some people are in the mid hundreds. The Cree will have like 340. Like why is he? Where's his bonuses towards science? I think it's from the Meekwop. I think the Meekwop is one of the best economic boosts to your civ, and there are a few other things that we'll see that he has. Because I don't think this trait is that powerful. To be quite frank, the only good thing I think is that the trade routes are there. They're not the best trade routes, but they are a bonus. Most civs don't have trade route bonuses, and if they do, they are either weak because they're international, or they give culture and science. Like Korea, for example, gets culture into food. And I feel like the lack of production on your domestic trade routes is it's wasting potential. And so this is not the best sort of implementation of that. Again, in comparison to Pachacuti or Frederick Barbarossa, but I think this is a pretty good addition. And so I think overall this trait is fairly underwhelming. The diplomatic policy slot is all right, but again, not going to change your game. And the gold bonuses are not that strong either. So I would say that this is probably, it's probably like a C tier. There's not really that much here, and it's kind of average, maybe above average, just because there's some like the extra policy slot and the improved trade routes. Those are some strength, but they don't really take into effect very quickly. At least the policy slot. So I think I say overall this is a fairly weak trait, but there is one more, and I think it has much more strength and relevance. And so that final trait is Nahita. Yeah, I think I said it right. You receive a free con unit, which we discussed. You gain 2 trade routes and 2 free traders when you unlock pottery. Pottery is basically the first tech you get. It's one of the 3. It unlocks the Meekwop, so it's preeminent. The thing is, the addition I like, there's 2 things I like about this. Well, maybe 3, but just part of the second. The condition is easily met, but when you meet that condition, most other civs, when they get these sort of bonuses, they get 1 trade route, right? Other than Dido, who gets 2 trade routes when she settles a city on a foreign continent. This is just unlocking pottery, and you get 2 trade routes. You also get 2 free traders. Most of the other civs who have any version of this perk, they don't get the traders. You have to build them. You get the traders here. And those traders, when they're running their trade route, right? If you go out of the city borders within the range of 3 tiles, because that's the tiles that you can acquire with that city, the traders will just acquire the tiles for you, so it saves you gold, right? That's the next perk, right? And that in conjunction with the trade routes having more food and production from camp and pastures, to me actually means that the Cree have a really strong early game, because they basically have foreign trade, these 2 trade routes, 2 free traders. I would say, like I said, in comparison to Germany, who has, you have to build districts to make better trade routes, right? Which scales a lot more, but it doesn't happen right away. The first 2 trade routes you have will not have that many districts to apply. Whereas the Cree just has to improve deer tiles and sheep tiles and horse tiles in their city, right? And they're going to have much better trade routes, and they have a lot of trade routes. So I actually think the Cree have a really strong and a very substantial early game. These are some good bonuses as well. Bonus resources themselves, so like quarries, those sheep tiles, those cattle tiles, the deer tiles, they get +1 production, which is amazing because those are some of the strongest tiles. And if on a water tile, which in my experience means on a river or a lake, not ocean tiles, but on a river, bonus resources provide +1 food as well. So wheat tiles, banana tiles, whatever, even those tiles themselves will all get +1 production, but if they're on the river, they'll get +1 food. So you can get some really good early game tiles just because of these bonuses. And that in conjunction with the Mequop, which gives a lot of food and production, and the 2 free traders at pottery, the improved trade routes that give food and growth very, very early. They don't scale later on into the game because the amount of camps and pastures you have in one city is fairly standard. You tend to have, I would say, 2 or 3, but it'll only ever be that. But that is earlier to acquire than having to build districts, for example. And so I think overall, the Cree is fairly strong. I wanted to say that they were really good, and I think they are really good. I think we're going to have to work this out. Effectively, they have the Mequop, the Kichita, the 2 free traders, the production on bonus resources, and +1 food if they're on river tiles. I think the traders acquiring unclaimed tiles, it's not the best version of this. Like Teddy has 50% reduction in gold costs of buying tiles, so that's a bit better. But this is interesting. It kind of just it makes tiles free, but only along the routes of applicable trade route tiles, right? Or tiles along the trade route, right? So that's all right. Not going to be too relevant. The free diplomatic policy slot does not happen right away. The early game trade routes and the bonuses they have, albeit sort of limited in their scope, but applicable or relevant early on. Some of the best, in fact. And so I think overall, I think what I want to say is that the Cree is very substantial in what he offers. Maybe not the most on offer, but definitely enough that it is substantial because of its early sort of effect. And I think that those things have a lot of strength. I think he lacks an outer layer. Like the Kichita is great, but it's a replacement for the Scout. He has no military bonuses. He has no late game bonuses. He has nothing that really lasts other than the Mequop, which gets better at civil service, which definitely improves his strength. But there's nothing else here. It's just early game bonuses. So I think I'm going to give the Cree an A, but a rather below average A. I don't think he's that strong, but he's definitely substantial. I think, on the other hand, I could give him a B, which means that he's not as substantial, but I could give him a strong B. But I don't think that's the case. I think that, I think, for example, that Pericles had more strength in his perks and his traits and whatnot, but he just wasn't as substantial. There wasn't enough there that was going to have as much of an impact right away compared to the Cree, whereas the Cree has a huge impact right away, but it kind of dies off. And so for me, he is an A tier. That's what A tier is. It's about impact. It's about the offering, right? And the Cree has a lot to offer. It's not overwhelmingly a lot, but it's enough for me to say that he is A tier. But again, the strength kind of, it wanes out. And so I feel like he's I don't think he's as powerful as Dido or Byzantium or Qin Shi, like we just saw, or Dryvarman. Those people, they have their own versions of early game strength, but their strength comes from abilities that last for a greater deal of time. Whereas I think the Cree at heart only has the Mequop, the better Scout, the free trade routes, the better bonus resources, the better trade routes early on, and those are great. But it just kind of, it makes your early game very strong, which is why he gets an A tier. But because he lacks everything else, he's not higher up in the tiers of the A's, right? He's just a below average A tier. But I still appreciate his those early game abilities, and so I am impressed. But just I can't give him a very strong A. Just a below average one is what he'll land on. So that was Poundmaker. Not the best Civ in the game, but I do think he has some very good early game bonuses, which is why he got the A. He's just not as strong. We have 2 more to go, and I've just rolled Eleanor, which will leave the last one being, we'll leave that as a surprise, but the last one is Eleanor, who is all the way up here. Seems very cheerful. Now the thing about Eleanor is that she's similar to Kublai Khan in that Kublai Khan has his own unique trait, but then he shares his base one with China, Qin Shi, right? Eleanor shares her base trait with England, so Victoria. Now Victoria I gave an A, but the weakest of A's. She had very little strength, but she had enough there, particularly because of the Royal Navy Dockyard. I said, you know what? There is enough here for me to say that she is A tier, but at the bottom of the barrel of the A tiers. Now Eleanor has the Royal Navy Dockyard. She has Workshop of the World, which gives 50% production towards builders, and a +1 science, +1 production from strategic resources in destination cities for trade routes, 25% production towards industrial zones and their buildings. And this is what England has. Now, to be quite frank, the England's unique trait is Pax Britannica, whereas Eleanor's is Court of Love. Now, Eleanor's unique trait, Court of Love, basically gives 100% bonus towards great musician points, which is fairly unimpactful. Like, you don't get that many great musician points as it is, and same thing with great artists. They don't really amount to much. However, she does get this unique ability, which I don't think is that strong. Just by reading it, maybe I don't know what it is on the base game. I know the same perk is here, or the same ability is here as the base game. Maybe it's changed differently, but all it does is for every great work you have in a city, it causes -1 loyalty pressure for foreign cities within 9 tiles. And then if they flip, they immediately join your city. I'm just not sure how strong that is to flip it, because the issue is that if it's only -1 loyalty per great work, I'm not sure how many great works you'll really have in any city. You could concentrate them for sure, and you do have an extra slot for great works of music in amphitheaters, which is an additional perk. But in any case, until you get archaeologists, you're only going to have an amphitheater, and that's pretty much it. Maybe once you get you can get museums, and maybe you can throw in some great artists if you choose to do so. But at most you're going to have like -4 or 5 loyalty. I don't think that's too strong. I don't know how you're going to flip that many cities. I'm guessing that the base game has a different version of this, that it's more powerful, because as it stands here, it's not that powerful. And at the very least, even if in the base game it was like -3 loyalty per great work, you don't get great works right away. Initially, you're going to get great writers. That'll be 2. But great artists and great musicians, etc., those are going to come much later. And I don't think that flipping cities later on in the game is that impactful, having to divert your resources to do so at the very least. And so I'm not sure that that's too strong. As it puts it, it's not very strong here. And I find that both, in any case, however strong it is in the base game, is not really that substantial as it is. And the bonus towards great musician points, and receiving a random inspiration upon earning one, to me, these things come much too late, and they're not very strong as it is. And the extra amphitheater slot for a great work of music, it's fine, but again, you're not getting them for much later, and I don't think it really matters as it is, because the problem with great works of art, other than archaeological pieces, is that they don't give you any more tourism than you would get otherwise. And they come too infrequently to matter. You're much better to get archaeological museums, because you can get 3 very quickly, you can theme them much easier, and they get the same amount if they're not themed. And so it's like, why would you go for great artists? Why would you care about great musicians? It doesn't give you any more. If it gave you more, I'd be like, awesome, but it don't. So I think this Court of Love is pretty much a waste of your time. It doesn't do much for you. If we take a look at Victoria's initial trait, Pax Britannica, you'll see that she does have some more strength here, but kind of no more relevance, I would say. So the only relevant thing she has is that she gets +1 trade route capacity for each type of strategic resource. So when you get your first horses, when you get your first iron, and later on when you get your niter, it's basically, I think I would say it's a fairly easy +2 trade routes, which is very good, I'd say, and an extra third when you get niter in the middle game. She also has the red coat, which is a line infantry replacement, and it's a pretty good unit. I think it comes a bit too late to be so impactful, but she does get that, whereas Eleanor doesn't. She has 50% science from campus buildings and +1 amenity on her home continent. The issue is that basically means +1 science from a library, and then +2 at a university. It doesn't amount to much, I would say. And then cities on foreign continents, which I think is a limiting factor, get 50% production from industrial zone buildings and +1 housing. This in conjunction with the production they have towards industrial zones and their buildings, and the +4 they get on factories, if they're powered, is okay. It's all right, but it's only on foreign continents, and I feel like that's a fairly limiting factor. I don't think there's too much strength there. However, you do get a culture bomb when you build an industrial zone, which is the production bonus towards the industrial zones is not so much that you gotta build them. Although note that the Royal Navy Dockyard has a major adjacency bonus towards industrial zones, which also means Venetian Arsenal, but in any case, that culture bomb is just fine, but not going to be too big of a deal considering it's an industrial zone you're working. I would say overall that Victoria herself, the fact that she has extra trade routes, is her only redeeming quality over Eleanor. Eleanor, her Court of Love, which I'll go back to, is effectively useless, and Victoria's Pax Britannica is effectively useless as well, except for the trade routes, right? The thing is that I've given England, or I gave Victoria an A, and I did her a long time ago. She was like number 7 or 8, right? Victoria, she had an A, and I said this. I said that the amount that was on offer, like the size of the offering, was just enough for me to say that she was an A because of the Royal Navy dockyard, the 50% production towards builders, and the science and production she got from trade routes that had a strategic resource in the strategic resource in the destination city. That in conjunction with in Victoria's case with the extra trade routes gives her the slight edge. Eleanor does not have that. But the thing is that the bulk of the offering is from the Royal Navy dockyard, which gives 2 Great Admiral points, which is fine. It heals all wounded naval units in the city's borders every turn if they're in there, so that's really good. You get +1 movement for creating naval units. You get that major adjacency bonus for industrial zones, and you get +4 loyalty if on a foreign continent, which is fine. But the +1 movement for naval units, healing them very quickly, makes your navy very strong. The fact that it's half price is so impactful because basically you build a harbor for lighthouses. Lighthouses are the best building in the game. They give you +1 food on sea resources. They give you housing. They give you a trade route. It's just it's the most substantial district in the game next to a campus, let's say. And so that to me that enough is like that's such a substantial offering that in combination with the 50% production towards builders, to me, makes them A tier. The lowest A tier there is, mind you. Think of Gilgamesh. Gilgamesh has the most offering in the entire game. He has so many perks and buildings and whatnot, right? He doesn't have a huge amount of strength in all of the things, but there is some strength. England, or Victoria rather, and Eleanor shares this. They have just amount of substance to say that they are A tier, but the quality of that A tierness, that the strength they have there is not that strong, right? It's kind of underwhelming. They're kind of like the worst A tier, and I would say both of them. And I would say that Eleanor is actually a little weaker than Victoria because she doesn't have the extra trade routes. I would say that they're both A tier, and they're basically, think of it like this. Tiers are they're like grades, right? So like if you're in grade 1, 2, and 3, right? And the place you are within that grade is sort of it's respective of the tier, right? Like you can be first place, like the Gaul, for example, to me is the strongest B tier civ, right? Or Germany and Gaul, they're the strongest B tier civs because their bonuses don't have as much substance or they come too late, but they have so much strength in what is on offer that they're at the top of the leaderboards in that sort of. It's like if you're the top goal scorer on the silver team, whereas if you score no goals on the gold team. I think Victoria and Eleanor, and thus England as a whole, they are scoring very little goals, but they are on the gold team, I would say. And so for me, so I would say that overall, I think Victoria's maybe scoring a little bit more. She's a little stronger than Eleanor. I would say actually that Eleanor is the worst A tier civ, and I'm only giving her the A tier civ because she's effectively the same as Victoria, except she lacks the trade routes, and she doesn't get. There's maybe a few other things in Pax Britannica that Victoria has. However, they're kind of underwhelming as it is, so it's not that too big of a disadvantage. However, she does get Victoria. She does get the 2 free trade routes plus another when she gets to Niter, and to me that makes her a little stronger than Eleanor. Eleanor she gets to be A tier as well because she has that Royal Navy dockyard and the production towards builders and industrial zones and the slightly improved trade routes. There's enough there. Like if you said Royal Navy dockyard, 50% production towards builders, to me that's enough to make you A tier. But if there's nothing else, you're at the bottom of the barrel, and there's no strength here at all. Like you are underwhelming when it comes to your on your team, but someone's got to be last place. They are both by far the weakest A tiers, Victoria and Eleanor, but I think that Eleanor is actually weaker than Victoria. She's actually the weakest A tier, and Victoria is the second. So that's what we'll say with Eleanor. She is A tier, but the weakest you can imagine. I'm not trying to give any hate. It just is what it is. She's not really given too much. I love the Royal Navy dockyard, and I think everything else as an addition to that is fine. There's just not that much. So for all of you, out of the puts-away, when I made this video, it's however long it is. I don't know how long it will be right now. I'm just assembling it all, but it's very long, I'm sure, in retrospect. But when I was making it, I thought, you know what? I'm probably going to get no views on this. I'm not sure anyone's really going to care. I assumed that maybe some people would watch it because it's so long, and I feel like I've done a really good job being thorough in my assessments, and I feel like I have pretty good character and charm. But my expectations, what I was satisfied with, if I got 500 views, which sounds like bitch numbers, you know, like people get like thousands of views. Some people get hundreds of thousands of views, right? But I have no reputation, no relevance as a channel or a person on the internet, mind you, but YouTube specifically. I've actually been uploading a lot of comedy and podcast compilations for my own interest, but even this sort of biased notion I have that the algorithm wants you to be relevant and like posting every day, and then they'll be more likely to impress your video upon other people. And so I thought, okay, I'll make these videos, and then I can put this big video out, which I'll probably do at some point whenever it's out. I guess right now if you're watching this, but what I'm curious about right now is that if you're one of the people who have watched this, or you've sort of seen the civs that I've done up to this point, we're on the last civ, and I'm fucking satisfied, to be quite frank. I'm really happy with what I've done here, and again, everything's the same. It doesn't matter if every single person in the world watched this. I'd be as satisfied if nobody watched this, because it was about contributing something. It was about being generous, and I feel like I've really grown because of it, and I look forward to what I'm going to do next. But my question is, who are we missing? Who is this last civ? Who's the last one? He's one of the most interesting civs. I have to tell you this. This civ is one of the most important civs to me personally, because his theme song, his Atomic Era theme song, to me is the best song ever made. And the reason why is it takes this very rural, this very tribal, this very sort of this ancient sort of mode of being, this tribal sort of fucking this fucking clubs in fucking sticks society, and it takes the theme song for that, and it makes it modern, and it sounds incredible. It has the best a finishing sort of chorus that I've ever heard. It's the most soothing and relaxing thing. And to be quite frank, you know, Teddy Roosevelt has an amazing Atomic Era theme as well. It's like a reinvention of the American theme song, and it's awesome. China has an amazing Industrial Era and Atomic Era, but more specifically, an Industrial Era theme song. It's very sort of, it rises so high. It's got like the longest wind-up I've ever seen. I mentioned that Persia has my favorite theme song, and personally it is my favorite theme song, and it's just wonderful. It's got such a great rhythm, and it's so sort of, it's just so fun, and just like sort of heavy hitting. It's amazing. And then I think that's it, perhaps. But this last civ, their theme song has always really sort of sat with me. It's wonderful. I think it's the defining theme for our entire civilization in real life, because it's basically saying that we're free. We can do whatever we want. The world is our fucking oyster. And even the people who live in fucking wood huts and in the dirt, they're up dancing and singing along with us all in the modern world. And that, my friends, is Shaka, Old Zulu. Their theme song is amazing. And as a civ, in the game Civilization 6, they're not that bad. And he will be our last civ. And I thank you all for being alive to see this, and even if you are not seeing this, you're living your own life and you're contributing something. You are or maybe you're a shithole, you're a shithead, and for that I say fuck you. But in any case, I forgive you no less. I'm here to be generous for my own sake. I hope that, you know, if you take interest in this, you'll make something yourself, and I will be treated the same. The main goal, I would say. Shaka, Zulu. He is a military-based civ. I'll just say this. He has the Impi, and the Impi replaces the pikeman, which comes at military tactics. It's when you get Hui to the Koli. It's on the north side, the top side of the tech tree. In early medieval era, you can enter this tech military tactics very simply. It's not one people normally go for, but the pikeman is kind of, you know, as a replacement, being the Impi might be worth it. What it does, it's cheaper than the pikeman, which is great. Lower maintenance cost, which is great. It's stronger flanking bonus, which is pretty good if you want to swarm people with Impis, and it has faster combat experience generation. Really awesome. This goes great with his encampment replacement, the Akanda. The Akanda is amazing. It not only is it half price, but the buildings in this district, let's say, they get +1 science and +1 culture. That's fine. I think the +1 science is fairly good. Germany, for example, has +1 culture and +1 faith, or +2 culture and +2 faith in his buildings, which is a bit better, I'd say. But the +1 science actually makes up for the lack of extra culture. Here's the thing, though. It allows for corps, which is 2 units put together, and armies to be trained after unlocking the prerequisite civics, right? What this does, and note that you get 25% production to strictly making those corps and armies, which is awesome. What it means is that normally you get corps at nationalism, and then you get armies at mobilization, which effectively is early industrial era, and then later on, or it's basically right before you get ideology, you get a mobilization. But when you get it's in line with civil engineering, which is going into the industrial era civic tree, you get corps. Instead of that, the Zulu, these freaking monsters, they get corps at mercenaries. Mercenaries is right in line with feudalism. You're like 2 eras behind, and you can have units that are basically plus 6 or 7 higher combat strength than everybody. And then you get armies at nationalism. So when people normally get corps, or they get the duos, you get armies, and armies are fucking incredible. And the thing is, the Zulu has an additional perk that when you make a corps or an armies, it increases the strength, right? But you get a flat plus 5 combat strength for having it be a corps and armies. That's one of their perks. So they're just powerful units, and because it comes so early, and because you get production towards them from building the Akanda, the impis themselves can effectively be, because you get them, I would say, the same time. You get you get military tactics around when you get mercenaries. Maybe mercenaries comes like maybe 10 or 20 turns later, but effectively, the impi itself can be combined into a corps impi that has plus 5 combat strength. You have production towards these things, and they level up very quickly. They have very little maintenance cost, and they're cheaper to make as it is. So it's like the impi is amazing in combination with all those, but militarily, Shaka has the best military production because he can make the strongest armies, he can make them quicker, and they're more powerful. He's just a fucking baller when it comes to this. Let's look at his first trait overall, Ambautho, plus 1 governor title from the government plaza in each of its buildings. What's strange is that's a perk. That's standard, isn't it? Maybe it means he gets an extra. I'm actually thinking that it means he gets an extra. So when you normally build the government plaza, you get a governor title. I might be being generous here, but it's the last sip. I'll be generous. I think it means that he gets 2 governor titles, and then he gets 2. So I think it means that he gets double governor titles from the government plaza and their buildings, which is pretty darn good, especially if you want to invest in Victor and get, experience and production bonuses from him, and any of the other civs that you want. And particularly if you are going domination, you are going to need governors to sustain the assault, right? Just for loyalty purposes. So having these extra governor titles, and again, the only reason, here's the thing, it is absolutely like vanilla based. It's standard that you get governor titles from the government plaza and the buildings. So to have this ability, this perk, suggests that you are getting an extra, which I think is very good. It means more governor titles. And then cities with a governor receive an additional range strike, which is actually pretty darn good, because basically range strikes aren't the best, but they kind of scale with the unit that you have in the city, right? And depending on, I believe that like if you have ancient walls, it's weaker than if you have medieval walls. In any case, having 2 strikes is actually pretty good. It's effectively having 2 archer strikes, which is pretty darn good, I would say, just for having a governor, which is great for defense. If you've run into someone's territory, you've taken their city, and they still have military troops, it means that you can fend them off a bit easier. And even if you're defending yourself, which is kind of like, who the fuck is attacking Shaka? But maybe early on in the game where you're not really applicable in your perks, you just put Victor in there, or any governor for that matter, and you have an additional range strike. Although it doesn't give you the range strike, it'll just give you an additional one, so you'll need walls for it to be applicable, right? I think Victor himself has an ability to grant this same bonus. I think it's one of his. I think it's on his left side. It's the second perk down, right? The first one being something to do with strength in a territory. The second one being you receive an extra range strike, and I think the same perk or the same policy gives you a production bonus towards military engineers. In any case, military units trained in cities with a governor begin with a free promotion, which is also amazing in conjunction with the Akanda. And then you have the ability to form corps after unlocking mercenaries and armies after unlocking nationalism, and then the plus 5 combat strength for both. Something to consider, which I forgot to mention, is that the Akanda itself allows you to train corps and armies, right? And you have 25% production towards doing so. The ability to form armies and corps simply means that if you have two impies, for example, you can combine them and they're a corp. And then when you get armies, you get another one, you combine it, you have an army. You cannot train these directly though. You can only do it if you have an Akanda. You can form them whenever you want after you unlock the prerequisites. The Akanda merely allows you to produce them directly, which I find is much more efficient, right? It'll take more turns and more production, but it instead of having to train two units, right? You just train a better one that's a corpse or an armies, and you have more production towards doing so with the Akanda, and the ability to train them means that you can just do it right away. I'm not sure because in the base game you're able to train them as it is. I'm unsure whether or not those restrictions obviously line up with the corresponding unlocking of them in the standard sort of civics, right? Being nationalism and the mobilization. I'm unsure when he can Shaka. I'm unsure when he can produce them without the Akanda. It doesn't make much sense. Perhaps it's limited. I don't think it matters. The Akanda, it's free. I don't think it's free. They've changed that. It's half price. It gives you these bonuses. You're gonna build the Akandas, and you're fine to do so, right? And if you have these abilities to get more governor titles, all the cities that you have Akandas in, you just put a governor title in there, and then all your units begin with a free promotion. That's incredibly strong in my opinion, amazingly strong. And all these, this whole trait is actually one of the better traits I've seen, and I'm thinking so far that the Shaka and Zulu, they're kind of on par with Matthias Corvinus of Hungary in terms of domination. He is the premier domination civ as I see it because of his ability to levy troops and improve them as he does, and it's very powerful. The Ottomans and I'm trying to think who else is a military civ. Genghis Khan, for example, they're pretty good military civs, but they don't have the breadth and the quality that Matthias Corvinus has, and I think Shaka equals him. Perhaps he's even better. Like I would love to see them go head to head, but in any case, there's still one more trait, and that is the Isabango. And cities with a garrison unit gain +3 loyalty and +1 amenity, doubling if the garrison unit is a corps or an army. This is incredible. Not only does he have more governor titles, be it for Victor and his improvements or any other governor, so that he can hold cities, which to me is always, there's two things about domination. That's, can you take the cities and can you hold the cities? Because sometimes you'll just be, not only will you be onslaughted by the defending forces, but loyalty can be a real problem, especially if you're in the heart of an enemy's territory. The fact that you get +3 loyalty for any single unit, and it doubles if it's a corps or an army, which means that early game war will only have the +3, which to me is enough, and the +1 amenity actually makes a great addition there, just because amenities can sort of screw up your loyalty. But when you start to get corps and armies, which is when you'll start to take most of your cities, I would say, going into the medieval and Renaissance eras, the later game, let's say, having 6 loyalty basically means that you're never going to have loyalty problems, and that's a pretty big deal when you're doing a fairly aggressive domination. Like if you're just taking a random outskirts city, it's not going to matter that much, but if you're doing some internal fucking investigations and destruction, you're going to need that loyalty bonus, because you get so much penalties for being close to other civs as it is, that if you're taking cities that are kind of, even if they're at all close to the sort of the heart of their empire and their territory, you're going to have loyalty problems, and Shaka just doesn't have that, which is a very good perk for such domination. And additionally, units that conquer a city will automatically upgrade into a corps or army. So if you don't always have if you don't have all your troops being corps or armies, you can strategically make it so that effectively they're the ones who capture the city and they become a corps or an army. I think it means that actually it does mean that if a corps captures a city, it'll become an army, and if a standard unit captures the city, it'll become a corps. However, the prerequisites for the civics need to be unlocked for this to happen, so early on it will not matter. And then finally, which is amazing, gold and resource costs are upgraded, and upgrades are discounted 50%. Here's the thing, and this is boggling my mind. The mercenaries tech, which is when you get corps, mind you, that has these equivalent cards. It's 2 individual cards, but I'm wondering how this stacks, because I think it doesn't work out as you would think. If you stack those two 50% cards with this baseline 50%, does that mean that the gold upgrade costs and resource costs, mind you, are they free? I don't think so. I think the way it works is that it amounts to 75% because it takes this standard and then it adds another 50% on top of that, but it's not two 50% equals 100%. It's a 50% of the standard 50% as we have it, which adds another 25%. So I think it ends up being whatever it is, your discounts, your upgrade costs in gold and resources are basically very cheap, which is amazing because upgrading corps and armies can be very expensive, and it makes you can upgrade spearmen into impies, you can upgrade impies then into pike and shots. You can really sustain your military with this, and it's a really strong economic boon. Shaka doesn't have very many economic policies to sort of get him to have some sort of success. I think he has so much snowballing capacity that even he can light a wet sock on fire and it would explode, right? He just needs a spark. He needs a match, right? And so I think these upgrade efficiencies kind of actually promotes that because it means that he's not going to be spending so much gold to upgrade his archers to crossbowmen, etc. And I like that a fair amount. I think Shaka is one of the strongest civs in the game. He's unparamount when it comes to military. You cannot defend against him because he has better. Not only does he have better units, but they are cheaper to make because if they're better, they're cheaper because from the Akanda. He can upgrade them much simpler. He gets bonuses. He has the ability to defend his captured cities, so you're pretty much screwed in that regard. He gets extra governor titles, which is amazing, not only if you want to upgrade Magnus or Liang or Pingala, but also Victor. He gets more defense, like I said, and loyalty, obviously, from having those governors. And the free promotion, I think, is nothing to sort of look over, considering, put this way, we just looked at Eleanor, right? If she had this bonus where military units trained in cities with governor titles get a free promotion, I would still say that's pretty good, but she's not building that many military units. All Shaka is doing is building military units, right? So to have that free promotion is amazing. I think overall Shaka is just incredible. I think the Impi is actually a really good unit. It replaces a unit that I think most people don't love, but because it's cheaper, lower maintenance, stronger at flanking, and upgrades faster, in combination with the corresponding ability, mostly to become a corpse, and the combat strength they get from that, it's really awesome. You can swarm people with Impis, right? Also, I find that later on in the game, if you're building artillery, for example, those are one of the key units that I love to make armies out of because there's a range limit for artillery, right? And you kind of want maybe 2 or 3 amazing artillery units versus 10 of them, because most of them aren't going to be able to even shoot the city, right? So that's applicable. I love the production bonus towards the corps and the armies. The Akanda is really good as well, just because it allows that you can train the corps and armies directly, and the building itself is half price. I love the gold and resource costs being half price, and I love the whole I love the fact that you get more loyalty for having corps and armies in cities, and when you attack cities and you conquer them, your units upgrade automatically, and the combat strength and the ability to make these armies and corps earlier on is amazing. The extra governor tiles is amazing. I think Shaka he is A tier. I don't think that he has as much substance to offer. He's not Gilgamesh. He has nothing early on. Everything he has begins kind of in the classical medieval era, and he just snowballs from there. So he definitely is A tier, and he has a good amount of substance on offer. There is a hefty amount here. But it's not overwhelming. However, the quality of that offering to me is unparamount. I think he has some of the strongest perks in the entire game. I think his Akanda is, considering what it does, it might be the strongest district in the game because it so directly contributes toward his interest of domination. The Impi, I think, is one of the best offensive units in the game. It might be the offensive unit in the game. Obviously, the Eagle Warrior, the Epidemic Archer, the War Cart, these are great, these are amazing units, but they're just early game units. They're there for fighting barbs and defending aggression. You're not going to war with, and you can go to war, but it's kind of at the expense of early game units, right? For me, the middle game is where war is, you're conquering the world in the medieval era, right? And the Impi is an amazing unit considering those times. I would say the Impi is the fourth unit in terms of the A tier units, right? Being the Eagle Warrior, the Warcart, the Epidemic Archer of Nubia, and the Impi, right? And I think all these bonuses for defense and offense and just upgrade, there's so much strength here. I made a decision to say that, Pachacuti, Wilfrid Laurier, Teddy Roosevelt, and now Shaka, these are the god tier civs in my opinion. However, they're at the top of the bunch when it comes to the A tiers. You have Dryvarman, you have Dido, you have Byzantium, you have and whoever else. They're sort of like they're the good A tier civs, right? They're hovering in the middle. But you had Qin Shi China, who because of his science bonuses, his palace bonuses, his wonder bonuses, etc., he was the sergeant of those bunch of A tiers, right? He was the pope, he was the bishop of the gods, right? He ran the church, of which, like I said, Carthage, Byzantium, etc., and Dryvarman, they were the apostles, they were the priests, they were the cardinals within that church, but Qin Shi was at the top, right? He was the leader of all those knights in the army of the A tiers, and Gilgamesh is there as well, right? Whereas fucking Eleanor, like we just said, in Victoria, and even Poundmaker is kind of at the bottom of that good heap. He's not with Eleanor and Victoria, but he's kind of the weakest, like, sort of good A tier. He's below average, right? And I would say that Gilgamesh is probably, I don't know if Gilgamesh is a god tier civ. He might be the weakest god tier civ, but I would say that Gilgamesh is pretty much, put this way, if you're getting the arrangement idea correctly, like I said, Qin Shi is the general of the A's, right? He runs that group. I would say that Gilgamesh is his first in command. He is the strongest above average A tier civ, whereas, like I said, Byzantium and Dryvarman, etc., they're just really strong soldiers. Victoria and Eleanor, they're water boys, or they're water women. They're shit, right? However, Pachacuti, because of his amazing trade routes and his terrace farm, etc., he's a god tier civ. Wilfrid Laurier has the Mountie, which lets you build national parks with production, and he has amazing bonuses to tundra. He is a god tier civ. Teddy Roosevelt has 100% extra tourism from his film studio, and he has amazing bonuses towards tourism, and also he has amazing functional bonuses like being able to move through terrain as if it's a flat terrain, being able to purchase land tiles for 50% cheaper. He gets a free builder and a free warrior when settling cities on his home continent. He is a god tier civ, right? Now, I mentioned that Shaka was one of the premier offensive civs, right? But that was in conjunction with Hungary. Hungary being an amazing offensive civ as well because of his ability to levy. Hungary is within that group of knights. He is an A tier civ, and he's a good A tier civ, but he's not a god tier civ. For me, he was the prominent offensive civ, of which there was not much competition. There was Genghis Khan and the Ottomans, etc. He is on par with Dryvarman and Byzantium and Qin Shi and Gilgamesh, etc. I would say that maybe Gilgamesh and Matthias are kind of like they're the sergeant majors under Qin Shi, who is the general of the A tiers. But Shaka, for me, he is the fourth god. He is beyond comparison in terms. I don't think there's anybody who could defend against Shaka. What are you gonna do? What could you do when you have put this way, I can't speak to how much you will increase when combining two units. So the Impi itself has I believe 40 combat strength, as the pikeman does. When you combine those into corpse, I believe it becomes like 45. Let's say it becomes 45. Because it's a corpse, he gets an extra 5 combat strength in general. So that's a 50 combat strength Impi. And it's like, and he can upgrade to pike and shot very, very quickly. He can there's nothing you can do to defend against Shaka. He's unparamount. It's at his own leisure that he will destroy you if he's effective. Unless you destroy him first, which I would say is his sort of, well, I would say that in terms of substance, he doesn't have as much to offer. But the reason that he's up in the god tier is because everything that he does have, albeit, put this way, not initially is he very relevant, but he quickly becomes so, and the strength that is on display very quickly is just unparamount, and he is a god tier civ. He's one of the 4. Teddy's probably the weakest god tier. He's like Hermes, like he's a messenger. He's the tourism god, whereas Pachacuti to me is the economic god. Whereas Wilfrid Laurier is kind of like, for me, he's just like, he's the president. He's the prime minister, right? Because he just has amazing bonuses towards all his abilities, and the national park being able to be purchased with production effectively just means that he can, like, he's the heart of civilization at this point. But Shaka, he is the god of war. He's the man. He's Kratos. He's Ares. He'll destroy you if he wants to. And I think that just makes him so prevalent and worth praising. And so, as it stands, those are all the civs. I'm not sure that I've forgotten one. I'm not sure that we're going to do any more. I've done some redos. I've done some edits. I have to go and figure out the audio and the introduction, and I'll do some closing remarks where I'll talk about myself and my website and just overall sort of finish the discussion here. This is just sort of this last video, or this last portion of the video with Shaka has kind of been, it's all part of the speech. We're closing down. I will have closing remarks as if this were the last portion of the video. In any case, I'm glad that you've watched all this, or just this, or I hope that whatever you are watching, you're enjoying that as well. There's only two things I care about in this world. I care about building things, and I care about seeing what other people have built. I don't give two fucks if you see what I build. I don't give two fucks about seeing what you build. We all do our own thing for our own interests, but we are so much better when we treat that with the utmost respect. The generosity and magnificence really guides our way. Because when you see something that I do that's brilliant and wonderful, ask yourself this: how do you think I felt making that? And how do you feel seeing it? And are you going to go do the same? Treat me to the same? And seeing this video, it may be shit, but I put a lot of work into this video. I want you to go to put work into a video of your own. Tell me something about the world. Tell me about your story. Tell me about something interesting. Who fucking cares who sees it? Be generous for its own sake. Contribute something because because it draws you. It's where you're alive. Because I'll take that and I'll do something myself, and everybody wins. Ladies and gentlemen, that is every single civ, all 52 of them. I am extremely proud of what I've done, and this will be our summary. Now, I gave a quick reflection following Shaka, who was our last civ, number 52, but I thought that, that was just brief. This is the official summary and conclusion, and here's how it's going to work. We're going to go through extremely briefly and concisely and give a quick overview of all the civs. This should not take long, but we'll go through with them, and we'll just say our piece on each of them effectively. You'll see how brief it is. After that, I'm going to give a conclusion and some remarks about myself and interests. If you've watched the entire video at this point, now I'm reaching this point where I've seen the length of the video, and I know that it's about 9 hours for each. The recordings that were required of me to do this video was very taxing, and I just appreciate the ability to contribute and to be generous. Not for you, but it was from me. I didn't do this so I could get anything. I did it because I was able to, and I'm grateful that you're able to watch this. But let it treat you. Let this be for you. Don't let this be for me. If you found my take on these things interesting, if you found my considerations and my approach to be somewhat worthwhile, I have a plethora of writing and insight that's on the rest of my website, which will be linked in the description, and is where the roster, so to speak, this reference for Civ is being held. And so, that being said, we'll leave those personal remarks to the end. The civilization conclusion, the summary more so, we will begin right now. That was Shaka. I think what I'm going to do is just start from the beginning. Afonso, the Mabanza, the Congo. All right, Civ. I gave him a B. He was an all right B, not too strong. He basically had 2 production, 2 food from his artifacts, and that was pretty much it. There was nothing else, but that was a good enough thing for me to say that he was relevant. He had a few other perks. He had one perk where he got relics when he got temples, and those relics would also get the +2 food and +2 production. So he just overall had, he had some strong perks, but he wasn't overall that impactful. Although his Mabanza and his Mabega Nago, which was a swordsman replacement, were also very strong. So I gave him a B and kind of an average B. Alexander, I said that had a great deal of strength, but it was poorly it was a poor amount. It was a short amount. He didn't have any relevance towards what would actually be impactful in military sort of aggression. He had bronze working unlocked. He had two unique military units, which were kind of below par in my opinion. He had +1 movement in foreign territory, which was very strong, but he didn't have anything else. He had all these bonuses towards his military that they just weren't as impactful. So I gave him a C tier because I felt like, the offering was too short in terms of what was actually relevant and impactful. Howbeit very strong in the stuff that was there, it was too limited. So I gave him a C tier, but he was the strongest C tier. I'd like to quickly mention that my feeling about all the civs so far is that you can basically branch them into an army, so to speak. That you have, the sort of the highest ranking army, which is A tier. You have the middling army, which is B tier, and you have the lower rung army, which is C tier. And within those armies, you have a vicar, you have a general, you have the leader. In the A tier, it's Qin Shi. In the B tier, it's Frederick Barbarossa. But you also have different ranks. You have bishops. You have the knights, who are like the sort of the foot soldiers, like Matthias Corvinus. He's a knight of the A tier. Trajan and who else? Maybe Catherine, her spy abilities. They're knights of the B tier. But as I said, there are bishops, there are sergeants. Sergeants are kind of like the officers of the army. They report underneath the vicar. In the A tier, that would be Gilgamesh. That would be probably maybe Byzantium. I'm not sure, but definitely Gilgamesh. But in the B tier, the Gaul, extremely strong. Like they're sergeants, they're generals, and then you have the foot soldiers. You have sort of the grunts. You have the privates, right? That's basically Arabia in the B tier. Cleopatra in the B tier. Gorgo is a foot soldier in the C tier, whereas Pedro is kind of like, he's a soldier. He's a knight of the C tier. Whereas my point is, attributing Alexander is, in my opinion, the general of the C tier. I don't know who his reporting officer is, but he's the general. So I'll kind of keep that in mind, just sort of slotting people in. Nubia is very strong. She basically has production towards builders, archers, and specialty districts, which is great. She's a B tier and a very strong B tier. She's definitely a knight. She's maybe sergeant material, but I'm not sure. And I'm not gonna just say what everyone's position is. I'll regard when it's noteworthy. The Gaul is extremely strong. I gave him a B tier because I felt like, although he had great means for production, he had nothing else. And I feel like maybe I was too immature, or sort of too adolescent in my approach for judgment, that I would have maybe, if he came last, I probably would have given him an A tier, but I'm going to keep him at B tier. But he's extremely strong. He's on par with Germany. He is, either he or Germany are, the leaders of the B tier army, and whichever one is the leader, the other one is the highest ranking officer. I gave Vietnam the weakest B because I felt like, although she had good defensive bonuses in rainforests and woods, and she had I forget what her encampment is called, but she had a specialty encampment, and she had a crossbowman replacement. She had no real economical infrastructure that she could benefit. I found it to be very unimpactful, and I felt that there wasn't much strength, so I gave her a low B. Byzantium, shockingly, is an amazing civ. He has such great harmony between religious acquisition, or just religious attempts that that go in harmony with military aggression. The hippodrome he has will give you a heavy cavalry, which he has a specialty knight replacement, which will yield that. The specialty knight replacement he has gives adjacent units, religious or normal, +4 combat strength, and he gets combat strength for capturing or for converting enemy capitals, or holy capitals, right? And he gets a bunch of other things that it makes his military and his religious approaches, whether it's for one or the other, having them relevant and so sort of supportive of one another. He's just an A tier, and he's definitely, I don't know if he's sergeant material. I think he's just a really good soldier. He's a very good knight. He's kind of like, he's a good A tier, and just that. Catherine, I was really surprised about. She had not amazing, but she had very interesting and unique and fairly effective spy capabilities. Not only does she get 2 spies at castles, but they have a promotion. They get culture and science and faith and gold from succeeding their missions. within the city that they get. I think it was like 25% of those yields from the city that it would generate at that turn. But you have like maybe 3 or 4 spies, and you complete a mission every 10 turns. It ends up being like maybe 10 to 20 of all those yields every turn, and that's actually not. It's maybe not be the most impactful thing, but it's fairly strong. And she has wonder production bonuses. She has the chateau, which I felt was not the strongest, but it was definitely a cultural assistance. I gave her a strong B tier. I think she's pretty good. I think she's one of the sergeants. She may be the weakest sergeant, but she's on the team, and she's fairly strong just because I appreciated her unique playstyle and the actual, because she could have easily had these minor bonuses towards espionage, but I feel like they were so strong relative to what espionage can do, so I felt like I had to give her some praise. Gosh, there's a lot of these. Chandragupta is a pretty good civ. He actually has some early game benefits for war, with the Varu, with the movement that he gets outside of his territory. He gets all his units heal regardless of the turn. They always heal, and that's a very tanky assistance, right? He also has the Stepwell, which allows for early game growth, although it doesn't scale so well. He's an alright civ. I gave him a kind of like an average B. Maybe in retrospect a little bit below average. He's kind of on par with Afonso. He's not, I think Trajan's a bit stronger. He's just not as, he's just your average civ, I would say. Cleopatra probably a bit weaker. She has more economical infrastructure than Chandragupta in comparison, but I wouldn't say that she's too substantial otherwise. She basically just has, I think the Sphinx is not too powerful. I think it doesn't scale as well as the Paradisa from Persia. And I feel like overall she does. I didn't think the Chariot Archer was that good either. She had some good bonuses, like she got culture on her resources that were next to a river, and she had percentage modifiers on her capital. But just overall, the details don't really ring true for her, and I gave her kind of, she's in a weak B, but I would say that she's maybe below average, like maybe kind of like like on a scale of 1 to 100, she's maybe like a B30, whereas Chandragupta is probably like a B40, Afonso something similar, whereas Trajan and like Catherine's like a B60, B70, Trajan's like a B50. Persia I really like. He has the best theme, like in terms of like a musical score in the entire game, maybe the best I've ever heard in my life. It's so good. There are many of those in Civilization, but he doesn't have much scope in his abilities, but all the abilities that are good are very strong. He gets 3 trade routes, he gets 3 envoys and 2 trade routes every time he unlocks a new government tier, which scales wonderfully, because when you get political philosophy, when you get monarchy, it scales so well that you get the envoys, you get the trade routes. The Paradisa is very good. Not only does it give you culture and food and some gold, but it scales at diplomatic service. It gets an extra culture. And the difference between the Sphinx and the Paradisa is that the Paradisa gets culture from being next to theater squares, whereas the Sphinx does not. It has to be next to, I think, desert tiles. I'm not sure. It doesn't work very well. Also, the Paradisa is just great because I think I'm forgetting the details of why. Both the Sphinx and the Paradisa are great for getting appeal later on in the game. They get +2 appeal. I feel like there are restrictions for the Sphinx can't be built on hills, which I think is a limiting factor, whereas the Paradisa can. And I give them both praise. I think that the Paradisa is just a bit stronger, and the Immortal is all right. Persia doesn't have that much going for him, but I think the stuff that he does with those government unlocks, giving envoys and trade routes, and the Paradisa, the Immortal is all right. Maybe a few other things I'm forgetting, but I think he's an all right civ. He's kind of like an average B, maybe slightly above average. I just like playing as Persia. Dido is actually a very strong civ. And again, this is the expanded mod, so I don't think Dido is too strong otherwise. Although in the base game, I can't really speak to, but the Cothan is one of the strongest districts. I think it's better than the Royal Navy Dockyard out of England. And the reason why is that it gives 50% production towards settlers, builders, and traders, and I believe naval units as well. It's really good. The Byreme is better than Denmark's longship, because the Byreme gives +1 movement, and it has more combat strength. The longship has +1 movement in coastal tiles, which is effectively the same, but no extra combat strength. It gets naval rating, by virtue of Denmark's abilities, but I think that the Bayern's a bit more effective, and Dido has a lot of benefits for expanding coastally and wide. She gets production towards her districts when she does so. She gets trade route bonuses. She gets 2 free trade routes when she settles a city that is in a foreign continent, which I think is fairly impactful. I think she has movement bonuses for her settlers in the water and embarking. She's just an overall good civ, and I think that she's a great example of a civ being extremely impactful, but not being too strong. Like, she doesn't have any like great yield modifier and just great like +1 culture on some tile, but she has a lot of infrastructural and sort of coastal tendency bonuses. And so I gave her an A tier, and I gave her a good A tier. I think she's one of the knights. I think she is. She's maybe not the strongest knight, but she's definitely part of that A tier army. I can't recall all. Go watch the Dido assessment, and you'll see why. But I think she's fairly confident. Germany's probably the most controversial opinion I have, but I think that my method of assessing every single aspect of the civilization and then making my judgments without any, bias or heuristic, for example, my feeling is that Germany has 3 benefits. One is that they get +1 food and +1 production on their trade routes for every district, every specialty district that is in the origin city. The issue there is that it takes a while for that to take into play. Poundmaker, in comparison, gets +1 food and +1 production for every pasture or camp in the destination city, which happens right away. It will not scale as much later on, but the impact is much. It's there. The strength of Germany's trade routes is unbearable, but it doesn't give him an early bonus. The district limit that he has allows him to reach that point much easier. It lets him build commercial hubs, which give more adjacency bonus to his Hansa. He has great harmony in the Hansa, and it's amazing production. The interest in building many districts and the economy that he can build from that. But that's it. The U-boat he has is useless. He has a bunch of military bonuses which are not too impactful and relevant. He has no starting bonuses. He's the civ, in my opinion, who gets all his bonuses the latest in terms of when they become impactful. He has no benefits until he gets his Hansa, which doesn't happen until probably turn 50. And the Hansa is amazing, but it's only production. He has no growth benefits. He has no science or culture, and he can catch up because he has, he can just build campuses and whatnot. But my feeling is that according to what is relevant and impactful, Germany just isn't there. I don't think he's A tier. But what he does have is so strong that he's the strongest B tier there is. That's my consideration. And I think that he is the strongest B tier because of his Hansa. I actually think the Gaul is probably more impactful and a bit stronger than Germany, but I think the Hansa is just so good. Even though it's comparable to the Optimum, but I think you could sort of interchange the two. The Gaul has other benefits like +1 builder charge, +1. He has logistics, so +1 moving in local territory. He has mining bonuses. Like, he has more to him in terms of his economy. I think that Germany's trade routes, however, and his ability to build districts, and the Hansa particularly, and I think the Hansa is a bit stronger than the Optimum. I think either or. Germany's just a very strong civ, but only a B tier civ. Eleanor is an A tier civ. You might be like, why? How could she be A tier and Germany is a B tier? Now, it's not meant to just be like a freaking inventory and she meets the checklist, but she has the Royal Navy Dockyard. She has 50% production towards builders, and that's effectively it. Those bonuses, however, they really contribute. They're particularly effective, I would say, particularly the Royal Navy Dockyard, because lighthouses are the best building in the game. The Royal Navy Dockyard improves your navy. Here's the thing, though. She's the weakest A tier civ, along with Victoria. Victoria's a bit stronger, but not by much. They're very weak. They don't have much strength in their civilization. But because of the harbor replacement and the the builder production, they do make the A tier. They make it, but it's barely there. They're the smallest civ that has an A tier, and they're the weakest civ that has an A tier. But I'm willing to say that they are that. I think the harbor replacement is enough to make it A tier almost, and I think the builder production just squeaks them by, but they're the weakest. Genghis Khan is fairly good. He has great starting production and science from strategic resources, which are unveiled in both horses and iron. They each get 2 production and +1 science. He has a great trade route capacity thing where if he sends a trade route to an enemy before he attacks them, he gets increased diplomatic visibility, and he permanently gets increased attack power from diplomatic visibility. He's just a really good civ. I don't think he's not great. He's not A tier, but I gave him a B tier because the catching is very good. I thought he was fairly strong, but not the best. So I'm rambling on a bit. I think I am trying to convince you again. I'm going through the assessments. I'm not trying to do that. I'm going to go through this a bit quicker. I'm just going to say my overall opinion without fear of proving it. If you doubt my conclusion, or if you don't, go back and watch the individual civs. Is this meant to be a concise conclusion? I'll just say an overall summary, a very quick one, and anything that's noteworthy. But I'm going to be very declarative and imperative here. This is not an argument. This is just my closing remarks. Gilgamesh is awesome. He's the most substantial civ in the game. He gets free walls. He gets the ziggurat. He gets 2 population in each city, which is amazing. It all comes very early, so he's so substantial. It's not all that strong, but he's an A tier, and he's a good A tier. Gorgo's the worst civ in the game by far. She has no synergy from her military bonuses and her cultural bonuses. I like the Acropolis, but it's not good. She doesn't match up to Pericles at all. She's shit, and I don't like her because of the lack of synergy. Jakarta is an A tier and a good A tier because she just has amazing coastal benefits, and I love the what's her frigate replacement? The Zhao. The Zhao is awesome. It's stronger. It doesn't cost niter. It lets you carry settlers with you. It's amazing. Hammurabi is amazing. He's not the strongest A tier, but he starts with chiefdom, which is the first civic tech, so he just has a great bonus. He has a watermill replacement, which is really strong. He has I like his warrior upgrade. He's a very good civ. He just gets so many early game benefits. Although he's not the strongest, but he's definitely on par with Gilgamesh, I'd say. Denmark is not that amazing, although he does have some interesting perks. They're hard to make use of. I like his coastal rating. I like his berserker. He doesn't have that much economy benefits in comparison to Gitarja. He's a B tier and an average one. Hojo has a few interesting perks, like standard adjacency bonuses to all districts. He gets +1 faith on coastal tiles. He gets 100% production towards harbors, theater squares, and holy sites, which is very good. But that's all he has. The samurai is very weak. He's an average B tier. John Curtin is a fairly good B tier, but not the best. He gets adjacency bonuses from Appeal, which is really good. The Outback is really good. He doesn't have a slew of perks, but the ones that he does have are fairly strong, and I think he's kind of average, maybe slightly above. I like John Curtin. Jadwiga is pretty good. I think she has a bit more harmony in her religious and military sort of prowess, but she doesn't compare to Byzantium. She has she converts military policy slots into wildcard policy slots, which is very good, especially when you get monarchy. She has some strength, and I think she's a B tier and a fairly good B tier, but not the best. Joe is actually really undervalued, or rather overvalued. He's kind of underwhelming. I meant to say, he gets +1 movement and +1 sight on navy units. I feel like his unique unit is all right, but his unique improvement is not very impactful and strong. His trade route bonuses are not that impactful either. There's no oomph to them, and I think overall he's kind of an underwhelming civ. Jai Varman is the growth capital of the world. He's amazing. He's an A tier and a very strong A tier. His beret is one of the best districts in the game by far. He just has really good growth perks, and I like that. Also, his capital starts with 2 citizens, which is, it doesn't scale like Gilgamesh's, every single city having 2 citizens, but effectively the first city is the same, and that's a great bonus. Kublai Khan is just like China, except he has an economic policy slot instead of the wonder bonuses. I think he's weaker than China. China is basically the vicar of the gods, whereas Kublai Khan is kind of underwhelming. He doesn't have any strong bonuses outside of, the ones he shares with China, but China's unique bonuses are much better. Christina is a fairly limited civ, but she gets fully themed archaeological museums, which is amazing, and she has the Queen Biblioteca, which is basically a in the Renaissance era, you can get a government plaza building that gives you a wild card policy slot. And that's pretty good. And that's all she has. She's a B tier and a strong B tier, but not the strongest. Coupe was fairly underwhelming. I like his early game benefits, but they don't scale very well. They don't really. It's just his unique situation where he spawns in the water. He doesn't have that much strength outside of this, and he's kind of he's below average B tier. Lady Six Guy is a good A tier. She's a very good A tier. In fact, I like her observatory. I like her unique playstyle. The Holche is one of the best units. I love her internal sort of consistency that she has with her yields and her defensive bonuses, her production bonuses towards, or the production she gets from plantations. She's a really good civ. I like Lady Six Guy. Lautaro is not the best. He's a bitch to play against because if you're in a golden age, he gets 10 combat strength against you, so he's basically cheating. But if you're playing as Lautaro, his Palais is an all-right improvement. It gives basically, it has to be built on breathtaking appeal, and you get 3 culture if that's the case, because you get 75% culture of the appeal, so that's a good tile. It gets +1 production. It's an all-right improvement. He doesn't have that much else. His unique unit comes too late. He doesn't have very much economy. He has all these benefits he has all these loyalty benefits offensively, but they don't really stack. It doesn't come together very well. He's kind of an average B tier. Mansa Musa is an above average B tier. He has this permanent negative where basically everything his production is 30% less effective, but he has all these benefits for being able to purchase things with gold and generating gold. He's awesome. He's one of my favorite civs just because I like his shtick. Matthias Corvinus next to the Zulu other than the Zulu, Matthias Corvinus is the premier military civ. His abilities for levying troops, basically the troops he levies get +2 movement, which is amazing, +5 combat strength, which is very good. He can upgrade them for 75% less resource and gold costs. He's just really strong. He has some benefits for being on rivers. The Black Army and the Courser or the Light Horseman replacement are very good as well. He's an amazing military civ, and he's definitely one of the sergeants of the A tiers, I would say. Menelik is amazing. He's also a sergeant. His Rock-hewn Church is one of the best improvements in the game. You get so much faith. He gets 15% purchasing costs off of, in terms of faith and gold, mind you, in this case, from everything. He's just amazing. He gets culture and he gets yields equivalent to his faith, which you can generate with the Rock-hewn Church if it's built on hills. He gets defensive bonuses on hills. He's really good, I would say. Montezuma, I don't even know what I gave Montezuma. I think I gave him... Montezuma has really good consistency with his perks. He gets the Eagle Warrior. He's basically an amenities civ. He's the only amenities civ. I think I gave him an A tier, but a weak A tier. Like, nothing he has is strong, but it's all very substantial and it works well together. So I like Montezuma. He has a great benefit where his builders can contribute towards district production, similar to Qin Shi and his wonder production. But when it comes to Aztec, this lets you scale late game if you want to go for tourism, for example, and you want to build theater squares and harbors to improve your cities. It really helps. It works amazingly with Ancestral Hall and Serfdom. And I think he's the best example of a civ where if you didn't make the right assessment and contribute or address the sort of the impact and the relevance of the perks and their harmony, you would maybe think the Aztec is fairly weak, because I think amenities are kind of like the lowest priority in the game, but the Aztec makes them worthwhile, and I appreciate all the bonuses he gets towards that trajectory. And so I think he's an A tier, but a fairly weak A tier. Qin Shi is, the vicar of Christ in this case. He's the leader of the army. He's the speaker of the gods. And the reason why is because he can make wonders in the early game like no other. He gets +4 science. His starting capital might be the strongest perk in the game. He basically gets... What does he get? I'll open it up for this. His capital gets double amenities, double housing, double science, double culture, double production, double gold. And that's just amazing. I think Kublai Khan gets this as well, but Kublai Khan doesn't have the first emperor, the unique trait, which I think makes Qin Shi. He also has +1 builder charge. You get 2 free builders in the capital when you get political philosophy, which is very nice. The +4 science and the ability to grab all the wonders is what makes him, the best, like one of the best. Whereas Kublai Khan only has an economic policy slot. He's strong, but he's not relevant. Inca, this first emperor trait, where he gets the wonder production and the science from that, really is built off of this. Kublai Khan has nothing to build from or build to. Qin Shi has something to build to, and the building is amazing. You get way more science and culture. It's so good. He's amazing. I love Qin Shi. He's one of the strongest civs in the game. He's basically number 5 under the god tiers. He's the general of the A tier army. Byzantium, Matthias, Menelik, whomever, they report to Qin Shi because he's just the wonder god, and the +4 science is amazing. However, Pachacuti is a god tier civ. His terrace farm, his trade routes in concordance with mountains, his builder abilities. Let's just quickly look at him. He has adjacency bonus from hills, a minor one, however. He ignores movement cost from hills, which is amazing. The trade routes from each mountain tile in the origin city is probably the best trade route ability in the game. It's not as strong as Germany's, but it's more impactful because it happens right away. The free builder, when you get your first mountain tile, is extremely effective. The mountain tiles get 2 production. The terrace farm is amazing. This is also amazing. For one thing, resources next to mountains get 2 gold and +1 production, which is great. But cities with a governor get 3 housing, and they get 0.3 production for each citizen, which doesn't amount to much. But the +3 housing is amazing. I like the improved slinger. I think overall, because the terrace farm is so amazing, because the trade routes are so impactful, the increased mobility and the increased production overall, and even the improvements to the governor, he's just so impactful and he's so strong that he's the god tier. He's a god tier civ. He just is. And I feel strongly giving him that. I don't say that there's only 4 god tiers, so I don't give that to anybody lightly. Pedro is a fairly weak civ. He's a C tier civ. He has great synergy when it comes to generating great people points and getting science from doing so, but he has nothing else. He has nothing to gain from that science. He has no economical bonuses, although he does get production and science from rainforests next to rivers, but that's fairly niche. The science from he gets production from the rivers if he gets production from the rainforest if they're next to rivers, but he gets science from rainforest, so he does have that bonus, but it's all he has. He has nothing else, and he's just not a very strong civ. He's not a very impactful one. He's better than Gorgo, though, although he does report to Alexander as he's the knight in a C tier army. Pericles is a pretty good civ. He's a strong B tier civ. He gets a free wild card. He gets the same Acropolis as Gorgo, but he has more relevant traits and perks that go alongside that cultural initiative. Also, I forgot, he gets 5% culture for every suzerainty he has, which works great with the Acropolis, and it's something that you can actually go towards, whereas Gorgo has military aims, which are very, they're going to be unsuccessful because she doesn't have good enough perks for that, and it's a terrible initiative in combination with culture. Whereas Pericles has a great harmony between both, so he's definitely a B tier and a strong one. Peter of Russia is an A tier and a good A tier. He just makes tundra workable. He gets production and faith from the tundra. He gets extra territory, which is awesome. He gets a free builder when he spawns there. The lava is amazing. It gives great rider points. He's basically a very unique tourism civ, and I love Peter for that. He's so fun to play. He's so interesting. Philip of Spain is a very underwhelming civ. I want him to be great, and I look at his perks and I look at his traits, and I wish they were good, but none of them come together. They're not very impactful. I gave him a B tier, but he's one of the weakest B tiers. He just doesn't have much strength in his perks, and everything he does have, like the mission, it doesn't become impactful until later on in the game, and he has nothing to sort of make up for that beforehand. The Cree is a below average A tier civ. He has a fair amount of early game benefits to trade. His Meekwop as an improvement is amazing, and it scales wonderfully. He also has an improved scout, which is awesome. He gets a diplomatic policy slot, but it's all he has. He doesn't scale very well, and I think although he starts off very strong, and there is strength there. He's not sort of, he puts it, he's a knight. He's not a sergeant. He doesn't get to be, he's not a sort of a ranking official. But I like the Cree. He's fun to play. Arabia is a fairly below average B tier civ. He's the quintessential example of somebody who has, as I define it, great means to obtaining something, but he has great he has fairly good rewards for achieving success, but he has no means to obtaining that. He doesn't have the best benefits from having a religion, but he does get some, but he has no real means to get that. He has +2 spreads on missionaries, but that's it. That's the only perk he has. If it were apostles, that'd be different, but he's just not a very effective civ in my opinion. And I feel like his traits and his perks don't really line up. He has a bonus towards he has a university improvement, which gives faith equivalent to the science adjacency. It's like, that's so unimpactful. Like, he's not very good, and I don't like him that much, but I don't scold him like fucking Gorgo. Scythia is a really good civ. I think she's a B tier, but she's a very strong B tier. She gets 2-for-1 like cavalry. She gets +1 production on her pastures. This is awesome. She can pillage for 1 movement, which is amazing. She's basically a medieval scourge, and I like Scythia a lot. Seondeok is actually much more underwhelming than you would imagine. The reason being is that other than her campus replacement, rather than her Seiwan is what it's called, she doesn't have much. She has alright trade routes, but they're not that great, and she does have some strength, but it's not very good. She's a kind of a below average B tier, other than this. Maybe I think the Seiwan holds her up, but it's the only thing she really has. Shaka is one of the god tier civs. He's the god of war, as we just saw previously at number 52. Shaka is just amazing. He has the Akanda, which lets you form corps at mercenaries and gives those corps 5 combat strength extra on top of their combining effect. And he gets 25% production towards those corps. That right there makes him the scourge of the land. Like, he's unstoppable. He gets extra governor titles. He gets loyalty from those governor titles. He gets a range strike from those governor titles. He gets just so much when it comes to his military. The Impi is amazing. In combination with this, it's already a very effective unit, but in combination with the corps, and they're just so good. He's the god of war, and he will wreck anybody at his leisure. Simon Bolivar is a very interesting civ for the one fact that he gets +1 culture and +1 science for every envoy he sent. Now, there is basically an identical civic trait at medieval fairs, which gives the +1 gold. It's a pretty good diplomatic policy slot. The thing is, he gets +1 culture, and in my experience, when you're in the industrial era, for example, when you're in turn 150, it's likely that you're going to have, it seems so much, but you probably have like 50 envoys. And the reason I say that is when you have the qualifying mods that show you the yields you're getting from the policy cards, it's not unlikely to see that envoy card will show like +50. I've seen it at like +87. I recall it being at +87 later on in the game. And it's like, he gets +1 culture. That really scales very well. And he also gets +1 movement outside of his territory. And he has a few things, and he doesn't have that much else. So I gave him a B tier, and a fairly good B tier, but not the strongest. Suleiman is a runner-up for Matthias Corvinus as a military civ. He has great siege work benefits. He has production towards siege works. He has the worst unit in the game called the Janissary, which costs a population, and he's an alright civ. He's a military civ, but not the strongest. He's a B tier. Tamar is, I don't even know what I gave Tamar. I think I gave her a C tier, but she's a strong C tier. She does have some benefits, and I like what she has, but it doesn't come together very well. And I think she's like the meme tier because she has an improvement to walls, and the walls are all right, but they don't add up to much. But she's no Gorgo. No one's Gorgo. Only Gorgo is Gorgo. Teddy Roosevelt is the weakest, but a very interesting god tier civ, because his film studio, which he gets later on, is a great example of something that comes later on, so it's not impactful, but it's so strong that it becomes impactful because it doubles the tourism output of that city. He also has his units move through terrain without any movement cost, as if they were all flat. He gets a builder and warrior in every city that spawn on the same continent as the capital, including the capital. He can purchase tiles 50% less, which is amazing. He gets culture and science from breathtaking tiles next to mountains. It's amazing. He also gets +1 appeal to tiles that are in a city with a national park, which scales wonderfully. He's the tourism civ, in my opinion, as a god tier. I love Peter. I love Christina's very good. There are many good civs for getting tourism. Teddy just has so much sort of benefit from going to tourism. He doesn't have the best means for acquiring it, although I think he does have some. But reaching a point where his tourism is at any substantial point, he can just magnify it beyond full, and he's one of the god tier civs because of that. Trajan is a good B tier civ. He starts with a monument. I like the Legion. I like the Bath. The Bath is actually fairly good. I like all roads lead to Rome. Every city that's within range gets a road to the capital. Also, his military units heal when in a golden age, like Chandragupta. It's not the best condition, but it's a fairly good one. He's a pretty good kind of classical era civ, and I like Trajan. Victoria is underwhelming. She has the Royal Navy dockyard like Eleanor and the 50% production towards builders. She has this initiative to build industrial zones, but I find that they're not very impactful. They either come too late, benefits to the factory. They don't give enough. She gets 25% production towards constructing industrial zones and their buildings. I would say that's good, but it's not enough. She's stronger than Eleanor, but she's still one of the weakest. She's second to last in the A tier. I gave her the A tier because the builder production and really the Royal Navy dockyard, which really props up any civ, and so I gave them both an A tier, but they're very weak. Wilfrid Laurier is the best civ in the game in my opinion because he has the strongest unit, which is the Mountie, which lets every Mountie can plant a national park, and they're very cheap to make. They're susceptible to production modifiers for making cavalry, horsemen rather, and it's just amazing because normally national parks they cost faith. It scales tremendously, so it's going to cost you like 4,000 faith after the 10th national park. He can just build them, and he also has some of the best perks early on in the game, where he gets science and production and gold from wood tiles that are on tundra next to rivers. He's amazing. He's so good. I think he's the strongest civ in the game because overall you just can't compete with him. He's actually broken in some respects, but he is the god. He's the absolute. He extends beyond existence. Like he's entirety. There's this concept in theology where God is material, and that's a pantheistic view. But there's another view where God extends beyond that, and this is a panentheistic view, is what it's called. And you can imagine that, if the universe were liquid, right? And you say that God is the fluid, that's a pantheistic view. But if you said that God is the liquid and the bowl, and the bowl is perhaps infinite because it extends forever, like that being panentheistic, Wilfrid Laurier demands a panentheistic view. Like he extends beyond the borders. He's playing Call of Duty. He wins Call of Duty. He makes you this way. Wilfrid Laurier is so good in the game of Civilization that it improves you as a person so much having played him that you're better in other games. Like he extends. Like he's the multiverse. He's the god tier of civs, right? The same way that Qin Shi is the vicar of these gods, Laurier is he's Zeus effectively. And then you have little old Wilhelma. Look at that round face. I like Wilhelma. She's a solid B tier civ. She has great economical policy slot. She has an economical policy slot, great economical gains. I like her. She has a frigate replacement, which I really like. She gets 2 envoys upon meeting a civ for the first time, which is amazing. It's built in, and she just has just a really great economy. She's a fairly strong B tier civ. Holy crap, those are all the civs. that is a quick summary. That was just for a bit of fun. This is the entire game. This is me, and I'm Ryan. And you know, if you could stay with me for maybe 5 or 10 more minutes, I'd like to give some final remarks about myself. But that's the game of civilization. If you're here for civs, I've gone through all 52 civs. I went fairly in depth, and I've just given a summary of those civs. If you're done hearing about civ and you don't give two shits what I have to say, then get the fuck out of here. I hope you enjoyed this. Go do something yourself. This is the project that was really worth the time. It drew me out so much to be creative and sort of industrious, that I could make the roster, so that I could do the recording, so that I could figure out how to just edit everything. And I've made it all happen, and I can't wait to do what's next. I'll note, however, just as a quick plug, the next project I'm going to do is an in-depth analysis of Sony versus Microsoft, and who is the idea is who will win, the war, so to speak, and the reasons why. And spoiler, it's fucking Sony. Unless you think that Xbox is making something better than God of War or Spider-Man or Demon's Souls or Ratchet and Clank Rift Apart or Horizon Forbidden West. Even Gran Turismo with all its shitty microtransactions, it's a freaking awesome game, right? And you're telling me that Microsoft is gonna come back and fucking beat that? Show me Fable. Do something with fucking Halo. The only impressive thing I've seen from Microsoft in years is what's it called? Stalker 2, or whatever the next Stalker is coming out, right? And it's been delayed. It's like there's nothing from Microsoft. They have a great infrastructure in terms of their xCloud. Their Game Pass is amazing. The way I look at it is that Microsoft is basically, they have all the sort of, they have the measure when it comes to the foot soldiers. They reach up to a 9 out of 10, but Sony owns all the god tier products. Sony rests on top like a freaking saint, and Xbox just can't touch that unless they make some substantial games. And Sony has continued to do that continuously. And I'm going to go into this, and we're going to go through the history of each of the companies and go through their games and really prove why Sony, not only in their games, but their marketing, their mission, what their trajectory is, and we're going to make a sort of a prediction about what's going to happen. And the real motion of this video is in the middle of summer, rather in the middle of June, Microsoft and Sony will likely come out with their press conferences, right? They've done it every year. We're going to watch that video live, or I'm going to finish up, my edits and my consensus from that, and then I will make my conclusions from that. Having the history, which I'll do beforehand. I'll watch the video, and basically considering what we know up to this point and what has been displayed and promised so far from these conferences, what is the trajectory? All right, and my consensus is, unless Microsoft comes out and gives me like fucking 10, unless they show me an amazing demo, they can't win. They just cannot. I don't care how good Game Pass is. God of War kicks your fucking ass all the time, and so does Spider-Man, and so does Bloodborne. You fucks. So that's my shtick. You know what? I'm here right now. I'm just gonna quickly go through this for 5 minutes. So let me exit this. Okay. So my name is Ryan Green. I am 26 years old. I was born in Vancouver in 1996. I graduated high school in 2014. I moved out of my house in 2017, and I live somewhere in Vancouver. I'm a very prolific and I'm a wonderful person, I gotta say. I care about nothing more than spending my time in the most sort of industrious but also very gentle ways. I really I bathe in the sort of tender spots in my mind. I don't care about fun. I don't care about excitement and thrills. I want to read books on philosophy and religion. I want to study like physics and fucking like medieval warfare. Like I love Game of Thrones. I can tell you everything about Star Wars. I love Kashyyyk. I love Tusken Raiders. That's my shtick. And what I've done, my feeling that's sort of culminated in this project is a sort of a marvel of just my efforts to sort of draw me out the most. What I feel most strongly is that in this world as it stands, there is nothing short of all ability for us to do everything that we want. And with the slightest amount of appreciation and resolve on our part, it would just spark the biggest fire. My feeling, though, is that we lack no morals, no ethics, and no character, right? And what I've observed to reach that conclusion is that everyone is just talking for the sake of talking. Nobody is doing anything for its own sake. Nobody is contributing their time in a way that speaks to the product. There's not enough filmmakers. There's just newspapers and magazines. There's rubbish, and there's a lot of generic. And it's like everyone's just trying to make cash. Everyone's just trying to sort of make money. Where is there a group of people who is more interested in our stake in all this? If you had all the money in the world, if you were actually reaching for success and you found it, what were you free to do? If liberty was your game and you were free to spend your time as you will, where would you contribute it? And my feeling is that we need a place for that, and that's what I've created. This is my website. I called it magnanimous.com because I needed a name, but magnanimity is actually the highest ethic. It means greatness. Magnus in Greek means greatness, and it's effectively sportsmanship, that whether you win or you lose, you always stand tall, and that's what I'm all about. It's like I don't give a fuck what's going on. I feel like I'm the most fortunate person in the world because I can see it. We're kings and queens. We live in the 21st century. Are you kidding me? You can have fucking every product shipped to your house in fucking drones, and you're telling me that you need more in this life. No, what you need is to be grateful and really ask yourself the right questions. Is what is my stake? What do I actually want to, where do I want to spend my time? Where will I flourish and be brought with joy? And so what I've done is I've created a place where my interests can flourish. And effectively, I have projects like the Civilization Project, which I just did. I have a project on mathematics. I have something called the christening, which is effectively your promise to yourself that if you were free, or all the responsibility that you have, all the tasks that are laid in front of you, whether it's through education or your family or some sort of job, whatever it's for, it's meant to acquire you freedom, right? And what you christen yourself to do, what you ought to christen yourself to do, is a promise that when you reach that point, what will you do? Because the biggest distinction, the number one lesson that anybody can learn in this day and age is that if you're successful, if you are free, as much as you are, as much as you were treated to liberty and the right to do as you seek, it is not a place for you to do nothing. It is a place for you to invest yourself more than you ever have done before in things that you actually seek. These trails of mine. These are projects that I want to work on. This is the heartlands. I love Red Dead Redemption. I go through Red Dead Redemption and I take pictures. I love it. I want to make it nice. I want to make it beautiful. I want to throw myself in and be generous because that's where I live the most. And this christening are those things that draw me. I love music. I love I love soundtracks. Planet Earth from Hans Zimmer, Game of Thrones, Star Wars. King Kong is amazing. The Queen's Gambit from Netflix, fucking serene. And I want to talk about these things. I want to throw myself in. I'm treating myself like I'm already made. I don't need to work for a place in which I'm more free. I feel that in actually considering, what do I actually want to spend my time doing? I believe it's revealed itself to me that I'm already made to do so. I'm already free enough. I have more than enough time to contribute my effort. And the thing is this is drawing me out even more, that skills and a sort of the success I have is very monumental, because instead of being a little shit poster or somebody who just posts something every single day, like I'm not trying to get people's attention. I'm trying to create great works. Those are the result of generosity, and that's all I wish to do, is be generous with my time, because it's where joy is found. It's where you're actually living. You're doing something, right? It's the most positive existence, and this is just me laying down the stakes, putting down the cement, the walls. I haven't really painted them. There's no electricity. They're not really made, but it's just a wonderful thing to be. And I recommend everybody do this. Secondly, I like watching YouTube videos. Go fuck yourself, cable television. I like YouTube. It's where I watch all my things, because that's where people are. Joe Rogan, comedy podcasts. Joseph Anderson, great games analysis. I love Angry Joe. These are the people I like to watch, and I watch Kitchen Nightmare episodes. I love Chris Stuckman. They're just other things, and what I've done is I've made channels so that I could basically I embed the YouTube videos, because my feeling is that when you go on YouTube, everything's just thrown at you. It's not curated for your experience. It's basically a big smorgasbord, and it's terrible at cataloging things that you want to watch later. There's no series, there's no Netflix sort of essence. It's just a big smorgasbord. And what I've done is sort of taken the things that I like on YouTube, and I've made a story. I've made a sort of a timeline. One of my favorite YouTube channels is Layman Gaming. They're just a games coverage sort of channel. It's just these two schmucks, right? But they make really great videos. I can't go on YouTube and just find these. I have to search them up. It's laborious, and it doesn't have that sort of, there's no, I want these things to be timeless. The particular fact that defines this for me is that when I go on YouTube, it's all about character. They're basically your friends. It's why you watch them, right? They're just people talking, right? But you share interests. I go back and I watch videos all the time. These videos right here, these are Layman Gaming's initial videos in the summer of 2017. Now, I'll watch these videos right now, but in 3 months or so, maybe 4 months, I will come back and watch them again. I won't, because it's really fun. It's like watching Lord of the Rings or Game of Thrones or Star Wars or anything for that matter. The issue with the internet as it stands is that it's all about what's new. It's all about today. The pictures on Instagram are not the pictures from yesterday. They're from today. And there's nothing timeless. And it doesn't draw out the effort to be sort of magnanimous and great. It just doesn't. And I feel like by using programming and whatnot, I've been able to curate an experience that reflects my actual interests. Not the world's interests, but my interests. And it's just, I haven't filled this out. This is one of the things I'm working on, but this is kind of, I recommend everybody do this. Find the things that you love and make a world in which they are attributed the most, because it's like you're creating the infrastructure for yourself. Stop worrying about everyone else's attention. Stop trying to grab everybody else. Stop running and just breathe and rest and spend your time as you please. And this is an example of a way you can do that. If you watch a lot of YouTube, the playlist options are really shit. The fucking recommendations are shit. And there are old videos that I reckon that you might like to watch from older channels. Here's another great example in summary. I love the YouTuber Boogie2988. I don't like him as he is now. He's kind of just a random guy. Who he was in 2010 was this morbidly obese he was kind of a martyr, but he's also just a very genuine person. I didn't agree with everything he said. I think he lacked a little bit of insight and sort of self-awareness, but I appreciated his approach, that he was trying to be thoughtful. And he's just a person who's just kind of out there talking, and he's 500 pounds. And there are lessons to learn from this. You can actually, if you can watch this 500-pound man sort of think that he's trying to lose weight, for example, and he goes through this journey over a year, and you can see where he's failing. And when he makes a video saying that I've failed, if you can go without judgment and actually learn something, actually see yourself, because he's done something wrong and he's not aware of it. But if you can see that because you haven't judged him because he's 500 pounds, there's a real bond that you find with this and every single YouTuber. And you can never find those videos in an effective sense. Boogie29, my guess is that a YouTuber that you watch that's been around for a while maybe has 500 to 1,000 videos. Now, you can go to their video section and go oldest to newest or whatnot, but you're just scrolling through. If you don't make a new tab, if you watch the video and go back, it just resets. It's terrible. YouTube is not designed for old videos. It's designed for what's new, as is every other platform. My feeling right now is that the greatest effort that you can contribute for yourself is taking everything that you like, whether it's videos, whether it's interest in film, whether it's literature, whether it's games, whatever it is, and whether it's cataloging, so to speak, something everybody else has made, or just a place for work of your own, for your own contributions. There just needs to be a place where the actual work is tributed, not the fame and the attention, not the idea of this, something fresh, something new. It's like, go fuck yourself. There's 8 billion things of everything. Why do we need some more? Because to be honest, it's all crap. It's not good. There's no Jurassic Parks. There's no Empire Strikes Back anymore. But go watch Empire Strikes Back and speak about it for hours. Write essays, write literature, draw me maps and assessments of the world. Invest yourself, throw yourself in, because it's where you're living the most. And I feel like that's all we can do. If you've reached the end of this video, this is in closing. I'm Ryan Green, as I said, and this is a civilization overview. And this was a brief sort of discussion of myself and my values. I recommend 2 things. There's 2 things you can do for me. If you're maybe the one person who's reached this point, read this essay right here. This is the definition of, everything about me and what this sort of, it's my offering, right? But if you have the balls, if you have the gall, go to my writings. It's all designed wonderfully. It's all pleasurable to watch. There's customization. It's very intuitive. There is a series of essays that are very old and they're not well worded. I have to edit them. But if you go to Winter Writings or On Things or The Nature of Value, or Number rather, there are things in there that really address me as a person and as a writer. And I gotta say that if there was one thing that defined me, it's just that I love to write, but I like to write like Bob Ross paints. It's that it's not meant to tribute the real world. It's in the painting. It's in the writing. It's the arrangement of words that are pleasurable, and they should bring out ideas that represent real world things through the beauty of writing. The same way that you can paint a bush very accurately and precisely, but it's like you could also just take a brush, squish it onto the board, and take another brush of a different color and highlight it, and use, as Bob Ross would say, here they come. Because it's an illusion, but of grandeur, and that's the point. Painting makes you feel like there's something beautiful in there. It's not a strict measure, and writing is the same. And so if you want, go to my writings, and maybe you'll see something else that's interesting from me. But here I am at the end of this, and I hope you've enjoyed. I have nothing much else to say. Hopefully you'll come back, you'll see me. Otherwise, go on and live your life and make it so great that if you were to be reincarnated, that your unknown self would see it as well and treat me the same, that I'll see it too, because I'm here and I'm waiting.